Amid their clash, neither Yuan nor Giant Emperor Kulus yielded an inch, suggesting that they were of equal strength. The spectators were rendered speechless, overcome with awe at the sight unfolding before them. In their eyes, Giant Emperor Kulus stood as an unparalleled force, making the sight of a mere human successfully blocking his fist and maintaining an unwavering stance seem an impossible feat. Following a momentary pause in their clash, as if both were contemplating engaging each other's strength, Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulus simultaneously unleashed another punch, resuming the intense battle between their formidable forces. One after another, they kept throwing punches, not pausing even when their fists were blocked. The battle continued relentlessly, with cracks in the air getting bigger after each clash. In just a minute, they exchanged over 100 strikes, leaving the area around them utterly devastated. Despite the apparent profundity of their clash, both refrained from employing any techniques, relying solely on the prowess of their bare bodies and raw strength. The velocity of their punches escalated, rendering it increasingly challenging to intercept. Inevitably, they abandoned the attempt to block each other's fists and transitioned to a direct exchange of body blows. As expected of the Emperor of Giants, his punches are lethal. It's akin to a jackhammer relentlessly attempting to create holes in my body, even with my golden immortal physique. Yuan could feel sharp pain throughout his body every time Giant Emperor Kulus landed a punch on his body. Yet, Giant Emperor Kulus found himself in no better condition than Yuan. When was the last time I felt such pain? This is exhilarating, he chuckled inwardly, embracing the intense sensation with a twisted sense of delight. They continued pummeling each other for the ensuing 5 minutes until Giant Emperor Kulus spoke, "Shall we bring this up a notch?" "I couldn't ask for more." Yuan grinned. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Having enhanced their bodies with a body refinement technique, Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulus propelled the prowess of their attacks to unprecedented levels. Their punches now possessed a potency capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire world. Ha ha ha. This is magnificent. This is exactly what I've been yearning for. Giant Emperor Kulus laughed, as if caught in a frenzy of exhilaration. Yuan, too, wore a broad smile on his face as he confronted his most formidable opponent to date. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human cultivator, who is only a spirit king, is exchanging blows with Giant Emperor Kulus, who is at the 3rd level divine master. He's not just exchanging blows, he's fighting with his bare hands. Against the Emperor of Giants, who is recognized as the strongest entity on the continent. The audience didn't want to believe their eyes even though they were witnessing it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed since Yuan began his brawl with Giant Emperor Kulus. Not enough. This is not nearly enough to satisfy me, Tian Yang. Let's stop holding back and start fighting as if our lives depended on it, just like old times. Giant Emperor Kulus suddenly surged with a tyrannical aura that could be felt even by the spectators hundreds of miles away. Witnessing this transformation in Giant Emperor Kulus, Yuan could no longer afford to hold back. He activated his dragon transformation, propelling his prowess to ascend towards the heavens with an unprecedented surge. Giant Emperor Kulus broke out in cold sweat after sensing Yuan's tyrannical aura. Ah! That overwhelming presence, this feeling of helplessness. You haven't changed since the first day we met, Tian Yang. Giant Emperor Kulus held a nostalgic expression on his face. And just like in the past, I shall use all of my strength to fight you. Giant Emperor Kulus raised his head and unleashed a colossal howl towards the heavens, its force alone splitting the clouds asunder. In the blink of an eye, a semi-transparent golden armor materialized on Giant Emperor Kulus, reminiscent of the golden armor that enveloped Yuan during his tempering in the liquid of the golden celestial tree. I may have failed to attain the golden immortal physique, but I managed to acquire the incomplete golden immortal physique. While it's nowhere near as powerful as the real deal, it still boasts tremendous power. Giant Emperor Kulus revealed his trump card. Here I come, Tian Yang. Come, Giant Emperor Kulus. Yuan greeted him with an excited grin, ready to face the heightened challenge with enthusiasm. Yuan and Giant Emperor Coolus vanished into thin air the very next instant. The audience expected their reappearance when they inevitably clashed with each other, but that didn't happen. Instead, massive craters suddenly marred the ground, accompanied by a thunderous noise and the emergence of substantial cracks in the air, almost as if they were fighting in another dimension. What is happening? Why can't I see them? They are moving so fast that we cannot perceive them with our bare eyes. Without using any movement techniques. Is that even possible? It is when your raw strength surpasses common sense. Yuan and Giant Emperor Coolus remained concealed from the spectators for the next several minutes, building anticipation, until suddenly. Gah! A pained cry reverberated, followed by the reappearance of Giant Emperor Coolus's figure, yet he looked entirely different from when the spectators last witnessed him. His once imposing appearance was now disheveled, and his bloodied body bore numerous fist-sized dents, looking like he'd just returned from a horrendous torture section. Yuan, too, materialized shortly afterward. Despite appearing a bit roughed up, he was in a significantly better state, presenting a striking contrast to the brutally battered form of Giant Emperor Coolus. Cough. Giant Emperor Coolus coughed out a mouthful of blood and wiped his bloodied lips with a smile on his face as he glared at Yuan. This match is your victory, Tianyang. Dead silence settled over the audience as they absorbed Giant Emperor Coolus' declaration of defeat. After a moment of stunned silence, an eruption of shock and disbelief echoed through the air. His Majesty lost to a mere human? That's not possible. I must be dreaming. Unsurprisingly, the audience responded with denial. The notion of Giant Emperor Coolus losing seemed inconceivable, a scenario that could never manifest even in their wildest dreams. Yet, such a scenario had occurred, and it happened right before their very eyes. You have defeated Giant Emperor Coolus and passed the first trial. You have cleared the trial in 43 minutes and 21 seconds. Yuan ignored the notifications and approached Giant Emperor Coolus. That was an exceptional battle, Giant Emperor. Thanks to you, I now have a clear understanding of my current strength. Yuan extended his hand, offering a handshake with a sincere smile on his face. Giant Emperor Coolus gripped Yuan's hand firmly and expressed, I had hoped to finally defeat you this time, but alas. Even though he played a significant role in aiding Yuan's achievement of the Golden Immortal physique, the primary factor in his victory, Giant Emperor Coolus held no regrets and would even do it again if he went back in time. I look forward to the wedding. Giant Emperor Coolus suddenly uttered some puzzling words. Huh? Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face. You defeated me, so it's only natural that you will be marrying my daughter. It was part of the tournament's reward, too. Giant Emperor Coolus explained shamelessly. That's. Yuan didn't know how to respond to such words. Haha. I am joking. Here is your real reward. Giant Emperor Coolus retrieved a glowing orb of light from his body and offered it to Yuan. Thank you. Yuan accepted the orb of light with a calm demeanor, as this wasn't his first or second time receiving such a reward. The moment he touched the orb of light, it flew into his body, merging with his soul. Memories immediately began flashing inside his head. Yuan quickly sat down and began meditating to absorb the memories. Giant Emperor Coolus silently sat in front of Yuan and stared at him with a profound gaze. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes, which had been flowing with tears for a while now. That's the real history of events on Giant's continent, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Coolus spoke in a solemn tone. But no, it can't be. Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown after remembering what he'd truly experienced on Giant's continent. Though he had been aware that the events depicted by the Stairway to Heaven were not true, he never anticipated the stark contrast between its narrative and the actual reality. What you experienced in the trial isn't a recounting of real events, it's a manifestation of what Tianyang wished had transpired instead. Giant Emperor Coolus sighed, confirming his thoughts. Yuan went silent, unsure of how he should respond. What transpired in the past is behind us. There's no merit in dwelling on those events now, much less beating yourself over it. Giant Emperor Kulis advised as he stood back on his feet. I'm sorry, Yuan uttered in a low voice. Don't be. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage in battle with you once more, even if I am but a mere construct of the past, reassured Giant Emperor Kulis with a sense of gratitude. I'll see you later, my rival and my good friend, uttered Giant Emperor Kulis as his figure gradually faded into thin air. Soon, Yuan found himself back in the stairway to heaven. Congratulations on completing the first trial, Master. Despite my efforts to heighten the difficulty, you navigated through it with remarkable ease. I am truly in awe, commended Tian'er. Would you like to start the next trial immediately? You have 6 hours to recover your energy before the next trial begins. I will take a break. Yuan responded in a low voice. I understand. Wait, can you do something for me? As long as it doesn't break any rules, she nodded. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' room, Shimei and the others were still trying to calm down after witnessing Yuan's trial. His fight with the giant emperor was extraordinary. Even I had trouble keeping up with their speed. Shimei sighed with a clear sense of admiration in her tone. I couldn't see anything. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dejected manner. I didn't see anything either. Mei Xiu tried to comfort her. Yuan's gotten a lot stronger. I cannot wait to fight him again. Li Jinsi muttered. I wonder why Brother Yuan cried at the end. Xiao Hua suddenly said. I have never seen him like that before either. Mei Xiu shook her head. I have. Everyone in the room turned to look at Chu Liuxiang, who had just spoken. This incident occurred during our time in the orphanage. Yuan had formed a close bond with a stray dog that frequently visited us. However, after several weeks of companionship, the dog abruptly ceased to appear. It was later discovered that the dog had been struck by a car. When Yuan learned of the dog's demise, he wept in a manner reminiscent of what you just witnessed, Chu Liuxiang narrated, recounting a poignant memory from their past. These trials help him regain his memories of the past, right? He has likely recollected the loss of someone dear to him, she sighed. Shortly after the room became silent, Tian'er appeared before them and said, which one of you is Chu Liuxiang? That would be me. Chu Liuxiang raised her hand. Without offering any additional explanation, Tian'er flicked her sleeves, causing Chu Liuxiang to vanish from the room. The next moment, Chu Lixuang found herself standing before Yuan. Yuan, she subconsciously called for him. Yuan remained silent, and without uttering a word, he suddenly enveloped Chu Liuxiang in a tight embrace. His puzzling action startled her. I'm sorry. I promised to protect you, and I couldn't keep that promise. Yuan whispered in a sorrowful voice, expressing regret and vulnerability. Chu Liuxiang found herself rendered speechless by his actions, but she refrained from saying anything and instead embraced him back in a comforting silence. This time. I will protect you this time for sure. Yuan continued. Chu Liuxiang couldn't see Yuan's face at that moment, but it bore an expression filled with unwavering determination. Eventually, Yuan released Chu Liuxiang and said to her, I'm sorry if that troubled you. I couldn't help myself. Don't worry about it. Though, I hope you could give me an explanation in the future if you are comfortable with it. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. I will tell you everything later, I promise. Yuan agreed. Tian'er sent Chu Liuxiang back to the spectators' room a moment later. The others bombarded Chu Liuxiang with questions when she returned. I had a small talk with Yuan, that's all, she said, keeping the details out of it. The others could tell that she was purposefully avoiding the details, but respecting her silence, they refrained from pressing further with their inquiries, concluding the questioning there. Meanwhile, Yuan dedicated the next 6 hours to calming his mind, seeking solace and clarity amid his thoughts. During his 6-hour break, instead of using that time to recover his energy, Yuan revisited the memories he had recovered from Giant Emperor Kulis, endeavoring to make peace with them and find a sense of reconciliation within himself. The memories began when he arrived at a certain familiar dock, the very place where Yuan had initially encountered the Huang family during his trial in the lower heaven. However, unlike Yuan's trial, Tianyang was not aware of the Huang family, so he didn't bother looking for them. Instead, he went to a nearby restaurant to fill his stomach. Silver Peak Restaurant, huh? It seems like a decent place to have lunch judging by its appearance. As Tianyang approached the entrance of the restaurant, a sizable gathering of people nearby captured his attention. The group of people were standing before this tall and bulky man, who appeared to be advertising something. I am Dong Zhou, head bodyguard for the Huang family that is currently hiring one more bodyguard for their trip to the desolate continent, which will depart later today. The duration of the stay will be 30 days with a salary of 10 million gold coins. 1 million will be paid upon arrival on the desolate continent, and the rest will be paid once we return from our trip. Tianyang heard Dong Zhou's advertisement loud and clearly, but he ignored it and went inside the restaurant. Welcome. Are you alone? The receptionist greeted him. Yes. Please wait a moment. After taking a moment to look through their availability, the receptionist spoke. Luckily, we still have one small table available. I will bring you to your table, please follow me. Tianyang nodded and trailed behind the receptionist as they made their way to his designated table, situated by the wall at the far end of the building. As he settled into his seat, Tianyang felt a gaze directed towards him. He cast a glance at the large table adjacent to his, where a family of 4 was seated. The one staring at him was a beautiful young lady, who showed a friendly smile upon realizing that she had been noticed. Fancy seeing you here, senior brother. The young lady seemed to recognize him. Tianyang did not recognize this young lady, but based on how she addressed him, he had an inkling of her identity. Are you a fellow disciple from the Immortal Monastery? He asked. Yes. I am inner disciple Huang Shaoli. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother. Tianyang smiled at her enthusiasm. You make it sound like I am famous or something. But you are famous. Huang Shaoli confirmed. You're exaggerating it. Tianyang shook his head. Senior brother, would you like to eat with my family? It's our treat. Huang Shaoli suddenly suggested. I don't want to impose on your family time. It's fine. The middle-aged man sitting beside Huang Shaoli said. Then. Tianyang ended up sitting with the Huang family. Senior brother, what are you doing in such a place? Are you in the midst of a sect mission? Huang Shaoli asked. No, I am out training in preparation for my core disciple examination. Wow. You're already taking the core disciple examination. It's only been 3 years since you became an inner disciple. Huang Shaoli's eyes were filled with admiration. No, I won't be taking the examination anytime soon. I am simply preparing for it. I probably won't take the examination for another 2 to 3 years. 5 to 6 years is still quite fast, considering that most inner disciples wait at least a decade before they even attempt to do so. Wait a second. If you're here for training, does that mean you're also going to the desolate continent? Huang Shaoli asked after realizing this. Also. You're heading to the desolate continent as well? Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Huang Shaoli was only a 9th-level spirit master, so she was probably an inner disciple as well. The desolate continent stood as a vast and isolated land, inhabited by powerful magical beasts. It served as a risky training ground for numerous cultivators who sought to increase their cultivation in a short time. In other words, it was a dangerous place that attracted those unafraid of death or individuals desperate enough to risk their lives for strength. However, Huang Shaoli did not appear to fit that mold, unlike Tianyang. Even Tianyang, who had recently attained the rank of Spirit Lord, could be deemed underpowered for the desolate continent, where magical beasts at the level of Spirit Kings and beyond freely roamed. However, Tianyang was used to risking his life to increase his cultivation. That's how he managed to reach Spirit Lord in such a short amount of time when it took him several years just to sense spiritual energy. Moreover, the desolate continent was rich with undiscovered treasures and held an abundance of rare medicines, drawing the attention of treasure hunters seeking fortune and valuable resources. I am actually here as a bodyguard for my family. We have some business in the desolate continent. Huang Shaoli said in a somewhat bashful manner, seemingly aware of her lack of cultivation. Although it might appear that she volunteered as a bodyguard to save her family money, the truth was that her family had more than enough resources to afford professional guards far more powerful than her. Her presence was not a necessity for their protection. Instead, driven by a long-standing desire to visit the infamous desolate continent, she chose to accompany her family under the guise of providing protection. I've told her not to follow us, but she was too stubborn about it. Her father sighed. Ha! Huang Shaoli chuckled sheepishly. Oh, I know. Senior brother, why don't you come with us as a bodyguard? We still have a spot open, and you're more than qualified to join. Of course, we'll pay you appropriately. Huang Shaoli suddenly suggested, her face beaming with anticipation. The reward for serving as our bodyguard is 10 million gold coins, but I'll personally add another 10 million just for you, senior brother. Huang Shaoli expressed her earnest desire for Tian Yang's company. Regrettably, Tian Yang gently shook his head and spoke in a tone tinged with apology, as alluring as your offer is, my time outside the sect is constrained. I have intentions to venture deep into the heart of the continent, and thus, I must respectfully decline. Ah, is that so? Huang Shaoli immediately looked disappointed by the refusal. However, she quickly recovered. It's okay, I perfectly understand your situation. I was being inconsiderate with my offer just now, and I apologize for it. No, it's fine. Tian Yang smiled. Sometime later. The ship to the desolate continent will depart soon, we should start making our way there. Huang Chen said after noticing the time. You're boarding as well, right? Huang Shaoli looked at Tian Yang. Yes. Having settled the bill for the meal, the Huang family and Tian Yang proceeded to the ship by the docks, but not before the Huang family reunited with Dong Zhou and the other bodyguards. I've found another bodyguard, as you desired, Dong Zhou stated before introducing the spirit lord he had hired for the task. Huang Chen nodded and introduced his family to his new bodyguard, as well as his task. If you have any problems, you will consult with Dong Zhou first. If he cannot handle it, he will consult me. Unless there is an emergency, you will not approach me or my family, do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Upon reaching the docks, Tian Yang observed a lengthy queue of individuals endeavoring to board the colossal ship that blocked most of the ocean view from his perspective. The ship in Tian Yang's memories was at least several times bigger than the one Yuan boarded during his trial. Which floor are you staying on? Huang Shaoli inquired as they waited in line. I'm on the second floor towards the rear of the ship, he said. We're on the 7th floor towards the middle of the ship, so we're quite far from each other. How unfortunate. Huang Shaoli sighed. With a month until we reach the desolate continent, we'll likely cross paths many times, Tian Yang remarked with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Huang Shaoli smiled back. Even though they've only just met today, Huang Shaoli already saw Tian Yang as a friend of sorts. Tian Yang separated from the Huang family shortly after boarding the ship. Upon entering his cramped and confined room, which only accommodated a wooden bed lacking a mattress, Tian Yang seated himself and commenced his cultivation. Several hours later, his cultivation was interrupted by an announcement from the ship's captain, "Welcome to the Raging Serpent, esteemed guests. I am your captain until we arrive at your destination, Jia Jianhong. It will take us approximately a month to reach the desolate continent. Of course, it could take a little longer or shorter depending on the sea's conditions and how often we are attacked by the sea demons." The captain already expected the ship to be attacked by sea demons since that was part of the routine for any ship that traveled to and from the desolate continent. There's also no need to worry about the sea demons, as our experts will get rid of them before you even see one, so you can enjoy yourselves until we arrive at our destination. With that being said, we'll begin our journey shortly. Half an hour later, the ship left the docks and began sailing towards the desolate continent. Nothing notable occurred during the first week of their sail. A few sea demons attempted to attack the ship, but they were dealt with by the spirit lords working on board before even reaching the ship. During this time, Tian Yang spent every second cultivating. I have to get stronger so that I can avenge Meng Lily. Shortly after entering the inner court, Tian Yang uncovered the truth behind Meng Lily's death. This revelation drove him to pursue strength intensely and relentlessly to seek justice for Meng Lily, earning him the nickname, suicidal maniac, among his fellow disciples. Yet, fueled by this insatiable thirst for strength, Tian Yang's cultivation saw advancements that surpassed the dreams of most ordinary disciples. However, this perilous method constantly placed his life in jeopardy. Because of his recklessness, elder Sun, who ended up as his mentor of sorts, would frequently reprimand him for him. Of course, that didn't change his behavior, or else he wouldn't have decided to train at the desolate continent. On the 8th day of his journey, Tian Yang was forced to exit his cultivation by a commotion that was occurring outside his room. Typically, there were constant noises outside his room owing to the thin walls, but this time, the disturbance was not of the ordinary kind. A Leviathan has appeared. We're all going to die. Ah! Why did it have to appear now when it hasn't made an appearance for over a decade now? We're screwed. We're all screwed. Tian Yang left his room and went to the deck to see the situation for himself. Indeed, the ship had come to a complete stop to confront the Leviathan. Given that the ship's speed was far surpassed by the Leviathan, attempting to outrun it was futile, leaving them with no choice but to engage in combat. Over 50 spirit lords and 3 spirit kings were embroiled in combat with the Leviathan at the beginning. However, by the time Tian Yang arrived, half of the spirit lords and one of the spirit kings had succumbed to the Leviathan's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Leviathan itself was as strong as a cultivator at the peak of Spirit King, hence the struggle. One might question why the ship hadn't hired cultivators stronger than Spirit Kings as a precaution against the potential appearance of a Leviathan. The answer was straightforward: money. Employing a Spirit Emperor would entail expenses 100 times greater than hiring a Spirit King. Given the rarity of Leviathan appearances, with the last occurrence being a decade ago, it wouldn't be financially viable to engage a Spirit Emperor for every voyage, considering the low probability of encountering a Leviathan. Should I assist them? Tian Yang pondered to himself as he watched the experts fight the Leviathan. All the experts battling the Leviathan had cultivations far surpassing his own, and Tian Yang lacked experience in confronting sea demons. Nevertheless, the dire situation suggested that the Leviathan might wipe out the experts. In such an event, the ship, along with everyone aboard, would be the Leviathan's next target. Suddenly, the captain made another announcement: "Esteemed guests, please try to remain calm, but our ship is currently blocked by a Leviathan. Our experts are already fighting the sea demon to protect the ship, but if you are at least a spirit lord, please lend your hand. You will be greatly awarded for your contributions." Shortly after the announcement was made, several spirit lords including a spirit king joined the fight against the Leviathan. Seeing these cultivators bravely charge into battle with the Leviathan, Tian Yang punched himself in the face and shouted at himself, "Damn it, Tian Yang. Why the hell are you hesitating now? You came out here to train. You have faced death countless times now, so why are you scared now? Fight! Fight, damn it!" Tian Yang eventually overcame his fear and flew toward the Leviathan. After a gruesome battle that lasted over many hours, Tian Yang and the others emerged victorious and slew the Leviathan. However, it was not a victory worth celebrating, as they had lost almost all of their forces to the Leviathan. In the end, only 10 spirit lords and 1 spirit king survived the fight, all of them heavily injured. "Thank you. Thank you, heroes." The people on board the ship surrounded Tian Yang and the others, showering them with cheers and compliments. Tian Yang ignored these people and went straight back to his room. Inside, he consumed a recovery pill and started mending his wounds. Fortunately for him, he came out with the least injuries among all the fighters. Sometime later, Tianyang stopped his cultivation when he heard a knock on his door. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's me. How are your injuries, senior brother?" Huang Shaoli's voice responded. Instead of feeling joy upon hearing her voice, Tianyang's expression shifted to a frown. "They are fine, why are you here?" "I brought you some medicine just in case. Do you mind opening the door?" Tianyang opened the door to see Huang Shaoli standing outside, and she was accompanied by 2 guards, both spirit lords. Tianyang's frown grew deeper when he saw these spirit lords. He knew that the Huang family had a dozen bodyguards, all of whom were spirit lords. Yet, none of them participated in the battle with the Leviathan. In Tianyang's eyes, their absence from the battle felt like a betrayal to all those who willingly confronted the Leviathan, a spit in their faces. Their selfishness, by abstaining from the fight, seemed like a direct affront and likely contributed to the increased casualties. Without any hesitation, Tianyang spoke in a cold voice, "If you truly cared, you would have sent your bodyguards to help." Huang Shaoli's face was drained of all colors after hearing Tianyang's words and seeing the cold expression on his face. It's not what you think," she quickly said, fearing that he might close the door in her face if she hesitated even a moment. "We told them to fight the Leviathan the moment we realized what was happening. However, they all refused to join the battle no matter how much we asked." "I swear." Huang Shaoli explained the situation to him. "I also wanted to join the fight when I saw you fighting with the others, but I was stopped by my father, who told me I would only be running to my grave." Tianyang didn't blame Huang Shaoli for not participating in the fight, as her father was right when he said that she'd only be walking into her demise by fighting the Leviathan that killed many spirit lords and spirit kings. A spirit master like her wouldn't have lasted even a minute if she were there. Tianyang glared at the bodyguard standing nonchalantly behind her and asked them, "Is what she said true? That you refuse to fight?" "Yeah, it's true." "What about it?" The bodyguard on the right said in a nonchalant tone. "We were only hired to protect the Huang family." "The Leviathan wasn't our concern," said the other bodyguard. Tianyang frowned and argued back, "If we'd lost the fight, the Leviathan would have targeted the ship next, killing everyone on it, including the Huang family. But you didn't, and we're all still alive. If all of you had perished, the Leviathan would have been weakened enough for us to handle, and we would have been safe." Tianyang felt his blood boiling from anger upon hearing their response. "Pathetic. And you dare call yourselves cultivators? You're an embarrassment." Tianyang sneered in disgust. "What's your problem? Are you trying to pick a fight?" The bodyguards glared at him with killing intent. "The 2 of you should leave now." Huang Shaoli suddenly spoke while glaring at them. "But we were ordered to accompany you just in case something were to happen." "I will be fine with him, so leave. If anything happens to me, you can tell my father that I insisted on being alone. Don't blame us if anything were to happen, 'cause I won't accept any responsibility." The bodyguards didn't show any hesitation and quickly left the scene. Once they were alone, Huang Shaoli looked at Tianyang and lowered her head, "I'm truly sorry. Please let me apologize on their behalf." Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed, "Forget it. I am not angry at you, nor do you have any reason to lower your head for those pathetic bastards. They are still my family's bodyguard, so that only heightens my concern for your safety. Were I in your position, I wouldn't trust my back to them, let alone my life. Instead of protecting, they are the type to use you as bait to escape," Tianyang expressed, emphasizing the lack of trust he would place in such bodyguards. Huang Shaoli was rendered speechless by his words, not that she could argue with it. After a moment of awkward silence, Huang Shaoli brought out the medicine she spoke of and asked, "If you don't mind, please accept this medicine. It will help with your injuries." "All right, I will accept it." Huang Shaoli quickly continued after hearing his approval, "And if you don't mind, can you let me apply it for you? This is a lotion-type medicine. Tianyang wanted to refuse, but he agreed in the end, as he felt a little guilty for misunderstanding her situation, even yelling at her. Okay. Come inside. Tianyang moved away from the door, revealing the interior of his room. This is your room. Huang Shaoli expressed shock upon seeing the cramped room. How can you sleep in such a depressing place? I don't. This is good enough for my cultivation. Tianyang said. Still, even my dog's house has more room. Huang Shaoli muttered. You must be used to a rich lifestyle, huh? Tianyang commented. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. Even if I had the money, I'd rather use them to improve my cultivation. Huang Shaoli decided to stop the pointless chatter and entered the room. Sometime later, Tianyang sat on the bed with his upper torso exposed, revealing the numerous scars on his body, both new and old. Huang Shaoli, who sat behind him, was shocked by his badly damaged body. There were scars on nearly every inch of his body. Tianyang could tell that Huang Shaoli was startled by his body, and he calmly said, Should I do it myself? No. I will do it. Huang Shaoli swiftly opened the medicine and scooped some up with her finger, gently applying it to his open wounds. This will burn a little, she warned him. Yet, Tianyang did not even flinch at the pain. You're strong, senior brother. Much stronger than any disciple I have come across. Huang Shaoli mumbled with a slightly rosy face as she continued to caress her slender finger on his body. You're giving me too much credit. I'm weak and talentless. That's not true. Despite having a weaker cultivation, you still face the Leviathan, something most disciples wouldn't even dare to approach. Only those who have a strong Tao heart would be capable of such a feat. What's the point of having a strong Tao heart if you're physically weak? Having a strong Tao heart won't prevent the strong from taking from you. That's. Huang Shaoli didn't know how to respond to his words. Regardless, I think you are strong. I watched your entire fight with the Leviathan, and I kept thinking about how strong you were the whole time. Eventually, she uttered these words, her face flushed with redness. Fortunately for her, Tianyang couldn't see her face at this moment. Thank you. A gentle smile appeared on Tianyang's face, as he'd never received such compliments before. A few minutes later, Tianyang covered his body and said, I can apply the rest myself. Thank you. Huang Shaoli nodded and handed him the medicine. You'll need to apply the medicine twice a day for the next 7 days, so I will come back later to help you again. Seeing how enthusiastic she was about helping him, Tianyang couldn't muster the strength to refuse her offer and silently nodded. Then I'll see you again in 12 hours. Huang Shaoli left immediately after. After he finished applying the medicine to his lower body, Tianyang returned to his cultivation. Over the next several days, Huang Shaoli would visit him 2 times every day to apply medicine to his body. As time passed, Huang Shaoli stayed longer than intended and even began sharing her own stories with him. As for Tianyang, he didn't mind her presence at all, as Huang Shaoli reminded him of Meng Lily during their time in the village. Senior brother, do you know what the other disciples say about you? You can stop calling me senior brother. Just call me by my name. Then you can also call me Shaoli. Alright, Shaoli. Anyways, they call you the suicidal maniac, because you're always accepting sect missions that are considered suicidal for your cultivation. I was even told that it was a sect elder who created that nickname. They say it's a miracle that you always manage to come back alive, and that you have a guardian angel by your side who protects you. Suicidal, huh? I guess that's how my actions seem to the others, not that I am denying it. If you don't mind me asking, why are you going to such lengths to acquire strength? It's the only way for someone as talentless as me to keep up with those geniuses who are always a step ahead of me while doing much less. Honestly, I envy them. Of course, that includes you, Tianyang expressed, maintaining a calm demeanor despite uttering such melancholic words. Me? Huang Shaoli was taken aback. Yes. After thinking about it, I recall hearing your name before. Huang Shaoli, a genius who sensed spiritual energy in just a month. You ascended to become an inner disciple within a year of being an outer disciple, becoming the youngest inner disciple at 18 years old, Tian Yang acknowledged, recollecting details of Huang Shaoli's remarkable achievements he heard from the other disciples. Huang Shaoli blushed after hearing his compliments. I, on the other hand, needed 3 whole years to sense spiritual energy. Then, it took me another 8 years to become an inner disciple. My talents are pathetic in comparison, literally not worth mentioning. Not everything in this world is about talent. In fact, geniuses tend to die faster than those without talents. Huang Shaoli said, trying to comfort him. If I've managed to live this long despite my suicidal methods, what does this say about me? That I am worse than talentless? That's not. I know. I am only joking. Tian Yang chuckled. You're such a... Huang Shaoli was interrupted by a loud noise that resonated through the ship, immediately followed by a powerful tremor, akin to experiencing an earthquake. This is an emergency announcement. We've encountered a flying leviathan. Brace yourselves for the worst. The captain's voice carried a tone of dread as if he had already resigned to the bleak outcome. Did he just say flying leviathan? Huang Shaoli had a look of disbelief as she tried to comprehend what she just heard. Tian Yang's expression became filled with dread. A flying leviathan is much stronger than an ordinary leviathan, and they are usually at the level of divine warriors. I repeat, we have encountered a flying leviathan. Unfortunately, I am not joking with you all. The flying leviathan will reach us within 5 minutes. Please use what little time we have left to say goodbye to your loved ones. The captain's voice returned, confirming what everyone wished they had misheard. In the following moment, terrified cries and shouting filled the entire ship as everyone started breaking down from despair. No way. We've already encountered a leviathan that only appears once every few decades. Why must the heavens be this cruel? While an ordinary leviathan appears once every few decades, a flying leviathan hasn't been seen for over 1,000 years. Despite the odds, Tian Yang's ship has managed to encounter both of them on the same journey. Amid such abysmal luck, one might consider it a miracle, if the term could be applied in such dire circumstances. And unlike an ordinary leviathan, there was simply no hope of defeating a flying leviathan unless there happened to be a divine realm expert on the ship, which was less likely than the appearance of the flying leviathan, as they had the capability to reach the desolate continent by themselves. The last time a ship encountered a flying leviathan, the passengers had simply relinquished all hope, agonizingly anticipating their inevitable demise. So, this is how I die, huh? Huang Shaoli uttered in a dazed voice, her gaze fixed blankly on the ground. Shaoli. Tian Yang wanted to comfort her, but unless he could defeat the flying leviathan, there was simply nothing he could do or say that would help in this situation. Hearing Tian Yang's voice, Huang Shaoli suddenly lifted her head and looked at him with a weird expression on her face. Hey! Tian Yang, make love to me. She muttered in a low voice. What the hell are you saying in such a situation? Tian Yang was bewildered by her words. It's because we are in this situation that I am saying this, she screamed, tears flowing down her face. We have less than 5 minutes before we die. If we cannot prevent our death, we can, at the very least, ensure that our final moments are filled with pleasure. Huang Shaoli said. Please. Tian Yang. I don't want to die alone. She cried and cried. Given the ship's size, it would take Huang Shaoli longer than 5 minutes to reach her family. Moreover, with the hallways teeming with people attempting to escape, it was practically impossible for her to navigate through. Consequently, she found herself constrained to spending her final moments with Tian Yang, who happened to be with her. Pap! Tian Yang suddenly slapped Huang Shaoli on the face, snapping her awake with pain. Wake up, Shaoli. Who said we're going to die? I have encountered countless situations where everything seemed hopeless, but I am still here. I will find a way out of this. I promise. Tianyang. Using his sleeves, Tianyang wiped her tears and continued in a soothing voice, let's meet up with your family first, okay? But the hallways are. Without explaining further, Tianyang wrapped his arm around Huang Shaoli's waist before pointing his palm at the ceiling and blasting it with his spiritual energy. Due to how weak the wooden walls were, Tianyang effortlessly blew a hole in the ceiling. Let's go. He jumped to the next floor while carrying Huang Shaoli. Then, he repeated his actions. In less than a minute, they'd managed to reach the 7th floor. From there, Tianyang used his superior cultivation to push everyone in the hallway out of his path until they arrived at the Huang family's room. When they arrived, all of the guards the Huang family hired were nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had abandoned the Huang family to escape by themselves. However, neither Tianyang nor Huang Shaoli paid any attention to them at this moment and only cared about returning to the Huang family. Father. Mother. It's me. Huang Shaoli pounded on the door, silently praying that her family was still in their rooms. The door swung open the next moment, revealing a tearful Huang Chen. Shaoli. Huang Shaoli's mother rushed to embrace her. Tianyang then said, we can save the tears for later. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. How do we even escape? Huang Chen exclaimed. Do you have any flying treasures on you? Tianyang asked. I do, but I only have one. Moreover, we're still 2 weeks away from the desolate continent. The flying treasure won't last that long, especially since it has to carry this many people. That doesn't matter. We will fly as far as we can, and we don't need to reach the desolate continent either. As long as we're away from this ship and the flying Leviathan, it'll be good enough. Tianyang said. Since it was better than sitting still and waiting for their death, Huang Chen agreed to follow Tianyang's plan. Tianyang proceeded to blow another hole in the wall, giving them access to the open sea. Huang Chen then retrieved his flying treasure, summoning a wooden boat that barely had enough room for 4 people. Quickly, get on. Huang Chen urged them. When the other guests saw that they had a flying treasure, they immediately rushed inside the room and begged for the Huang family to take them along. Please take me with you. I have a family waiting for me back at home. A middle-aged man pleaded. No. Take me instead. I will give you all of my wealth. No, take me. Take me. The only thing preventing these people from jumping on the flying treasure was Tianyang, who was using his body to keep them at bay. Tianyang. Come. Huang Shaoli called for him. You can go first. I'll catch up, he said. Huang Chen immediately activated the flying treasure, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. No. Our blood is on your hands, you bastard. The people cursed at Tianyang after seeing their last hope disappear before their very eyes. Tianyang merely sighed, this is the outcome for those without power. Blame yourself for lacking it. I will also do the same if I fail to survive. Screw you. You monster. I hope you die. Ignoring the cursing and crying behind him, Tianyang jumped out of the hole and used his spiritual energy to soar in the sky, chasing after the Huang family. Just as Tianyang disembarked from the ship, he witnessed a colossal figure soaring towards it from the opposite side. The Flying Leviathan. The Flying Leviathan collided with the ship, baring its teeth and obliterating the massive vessel with a single bite. As if it were a toy smashed by a hammer, the ship shattered into many pieces, and a vast expanse of the ocean became tainted with the blood of those who failed to escape. Tens of thousands of people died in the blink of an eye. If Tianyang had escaped even a few seconds later, he would have most likely died to the Flying Leviathan like the others. While the Flying Leviathan went after those who tried to escape by swimming away, Tianyang used all of his spiritual energy to speed away, disappearing into the distance. Sometime later, Tianyang reunited with the Huang family, who made room for him in the flying treasure by moving the little boy to his mother's lap. Tianyang. You're safe. Huang Shaoli went to embrace him. She saw the ship being destroyed by the flying Leviathan even from miles away and worried that he didn't make it out in time. It's still too early to relax. I saw the flying Leviathan chasing after those who tried to escape. Tianyang said. Huang Chen then asked, what should we do now? We can only continue flying towards the desolate continent and hope the flying Leviathan doesn't chase after us. But we won't make it to the desolate continent. This flying treasure will be able to fly for a few days at most before it loses all spiritual energy. That's fine. We will get as close to the desolate continent as possible, and once the flying treasure runs out of spiritual energy, we will fly there ourselves. Hopefully, we will make it there before we also run out of spiritual energy, or we find islands that can be used as temporary shelters for us to restore our energy. Tianyang explained his plan that relied entirely on their luck. While neither Huang Shaoli, her mother, nor her younger brother had the capability to fly, her father, Huang Chen, was a spirit lord. This meant that Huang Chen and Tianyang could share the load and carry those who could not fly. Without either one of them, they wouldn't have been able to carry the others to safety. After a moment of silence, Huang Chen spoke, even if we don't make it to the desolate continent, I'm just glad that I've managed to acquire a few more days to spend with my family. This is all thanks to you, Tianyang. He proceeded to turn to face Huang Shaoli and continued, I'm sorry that I have been trying to get you to stop visiting him. Huang Shaoli uncontrollably blushed after being exposed by her father in such a fashion, as he made it sound like she went against her own father just to visit Tianyang, which wasn't false. Tianyang could only smile and said, I'm going to cultivate. We'll need as much spiritual energy as we can spare. Huang Chen nodded and said, I will continue to control the flying treasure. Tianyang closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The next 2 days were peaceful yet nerve-wracking at the same time. It's been 2 days without any sign of the flying Leviathan. Do you think we're in the clear? Huang Shaoli asked. I don't want to jinx it, but we should be. Huang Chen nodded. On the 3rd day, they were convinced that the flying Leviathan had not chased after them, allowing them to finally take a deep breath. It appears the heavens have yet to completely abandon us. Huang Chen sighed in relief. How much time do we have left on this flying treasure? Tianyang suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Not long. We have another day at most. Tianyang pondered for a moment before speaking, at our speed, we should be getting pretty close to the desolate continent. If we see any islands on the way there, we might just barely reach our destination by flying. After another 18 hours of flight, Huang Chen warned them, get ready, this flying treasure is reaching its limit. I would give it a few more minutes before it becomes useless. Normally, one could use their own spiritual energy to supply a flying treasure to keep it running. However, during Tianyang's time, flying treasures operated a little differently, as they all had a set amount of spiritual energy, and once they ran out, they would no longer be useful. While there exist flying treasures that use their operators' spiritual energy, they were exceedingly rare and only reserved for powerful immortals or renowned families. Ordinary flying treasures were also rare and expensive, hence why the Huang family could only afford a single one despite their somewhat wealthy status. I will carry my wife and son. Tianyang, I will leave my daughter to you. Huang Chen said. Tianyang nodded, all right. A few minutes later, right as the flying treasure used its last bit of spiritual energy, Tianyang jumped off while carrying Huang Shaoli in the princess position. Huang Chen also did the same, carrying his wife who was carrying their son. Not wanting to waste even a little of spiritual energy, they immediately sped towards the direction of the desolate continent. I know I don't need to say this, but I will do so just in case. Make sure you don't fly too close to the water, as there are sea demons that can leap out of the water. Tianyang reminded Huang Chen of the dangers below as they flew. Of course, I am keeping that in mind. Huang Chen then asked, how long will you be able to fly without stopping? I can fly for half a day without stopping, he said. Tianyang was currently a first-level spirit lord, and he'd only recently attained that level, so his spiritual energy wasn't as vast as Huang Chen, who was a third-level spirit lord. This is also why Huang Chen left his daughter with Tianyang. Let me know when you're running out of spiritual energy. I have some spirit restoration pills with me. Tianyang nodded. I also have some pills on me, but it's not much. While they managed to get close to the desolate continent with the flying treasure, they were no longer traveling at the same speed. In fact, they were flying slower than the ship, and at their current speed, it would take at least another week or two of constant flying to reach their destination. Tianyang used his pills first since they were of inferior quality. Unfortunately, even with spirit restoration pills, there was a good chance that they might not reach their destination. As their trial pressed on, sea demons would sporadically leap from the water, endeavoring to consume them. A few of these creatures used their mouths to expel water with a force so potent that it could rupture their bodies upon impact. Due to the constant danger, neither Tianyang nor Huang Chen could take a moment to rest, remaining alert around the clock. Inevitably, their mental strength degraded over time, making it harder for them to manage their spiritual energy properly and wasting some of them. 9 hours after his previous pill, Tianyang said, I need another spirit recovery pill. Huang Chen would approach Tianyang so his wife would hand Huang Shaoli a pill, who then fed the pill to Tianyang. I only have a dozen more pills. Huang Chen said afterward. Okay. Damn it. If only I hadn't panicked at the ship and left behind the majority of our supplies, we wouldn't be suffering so much right now. Huang Chen cursed himself inwardly for his failure. In the urgency to escape, compounded by the looming threat of the flying Leviathan, the Huang family overlooked the crucial task of bringing most of their supplies with them. However, even if they hadn't forgotten, there wasn't much they could bring with them due to their lack of space, and their spiritual rings were already full of other items that would not help them in their current situation. Tianyang consumed another spirit recovery pill 8 hours later while Huang Chen only needed to consume one pill every 24 hours. Eventually, they ran out of pills with the last one being given to Tianyang. Fuck. We haven't encountered a single island ever since we started flying. Did we get cursed or something to have such bullshit luck? Tianyang cursed inwardly. When Huang Shaoli noticed Tianyang started to struggle, she spoke, Tianyang, I will give you all of my spiritual energy. I know it won't do much besides a moment of relief, but I want to help you in any way possible. Tianyang wasn't stupid enough to refuse, and he was willing to accept anything at this point. Okay. In the following moment, Huang Shaoli pressed her lips against Tianyang, transferring her spiritual energy to him through their mouths. While she could have transferred her spiritual energy through other methods, it was the most effective to do so through the mouth. Even though this would be Huang Shaoli's first kiss, she didn't hesitate for a second. When Huang Chen saw his daughter kissing Tianyang, he pretended to not notice and tried his best to keep a poker face. However, his wife had a different idea. Following her daughter's action, she kissed Huang Chen and transferred her spiritual energy to him. Because of their actions, Tianyang and Huang Chen received another hour of flight time. A few hours later, right as Tianyang was on the verge of running out of spiritual energy, he noticed a small island on the horizon. It's an island, he exclaimed in excitement. Using what little spiritual energy he had left, Tianyang soared towards the island with Huang Chen following behind. Upon landing on the island, Tianyang immediately collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness. Tianyang. Huang Shaoli was startled by this. Don't worry, he's just exhausted. Huang Chen said after checking his condition. He proceeded to sit down and began cultivating to restore his spiritual energy, even creating an array around them to further speed up the recovery process. Tianyang would not wake up for the next 3 days. Meanwhile, after recovering enough spiritual energy, Huang Chen investigated the island. The island was exceptionally small, measuring 7 miles in diameter on one side and 5 miles on the other. There was nothing but trees and grass throughout the entire island. While the island may be empty, Huang Chen was relieved to know that there was no danger on it, allowing him to cultivate with a peaceful mind. Over the next 3 days, Huang Shaoli and Huang Chen would take turns watching over Tianyang. As for the mother, she had to take care of their boy, who was less than 10 years old. While the others may not require sustenance as cultivators, the young boy was too inexperienced and had not initiated his cultivation yet. Fortunately, his mother had food stored in her spatial ring just for emergencies. 3 days later, Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he'd just woken up after collapsing from overwork. Tianyang. Are you okay? How do you feel? Huang Shaoli rushed over when she noticed his awakening. He sat up and looked around with a somewhat dazed face before asking, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days, she replied. 3 days. Tianyang mumbled. "Thank you for watching over me, and sorry for the inconvenience," he said a moment later. "Please, nothing you do will inconvenience us after everything you've done for us." Huang Chen said. "Have you searched the place yet?" Tianyang then asked. "Yes, it's empty but safe." "Good. Then allow me to recover my spiritual energy before we figure out our next plan." Tianyang proceeded to spend the entire day recovering his spiritual energy. "What's the plan now? We're both out of pills and we don't have a clue how much further our destination is." Huang Chen asked. "We could gamble it, or we can spend some more time on this island to improve our cultivation, which will improve our chances of reaching the desolate continent," Tianyang suggested. Huang Chen looked at his son and sighed, "Unfortunately, our son is not a cultivator, and we only have enough food to last him half a month. That's enough time for me to improve my cultivation even a little. I reached Spirit Lord not long ago, so I probably won't be able to have a breakthrough in such a short amount of time without any treasures. If you need treasures, I have some that might be of use to you," Huang Chen said after pondering for a moment. "Are you sure?" Tianyang asked. "Honestly, our primary objective at the desolate continent is to deliver these treasures, so they actually belong to someone else. However, we're in no position to ponder the consequences. I'll deal with them after I survive," Huang Shaoli admitted, acknowledging the current urgency. "I'm sure the owners will understand our situation," Tianyang said. Normally, one wouldn't hand out treasures so easily, but they were truly in a dangerous position. Furthermore, Huang Chen would not benefit from these treasures nearly as much as Tianyang would, so he decided to give them to the person who saved their family. After receiving the treasures, Tianyang immediately went into seclusion and began cultivating. Over the next 2 weeks, Huang Shaoli and Huang Chen also tried to improve their cultivation as much as possible. A week into their cultivation, Huang Shaoli made a breakthrough, entering Spirit Grandmaster. Perhaps it was the severity of their predicament, but Huang Shaoli's talents truly began to shine at this moment. Tianyang made his breakthrough on the 12th day, reaching 2nd level Spirit Lord. As for Huang Chen, he barely made any improvements. Once prepared, they gathered at the edge of the island. "Are you guys ready? There's no going back, and we will either survive or die trying." Tianyang looked at them with a solemn expression. "It's a miracle that we made it this far. Hopefully, the heavens will bless us with another island." Huang Chen showed an enthusiastic smile. Huang Shaoli and her mother silently nodded their heads. A few minutes later, after mentally preparing themselves, they left the island and began soaring towards the desolate continent. After his breakthrough, Tianyang could fly without stopping for a little under 24 hours. Everything seemed to be going well at first, and even the sea demons weren't attacking as often, a sign that they were getting close to the desolate continent. However, 12 hours into their journey, Tianyang suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine. This feeling. After experiencing numerous life-or-death situations, Tianyang was no stranger to danger. He had even developed something akin to a sixth sense after narrowly escaping death multiple times. Over time, he discerned a subtle yet unmistakable shiver that would course through him, heralding the imminent approach of danger. "Careful, something is coming," Tianyang warned them. "What is?" "I don't sense anything." Huang Chen asked for more details. "I don't know, but I know that something is definitely coming." Sure enough, after a few more minutes, Tianyang and Huang Chen could sense the approach of something massive, its immense aura looming over them. "What is this feeling? Its aura is even stronger than the flying leviathan." Tianyang broke out in a cold sweat upon sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from this entity. "Tianyang, behind you." Huang Shaoli suddenly muttered in a terrified voice, her entire body trembling in fear. Tianyang turned, his gaze locking onto the behemoth behind him, and his eyes widened with profound astonishment at the sight of the colossal entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to a giant squid. The giant squid possessed a triangular head, and even though only its eyes were barely peeking out of the water, its head was massive enough to obstruct the sky view. Additionally, numerous long tentacles revealed themselves, each several times larger than the flying leviathan. "What kind of sea demon is that?" Tianyang exclaimed, hoping Huang Chen would know. However, Huang Chen was just as shocked and ignorant as him. "I don't know. I have never seen or heard of such a monster before." As Tianyang tried to comprehend what was happening, the giant squid sea demon suddenly acted, slamming one of its massive tentacles in their direction. "It's attacking. Move out of the way!" Huang Chen roared. Both Tianyang and Huang Chen worked their dantian to its limit in order to dodge the tentacle, not caring about how much spiritual energy it wasted. Their speed skyrocketed, surpassing even the flying treasure's speed. In just a few seconds, Tianyang and Huang Chen burned enough spiritual energy that would have lasted them an hour, and they still barely managed to dodge the attack. Unfortunately, things only got worse for them when the giant sea demon launched another tentacle at them. "It's coming again." They immediately used another hour's worth of spiritual energy without hesitation. "Is this it? Am I going to die here?" Tianyang could not see any light at the end of their dark tunnel. They were neither fast enough to outpace the sea demon nor possessed enough spiritual energy to continuously evade its attacks. At this rate, their demise seemed inevitable, a matter of mere moments away. "I'm sorry, Shaoli. I don't think we'll be able to avoid death this time." Tianyang muttered in a defeated voice as he dodged the next strike. "It's okay. I had prepared for my death even before we left the ship." Huang Shaoli sighed. Instead of panicking, they merely accepted their fate with a calm demeanor. "I'm glad that I got to meet you at the very end, Tianyang," she continued. "Me too. It was fun while it lasted." At the same time, Huang Chen also accepted his fate and said his goodbyes to his wife and son. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for bringing you guys with me despite knowing that it would be a dangerous journey. I'm sorry for being so weak." Tears streamed down Huang Chen's face. "Don't be, dear. At the very least, I'm glad that we're able to be together in our final moments. Where's our daughter?" Huang Chen looked around and sighed, "Looks like we were too busy dodging the attacks and got separated." They embraced each other while their son bawled his eyes out. After evading the ninth strike from the sea demon, both Tianyang and Huang Chen reached their limit and exhausted their spiritual energy. "That's it. I don't have enough spiritual energy to dodge the next one," Tianyang sighed. Suddenly, their views darkened, almost as though it had turned to night. Tianyang turned around to see what had caused the blackout. The sea demon, enraged that its attacks had missed its target multiple times, opted to lift all of its tentacles into the air, preparing for an ultimate assault. "Ah!" Tianyang could only let out a dumbfounded mutter. Even if his cultivation was at its peak, he wouldn't have been able to avoid such an attack. In the next moment, the sea demon slammed all 10 of its tentacles down. Despite knowing that he would be dead in the following second, Tianyang refused to close his eyes, staring at the horizon. "Ha!" he muttered in a dazed voice, and his eyes widened at the distant silhouette of land that had suddenly materialized on the horizon. Ah, what kind of joke is the heavens playing on us? Tianyang sighed inwardly as he closed his eyes, silently awaiting his death. However, Tianyang remained conscious even several moments later when he should have died several moments ago. Dong! Ah! Huang Shaoli suddenly cried out loud in pain. Tianyang also felt his entire body slamming into something solid. He quickly opened his eyes to see that they had actually crashed into a tree, and they were currently lying on the ground for some inexplicable reason. Huh? What happened? Where are we? How are we still alive? Tianyang was filled with questions. Tianyang. Am I dreaming? Or is this heaven? Huang Shaoli looked at him, appearing just as baffled as him. I don't know, but I think we're still alive. Right as Huang Shaoli opened her mouth to speak, a powerful tremble shook the entire world, followed by a loud slamming noise. After Tianyang and Huang Shaoli fell on the floor from the tremor, they subconsciously turned to look behind them. In the distance, on the very edge of the horizon, a monumental pillar of water erupted toward the heavens, piercing the clouds, evoking the impression that a deity-like force had collided with the vast expanse of the sea. If Tianyang didn't know any better, he would have thought that something massive had fallen into the sea, perhaps a meteor of sorts. The pillar of water eventually subsided, and that's when Tianyang discerned a familiar silhouette swiftly disappearing from where the water had surged. No way, that can't be. Huang Shaoli covered her mouth in shock after realizing what they'd just witnessed. Tianyang grasped his chest and muttered, that was the sea demon, where we were just at, where we should have died. However, for some inexplicable reason, we were teleported here and survived the attack. What about my father and mother? My younger brother? Does that mean they've also survived the attack? Huang Shaoli immediately thought of her family. I'm not sure, but if we survived, there is a good chance that they managed to survive as well. Tianyang could only come to this conclusion. After all, it would make less sense if they were the only ones who experienced the phenomenon. Huang Shaoli held on to such hope. Once they recollected themselves, Huang Shaoli asked, where are we? Another island? Tianyang shook his head and said in a solemn voice, no. I think we've arrived at the desolate continent. I saw it right before we were teleported, and judging by our position, it's exactly the place I saw. Let me recover some of my cultivation before we look for your parents. Tianyang then said. Okay. I'll watch over you. After finding an isolated place to cultivate, Tianyang immediately began his cultivation. Meanwhile, back at the Immortal Monastery, a beautiful woman sensed something and retrieved a dull-colored object that appeared to be shattered. Is something the matter, elder son? The individual before her inquired upon seeing the frown on her face. Elder son sighed, I knew that reckless brat was up to something when he suddenly took 3 months of leave and disappeared from the sect without a word. Fortunately, I had secretly given him a life-saving treasure, or he would have died just now. This reckless brat, are you referring to the suicidal maniac? To give him a life-saving treasure without telling him, you must really care about him. The person before her chuckled jokingly. Elder son became a little flustered and quickly said, what do you know? He still owes me a debt, so simply I cannot let him die before he repays that debt. Whatever you say. The individual laughed out loud. And he continued, anyways, are you going to save him now? He might still be in danger for all we know. After a moment of silence, elder son spoke, he's like a cockroach, resistant and almost undying. Although I've saved his life many times, I've never had to save him twice in a row. He'll manage like always. Naturally, Tianyang was not aware of their conversation, only learning about it much later. After spending nearly an entire day recovering around 90% of his cultivation, Tianyang stopped his cultivation and began the search for Huang Shaoli's parents. Where should we start looking? Huang Shaoli as they navigated through the vast and empty wilderness. I know you're in a hurry, but we won't find them by wandering aimlessly. Let's try to find a nearby city and prepare ourselves first, he said. Okay. How much do you know about the desolate continent? Tianyang suddenly asked. Not much, honestly. I know that this place is a treasure trove with many rare medicines and powerful treasures. There are also formidable magical beasts that roam this land. Tianyang then said, there are countless mysteries as well as opportunities hidden throughout this land. However, the desolate continent is also a lawless land that has only just begun to develop, so there are only 5 cities available. We have the southern stronghold, which is also used as a marketplace. The northern stronghold, the western stronghold, and lastly, the central stronghold, which is also the largest city. You did your research, huh? Huang Shaoli seemed impressed by his knowledge. Who would be stupid enough to visit a foreign land without any prior knowledge? Tianyang raised his eyebrows, his gaze directed at her. I'm sorry. Huang Shaoli lowered her head and subconsciously apologized after seeing his gaze, her face flushed with redness. I'm not calling you stupid, but you should be more diligent, Tianyang sighed. I understand. She nodded. Anyways, the desolate continent is also separated into 5 levels of difficulties. Starting from the weakest, we have the southern stronghold, the western stronghold, the northern stronghold, the eastern stronghold, and the central stronghold. He continued, the magical beasts around the southern stronghold are the weakest, being between the level of a spirit lord to a spirit king. At the western stronghold, they become increasingly dangerous, being between spirit emperor and spirit sovereign. The northern stronghold isn't much different from the western stronghold except that magical beasts at the level of spirit sovereigns will appear more often than spirit emperors. The magical beasts that appear within the eastern stronghold won't be past divine warrior. As for the central stronghold, magical beasts between the level of spirit lord and divine grandmaster could appear. That's quite the range. Huang Shaoli muttered. Even if you don't remember this information, there is one thing you must remember. In the desolate continent, there roams an entity that even divine kings don't dare to offend. In terms of strength, it might even be on par with that giant sea demon we encountered. Huang Shaoli swallowed nervously as she asked, what is this monster? The people here call it colossal, because of its towering figure that topples even mountains, just like that sea demon. The only difference is its figure, which resembles a human's figure. You'll know its identity right away when you see it. Huang Shaoli suddenly stopped walking, her eyes wide open as she gazed towards the sky. Something like that, she pointed behind him while trembling. Tianyang turned around, and sure enough, there was a massive human-like figure casually moving near the horizon. This entity had a pitch-black body that looked like it had emerged from the shadow, with 2 round, red eyes. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, just like a human. The only human feature it was missing was a mouth. However, the most interesting feature of this entity was its lack of presence. Despite its massive and terrifying appearance, the colossal did not have the slightest presence, almost as if it didn't truly exist, or they were looking at it from another dimension where its presence could not reach. Even though I am staring right at it, my mind tells me that it doesn't exist, that I am merely hallucinating. Tianyang muttered in a dazed voice. Unlike Huang Shaoli, whose eyes were filled with fear, his were filled with awe and curiosity. Suddenly, almost as though the colossal detected their gaze, it stopped moving and turned to look in their direction. Hi! Huang Shaoli immediately fell on her buttocks, as the colossal's gaze was simply too terrifying for her. Tianyang didn't even flinch, even staring directly into its eyes. It felt as if the entire world had fallen silent at this moment, that only he and the colossal existed. Eventually, the colossal returned to facing the front and continued walking, acting as though nothing happened. Are you okay? Tianyang looked at Huang Shaoli, who was still frozen on the floor with her eyes soaked in tears. Tianyang chuckled and offered his hand to help her up. However, Huang Shaoli refused to move. What's wrong? The colossal is long gone, and it isn't known for being aggressive, so it won't attack us unless we offend it first, he explained to her. Huang Shaoli muttered after a moment of silence, I accidentally wet myself. Huh. Tianyang immediately wore a dumbfounded look on his face. One of the most humiliating ordeals for a cultivator is the loss of control over their own body, particularly in the more sensitive areas, such as wetting or shitting themselves. Even when facing the massive sea demon, Huang Shaoli managed to control her bladder, yet the colossal proved to be too much for her to handle. Unsure of how to respond to such a specific situation, Tianyang subconsciously uttered, "How can I help? Do you have extra clothes for me to borrow?" she asked, her face flushed in redness. "I have a few pairs of my disciple uniform, but they might be a little loose on you," he said. "It's better than walking around in my current state," she exclaimed. Tianyang quickly retrieved a pair of his uniform and handed it to her. "I'll go over there, where I can't see you." Tianyang pointed to the trees not far away. Just as Tianyang started walking away, Huang Shaoli shouted in a scared voice, "Stop! Don't leave me! I don't want to be alone." "You're not going to be alone. I will still be nearby," he said. "No. I want you to be by my side, somewhere I can see you." Tianyang found this a bit bothersome, but he didn't blame her. "She's most likely traumatized by our journey here, not that I can blame her." Huang Shaoli was not even 20 years old, and yet, she had already faced harrowing experiences that most individuals wouldn't even dream of encountering. No matter how much of a genius she was, it was only natural for her to be traumatized. "All right, I'll stay in your view." Tianyang proceeded to face away from her and even closed his eyes. Of course, he could still peek using his divine sense, but he wasn't a degenerate who would do such shameful acts. Huang Shaoli immediately removed her dirty clothes and changed into Tianyang's uniform. "Okay, I am done. You can look now," she said a moment later. Tianyang turned around to see her new appearance. Unsurprisingly, she still looked charming even when wearing his clothes. In fact, it made her look even more unique. Tianyang avoided commenting on her new look, fearing that it might offend her. "Let's keep moving. I'd like to reach a city before it gets dark if possible." The two of them picked up their pace and began speeding through the land while Tianyang continuously scanned their vicinity for any presence. Several minutes later, they encountered a magical beast that resembled a turtle. "Third-level Spirit King. We're either near the southern stronghold or the central stronghold. Surely, it's the southern stronghold. We've used multiple lifetimes of bad luck just to get here. Surely, there can't be any left, right?" Huang Shaoli muttered to herself. The sky began darkening several hours later, yet they had not arrived at the city. It'll be too dangerous to keep moving at night, especially when magical beasts are most active during this time. Let's find a place to camp the night. Okay. After looking around, they found a small cave that was somewhat isolated. However, there was only enough room for a single person to lie down. "You can sleep. I'll keep watch," Tianyang said to her. "Are you sure? I think we can both get some sleep if we squeeze together. I'll be fine if you're worried. Somebody has to keep watch just in case we're attacked. I also had plenty of sleep on the island," he shook his head. "If you say so." After a brief pause, she continued, "Don't go too far, okay?" Tianyang smiled, "I won't go anywhere. Thank you." Huang Shaoli laid down and closed her eyes, but not before holding on to Tianyang's robes as insurance. Within seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. Tianyang stared at her sleeping face and sighed inwardly, "Our journey here may have been rough, but things probably won't get any easier from this point." Once he had his full with Huang Shaoli's sleeping face, Tianyang spent the rest of the night focused on their surroundings. Sometime later, Huang Shaoli slowly woke up from her sleep. When she attempted to stretch, she found herself unable to do so, and the reality of her current situation quickly rushed back to her. "Tianyang. Are you there?" she started shouting for him even before she fully opened her eyes. "Calm down, I am here." Tianyang quickly responded. Huang Shaoli heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing his face. He then gestured toward her hand, which still tightly clung to his robes. "With such a strong grip on me, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere even if wanted to," he joked. Huang Shaoli immediately released his robe and became flustered. "I didn't know. Anyways, I hope you had a good sleep." She nodded. "Yes, I feel very refreshed, almost as if I slept for ages." "I mean, you did sleep for 4 days straight," he casually said, revealing this shocking information to her. "I did what?" Huang Shaoli exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Are you serious? Or are you joking? Why didn't you wake me up?" "I tried, honestly. But you just wouldn't wake up no matter how much I tried to wake you up, so I gave up." "That can't be." Huang Shaoli was in disbelief. "Forget it. You can think about it as we move." They immediately resumed their journey. "I hope they are okay." Huang Shaoli prayed inwardly for her family's safety. Over the next several days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli wandered the desolate continent in search of a city, but they only encountered magical beasts. They avoided almost every magical beast they encountered, but some of their encounters were unavoidable, forcing them to confront the magical beast. Luckily for them, these magical beasts were manageable for Tianyang to take down alone. "I'm sorry." Huang Shaoli suddenly muttered after their latest fight. "What for? You don't need to pretend. I know that I am useless, that I am nothing but a hindrance for you. I don't even have a way to repay you for everything you've done for me. I won't blame you if you want to leave me behind." Hearing her words, Tianyang gave her a slap on the back of the head, startling her. "What are you doing?" She stared at him with a dazed face. "Are you really saying that now? I would have long abandoned you if I were that type of person, and I am not doing this with the expectation of some reward. If you keep thinking about such dumb things, I'll really leave you behind." "I won't. I will stop thinking about it. I swear," she swore. "Then let's keep moving." "Okay." Huang Shaoli quickly followed behind him, adorned with a radiant smile, her heart fluttering with a newfound feeling that she was experiencing for the first time. After traveling for several more days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli finally encountered something that wasn't a magical beast. "Excuse me. Do you know where the nearest city is located?" Tianyang approached a cultivator who had just finished defeating a magical beast. However, this cultivator immediately became wary of him and went into a combative stance. Tianyang quickly raised his hand when he saw this, and he tried to assure the cultivator that they meant no harm. "Please wait. We are not here to harm you. We're simply lost." Unsurprisingly, the cultivator did not even twitch at his words and remained wary. They were currently on the desolate continent, where laws do not apply and only one rule applies, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. In this world, it was a common occurrence for cultivators to engage in acts of murder and theft. Those lacking the strength to protect themselves would inevitably fall victim to exploitation. Tianyang was well aware of this rule, but they were not in a position to ignore another human after spending an entire week wandering and lost in this dangerous land. "Ha! Do I really look that stupid to you? You say you're lost? That's funny, considering that the nearest city is only a mile from here." The cultivator sneered in disdain. "Really? Is that true?" Tianyang was pleasantly surprised to learn this information. "I must admit, you are pretty good at acting. If I was even a little dumber, I would have believed you," the cultivator said. Tianyang was speechless, but he didn't bother attempting to convince the cultivator otherwise, having already obtained the information he needed. He turned around and returned to Huang Shaoli. "The city is only a mile away." "That's great. I can finally clean myself." She shed blissful tears imagining herself in a bathtub. Tianyang proceeded to carry her into the air before flying towards the city, leaving the cultivator dumbfounded. Were they truly lost? He mumbled to himself. They had tried searching from the air a few days ago, but they didn't see anything, even attracting the attention of several flying magical beasts, an experience that nearly cost them their lives, so they avoided entering the air from that point forth. Now that he was aware of a nearby city, Tianyang didn't have to worry about any flying magical beasts, as magical beasts tend to avoid the cities. Sometime later, Tianyang arrived at the city, which happened to be the southern stronghold, a conclusion he had come to days before after only encountering magical beasts between the level of Spirit Lord and Spirit King. The city isn't as safe as one might think, so stay close to me even when we are inside. Tianyang warned. Okay. Huang Shaoli immediately grabbed onto his robe like a child who didn't want to separate from their parent in a crowded street, an action that had become a habit of hers. Tianyang entered the city shortly. Since it was a city owned by nobody, there was no need to pay entrance fees like one normally would. Let's find a place to clean ourselves before we look for any information about your family. Tianyang suggested. Let's, she immediately agreed. The interior of the city was rough and barely developed, resembling that of a rural city. The buildings looked as if they were built without any plans or approval, so there were gaps of all sizes between each building. The street was impressively vast, adorned with numerous merchants showcasing their wares on blankets as they sat behind them, eager to make sales. Most of these merchants also had surprisingly high cultivation, which explained their boldness to display their treasures in a place where one could steal in broad daylight. After looking around for an entire hour, they only managed to find a single crude-looking hotel. Not wanting to walk around with dirt and mud sticking to their body for even a second longer than they had to, they settled for the hotel, which also had a tremendous price tag that even luxurious hotels couldn't compare. Small rooms are 50 spirit stones and the bigger rooms will cost 100 spirit stones with a time limit of 3 days. Do your rooms have a bathtub? Huang Shaoli asked. We have 2 rooms with bathtubs, but one of them is already occupied. The cost will be 200 spirit stones for 3 days. I don't have that kind of money. Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli. Huang Shaoli suddenly realized that this was her chance to be helpful and immediately took out 200 spirit stones, placing them before the manager. We'll take that room. Thank you for your business. Here is your key. We will notify you the day before your time is up. Let's go. Huang Shaoli grabbed Tianyang's hand and dragged him to their room. When they entered the room, they were shocked by how small it turned out to be. This is their most luxurious room. This isn't even worth a silver a night, much less 100 spirit stones. Huang Shaoli felt scammed. Upon opening the door to their room, they were greeted by a room that was twice as spacious as Tianyang's room in the Raging Serpent, but that doesn't say much when considering the size of his room. Moreover, there was only a single large bed in the room. Besides that, the bathroom was in a separate room, which was even smaller than Tianyang's room in the Raging Serpent and only had enough room to fit a medium-sized bathtub. Compared to what she was normally used to, the hotel's room couldn't even compare to a pig pen. However, since they were mostly there for the bathtub, they didn't complain too much. Huang Shaoli entered the bathroom first, and she wouldn't come back out for 3 whole hours. Even scrubbing her entire body over 10 times wouldn't require that amount of time, so Tianyang couldn't imagine what she was doing inside. Naturally, he didn't actually spend any time doing such pointless acts. Instead, he focused on improving his cultivation. After spending 3 hours in the bathroom, Huang Shaoli came out looking like she'd experienced rebirth. Her brown skin had returned to its smooth jade-like complexion. Her sticky and messy hair became as straight as a sword with each strand shimmering like an ocean basked in sunlight. The worst part, her foul smell that was caused by her accident was completely gone, replaced by a sweet fragrance. Thank you for the fresh clothes. I washed the old one for you. Huang Shaoli handed him the first pair of uniforms he gave her in the very beginning. Also, hurry up and wash yourself. You smell like a beggar, she said while pinching her nose. Because she also smelled like a beggar before her shower, she didn't notice the foul smell. However, now that she was completely cleaned up, Tianyang's odor became very distinct and intense to her. "As you wish, princess," Tianyang jokingly said as he entered the bathroom. He came back out half an hour later to see Huang Shaoli lying on the bed, seemingly deep asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he sat on the cold floor and returned to his cultivation. Huang Shaoli would not wake up for another 2 days. "Ah! I fell asleep by accident," she exclaimed when she woke up. "Don't worry, it was only 2 days this time," he smiled. 2 days. I didn't try to wake you up this time if you're wondering. Huang Shaoli felt really guilty for wasting so much time when it could have been spent looking for her parents, but she couldn't help herself, as she was exhausted from all that traveling. "Are you ready to look for your parents?" Tianyang asked. "Of course," she said as she jumped off the bed. "Wait, before we leave, I think you should disguise yourself a little." "Huh? What's wrong with my appearance?" She raised an eyebrow. "You will attract too much attention if you go out in that appearance," he explained. Huang Shaoli blushed after hearing his words. Does this mean he actually finds me attractive? He's not blind, after all. She felt relieved to know that Tianyang was not someone who couldn't see beauty. He'd been acting so normal around her that she'd begun to doubt her own beauty. "Give me a minute." Huang Shaoli retrieved a box of makeup and proceeded to apply it to her face. In mere minutes, Huang Shaoli changed her appearance from that of a peerless beauty to an extraordinarily handsome young man. This shocking transformation that was done with pills greatly surprised Tianyang, who didn't know the capabilities of a woman's makeup until this moment. To make her disguise even more convincing, Huang Shaoli tied her hair into a ponytail just like Tianyang. "What do you think?" she asked him afterward, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "Makes me wonder if I've been looking at your real face or not this entire." Huang Shaoli suddenly swung her leg at him, interrupting him. "I'm just joking." Tianyang released her leg shortly after catching it. "You look like an actual man, I'm quite impressed. I wanted to look a little less beautiful, but it's hard to do so without making my face look unnatural," she said, unknowingly sounding narcissistic. Tianyang did not respond to such words. Sometime later, they left the room and went downstairs. "Oh, perfect. I was going to let you know that you only have 1 day left," the manager said to them. "If you want to continue using the room, you have to pay for another 3 days right now. If not, you won't be able to keep the room if someone else were to rent it even if you are still living in it. You can check us out now since we won't be coming back," Tianyang said. "If you say so." Tianyang returned the room key before leaving the building. "How should we go about finding my family?" Huang Shaoli asked. "We can start by asking around. We should start with the merchants since they have been here the longest and would have seen the most people," he suggested. "Sounds good." They approached the merchants and began their search. "Hello, I am looking for some people. Have you seen a family of 3 around recently? They should have a young boy around 10 years old with them," Huang Shaoli asked. However, the merchant remained silent, only throwing up a money sign using his hand. Huang Shaoli didn't hesitate and handed him 5 spirit stones. "I haven't seen them," the merchant said. Huang Shaoli felt like she got scammed again, but there was nothing she could do. She repeated the same thing with the other merchants. "Have you seen a family of 3 with a young boy recently? Have you seen a middle-aged man at the 3rd level spirit lord recently?" "You have." "Really? Was he with a woman and a young boy?" At the end of the day, Huang Shaoli had spent almost 300 spirit stones without obtaining any information about her family. "I knew it wouldn't be easy, but this is." Huang Shaoli had a dejected look on her face. Then she became angry. Half of them were scammers and the other half were liars. "I can't believe the people in this place. Is there not a single decent person in this place? You aren't used to the real world, are you?" Tian Yang could tell that she had lived a sheltered life and was still naive about how the world operated. Is it really that obvious? She sighed. Yes. He nodded without hesitation. I have spent most of my life at home with most of my knowledge taught by my parents. I've only started seeing the outside world when I joined the immortal monastery as a disciple, she admitted to having a lack of experience. You may be naive now, but you have plenty of time to learn and grow. Tian Yang tried to comfort her. Thank you. She responded with a forced smile. If you have the time to complain, let's use it to continue our search, Tian Yang said to her. Okay. After spending a few more days asking thousands of people around the southern stronghold, they were still unable to find Huang Shaoli's parents. Hey, Tian Yang, you came here to train, right? Are you sure you want to spend so much time here? I think I can do this by myself. Huang Shaoli suddenly said to him. I've had enough life or death situations for now, I want to take it easy for a bit, he calmly said. Moreover, I am still trying to solidify my previous breakthrough. Until I am fully used to my new strength, I'll help you. Thank you. Huang Shaoli mumbled. With that being said, we've spent an entire week in this place without learning anything about your family. I think it's safe to assume that they never made it here, he continued a moment later. What else can we do? It's not like we can go to the other cities. We'll most likely die before we even make it there. Huang Shaoli released a hopeless sigh. Tian Yang maintained a moment of silence before speaking. Actually, there is a way to visit the other cities without encountering any magical beasts, but it'll be very expensive, hence why I hadn't brought it up until now. What method? The array masters have made a breakthrough in their techniques not long ago. They call it the teleportation array, which will allow anyone to teleport from array to array as long as these arrays are set up. However, it costs a tremendous amount of spiritual energy for each use, so they have to keep feeding the array spirit stones or treasures to keep it functioning. I've heard my father mention this teleportation array to his fellow array masters before. Huang Shaoli said. Your father was an array master. Tian Yang didn't know this and was quite surprised to learn it, as array masters are rare existences in the divine heavens. Yes, he's only a level 2 array master though. That's still plenty impressive. Anyways, these teleportation arrays are available on the desolate continent, correct? How much would it cost to use these arrays? Huang Shaoli proceeded to ask. I'm not sure since they price it based on the distance. It could be anywhere from several hundred spirit stones to several thousand, if not even more. If it's just several thousand, it won't be a problem, she declared in a confident tone. Tian Yang was speechless, and he asked what had been on his mind for some time now, just how rich are you? I only have about 300,000 spirit stones left, she responded nonchalantly. Only 300,000? That's a lot. Why are you even carrying around so much money? Tian Yang exclaimed in a shocked voice. I don't usually carry so much with me, but since we were going to the desolate continent, known for rare treasures, I planned on buying a thing or two. She said. Just so you know, I always have less than 10 spirit stones in my possession. And it's not because I keep the rest somewhere else. I am simply broke. Tian Yang said in a somewhat prideful manner, leaving Huang Shaoli speechless. How is it even possible to have so little when you are a spirit lord? You also do a lot of risky sect missions. That alone should have given you a decent amount of money. I use them immediately to boost my cultivation. That way, if someone tries to rob me, I won't have much to give them and therefore won't feel bad about it. That is such a weird way of thinking. You won't think like that once you get robbed. Tian Yang shrugged. So you've been robbed before? Plenty of times. Is that really something to be proud of? Of course. Most robberies end up as murder, so it's impressive to remain alive after being robbed many times. Anyways, let's head to the teleportation array, said Tian Yang. Okay, but where will we go? Let's head to the western stronghold first, then we can go to the northern stronghold and eastern stronghold. We'll save the central stronghold for last. Tianyang didn't want to say it out loud, but the chances of the Huang family surviving the other cities were near zero. If her family had been teleported to anywhere that isn't near the southern stronghold, they would most likely perish to magical beasts before reaching the city, he sighed inwardly. He harbored the assumption that Huang Shaoli's family might no longer be in this world, a weighty realization that he chose to keep to himself. Nonetheless, he remained committed to assisting her in the search. They arrived at the teleportation array sometime later. It will cost 5,000 spirit stones for one of you to reach the western stronghold, said the array master managing the teleportation array. 5,000. Tianyang broke into a cold sweat after hearing such a large figure. He could cultivate for decades with 5,000 spirit stones. I understand. Here's 10,000. Huang Shaoli handed over the money without hesitation. Her actions caught the attention of several people there. In these people's eyes, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli were young and fat sheep that could easily be exploited. Tianyang felt their gazes but decided to remain silent. After entering the teleportation array, they were instantly teleported to the western stronghold. Let's go. Tianyang suddenly grabbed Huang Shaoli's hand the moment they exited the teleportation array and started running away, dragging her along. Huh? What happened? Startled by his actions, Huang Shaoli asked in a puzzled tone. Because you carelessly took out so much money, we've attracted some bad people, he briefly explained. What? That's ridiculous. Sure enough, shortly after they left the teleportation formation, another group of people that also came from the southern stronghold appeared in the western stronghold. I found them. They are running away over there. One of these individuals pointed at Tianyang while alerting the rest of the group. After them. The group consisted of 4 individuals, and to follow Tianyang using the teleportation array, they had to expend 20,000 spirit stones. Naturally, they assumed that Tianyang and Huang Shaoli possessed sufficient resources to not only cover their own expenses but also yield additional gains, prompting their decision to pursue the duo. The pursuers are between the first-level Spirit Lord and the third-level Spirit Lord. We won't be able to win in a direct confrontation. Tianyang thought to himself after sensing their cultivation. Fortunately for him, pursuing someone in the city proved challenging due to the irregular placement of buildings. Additionally, Tianyang, accustomed to being pursued, had acquired the skill of misdirection to evade those chasing him. Sometime later, Tianyang managed to shake off his pursuers by hiding in an isolated alley. We should be safe now. I'm sorry. I was too careless. Huang Shaoli sighed. No, as the one in charge, I am also responsible. Anyways, those guys all had the same tattoo on their body. Due to the desolate continent's lawless nature, fugitives and bandits started forming gangs to protect each other and bully the others. If I recall correctly, those guys belonged to a gang called the Gold and Money Bandits. They are known for ganging up on the weak. Although their members do not have high cultivation, they are the largest gang in the desolate continent. What should we do now? She asked. Unfortunately, we won't be able to search for your parents in the open now, as they will actively look for us. Huang Shaoli bit her lower lip in frustration after hearing this. However, Tianyang continued, but if we disguise ourselves with an appearance-reforming pill and change our clothes, we should be fine. Where would we get such a pill? I don't have any on me. Tianyang proceeded to retrieve 2 appearance-reforming pill and handed one to her. I have some. You're really full of surprises. She muttered. Wait. Why didn't you give me this before? I could have used this instead. Do you have any idea how expensive these pills are? They are nearly 50 spirit stones each. If you can disguise yourself without needing it, I'd only be wasting money, he said. Huang Shaoli was speechless. Also, these pills only work for about 12 hours and I only have enough for the next 3 days. If we can't buy more by then, we'll have to stop looking for your parents. Tian Yang warned. We just need to buy more, right? I'll buy as much as we need, she declared in a determined voice. That is if we can find more. With that being said, there should be an abundance of these pills in this sort of place due to its nature. They swallowed the pill a moment later, changing their appearance entirely. What about our clothes? Huang Shaoli asked. I have plain clothes, but I only have one set. You can have it. Tian Yang handed her a set of plain white robes. What about you? I'll settle with this for now. He retrieved a black cloak, enveloping his entire body in its folds. Once they were prepared, they left the alley and resumed their search for the Huang family. After a day of normality, Tian Yang suddenly noticed people staring at them from a distance. We need to leave right now. Tian Yang said to Huang Shaoli through divine sense. He grabbed her hand and immediately began running away. Sometime later, once they were in the clear, he explained, "They've found us." What? How? Tian Yang pondered for a moment before responding, "They probably investigated about us. Since we've been asking about your family for several days at the southern stronghold, they can easily spot us if we continue doing the same thing, regardless of our disguise. So we can no longer look for my family without being hunted," she muttered in a low voice. Tian Yang didn't know how to respond and remained silent. Even if they traveled to another city, the gold and money bandits had eyes in all 5 cities, so unless they got rid of the gang, their search was essentially over. Why? Why is nothing going right? I am just trying to find my family. Why is the heavens doing this to us? What did we do wrong? Huang Shaoli suddenly released her frustration, tears streaming down her face. Sometime later, Tian Yang said, "Although we can't ask around about your family, we can still look around ourselves." In response to his words, Huang Shaoli sighed with a heaviness that echoed through her words, "There's no point. It's evident that the heavens are playing with us. Despite my attempts to cling to hope, deep within, I knew that my family never made it out alive, that I was only denying reality to delay the inevitable. Then how do you explain our escape? Why were we the only ones who survived when we were all being targeted by that sea demon?" Tian Yang asked. "I don't know, and I don't care anymore. I'm tired. I want all of this to end already." Huang Shaoli lowered her head, her eyes devoid of any light, almost as if her soul had died. Tian Yang knew that there was nothing he could say that would make her feel better, so he silently sat beside her and patiently waited for her to recover. "If I leave now, I will probably live the rest of my life thinking about it. That would be disastrous for my Tao heart." He sighed inwardly. Thus, for the next hour, they would sit in a narrow and isolated alley without uttering a single word to each other. Eventually, Huang Shaoli broke the silence and asked, "Why are you doing so much for me? I don't deserve it." Tian Yang could tell that Huang Shaoli was deliberately saying such things even though she promised not to bring it up again so that he could leave her behind. "Just leave me behind." Huang Shaoli sighed inwardly. She lacked the courage to directly ask him to leave, so this was the only way for her to express herself. However, in response, Tian Yang suddenly wrapped his arm around her and mumbled in a low voice, "I promised your father that I'd protect you, and I am not one to break promises." Huang Shaoli lifted her head and looked at him after hearing his words. "My father," she muttered in a dazed voice. "When did you promise my father such a thing?" Huang Shaoli asked him. After a brief moment of silence, he revealed, "When we were being attacked by the sea demon, he communicated with me through divine sense. If you manage to get out of this alive and we don't, please protect my daughter." These were his exact words right before we got separated. Huang Shaoli began bawling her eyes out after hearing this. "Father! Mother! Brother!" she screamed into her sleeves, releasing all of her built-up anguish. Huang Shaoli cried and cried, soaking her whole sleeve with tears. Eventually, after many minutes of release, Huang Shaoli calmed down. "Thank you, Tian Yang. I will stop being so weak. That will be the last time I shed tears, she declared with a determined look on her face. Tianyang smiled, it's okay to have a moment of weakness now and then. That's what makes us human. What do you want to do next? He then asked. I'm going to stop searching for my family and start focusing on improving my cultivation. I want to be strong enough to wipe away the gold and money bandits by myself, she said. She then looked at him and asked, do you mind if I follow you to train? I know my cultivation is lacking right now, but I will try my best to not get in your way and catch up. He smiled and said, how am I going to protect you if you're not by my side? Huang Shaoli found his smile to be exceptionally handsome for some reason, and she immediately began blushing. Let's get some rest before we begin our training, he suggested. Okay. They proceeded to change their disguise with an appearance-reforming pill before looking for a hotel to stay at. Once they found a hotel, Huang Shaoli asked for the largest room that had a bathtub. It will cost 50 spirit stones per night. Checkout will be at noon. The manager said. Huang Shaoli paid for 7 days in advance. An entire week? That might be a little too much, Tianyang said as they entered their room, which was decently better than their stay at the previous hotel. I want to make sure that we're fully rested before we begin our training, she said. If you say so, not that I am complaining. He didn't have the right to complain since he was essentially leeching off Huang Shaoli's money. After removing their disguises, Huang Shaoli entered the bathroom to wash herself first, followed by Tianyang. When Tianyang came out of the bathroom, Huang Shaoli was sitting by the bed with a pondering expression on her face. What's on your mind? He asked. Huang Shaoli turned towards him, and with a silent grace, she rose from the bed, enveloping him in a sudden embrace. What are you doing? Tianyang asked in a startled voice. Instead of answering, she asked, you don't like it? Hearing no response from Tianyang, Huang Shaoli released him just enough to where they could see each other's faces, revealing her flushed face. In the ensuing moment, she closed her eyes and advanced towards him, her lips subtly pressed forward, her intentions as unmistakable as daylight. Though taken by surprise, Tianyang did not reject Huang Shaoli's kiss and accepted it. Once the kiss ended, the two of them silently stared at each other, unsure of how they should advance. Eventually, Tianyang made the first move and led her to the bed. He proceeded to remove her clothes, to which Huang Shaoli did not object. A few moments later, Huang Shaoli's beautiful and slender body lay exposed on the bed, a sight for Tianyang's eyes to feast upon. He gently caressed her smooth skin with his fingers, eliciting sensations that caused her to tremble. Sometime later, when Tianyang removed his clothes, Huang Shaoli spoke in a bashful voice, "This is my first time. The same goes for me." Tianyang admitted that he had no prior experience, just like her. Soon, the room became filled with Huang Shaoli's voice, resonating with pleasure. Their session would last for many hours until Huang Shaoli fell asleep from exhaustion. When they woke up the following day, they would repeat it with increased intensity. Over the next few days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli would make love, sleep, wake up, and repeat, almost as if they didn't know how to do anything else. Very few words were shared between them during these sessions, but their actions and responses to said actions were more than enough for them to understand each other. On the 6th day, the day before their time at the hotel was up, they cleaned themselves and spent the rest of their time cultivating, and recovering their stamina. They left the hotel on the morning of the 7th day and used the teleportation array to return to the southern stronghold, where they would spend the next few weeks training. Finally, they are gone. The manager signed in relief after seeing Tianyang and Huang Shaoli leave his hotel. Since the walls were thin, all the sound they made during their fun session was overheard by the manager. However, in the manager's view, both Tianyang and Huang Shaoli were men, so one could imagine what was going through his mind when he heard such noises. Fortunately for him, the noises ceased completely on the 3rd day. It was also on that day that Tianyang discovered Huang Shaoli was also an array master, albeit only at level 1, when she created a sound barrier in their room. After they left the hotel, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli left the city to hunt magical beasts. However, since Huang Shaoli's cultivation was too weak for her to fight beside him, she would support him from a safe distance and set up traps using arrays whenever she could. They continued this for the next several weeks. "Look! This monster has a core," Huang Shaoli announced in an excited tone as she dug out a monster core from the magical beast they just slew. "This is our second one today." "How lucky." Tianyang smiled. They've been hunting magical beasts non-stop for the past month. After killing a magical beast, they would sell its valuable parts to the merchants for money and keep the cores to boost their own cultivation. As for the money they earned through selling magical beast parts, they would use it to purchase appearance-reforming pills and medicine. Any leftovers would be used to further boost their cultivation. They would stop hunting at the end of every week to spend a day in a hotel in order to clean themselves among other things at night. During this month-long period, Tianyang increased his cultivation to the third-level Spirit Lord. Huang Shaoli saw the biggest improvements, reaching the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. When Tianyang saw how fast Huang Shaoli was advancing, it reminded him of his own lack of talent. Despite most of the resources going towards him, Huang Shaoli was still advancing faster than he did at her level. It's been a little over 2 months since they started their journey to the desolate continent, and they have spent about a month and a half on the desolate continent itself. "How long do you plan on staying in this place?" Huang Shaoli asked him as they lay on the bed at the end of their love session. "I applied for 3 months of leave, and I intended to spend at least a month training here," he said. In that case, you are already late since it will take us at least another month to return to the sect." "I know. You're not worried about punishment?" "I heard they could be quite severe," she said in a worried tone. "This won't be my first time staying outside the sect longer than I am supposed to, and I have a friend at the sect to rely on during such times." "What about you? You're a fellow disciple, too." "I requested 4 months of leave, so I still have some time," she said. "Even if I return to the sect late, my situation should give me some leeway." Despite mentioning her family's situation, Huang Shaoli only sounded a little melancholic, a testament to how much she'd grown since then. "There is a ship sailing to and from the desolate continent at the beginning of every month, so we can leave in 2 weeks. Tianyang said. "What will you do once you return? Do you have any other family members at home?" he suddenly asked. "I'm not sure, but I still have my grandparents," she said. "How about your family?" "I'm the only one left," he calmly said. "Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be. In fact, I don't know anything about my real parents. According to the village I grew up in, I was abandoned there shortly after birth. I was adopted by a single mother who was living alone with her daughter, who became my sister. They were killed before I turned 10, and I have been living alone since then." "That's..." Huang Shaoli was shocked by his background, which she was learning about for the first time. Their conversation ended shortly after, and they fell asleep a little later. They continued their training the following day. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. "Let's start making our way to the docks," said Tianyang after they cleaned their bodies at the hotel. "All right." The docks were located about 100 miles away from the southern stronghold, so it didn't take too long for them to reach their destination. At the docks, a massive ship was stationed with some people already boarding it. "That must be the swimming dragon," Huang Shaoli said after seeing the dragon's head at the front of the ship. There were 3 different ships that traveled to and from the desolate continent. The raging serpent, the wandering koi, and the swimming dragon. However, with the raging serpent destroyed by the flying leviathan, there were only 2 working ships now. "Let's get our room," Tianyang said as he approached the dock. "On." Huang Shaoli happily followed along. However, just as they took a couple of steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, reminiscent of the event that occurred nearly 3 months ago with the sea demon. What's happening?" Just as Huang Shaoli spoke, a black wall suddenly erupted from the edge of the land, enveloping the entire desolate continent like some kind of dome. This black dome covered the entire sky, blocking everything except sunlight. In the wake of the black dome's emergence, an authoritative voice echoed across the desolate continent. The desolate continent has just been sealed. No entry or exit shall be permitted until the entity known as Colossal is exterminated. Shortly after this announcement, the world started to tremble again as multiple waves of intense spiritual energy swept the desolate continent, almost as though there were multiple immortal experts fighting on the land. What the hell is happening? Who was that speaking? Panicked screaming could be heard coming from the ship in the distance. In fact, everyone on the continent was demanding for answers, but the voice did not return, leaving them to speculate. I don't know what is happening exactly, but it's obvious that someone is trying to hunt the Colossal. Tian Yang said to Huang Shaoli. But what does that have to do with us? They can't keep everyone in here because of that. Tian Yang looked at the dome in the sky and sighed, when you are powerful enough, you can do anything you want. After all, who will stop you? Anyways, let's get to the ship first. Maybe they can still leave. Tian Yang suggested a moment later. Okay. They quickly approached the ship, ignoring the powerful waves of spiritual energy that were constantly sweeping across the continent. By the time Tian Yang and Huang Shaoli arrived at the ship, the swimming dragon was already released from the docks and sailing towards the black wall a few miles away. Should we just ride the ship? Huang Shaoli asked Tian Yang, who could simply fly them to the ship. We'll get closer to the ship, but we won't board it just yet, he said, worried that something might happen once the ship reaches the wall. Okay. Tian Yang carried her into the sky and chased after the ship. A few moments later, the ship reached the wall, and Tian Yang watched as the swimming dragon crashed into the wall. Bang! The instant the front of the ship made contact with the black wall, an unfathomable force emanated from it, repelling the vessel. The swimming dragon soared out of the sea, hurtling dozens of miles into the continent before crashing into the ground. Tian Yang and Huang Shaoli's eyes were wide open after witnessing such a scene. I'm glad we didn't get on that ship. Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice. Yeah. Tian Yang nodded in agreement. What should we do now? She asked a moment later. There's nothing we can do but wait it out. The barrier should disappear once these experts slay the Colossal and accomplish their goal. Hopefully it won't take too long. She sighed. After returning to land, Tian Yang and Huang Shaoli sat on the ground and patiently waited for the dome to disappear. However, waves of spiritual energy continued to appear even days later, and the black dome still enveloped the continent. This is getting ridiculous. How can they fight for days without rest? Huang Shaoli sighed out loud. These experts have unfathomable prowess. I cannot even tell what their cultivation level is. Tian Yang shook his head. Just to fight the Colossal requires one to be a divine king, so they are at least above that level. Divine king, they are truly an existence unfathomable to us, who are still in the spirit realm. Sometime later, Tian Yang suggested, since it looks like this will take a while, let's return to the city. Okay. When they arrived at the southern stronghold, Tian Yang was surprised to see how many people were in the city. I've never seen this place so crowded before. They can't even walk around without constantly rubbing shoulders. Huang Shaoli was shocked by the scene. Not only was the city brimming with people, but there were also hundreds of individuals camping around the city on the outside. Should we also set up a tent outside? Huang Shaoli asked. I doubt we'll be able to find a room in the hotel anyway. He nodded. They quickly found an empty spot to set up their tent, something they'd purchased during the earlier days of their training. As they prepared their tent, Tian Yang could hear the others around them talking to each other. I'm telling you, there are over 100 divine realm cultivators fighting the Colossal. I saw it with my own eyes. What were their cultivation levels? I can only sense up to Divine Emperor, and out of the 100 or so experts fighting, I could only sense 3 divine emperors, so everyone else must be higher than divine emperor. Heavens! This must be an all-out war with the Colossal. Why are they even targeting the Colossal? It doesn't even attack anyone unless provoked. It might be due to a certain rumor. What rumor? According to the rumor, there exists an immortal's graveyard somewhere within the desolate continent. This immortal was a golden immortal when he was still alive, so he must have left behind some insanely powerful treasure. Some even speculate that the Colossal has something to do with that immortal, that it might be the key to finding the immortal's graveyard. There's no way. How many cultivators have reached the realm of golden immortal since the beginning of time? Less than 5. If this rumor is true, it would be a historical discovery. Golden immortal. Tianyang muttered after hearing this information. During this period of time, golden immortal was the highest level of cultivation known to man, so it was literally the peak of cultivation. Do you think the rumors are true? Huang Shaoli asked out of curiosity. If it was true, it would make sense why these experts are so desperate to defeat the Colossal. Or they think that the Colossal might have some amazing treasure within its possession, he quickly added. Honestly, that would make more sense. Huang Shaoli agreed. A week later. Tianyang peeked at the sky from inside the tent after his cultivation session ended. It's been 2 weeks now. Just how long does it take for 100 divine realm experts to defeat a single opponent? He sighed out loud. Suddenly, someone could be heard shouting in a panicked manner, "Run! Run away! The fight with the Colossal is approaching our direction." What? Shaoli! Wake up! We have to leave right now. Tianyang shook her awake. Huh? What happened? The Colossal is coming here. What? As they exited the tent, a dark figure emerged on the farthest reaches of the horizon. Its size swiftly expanded, indicating its imminent approach. Huang Shaoli still recalled her first encounter with the Colossal as though it happened yesterday, and her body trembled upon seeing it again. As they tore down their tent, Huang Shaoli asked, "Which way should we go?" The Colossal appeared from the west, so we can only go east. What about the teleportation array? We can use that. However, someone else responded to her, the teleportation arrays have stopped working ever since the barrier appeared. We can only move on foot. That's crazy. Once they packed their stuff, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli began running towards the eastern stronghold with hundreds of others moving in the same direction, resembling that of a village migration. During their journey to the eastern stronghold, they encountered many magical beasts in their path. However, since many people were traveling together, it made things somewhat manageable. With that being said, there were still many casualties. The journey from the southern stronghold to the eastern stronghold took a little over a month with barely any time to rest. We should be safe for a while now. Tianyang sighed after setting up their tent again. Hearing no response, he looked at Huang Shaoli, who was silently gazing at the barrier in the sky. How much longer do we have to keep running? This isn't that much different from our encounter with the flying Leviathan. She mumbled in a dazed voice. Are we caught in some kind of loop where we are constantly running away from entities that we cannot even imagine fighting? Unfortunately, this is simply how life for weaklings like us works. Is there truly nothing we can do? She sighed. We can only continue to improve ourselves until the day that we no longer have to run arrives. We will probably be long dead before that happens. While that is very likely, we won't know until we reach that point. Huang Shaoli asked with a slight smile on her face, "How are you able to remain calm and positive all the time? What is your secret?" He shook his head, "There is no secret. I just find it pointless trying to worry about such things. The fact you can do that is impressive enough, but that's also what I love about you." Time continued to pass. 1 week. 2 weeks. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. It has been 5 months since the desolate continent became isolated from the rest of the world, and news of its situation had already spread throughout the divine heavens. Damn it! That reckless idiot hasn't returned to the sect for half a year, but his life jade slip is still working, so he's obviously not dead. That idiot must have gone to the desolate continent. Elder Sun kicked her table in frustration. If you are that worried about him, why don't you go there and save him? Someone suggested. That isn't possible as long as that barrier is around the desolated continent. In the first place, this isn't a situation that can be handled by a single individual. If you complain to your family, don't bring them up. I left them for a reason, and I won't go back no matter what. Whatever you say. Despite her words, Elder Sun was already contemplating asking her family for help. Meanwhile, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli traversed nearly the entire desolate continent during the past 5 months, moving from city to city whenever the colossal got close. Tianyang's cultivation continued to progress and eventually reached 5th level Spirit Lord, while Huang Shaoli surpassed Spirit Grandmaster and entered the realm of Spirit Lord, quickly catching up to Tianyang. After spending so much time sealed within the desolate continent, they have long stopped wondering when the barrier will be removed and focused on improving their new lifestyle and increasing their chances of survival. Our supply of appearance-reforming pills will be running out very soon. Huang Shaoli warned Tianyang. Not only did they have to run from the colossal, they also had to avoid the gold and money bandits. Even with their current situation, the lawless nature refused to stop. In fact, it even got worse. They tried to travel without their disguises a month into their confinement, but they were immediately recognized by the bandits, forcing them to continue relying on disguises. They started using the appearance-reforming pills sparingly and purchased any they could find, but that wasn't enough to keep them from running out of supply. Even my makeup has run out. She sighed. We are already traveling separately from the group, so there's really nothing else we can do. Tianyang shook his head. Why are these damn bandits so persistent anyway? Huang Shaoli stomped the ground in anger. Considering how nobody can enter the land and people are lying left and right, they are probably running out of people to bully. Tianyang said. Also, the fact that we've killed several of their members most likely has something to do with it. That's called self-defense. Murder is still murder. I swear that if we get out of here alive, I will come back in the future to eradicate every last one of them. Huang Shaoli bellowed. Oh. I'd love to see how you plan on doing that. A foreign voice suddenly responded to her threat. Who's there? Tianyang and Huang Shaoli immediately went into a combative stance. In response, over 20 people emerged from the shadow, surrounding them. How did I not notice this many people around us? That's impossible. Tianyang was shocked. Are you bastards from gold and money bandits? Huang Shaoli glared at them with killing intent. We're not just from the gold and money bandits, we are the gang. The voice resounded, and it came from a middle-aged man, who was emitting the prowess of a spirit king. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I am the leader is what it means. The man laughed. Tianyang gritted his teeth as he tried to find a way out of their predicament. However, their opponents had a spirit king on their side, who could easily kill both of them by himself. There was simply no way to escape. How did you find us? Tianyang asked. It wasn't difficult. In fact, we could have located you whenever we wanted during these last few months. The only reason we didn't was simply because there were bigger fishes out there to hunt. What do you want from us? Tianyang asked. A cold grin appeared on the leader's face as he spoke, just one thing, your life. After a pause, he corrected himself, actually, that would be 2 things since there are 2 of you. Shaoli, listen to me. While I try to block them, you need to run away as fast as possible. Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli through divine sense. What? No way. I will not leave you here to die alone. If you're going to stay here and fight, so will I. She immediately rejected his plan. Damn it. This isn't the time to be stubborn. I promise to protect you, so just listen to me and let me protect you. Despite telling her to run away, Tianyang knew there was essentially no chance he could block them long enough for her to escape, and he was only trying to deceive himself. Do you seriously think you can escape in this situation? The leader suddenly laughed out loud, almost as if he could hear their conversation. Why do you want to kill us? We've never done anything to offend you. Huang Shaoli shouted. But you killed several of my men though. That's self-defense. Then you can consider this as self-defense, too. The leader laughed maniacally. Tianyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Shaoli, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Because I have failed to keep my promise. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. Nonsense. We can survive this. Just as we'd survived until now. Tianyang didn't respond. Talking between yourselves again? Go ahead. I'll let you say your goodbyes since I am a good person. The leader said. In the following moment, Tianyang suddenly moved. However, he didn't move to attack the bandits. He appeared right beside Huang Shaoli and grabbed her hand. I love you, he muttered to her in a low and gentle voice. I love. The moment Huang Shaoli opened her mouth to respond, Tianyang, using all his strength, tossed her into the air and away from the bandits. Run! He shouted at her. The leader sneered at his pointless attempt and spoke in a commanding tone, half of you go hunt that escaped rat. Seeing this, Tianyang tried his best to block them. However, he wasn't able to block a single one from chasing after Huang Shaoli. What can a powerless man like you do? The leader of the gang blocked Tianyang from his attempt. Get out of my way. Tianyang unleashed all of his cultivation and attacked the leader. Why struggle when you know it'll be in vain? The leader casually deflected his attack. The difference between Spirit Lord and Spirit King was like heaven and earth. There was simply no chance for a talentless person like Tianyang to overcome such a hurdle. However, the leader didn't immediately kill Tianyang and toyed with him by giving him minor injuries, almost as if the leader wanted his opponent to bleed to death. Many minutes of struggling later, the other bandits returned, and in their grasp was Huang Shaoli's lifeless body. Tianyang lost his strength when he saw her corpse. Oh! Took you guys long enough. The leader said to them. The bandit carrying her corpse tossed her body onto the ground like trash and said, the bastard was stronger than expected and even managed to kill 2 of us. The leader raised an eyebrow when he saw Huang Shaoli's appearance. Huh? Who is this woman? Ah, she was a woman disguised as a man. We didn't realize it until we killed her. The bandit sighed. Truly a pity. We could have had so much fun with a beauty like her. The leader shook his head. He continued, whatever, I'm sure some of the guys back at the base are into this kind of stuff. Keep her corpse for now. Roger. Tianyang remained frozen, almost as though he had turned into stone, his eyes void of light. Hey, are you still alive? The leader suddenly pierced his sword into Tianyang's stomach. Seeing not even the slightest reaction from Tianyang, the leader sighed, how boring. He raised his arm in preparation to behead Tianyang. Right as the leader pulled his sword back, one of the bandits suddenly screamed in a terrified voice, Leader! Behind you! Huh! The leader turned around to see a massive ball of flames flying towards them. What the fuck? Boom! The ball of flames landed near them, exploding viciously. The leader and half of the bandits there instantly turned to charcoal from the flames while everyone else was blown away by the explosion, including Tianyang, who barely managed to escape the flames because the leader had stood in front of him and blocked most of it. Unbeknownst to them, the ball of flames had been launched by one of the experts fighting the colossal. Upon missing its target, the ball of flame disappeared into the horizon and happened to land by Tianyang. Fuck! The leader's dead. Run before another attack comes. The surviving bandits scrambled away, ignoring Tianyang, who looked as good as dead anyway. Several days later, someone approached Tian Yang's corpse-like body cautiously. "Wow, how is this bastard still alive with such injuries?" a young man's voice exclaimed in a surprised tone. After a moment of silence, the young man spoke again, "Your determination to live must be quite impressive. I cannot allow such a warrior to die like this." The young man proceeded to retrieve a vial of an unknown substance and poured it into Tian Yang's mouth. Within moments, the injuries on Tian Yang's body started recovering at a rapid rate. A few minutes later, Tian Yang slowly opened his eyes. When he sensed something next to him, Tian Yang subconsciously attacked. "Get your dirty hands off her, you bastards!" Tian Yang roared. "Whoa!" The young man swiftly evaded his attack and distanced from Tian Yang. "Calm down, buddy. I'm not here to hurt you." After coming to his senses, Tian Yang looked around frantically. "Where are the bandits? Where's Shaoli? I haven't seen any bandits, nor do I know who this Shaoli is." The young man shrugged. "Who are you?" Tian Yang asked the young man with gold-colored hair. "Where are your manners? You should introduce yourself first before asking for another's identity." "Whatever, I am in a good mood so I will look past it." "I'm Kulis, what about you?" The young man introduced himself. "Tian Yang, huh? Why were you on the brink of death, Tian Yang?" Kulis asked him. After hearing this question, he recalled everything that had happened to him before he was knocked unconscious, followed by a tsunami of emotion that consumed him with anguish. Shaoli. He ignored Kulis and ran to the crater created by the ball of flames. However, there was no sign of Huang Shaoli. The ball of flames that appeared out of thin air had erased all signs of the bandits along with Huang Shaoli's corpse. Tian Yang fell to his knees and started bawling his eyes out. "Shaoli. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tian Yang released a deafening howl that carried immense anguish and anger. Kulis watched this scene unfold before him with a serious expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the situation, even a blind man could tell that something tragic had occurred to Tian Yang remained in a kneeling position for many hours on end without moving a single muscle. Eventually, Kulis approached him from behind and spoke in a gentle voice, "I don't know what happened, but you clearly have unfinished business. Are you going to sit there until you die from anguish, or are you going to do something about it?" Tian Yang was unresponsive. Kulis continued trying, "This Shaoli, was she your lover or something?" Tian Yang's body had a slight reaction when he heard her name. Seeing this, Kulis continued, "Judging by the scene, it's been several days since whatever happened here ended. You've managed to survive so many days with injuries that would have killed someone else over 100 times. Your determination is unfathomable. I know you are not someone to give up no matter how bad things get. My injuries. Did you heal them for me?" Tian Yang suddenly asked. "That's right. I had a feeling that you weren't meant to die here, so I fed you some medicine." Kulis, correct? "That's right. Thank you, Kulis." Tian Yang wiped his face and slowly stood up. He lifted his head and stared at heaven with a profound expression on his face. "The barrier, it's gone." At that moment, Tian Yang realized the barrier that had ensnared the desolate continent had vanished. The immortal ensnaring vault. It was lifted 3 days ago. Kulis revealed. "Huh?" Tian Yang looked at him with wide eyes. "Why do you know?" After a brief pause, his face twisted with anger, "Don't tell me you are responsible for that barrier." "What?" Kulis reacted to his accusation with shock. "That's quite the accusation. Do I look like someone who could deploy such a priceless treasure?" "That was something done by the immortal clans." "Immortal clans? What are you talking about?" Tian Yang frowned. "You really don't know anything, huh?" "Well, I don't blame you." Kulis shrugged. He continued, The barrier that sealed this place for half a year is called the Immortal Ensnaring Vault, a treasure owned by one of the 9 immortal clans. It was activated to prevent the key from escaping when the immortal clans worked together to subjugate it. Key? Are you talking about the Colossal? Yes, the Colossal was a key to open the immortals' graveyard sealed within this land. If the immortal clans hadn't sealed this place, the key would have escaped. Anyways, the immortal clans succeeded in eliminating the key and revealed the entrance to the immortals' graveyard. Now everyone around the divine heavens is rushing to this place to enter the immortals' graveyard. Tianyang gritted his teeth after learning this information. Because of these immortal clan bastards, Shaoli had to suffer and die an undeserving death. He clenched his fists so hard that it began to bleed. You should keep such words to yourself. If anyone from the immortal clans were to hear you, they would have skinned you alive. Kulis nervously said as he looked around to ensure they were alone. 9 immortal clans. I swear I will make you pay for this. Tianyang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. Hey, what do you think about visiting the immortals' graveyard with me? Kulis suddenly said. I decline. Tianyang frowned, his reluctance etched across his face. Why not? Why should I? He immediately rebuked. Well, for one, you can acquire all kinds of powerful treasures if you're lucky, and if you're fated, you might even acquire the immortal's legacy. If you had that, standing at the peak of the world wouldn't be a fantasy. As for the second reason, you kind of owe me for saving your life, you know. Kulis chuckled. Tianyang fell silent and began pondering. Why me? No special reason. I just think we were brought together by fate, and I admire your tenacity. If I had a guy like you around, my chances of survival would surely increase. What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? Tianyang snickered. But it is true that I owe him for saving my life. He sighed inwardly. Think about it. There's a reason that even geniuses from top sects are scurrying to come here. He's right. This could be an opportunity for me to finally achieve my dreams. Of course, I'm not forcing you to come with me. I'm just asking as a friend. Since when did we become friends? I'm not sure. A few moments ago, I suppose. Kulis laughed heartily. Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed, all right, I will accompany you to the immortal's graveyard. Kulis' eyes immediately brightened, hell yeah. That's what I am talking about. The entrance will be opened in 2 days' time, so we should just barely make it to witness the opening if we move out now. Follow me. Right as Tianyang prepared to follow Kulis, he noticed a subtle glint in the corner of his eyes. That's. Tianyang immediately went to pick up the object shining on the ground. Shaoli. He muttered in a low voice as he recognized the object as Huang Shaoli's spatial ring. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Kulis called for him from a distance. Tianyang tightly held the ring and pressed it against his heart before muttering in a resolute voice, I swear, I will seek justice for you even if it's the last thing I do. After putting away Huang Shaoli's storage ring, Tianyang went after Kulis, who was waiting for him in the distance. What did you find on the ground? Kulis asked him with a curious gaze. A purpose, he responded in a cold voice. Seeing his serious expression, Kulis didn't question further. Instead, Tianyang inquired more information about the immortal's graveyard. Tell me more about this immortal's graveyard. Kulis nodded and shared his knowledge. The immortal's graveyard's official name is Han Zishian's tomb. Han Zishian was one of the top golden immortals, but he vanished about 30,000 years ago. The 9 immortal clans eventually learned that he was last seen in this desolate continent and spent the last 1,000 years looking for him. In the end, all they found was the entrance to a sealed tomb. On the door to the tomb was a clue, which hinted at the Colossal. After eliminating the Colossal, the seal to the tomb was released. Tianyang took a moment to digest this information before asking, the 9 immortal clans must have expended an immense amount of resources to deal with the Colossal since it took them half a year of constant fighting to defeat it. Are they really allowing everyone to enter it? Sounds a little suspicious. Even the 9 immortal clans wouldn't dare to be so selfish. If this was just any ordinary tomb, then they would have been able to do so, but Han Zhixian was no ordinary cultivator. He was the first cultivator to ever reach Golden Immortal, and he helped the cultivation scene advance tremendously. He was a public figure who shared his experience and knowledge with as many people as he could. If the 9 immortal clans were to dare take his tomb for themselves, you can imagine how the world would react. Han Zhixian. Tian Yang mumbled. He's heard of this name several times during lectures at the sect, but he never really cared too much about it. Though, there is one caveat for making the tomb public. The 9 immortal clans get to send in their people first, and nobody can enter for the first 7 days. After the 7-day period ends, it will be a free-for-all. But the tomb will open in 2 days, so there are still 9 days before we can enter. Indeed. I came here early to witness the opening of the tomb. Kulis nodded. A few minutes later, they encountered a magical beast in the Spirit Emperor realm. Don't worry, I got this. Kulis suddenly charged at the magical beast without any hesitation. Wielding 2 gauntlets on his fists, he released a powerful punch, striking the magical beast directly between its eyes and killing it in a single strike. He's a Spirit Emperor at such an age. He must be a genius from a renowned sect. Tian Yang was greatly surprised. It was no wonder he couldn't sense Kulis' cultivation. As long as we don't encounter any spirit sovereigns or above, I'll get rid of them, Kulis said as he removed his gauntlets. How old are you? Tian Yang asked out of curiosity. I'm 20 years old, he calmly said. Tian Yang was speechless. Kulis was half his age but had already become a Spirit Emperor. The difference in their talent was so vast that he didn't even want to think about it. At 20 years old, Tian Yang was still a mere spirit apprentice. While he most likely started cultivation much later than Kulis, it wouldn't have made a difference. Even if Tian Yang started at the moment of his birth, he wouldn't have been a Spirit Emperor by now. Kulis saw the look of defeat on Tian Yang's face and smiled. Talent isn't everything in this world. Tian Yang looked at him and sneered, that's easy to say for someone as talented as you. Kulis shook his head and said, while I may seem talented in your eyes, there are countless geniuses more talented than me. If you ask me what I think is more important than talent, it would be one's fate. No matter how talented one may be, if you are not fated to achieve great things, what use is such talent? Countless geniuses above me have perished before they even got the chance to flourish. What use is fate if you have no talents? You'd still live a life as a powerless ant. Kulis smiled and said, that's the thing, you don't know what fate has in store for you until it happens. While you may be born without talents, who's to say that you won't acquire talents in the future? Acquiring talents? That's nonsense, Tian Yang sneered. I don't know what your definition of talent is, but one's talent is not set in stone. There are countless treasures and mythical techniques out there that can turn someone ordinary into a dragon overnight. Tian Yang could not deny Kulis' words. Kulis suddenly continued, why do you think places like the Immortals' Graveyard exist? So the rich could get richer. So the talented could become even more powerful. While that is certainly possible and happens all the time, I believe their main purpose is to attract the one with the strongest fate. Who knows, you might acquire Han Zhixian's legacy and become a dragon. Yeah, right. Kulis looked at him with a profound smile and said, that said, I think you're already quite talented. Me? Talented? Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard all decade long. Being able to survive is also a talent. I can tell at a glance that you're someone who has encountered countless life-or-death situations, more than anyone that I know. Despite having less talent than those geniuses I know, you've managed to survive this long. If that isn't a talent, I don't know what is. You call that talent? If so, I'd rather not have such talents. What's the point if I keep barely managing to survive like a beggar? That's just called a struggle. I guess it won't be easy to change your mind, but I'm sure you'll eventually realize the truth. Kulis laughed heartily. What a weird fellow. Tianyang shook his head inwardly. We're here. Kulis declared when they arrived at an empty plot of land that stretched for miles after traveling for almost an entire day. Tianyang calmly analyzed the scene before him. There were hundreds if not thousands of people already gathered there, with 9 distinctive groups of people at the very front, all of them standing before a massive gate laid on the ground. This gate appeared to be made of stone, and it had the word Han engraved on it. Furthermore, it was laid directly on the floor, almost as though it was the doorway to an underground world. Those people standing in the very front are from the 9 immortal clans, said Kulis. Hearing this, Tianyang immediately memorized the faces of everyone from the 9 immortal clans, as well as their distinctive uniforms. These bastards are responsible for Xiao Li's death. Tianyang subconsciously emitted killing intent through his gaze. When Kulis noticed this, he immediately slapped Tianyang in the back and muttered in a low voice, directing killing intent at the immortal clans, "Are you insane? You're a dead man if they noticed it." "Sorry, that wasn't my intention." Tianyang apologized, kicking himself for failing to control his emotions. "I don't know why you're acting like this, but you need to keep yourself in control, or you're dead before you even step foot inside the tomb." "I know." Tianyang clenched his fists. Unbeknownst to Tianyang, some of the experts from the 9 immortal clans had noticed his killing intent, but when they saw that he was a mere spirit lord, they immediately disregarded him, as they saw no threat in him. "Let's get in line," Kulis said to him a moment later. Tianyang and Kulis went to stand behind the others. There was a large gap between the 9 immortal clans and the others. As time passed, more and more people showed up to the scene. However, not everyone went to the back of the line like Tianyang. If these people belonged to influential families or were renowned figures in the divine heavens, they would move to the front, standing directly behind the 9 immortal clans. In some special cases, the 9 immortal clans made exceptions for several individuals, allowing them to enter within the first 7 days. The rule, first come first serve, did not apply here. If one had the strength to back them up, they could easily move to the front of the line. After all, what could the rest of them do besides blame themselves for lacking in strength? A day later, the moment arrived for the tomb to be unveiled, drawing hundreds of thousands of cultivators to witness the historical event. The 9 immortal clans' representatives stood before the door on the ground, but before opening it, he declared in a loud voice, "As agreed upon, the 9 immortal clans will enter the tomb first. Regardless if you are a sect leader or a rogue cultivator, everyone else must wait 7 full days before they are allowed to enter, or they will immediately be killed. There will be no exceptions." The representative proceeded to open the door by placing an item on it. The doors opened inwardly the next moment, unveiling the entrance to another dimension. Suddenly, before anyone from the 9 immortal clans could even move, several dozen figures from the crowd behind them rushed toward the entrance. "Let's see if you can stop all of us at once." However, before these individuals could even get close to the entrance, several experts from the 9 immortal clans moved with such swiftness that all of the rebels were slain faster than one could even blink their eyes. These rebels were not weak by any means. Most of them were spirit emperors and above, with a few even at the divine realm. Nonetheless, they were all slain with a single strike. Most of the people there didn't even bat an eyelid after witnessing such a scene, almost as if they were all expecting a few rebels to appear. "Does anyone else want to try?" A calm voice resounded a moment later, carrying the pressure of an immortal. The voice was met with silence. A few moments later, the people from the 9 immortal clans jumped into the entrance, disappearing into the ground. Over the next several days, even more people arrived at the site. "There are millions of people here." Tianyang swallowed nervously, as he'd never seen so many experts gathered in one place before. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence appearing above him. "Ha!" When he looked up, he could see a woman staring at him with an enraged expression on her beautiful face. "Senior son." He immediately recognized her as elder son. As I thought, you disappeared to this place. Elder Sun landed in front of him. What are you doing here, senior? You dare ask me such a question after disappearing for nearly a year? Do you want me to beat you right now? Elder Sun reprimanded him as she grabbed one of his ears and began pulling on it with immense strength. Ah! Stop! You'll tear it right off. Tianyang cried out loud. If that'll stop you from doing any more reckless things, I'll tear both of them off. Kula stared at their performance with an entertained face. Who's this beautiful fairy? He asked. She's a sect elder from my sect. Tianyang said. And who are you? Elder Sun looked at Kulas. I'm Kulas, he smiled. He's my savior. Tianyang added. Savior? Elder Sun raised an eyebrow. Kulas shook his head and said, I didn't do much, honestly. He did most of the surviving. I just happened to come across him and fed him some spare medicine I had. I'm not surprised. He's even more tenacious than a cockroach. Elder Sun said. She suddenly released Tianyang's ear and gave a courteous bow to Kulas. Regardless, I thank you for saving him. Please raise your head, senior. I only did what was right. Elder Sun turned to look at Tianyang and demanded in a cold voice, you better explain to me everything that happened. I have to explain everything. Unwanted memories flashed within Tianyang's head, causing his expression to darken. What? Elder Sun was startled by Tianyang's dark expression which seemed to be filled with anguish. Although she had seen him being down before, especially when one mentioned about his lack of talents, she'd never seen such a defeated look on his face. What did he experience during the past year? She swallowed nervously as she wondered. You. What happened to you? She gathered enough courage to ask him a moment later. However, Tianyang remained silent. Seeing this, Elder Sun turned to look at Kulas for answers, but he merely shrugged while shaking his head in silence. Whatever. You don't have to tell me now, but whenever you are ready. Tianyang silently nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. Anyways, our sect will also be participating in this event. They are currently making their way here as we speak. I just happened to arrive first. Elder Sun said, omitting the reason she separated from the sect just to arrive at the desolate continent faster. The sect. Tianyang mumbled. He then asked, do I have to move with the sect inside the tomb? Of course not. In the first place, many sect elders and even the sect leader himself will be participating, so it's not an activity meant for disciples. While disciples are allowed to participate if they desire, they won't receive any assistance from the sect, so you're by yourself once inside. Elder Sun said. Is that so? Tianyang wasn't surprised. The tomb of a golden immortal attracted experts more than others. It's not like we can compete with them, anyway. Tianyang had already anticipated that the experts would take most of the treasures for themselves while he and the others fought for the leftovers. Kulas suddenly spoke, speaking of inside. None of the people from the 9 immortal clans have returned since they entered the tomb. Normally, they would scout the place first before engaging it fully, but not this time. Either they are really tight on time or they've all perished inside. What? There's no way the 9 immortal clans would perish inside a tomb, even if it belongs to a golden immortal. Elder Sun scoffed at that idea. The 9 immortal clans aren't merely powerful, they represent the most powerful families in the divine heavens. If these formidable forces prove unable to survive Han Zixin's tomb, what hope could the others harbor for survival? Would they not be marching willingly into their own graves? Even if you say that, it's almost been 7 days since they entered, but not a single one of them has returned. Kulas looked at the door with a pondering look on his face. Tianyang looked at Elder Sun and asked, do you also plan on participating? She shook her head, no, I have no interest in the tomb. Then why did you even come here in the first place? Tianyang raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I have my own reasons. After a brief pause, she looked at him and continued, "You're entering the tomb, right?" He nodded with a serious expression. "Is there anything I can say that will persuade you otherwise?" Tianyang stayed silent, but his expression was as stubborn as ever. Elder Sun sighed, "How stupid of me to think I could persuade you when it hasn't worked since the beginning. I know you're worried about me, but I have to grow stronger no matter what." "I'm sorry, Senior," Tianyang said. "Who would be worried about a reckless brat like you?" Elder Sun sneered. Then she continued, "Give me your hand, I'll repair the life-saving treasure in you." "Huh?" However, Tianyang merely reacted with a puzzled look on his face. "What life-saving treasure?" "I don't have anything like that on me," he said. Without explaining further, Elder Sun grabbed his hand and closed her eyes. The following moment, Tianyang could feel her spiritual energy entering his dantian. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel something being restored inside his body. Once she repaired the treasure, Elder Sun opened her eyes to see a baffled look on Tianyang's face. "What is going on?" he inquired again. Elder Sun then explained, "After seeing how you love to court death so much, I planted a life-saving treasure within your body." "When did you do something like that?" Tianyang exclaimed. She sighed, "Long before you even became an inner disciple. However, it never activated until recently." "Recently? How recently?" Tianyang had a premonition that he already knew the answer before even asking. "About a month after you disappeared from the sect, I suppose." Elder Sun answered. Tianyang immediately recalled how he managed to survive the massive sea demon strike. "That was because of the life-saving treasure you'd given me?" Tianyang muttered in a dazed voice. "That's right," she immediately replied. "I don't know what situation you were in at that time, but the life-saving treasure only activates when it senses certain death, teleporting you to the nearest safe place. In that case, at that time, her family had already been." Even though he had a suspicion that the Huang family hadn't survived the sea demon's attack, having confirmation was an entirely different matter. "Why? Why didn't you tell me before?" Tianyang suddenly glared at Elder Sun with a hint of anger in his gaze. If he'd known about it beforehand, he could have saved the entire Huang family, and things on the desolate continent would have played out differently. "We encountered those bastards because we searched for Xiao Li's family. If they had been alive, she could have survived, her entire family could have survived. Why didn't you tell me, Senior Son? Why?" Tianyang suddenly shouted at her with tears flowing down his face. Elder Sun was too stunned by Tianyang's outburst to give him a response in time. She could only stare at Tianyang's crying face, something she'd only ever seen once before, and even then, it wasn't as emotional. After seeing Tianyang's expression, Elder Sun's entire being froze on the spot, her mind blank. Why didn't she tell Tianyang about the life-saving treasure? Because she wanted to surprise him? Because she didn't want it to seem like she cared too much about him? Or was it simply due to negligence? Elder Sun would have had a hard time answering Tianyang's question even if he wasn't staring at her with such an intense gaze. What's happening there? Did he get rejected or something? Isn't he a little too old to cry like a baby? The people around them were entertained by the situation. However, Tianyang quickly regained control over his emotions and muttered, "Please take back the life-saving treasure." "Huh?" Elder Sun's eyes widened with shock. "What are you saying? I don't know why you're angry, but if you're going to explore the tomb, I don't care about that. Just take it back, or I'll do it my way." Seeing the stubborn look on Tianyang's face, Elder Sun merely sighed and silently retrieved the life-saving treasure from his body. "There, are you?" Right as Elder Sun opened her mouth to speak, Tianyang suddenly bowed to her and said, "Thank you for everything until now, Senior Sunday." Without explaining further, Tianyang turned around and walked away, leaving Elder Sun completely dumbfounded. What is this feeling in my heart? Why does it hurt so much? He's just a mere disciple. Elder Sun wondered to herself as she watched Tian Yang's figure disappear into the crowd, as she'd never felt such an emotion before. After witnessing what unfolded before him, Kula spoke in a solemn tone, "I don't know what happened to him, but he was in a miserable shape when I found him, almost as if he witnessed his lover being killed before his eyes. Good luck." Kulas went after Tian Yang, leaving Elder Sun alone in a daze. A few people in the crowd saw this as an opportunity to approach Elder Sun. "Excuse me, fairy. Stay away from me, you worms." Elder Sun suddenly glared at them with intense killing intent, sending chills down their entire being. Her presence was so immense that it attracted the attention of several experts. "What is that woman doing here? I almost didn't recognize her because of her cultivation, but isn't she?" These experts recognized her after staring at her face for a moment, their faces filled with surprise after realizing her identity. Meanwhile, Tian Yang finally stopped moving after moving far away from his original location. After calming down, he realized that he directed some of his self-hatred toward Elder Sun after learning that she was responsible for saving him from certain death. "Ah! I'm truly pathetic." He sighed inwardly. While it was true that Elder Sun had secretly hidden a life-saving treasure in his body, it wasn't done out of malice but because she was worried for him. Despite that, I pushed my responsibility to her when I saw a chance. If it weren't for Senior Sun, I wouldn't have survived long enough to bond with Huang Shaoli, much less spend so much time with her. Tian Yang realized that he should have thanked Elder Sun instead of cutting ties with her. However, this might be for the best. I have relied on her for many years, ever since I was an outer disciple. I cannot rely on her to save me every time my life is in danger for the rest of my life, or I will never truly become strong. He knew that he'd messed up his relationship with Elder Sun, but he also understood that he could not rely on her forever. It was a bitter way to end such a good relationship, and he might even regret it until the end of time, but there was no going back. "There you are." Kulas eventually caught up to him. "Sorry you had to see that, and I even left you back there," Tian Yang said to him. Kulas did not immediately respond, as he was too distracted by Tian Yang's expression. "You can still go back and apologize to her," he said a moment later. Tian Yang couldn't help but show a bittersweet smile after hearing his words, "Apologize?" She's not the type to accept an apology like that, and it's not like we had a special relationship. "Are you sure about that?" Kulas raised an eyebrow. He then continued, "Even if that was the case, why did you return the life-saving treasure? That was quite the stupid thing to do if you ask me. You're now going to enter the tomb empty-handed. Don't kick yourself later." Tian Yang shrugged, "If I die inside the tomb, that simply means I wasn't fated to achieve great things in this life. And because I cut ties with Senior Sun, my death won't bother her as much." What a twisted way of thinking, but I don't dislike it. Kulas chuckled. He then continued, "It's a pity, especially since that senior was very pretty. Even if she's the prettiest woman in the world, nothing will happen between us. She's a sect elder and I am a disciple. We are fated to walk different paths." Kulas shook his head, "Fate works in mysterious ways, and you speak as if you can control or see one's fate, but we both know that isn't possible." "What?" Right as Tian Yang opened his mouth to respond, the surroundings suddenly grew rowdy. "What's happening? Is the tomb finally open to the rest of us? It should be about that time now." Tian Yang looked around. Kulas used his divine sense to see the situation and said, "They've returned. The 9 immortal clans just left the tomb." After a brief pause, he continued, "But not all of them. Only a dozen people have come out, and we know far more have gone inside. Let's see what they have to say." Sometime later, those who exited the tomb revealed the situation inside the tomb, which greatly surprised everyone there. Regardless of your cultivation, whether you are a spirit emperor or a golden immortal, your cultivation will be restricted to the 9th level Spirit King once you enter the tomb, and you are forbidden from leaving the tomb for 7 days. Our cultivations are restricted to the peak of Spirit King. What about those already below that level? Someone inquired, as he was only a third-level spirit king. Then you will simply remain at that level. This information caused an uproar. So those below ninth-level spirit king are at a severe disadvantage. What's the point of restricting our cultivation when those above peak spirit king are still able to squash everyone else with superior techniques and experience? Aren't they trying to even the playing field with the limit? What about the tomb itself? What kind of environment is it? Someone else asked. The tomb is divided into two sections. The first section of the tomb is trial-based, where those below the ninth-level spirit king are able to do trials for cultivation resources. These resources are incredibly rare and potent and would allow even a spirit lord to reach peak spirit king in a short time. However, these resources cannot be taken out of the tomb, so you'll have to use them before leaving. Tian Yang's eyes lit ablaze with excitement after hearing this information. He couldn't be any happier to hear that he could quickly raise his cultivation inside the tomb. In the second section, a vast expanse filled with mysteries and powerful magical beasts could be explored freely. The scale of this tomb is unfathomably massive, and it's not a place one could fully experience in a few weeks. What do you think? Kulas suddenly asked. I'll be spending all of my time doing trials until I reach peak spirit king, he calmly said. I know I said that I'd explore the tomb with you, but this is not something I can give up, nor is there a point for those below spirit king to explore any further. Kulas nodded, I understand, but worry not, I didn't intend on going straight to the second section in the first place. My real purpose of visiting the tomb was to train, and I couldn't care less about Han Zixian's legacy. These trials sound fun, so I'll do some with you. Tian Yang nodded. Sometime later, the representative from the 9 immortal clans announced, it has been 7 days since the tomb opened. Han Zixian's tomb is officially open to the public now. However, to prevent a cluster, only 1,000 may enter every 15 minutes. Good luck, fellow cultivators. The moment he said that, hundreds of people charged into the ground, disappearing from the desolate continent. Since the people in the front went inside first, Tian Yang and Kulas still had to wait a while before it was their turn. Several hours later, Tian Yang and Kulas jumped into the portal in the ground, entering the tomb. The moment they stepped foot into the tomb, Kulas immediately felt his cultivation being suppressed by an unfathomable force, lowering it to the peak of Spirit King. As for Tian Yang, who was only a spirit lord, he didn't feel anything different, but he had a look of awe on his face. This is, inside a tomb. Tian Yang swallowed nervously as he stared at the vast land before him, almost as if he'd entered a different world. Is this your first time exploring a tomb? Kulas asked after seeing his excited face. Of course. But you sound experienced. No, this is also my first time exploring a tomb, a real one, at least. There are fake tombs. Naturally. Those are much smaller in size and are often traps for cultivators. Kulas then asked, where should we go? Unless you have a map, we can only pick a direction and hope for the best. Tian Yang shrugged. In other words, leave it to fate, huh? Kulas smiled. Tian Yang retrieved his sword and casually tossed it into the sky. When it landed a moment later, he said, let's go where the tip of the sword is directed. Sounds fun. The two of them proceeded to fly in that direction. Several hours later. This place is truly massive. We've traveled for hours, but we've encountered nothing but grass. Kulas sighed. Right as Kulas finished his sentence, he noticed something appear on the horizon and continued, I see something up front. Sometime later, they landed before the thing that Kulas saw. There were already hundreds of people there, and they were all sitting silently around a tall altar made of stone. What's happening here? Tian Yang mumbled with a pondering face as they approached the stone altar. How can they be so carefree and cultivate out in the open like this? Aren't they worried about getting attacked? Kulas wondered out loud. When they reached within a certain distance of the altar, a voice suddenly rang inside their head, you have entered the trials area. While inside this area, you are forbidden from attacking another challenger. Rebels will be met with a swift death. When you are ready to start the trial, just say it out loud. Tianyang could feel the atmosphere change when he entered the trial area, almost as though he'd been teleported to another place, but the scenery did not change. Well, that explains why they seem to carefree. Kulis shrugged. Meanwhile, Tianyang quickly sat down and closed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he muttered out loud, "Begin trial." The very next moment, Tianyang could feel something enter his consciousness, causing him to fall into a trance-like state. When he opened his eyes a moment later, he found himself in an entirely different place, standing on a small, empty island while being surrounded by water. An ocean? Did I get teleported, or is this an illusion? He wondered out loud as he looked around. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded. Defeat your opponent to complete the trial. The very next second, Tianyang noticed something massive emerging from the water in the distance. That's... Tianyang swallowed nervously when he saw its snake-like figure. A flying leviathan, he exclaimed. The entity that came out of the water was a flying leviathan, and it was soaring towards Tianyang at a rapid speed. Shit! How am I supposed to defeat a flying leviathan at my level? I'd only be asking for a quick death. Tianyang panicked a little when he saw the flying leviathan soaring in his direction. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flying leviathan had the cultivation of a 6th-level spirit lord, being only a single level above his own. With that being said, that solitary level represented a significant gap that most people wouldn't be able to surpass. Tianyang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "How are you going to avenge Shaoli if you cannot even take care of a single flying leviathan?" Without waiting for the flying leviathan to arrive, Tianyang tightly held onto his sword and flew towards the monster on his own accord with a fierce expression on his face, even releasing a battle cry right before confronting the sea demon. The flying leviathan had an immensely large figure compared to him, just a single scale on its body was enough to cover Tianyang's entire figure. Moreover, it was extremely swift and agile with its movements. Fortunately, its attacks were quite simple, as it only knew how to swing its tail and charge at him in a straight line. With that being said, Tianyang still struggled to dodge its attacks and nearly got hit several times. Every time he narrowly dodged its attack, Tianyang would counterattack, sliding his blade across the flying leviathan's body. However, due to the thick scales protecting its body, Tianyang could only leave behind superficial scratches on its body. I don't need to kill it in several strikes. Not that I am even capable of such a feat with my pathetic strength. Instead, I will bleed it to death. With his plan solidified inside his mind, Tianyang would spend the next several hours dancing in the sky with the flying leviathan, slowly leaving behind cuts that were just deep enough to make it bleed. As time passed, he became more adept at dodging the flying leviathan's attacks with increased ease, allowing him to focus more on managing his spiritual energy usage so that he doesn't exhaust himself before the flying leviathan is dead. However, he got a little too comfortable when he saw how the flying leviathan's body was soaked in its own blood, and he failed to dodge one of its attacks. When struck by the flying leviathan's tail, Tianyang felt as though an entire mountain had been hurled at him, propelling him into the distance. Shit! Tianyang coughed up a mouthful of blood right before he smacked into the ocean, creating a powerful wave that spread in all directions. He could tell that his entire left arm was broken, as well as the left side of his ribs. I need to get out of the water. He could see the flying leviathan charging at him with its mouth wide open. After emerging from the water, Tianyang reached for his spatial ring, only to realize at that moment that it had disappeared from his finger. Did I drop it? Forced to use his own spiritual energy to recover from his injuries, Tianyang stopped attacking and consumed half of his remaining spiritual energy to recover just enough to make the pain endurable. Die already, you damn fish! Tianyang roared as he relentlessly swung his sword at the flying leviathan like a madman despite the agonizing pain in his body with each swing. After another hour of struggle, the flying leviathan finally closed its eyes and fell from the sky. Fuck. I feel like dying as well. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Tianyang suddenly felt a burst of energy flow into his body, causing his cultivation to immediately break through to the 6th level Spirit Lord. What an amazing feeling! Tianyang thought to himself as he opened his eyes. Huh! I am back at the altar. When he opened his eyes, he could see the stone altar in front of him, as well as the other cultivators. You have cleared the trial. A familiar voice resounded in his head, and an object materialized out of thin air and landed on his lap the following moment. This is... He couldn't believe what was sitting on his lap. Golden ginseng roots. I have only read about these in scrolls. The golden ginseng roots could not only cleanse his body of impurities, it also contained a large amount of spiritual energy. He looked around to see if anyone saw the treasure. Seeing that everyone had their eyes closed, seemingly in their own trial, Tianyang immediately tossed the golden ginseng roots into his mouth and began chewing. Every time he chewed on the roots, an outburst of rich spiritual energy would surge from the medicine. Moreover, it cleansed a large amount of impurities from his body. After consuming the treasure, Tianyang closed his eyes and began cultivating. His cultivation that had just reached the 6th level Spirit Lord began to soar again, quickly approaching the 7th level, then the 8th level, only stopping once he was on the verge of entering the 9th level. Tianyang opened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. He's never experienced anything remotely close to what he'd just experienced. None of the treasures he'd purchased or found before could compare to the golden ginseng roots. Han Zishian's tomb. What an amazing place. I definitely won't leave until I reach peak Spirit King. He turned to look at Kulis, who was sitting beside him. Now that I think about it, how long did it take me to finish the trial, he wondered. Suddenly, someone nearby collapsed on the ground with blood flowing from his eyes and nose. What the hell just happened? Startled, Tianyang stared at the person who just collapsed. I don't sense any heartbeat. He's dead. Then, the corpse began disintegrating, quickly disappearing into thin air. What the? Where did the corpse go? Tianyang was left speechless by what he'd just witnessed. About an hour after Tianyang finished his trial, Kulis opened his eyes, and a treasure materialized on his lap a moment later. You finished already? Kulis looked at Tianyang with a surprised look on his face. He started the trial about 10 minutes after Tianyang did, yet he'd somehow finished later. Yes, Tianyang nodded, glancing at Kulis with a calm expression. How long ago? About an hour, I guess. Impressive. And what kind of trial did you undergo? Kulis continued asking. I had to fight a flying leviathan. So not everyone receives the same trial. How interesting. Suddenly, another person there abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground, startling Kulis. What the? Tianyang calmly looked at the person who just collapsed and said, he died. What? Kulis looked at him with wide eyes. I've seen this happen several times since I finished my trial. My guess is that those who die during their trial will die with their real body as well, he said. That's quite cruel, but considering how precious the rewards are, I'm not too surprised. Kulis muttered as he watched the body disappear into thin air. I don't know why that happens. Tianyang said, referring to the disappearing body. It was probably absorbed by the tomb as nourishment, said Kulis. Nourishment? You make it sound as if the tomb is alive. Sort of. While it's not actually alive, it still requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to operate, so it'll take whatever it can get. Kulis hypothesized. Anyways, here you go. Kulis suddenly extended his hands toward Tianyang. What are you doing? Tianyang looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. What does it look like? I'm giving you my treasure since I don't need it. You can't be serious. Tianyang refused to believe that someone as generous as Kulis existed in their world. Even if it won't affect your cultivation, it will improve other areas. Kulas shrugged, I know my body better than anyone. Even if I consume 100 of these, it won't affect me. And since I cannot bring these treasures out of the tomb, I might as well give them to you to speed up your cultivation. In that case, thank you. Tianyang eventually accepted the treasure, feeling a little apprehensive. Kulas was being so generous that it was actually suspicious. After all, Tianyang was used to having things taken away from him more than receiving them. Go ahead and eat it. I'll watch over you just in case, Kulas said a moment later. Okay. Tianyang sat in the lotus position again and stared at the treasure in his grasp for a moment, feeling as though he was in a dream. The treasure Kulas received from his trial was different from his golden ginseng roots. It was a valuable treasure known as the Red Dragon's Muscle, a potent medicine for boosting one's muscles and overall physique. Of course, it wasn't any less valuable than the golden ginseng roots. After consuming the Red Dragon's Muscle, Tianyang could immediately feel his muscles squirming around inside his body, almost as though they gained their own consciousness. He could feel his muscles expanding and contrasting constantly, as if someone was massaging it. The experience was painful at first, but it gradually became more comfortable. Soon, his cultivation began to soar once again, entering 9th-level Spirit Lord in the blink of an eye. Sometime later, Tianyang opened his eyes and stood up, feeling the prowess of a 1st-level Spirit King coursing through his entire being. It hasn't even been a day since we entered the tomb and I've gone from the 5th-level Spirit Lord to 1st-level Spirit King. This speed of progress is unfathomable for someone as talentless as me. He looked at the clear sky and sighed in a low voice, Han Zxian, huh. I'll worship you until the day I die for giving me this opportunity. Shall we continue to the next trial? Tianyang looked at Kulas, who nodded with an excited smile. They left the stone altar shortly after and began wandering the tomb. Several thousands of miles and many hours later, they arrived before another altar. However, the altar had a different appearance compared to the previous altar. Instead of stone, it appeared to be made out of silver. Moreover, there were far less people taking the trial. As they approached the altar, someone standing outside the trial zone said to them, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Tianyang halted his steps and looked at the middle-aged woman with a puzzled expression. Judging by your reaction, is this your first trial? She asked. No, this would be our second. Then in case you didn't know, not all trials in the tomb are equal. Some are much harder than others. Tianyang looked at the altar and asked, does it have anything to do with the altar's appearance? Correct. There are 4 types of altars. Starting from the easiest trials, stone altar, silver altar, gold altar, and jade altar. Naturally, the more difficult the trial, the better the rewards. With that being said, about 70% of the people that took this trial have died thus far. 70% casualty rate. Tianyang swallowed nervously. He wasn't sure about the casualty rate for the stone altar, but he'd witnessed 16 people die in just a few minutes. Thank you for the information. After thanking the woman, Tianyang entered the zone and sat before the altar without the slightest hesitation on his face. Kulas followed him shortly after with a slight smile. The woman stared at them with wide eyes. Young and foolish, what a pity. Without saying anything else, she continued waiting outside the zone, seemingly waiting for someone or something. After mentally preparing himself and taking a deep breath, Tianyang closed his eyes and muttered, begin trial. Tianyang opened his eyes a moment after he began the trial, finding himself surrounded by trees, and there was a large pond beside him. This is. He didn't immediately recognize his location, but once he did, his eyes widened with surprise. This is the fish pond located near my village. The villagers come here often to fish. But why is the trial taking place here? The village was his hometown and where he spent most of his life until he became a disciple of the immortal monastery. It took him a moment to recognize the place, not because it had been a long time since he went there, but because it was a place filled with bad memories, a place he wanted to forget about. Suddenly, Tianyang sensed a presence appear above him, causing him to look at the sky. His eyes widened with shock after seeing the individual hovering above the pond. Once he snapped out of his daze, Tianyang's eyes flickered with anger and killing intent. "I don't know why you are part of the trial, but I welcome it." Tianyang could hardly control his emotions after seeing the face of the cultivator who killed his mother and sister for the first time since the incident. When he was little, he would often visit the fish pond with his mother and sister. On one of these trips, they encountered two cultivators, both of them engaged in a fierce fight. Tianyang and his family immediately ran away, but alas, they were unable to outrun the techniques the cultivators were throwing at each other. Tianyang's mother and sister were instantly blown up by one of these techniques. As for Tianyang, he'd somehow managed to survive, but he was badly injured. "Defeat your opponent." The trial's voice resounded. Tianyang grinned, "I don't know your names, but I have imprinted your faces onto my soul. When I find you bastards, I will make you experience the feeling of losing your family, just like you'd made me suffer." One of the cultivators was a middle-aged man with long red hair and red eyes, while the other was an old man with long white hair and a short beard. The opponent before him was the cultivator with white hair. Tianyang didn't even bother to look at his opponent's cultivation before charging at him. The old man didn't even bat an eyelid and blocked Tianyang's strike with seemingly little to no effort at all. Tianyang didn't care in the slightest and continued to swing his arm relentlessly. Despite being adopted, his mother loved him unconditionally, and his sister treated him as though they were real brothers and sisters. Although he was only able to live with them for a few short years, they were everything to him during that time. "Because of you, they are dead." Tianyang's aura burned with rage as he unleashed the anger he'd been carrying since then. He became a cultivator solely because he wanted to avenge his family. He endured all the hardship and suffering for so many years just so he could one day pierce the hearts of his family's murderers. Ayawa. Tianyang's anger burned with a different intensity compared to the pain he felt from losing Huang Shaoli, and it propelled his prowess to heights that he'd never seen before. Unfortunately, he was too blinded by the anger to see it, and before he realized it, his opponent was kneeling on the ground beside the pond. Although it seemed like the old man had the advantage at first, he was unable to keep up with Tianyang, who only grew fiercer with each passing moment. "Is this it?" Tianyang calmly stared at the old man before him, feeling no sense of pride or accomplishment despite defeating the person who killed his family. "In the end, you are nothing but a fake. Until I find the real you and kill you, I will never truly be at peace." Tianyang's expression became even more determined than the time when he first vowed to become a cultivator to avenge his family. Whoosh! With one more arm flick, Tianyang severed the old man's head, completing the trial. "You have cleared the trial." Tianyang immediately sensed a surge of spiritual energy flowing from the old man's corpse into his body, propelling his cultivation to second-level Spirit King. Even though the difficulty of this trial was much more difficult than his last, he was barely injured the entire fight, even clearing the trial much faster. Moreover, as his mind began to clear up, he could sense a certain connection with his sword. This sensation. Did I somehow manage to grasp the understanding of sword aura during the trial? He wondered to himself. What nonsense am I thinking? There's no way I would comprehend sword aura with my level of talents. But he quickly disregarded that idea. After all, sword aura was a relatively new discovery during his era and not something that could be grasped by a talentless Spirit King like him. Even peak geniuses with the sword require hundreds if not thousands of years of rigorous training to begin understanding sword aura, much less learn it. Once Tianyang returned to the tomb, another treasure appeared before him. This is a divine unity elixir. A single drop of this could improve one's talent and level of comprehension. And I have a whole bottle of it in my hands. This treasure is 10 times more valuable than the golden ginseng roots. Tianyang couldn't believe his eyes. He'd only gone up a single level of difficulty, yet the reward was 10 times more valuable. Without any hesitation, Tianyang chugged the entire bottle of divine unity elixir. Although his cultivation did not increase, he could feel something changing within his body, fundamentally. When he opened his eyes several hours later, Tianyang felt as though he'd just experienced rebirth. I can do it. If I survive this place, I will be able to avenge my family. No. I will survive. Tianyang's eyes flickered with unfathomable determination. Your aura feels quite different now. Kula's voice resounded shortly after Tianyang emerged from his cultivation. Tianyang turned to look at Kulas, who was sitting beside him. How long have I been cultivating? He asked. I'm not sure since you started before I completed the trial, but I only waited 2 hours. Kulas shrugged. Here you go. Kulas didn't even bother offering his treasure and directly tossed it at Tianyang, treating it as though it was trash. Seeing the treasure being tossed gave Tianyang a scare. What are you doing to such a precious treasure? Are you insane? He hastily caught the treasure. Kulas merely chuckled at his reaction. I'll count properly this time, he then said. Thanks. Tianyang quickly consumed the treasure, and his cultivation soared to 3rd-level Spirit King. That only took you 6 hours, Kulas said sometime later. I cannot get enough of this feeling. Tianyang mumbled as he stared at his palms, his entire being surging with spiritual energy. On to the next trial? Kulas asked. Of course. They left the place shortly after and began searching for the next trial. Over the next several months, Tianyang and Kulas would go from trial to trial without rest. In the span of 8 months, Tianyang had managed to clear a dozen trials, 8 of them being stone altars and 3 of them being silver altars. The latest trial he cleared was a gold altar, which nearly took his life. Every single trial had something to do with his past. Eventually, Tianyang realized that the trials were all making him fight against his heart demon, something that had traumatized him to a certain extent. Every time he cleared a trial, Tianyang noticed that his shoulders would feel a little lighter, almost as though an invisible weight were being lifted. Not only did these trials boost his cultivation, but they also cleared his mind and eased his heart demons. Tianyang's cultivation soared all the way to 8th-level Spirit King after completing the Gold Altars trial. You're only a level away from the peak of Spirit King. Kulas smiled. Tianyang nodded. Once I reach 9th-level Spirit King, we will be able to explore the rest of the tomb. Due to how massive the tomb was, finding the trials was a challenge itself. Furthermore, since nobody had a map, they were forced to wander randomly until they found a trial. The longest it took them to find one trial was almost an entire month. As Tianyang and Kulas traveled, Tianyang suddenly asked, I've been wondering for a while now, but what kind of background do you come from? Since you're willing to give up so many treasures that normal people would kill for, it's safe to assume that you come from a wealthy family, right? You're asking me that now? Kulas had a slight smile on his face. Even though they've traveled together for almost a year now, neither of them tried to ask the other any personal questions. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Kulas pondered for a moment and said, I'll tell you if you tell me about your background first. Tianyang casually nodded without any hesitation. I was abandoned shortly after birth, so I don't know my birth parents. I was adopted by a single mother who already had a daughter who was a year younger than me. We resided in a small village. My family died when I turned 8, and I have been living alone since then. I joined the Immortal Monastery when I turned 16, and that's where I have been ever since. You grew up in a village. I didn't expect that. Kulas looked at him with a surprised face. Where did you think I was from? Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Not sure, but definitely not a village. Perhaps a hard-working family in some city. You don't look like someone who grew up in a village. I'll take that as a compliment. Tianyang shook his head. Now tell me about your background. All right. Kulas nodded. What's with the serious expression? Tianyang wondered to himself when he noticed Kulas' change in expression. To be completely honest with you, I came from. Right as Kulas opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a voice that Tian Yang did not recognize. Look at what we have here. If it isn't Kulis. Tian Yang and Kulis halted their movements and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a group of 5 individuals were slowly approaching them. Tian Yang did not recognize their faces, but he immediately recognized the uniforms they were wearing. They belonged to the immortal clans. Tian Yang gritted his teeth as he quickly tried to control his emotions. Even though it had almost been a year since he encountered the immortal clans, he immediately recognized their uniform. What do you guys want? Kulis asked them with a slight frown on his face. Nothing, really. But I'm curious. Shouldn't you be in the second section? What are you doing here in the first section with some nobody? The person leading the group asked as he glanced at Tian Yang. I am merely accompanying a friend, but I don't see how that is any of your business, Kulis responded with a cold expression, something Tian Yang was not used to seeing. In fact, this was Tian Yang's first time seeing Kulis acting so seriously. A friend? You and this nobody? Are you serious? The group of 5 turned to look at Tian Yang with widened eyes, seemingly filled with disbelief. Watch your mouth, Gu Lim. I will not let you badmouth my friend in my presence. Kulis narrowed his eyes. The person in the front, Gu Lim, laughed out loud. That serious Kulis actually befriended a talentless trash that's not even a spirit emperor. That's hilarious. I wonder how the others will react once they learn of this shocking news. How dare you? Kulis' aura suddenly exploded when Gu Lim called Tian Yang a talentless trash, his gaze filled with killing intent. Are you sure you want to fight the 5 of us by yourself over trash like that? In case you forgot, we're all limited to peak Spirit King. Even you wouldn't be able to defeat us with such a restriction. Gu Lim spoke with an arrogant grin on his face. We won't know until. Tian Yang interrupted Kulis by placing a hand on his shoulder. It's fine, he shook his head. But they're not wrong. I am talentless, so there's no need to fight over it. Ahaha. At least this trash knows his place. The group laughed out loud. Kulis could feel Tian Yang's grip on his shoulder strengthen. Seeing this, Kulis closed his eyes and took a deep breath, easing his anger. Are you finished? If so, we'll be leaving now. Kulis said a moment later. What's the rush? Since we haven't seen each other for so long, why don't we chat a little longer? Gu Lim said. I have nothing to say to you. If you have so much free time, why don't you spend it looking for Han Zhixian's legacy instead of wasting it here? Kulis sneered. Han Zhixian's legacy? We've been looking for 8 months straight without any result, so we're taking a small break for the time being. What about you? What have you been doing for the past several months? Seeing how he's in the first section, he's probably doing trials. What a waste of time. Right? It's not like the rewards will even benefit him. Hey, didn't we just pass a jade altar? Why don't you try it, Kulis? I heard it's the hardest trial available in this place. Tian Yang's eyes flickered with a profound light after hearing this information. The trial within the gold altar nearly killed me, but its reward was tremendously beneficial. If I can complete a jade altar's trial. Kulis turned to look at Tian Yang, and when he saw the look on Tian Yang's face, he immediately smiled and said, Sure. Seriously? You're going to do the trial? The group didn't think Kulis would actually agree to it. Nobody has ever passed the trial even though tens of thousands have attempted during the last 8 months. You're just going to walk into your own grave, even if you are the genius of the Immortal Might Clan. Immortal Might Clan. Tian Yang raised an eyebrow. Although he suspected that Kulis belonged to a powerful family from the beginning, he didn't think that it was part of the immortal clans. Kulis looked at Tian Yang with an apologetic smile and spoke with divine sense, Sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you. After learning of your situation, I just couldn't bring myself to tell you that I was from the immortal clans. Tian Yang shook his head and said, if I never asked you about your background, you had no reason to tell me, so there's no need to apologize. And it's not as though I have a grudge against everyone from the immortal clans, only those responsible for the confinement. I see, thank you. I didn't know you cared about my life, Kulas said to the group a moment later. Cocky bastard, let's see if you'll survive the trial. Gu Lim sneered. Tian Yang and Kulas followed Gu Lim and his group to the Jade Altar, which was only an hour away from their location. Upon arriving at their destination, Tian Yang could see 3 people sitting around an altar made of jade with several hundred spectators. There are more spectators than there are challengers. This was Tian Yang's first time seeing such a sight after witnessing a dozen different trials. By the time Tian Yang and the others landed around the altar, one of the 3 challengers suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground. Nobody there expressed any surprise and continued to spectate the other 2 in silence. Tian Yang looked at Kulas and said, "You don't have to do this with me. Are you saying that because you don't want me to die with you, or you think you can pass it but I can't?" Kulas asked with a slight frown. "You have no reason to risk your life for this trial. What about the previous trials we've done together? This one is different. Nobody has ever completed it." Tian Yang shook his head. "Then why are you taking the trial? You can reach peak Spirit King if you just continue to do easier trials." Tian Yang looked at the Jade Altar and sighed, "My talent may have improved a lot since I started doing the trial, but it is still insignificant when compared to the majority of people out there. I won't be able to achieve my dreams if I continue going the easy route. If I don't survive this trial, I am simply not fated for anything else." "You're going to partake in the trial? A talentless trash like you? You won't even last a minute." Gu Lim and his group were in disbelief after learning this information. Tian Yang smiled at the group and said, "Would you like to bet on that? That would be pointless since you'll die if I win. What can I possibly get out of a corpse?" Gu Lim sneered. "How about I make the bet then?" Kulas suddenly said. "Now that's more like it." Gu Lim smiled. "What shall we bet on? Whether he lives or dies?" Kulas nodded, "I will bet on him surviving the trial." "What are the stakes?" Gu Lim then asked. Kulas pondered for a moment before speaking, "I'll bet my ancestral gauntlet." Gu Lim's expression froze after hearing Kulas' words, and the people behind him looked dumbstruck. "Are you serious? You're willing to bet on your favorite weapon for this talentless trash?" Gu Lim held a serious expression as he asked for confirmation. "Don't look down on my friend. You call him talentless, but there are many kinds of talents in this world, and his talent to survive is the best I've ever seen." Kulas nodded with a confident smile on his face. "Since I am betting my ancestral gauntlet, you should put something of similar value on the line. If you don't have anything like that, the 5 of you can work together to cover the difference." Kulas said to Gu Lim, who was gritting his teeth in anger. Gu Lim was not angry because Kulas was betting on Tian Yang's survival. He was frustrated because he had nothing close to the value of Kulas' ancestral gauntlet. He turned to look at his 4 buddies and said, "Let's do it. There's no way that talentless trash will survive the Jade trial, so this will be an easy win for us. It's essentially free money." The 4 quickly nodded, agreeing to pool together their resources for the bet. None of them believed that Tian Yang could survive the Jade Altar's trial, so there was no hesitation in their decision. Eventually, they gathered a small mountain of treasures for the bet. Tian Yang's eyes widened with shock after seeing the difference. Kulas only had one item, a pair of gauntlets. However, Gu Lim and his group had at least 20 different treasures. Just how valuable is that gauntlet? And he's willing to bet it on me? Tian Yang swallowed nervously. Fortunately for him, he wouldn't have to worry about the aftermath if he were to lose the trial, as he would be dead. However, he was still pressured by the knowledge that his death would lead to Kulas losing his precious treasure. "Hey, do you really have to bet on such a valuable treasure?" Tian Yang asked Kulas with a stiff look on his face. Kulas responded with a smile, the value of the treasure is how much trust one have in you, in your talent. Tianyang clenched his fists after hearing Kula's words. He's never had anyone put so much faith in him before, much less someone with a status as profound as Kula's. If I had a sworn brother, is this what it would feel like? Tianyang wondered to himself. Hey, trash bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and die in the trial already. Gu Lim suddenly glared at Tianyang with clear disdain. Kulis narrowed his eyes, and he responded instead, one more thing. If he survives the trial, you will take back all the bullshit you spewed and show some respect to my friend. Ha ha ha. If he survives, not only will I respect him, I will kowtow before him and call him my grandfather for the rest of my life. Gu Lim laughed so viciously that his eyes became teary. Hearing this, Kulis turned to look at Tianyang and nodded with a serious expression, good luck, friend. Tianyang nodded with a slight smile, I will see you in a bit. Without hesitation, Tianyang walked towards the jade altar, where only one challenger remained by the time he reached it. Huh? Is he really going to challenge the trial with that level of cultivation base? There are better ways to court death. Who even is this guy? I recognized all the people that have challenged the trial, but I don't know him. I saw him talking with some people from the immortal clans just now. Perhaps he's from there. The spectators were in disbelief when they saw Tianyang entering the trial area, especially after seeing his cultivation that was only at the 8th level Spirit King. Whoever claimed that he's from the immortal clans, take that back right this instance. How could such talentless trash come from the immortal clans? Are you mocking the immortal clans? Gu Lim suddenly spoke loudly, alerting all of the spectators. He's not from the immortal clans. Then he must be a nobody. His arrogance is too much for a nobody. How dare he even approach the jade altar? Does he think he's better than everyone who's come before him? Hearing so many people badmouth Tianyang, Kulis lost his control and roared, the next person to badmouth my friend will die by my hands. The spectators were startled by Kulis' killing intent, and when they recognized his identity, they immediately stopped talking out loud. Holy shit! Isn't that young Master Kulis from the Immortal Might clan? Did he just call that man his friend? Kulis, he's known for being a brutal and cold person. That man must be very impressive to become such a person's friend. Tianyang had just closed his eyes when he heard Kulis' loud voice. He smiled inwardly, thank you, my friend. Begin trial, he muttered the following moment. As Tianyang began his trial, Gu Lim turned to look at Kulis and asked with a serious expression, I seriously don't get it. Why did you befriend someone like him? He's just a nobody. Kulis looked at him and responded in a calm voice, if you'd been there when I first met him, you would feel nothing but respect and admiration for him. Have you ever seen someone desperately hold on to their life? I have, many times. However, none of them were able to move me the same way he did. Have you ever experienced a life-or-death situation? I have, dozens of times. However, compared to what he's experienced, my experience might as well be a drop in the ocean. He's someone who lives at the border between life and death, an existence that should have long perished with his level of talent. Despite that, he's managed to survive. How does he do it? I want to know. And how can I not respect someone like that? Compared to you bastards who flaunt their talents at every step, he's unfathomably more interesting. Gu Lim and his friends were at a loss for words after hearing Kulis speak about Tianyang. They've known Kulis for nearly most of their lives, but they have never seen him acting in such a manner before, much less praise someone. Kulis stopped looking at Gu Lim and quickly glanced at the crowd before sneering in disdain, even I don't have the qualifications to mock him, much less these cowardly bastards here. When Tianyang opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by trees. Although he didn't immediately recognize his location, his face still made a deep frown, almost as if he subconsciously knew. This place is. Just as Tianyang realized his location, he sensed over 100 presence with immense killing intent suddenly appearing around him, sending shivers down his entire being. Before he could even react, a dozen figures wearing rough clothes jumped out of thin air and swung their weapons at him. Tianyang had started moving even before the figures appeared, allowing him to dodge their attacks. After distancing himself from them, Tianyang took a brief moment to look at these figures' faces, and sure enough, he immediately recognized them to be the gold and money bandits. I knew I would eventually have to face this heart demon of mine in one of these trials. Tianyang sighed. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself for months, he was already on the verge of being consumed by rage. The only thing that kept him from charging at these bandits was because of their cultivation bases. All of the bandits had a peak Spirit King cultivation base, including those hiding out of sight. After consuming many valuable treasures, Tianyang's talent increased tremendously, to the point where he could fight several ordinary peak Spirit Kings as an 8th level Spirit King simultaneously. However, there were 100 peak Spirit Kings that surrounded him. Tianyang took a deep breath and calmed himself. The following moment, the bandits charged at him with their daggers and sabers raised, their expressions oozing with bloodlust. Tianyang gritted his teeth and tried his best to block the incoming attacks. He would successfully block several but also miss a few. Every time he confronted the bandits, a few more cuts would appear on his body. Fortunately, none of the attacks that connected were life-threatening and were only shallow wounds. Unfortunately, Tianyang couldn't keep up with the relentless assault, and it was only a matter of time before one of the bandits landed a critical hit on him. Realizing this, Tianyang focused on fighting his heart demon instead. After doing so many trials, he noticed a certain thing with these trials. Since these trials tested their heart demons, the trials would get easier if the challenger weakened their heart demon during the trial. However, to defeat one's heart demon was much easier said than done. Even before this trial, Tianyang had been fighting this specific heart demon for months, but alas, he simply couldn't fight the guilt of losing Huang Shaoli. If only I had been stronger. If only. His voice resounded inside his head, almost as if he was whispering to himself. Tianyang gritted his teeth and roared, "Shut the fuck up." His eyes flickered profoundly, and he continued, "I am no longer talentless." An immense aura suddenly surged from his body. "I will survive this damn trial and avenge Huang Shaoli. I will survive and avenge my parents. I will survive and seek justice for Meng Lily. I will survive." Tianyang stopped being defensive and started looking for opportunities to attack. Since he was already having trouble defending against so many opponents at once, it would be even more difficult to attack without leaving himself wide open. Thus, he needed to make every strike count. Unless he was certain that his attack would land and kill his target, Tianyang continued to defend and avoid. Eventually, he noticed an opening. Without hesitation, he went for the kill. Shah! His sword flickered, sending one of the bandits' heads into the sky. However, immediately after killing one of the bandits, 6 of them attacked him from different angles. Tianyang knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge all of them, so he blocked the life-threatening strikes and allowed the less threatening to go through. However, shortly after Tianyang killed the first bandit, another one would jump out of the tree lianes to join the fight. Tianyang gritted his teeth and continued fighting. An hour later, Tianyang killed 20 bandits, but his condition was worse than ever. His body was riddled with holes and deep cuts, and his entire body was dripping with blood. At this rate, he would perish before killing even half of the bandits there. However, unbeknownst to Tianyang, he was slowly defeating his heart demon. After another hour, right as Tianyang killed his 50th bandit, one of the bandits plunged his dagger into his back. Enduring the reverberating agony coursing through his entire being, Tianyang clenched his teeth with unwavering determination and continued fighting. One would expect Tianyang to slow down as his body continued to weaken, but his movements and attacks only grew fiercer as time passed. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20. It only took Tianyang half an hour to slaughter 20 bandits this time. Meanwhile, at the Jade Altar, Tianyang's real body suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kulas clenched his fists after seeing this. We won the bet. Gu Lim started celebrating after seeing this. Shut up. He's not dead yet. Kulas exclaimed. Sure enough, Tian Yang merely coughed up blood and didn't collapse. Gu Lim sneered, so what? It's only a matter of time before he dies. And he continued, though, I will give him some credit for lasting longer than the other challengers. Most challengers would perish a few minutes after starting the trial, yet Tian Yang had managed to survive 3 hours and counting. In fact, Gu Lim and his group were getting nervous because they had expected Tian Yang to die within a minute of starting his trial. Of course, all of that anxiety disappeared when they saw Tian Yang cough up blood, which was a sign that he was at his limit and on the verge of death. You can do it. Kula stared at Tian Yang's figure with a profound expression. Tian Yang gasped for air as he fell to his knee after his 99th bandit, his body soaked in blood. There were 3 daggers stabbed into his back and a sword skewering his right leg. Moreover, his entire left arm has been missing since it was severed half an hour ago. Of the countless life-or-death situations he had faced, this trial marked his closest brush with death yet, and he still had one opponent left to fight. Tian Yang stared at his final opponent with one eye closed, his gaze filled with anger and hatred. The last bandit that stood between him and victory was the leader of the gold and money bandits. You. Tian Yang gritted his teeth and pulled out the sword stuck in his leg, enduring the pain. I will kill you. Even though his opponent was only a peak spirit king, Tian Yang was already on the verge of exhausting what little spiritual energy he had left. However, almost as though the heavens finally acknowledged Tian Yang's struggles and decided to bless him for the first time in his lifetime, his 8th-level Spirit King cultivation that was already a hair's width away from breakthrough suddenly entered the 9th-level Spirit King. His exhausted spiritual energy replenished a decent amount, allowing him to recover some of his injuries with enough to spare for the fight. Tian Yang released a war cry before charging at the bandit leader. Immense killing intent spewed out of Tian Yang's eyes as he swung at his opponent relentlessly. After spending several hours physically fighting his heart demon, he arrived at the point where it hardly affected him any longer. The bandit leader was only a little stronger than the other bandits, but it was more than doable for Tian Yang, who had a slight upgrade. Tian Yang did not immediately kill the bandit leader and decided to slowly kill him instead. He knew that the bandit leader wasn't real, so it was purely to release built-up stress. He severed the bandit leader's limbs one by one, starting with the arms before moving to the legs. When the bandit leader could no longer move, let alone stand, Tian Yang covered his body with superficial cuts, almost as though he was trying to bleed the bandit leader to death. By the time Tian Yang was done, there was not an area on the bandit leader's body and face where it did not have a sword cut. You have cleared the trial. The voice returned when the bandit leader finally perished. Ah! I really did it. Tian Yang rested his eyes. When he opened them again, the view of shocked spectators appeared before his eyes. All of them had either wide eyes or wide mouths, or both. You have acquired the qualifications to seek my legacy. A familiar voice that only Tian Yang could hear entered his head, followed by information about the legacy's location. However, Tian Yang couldn't care less about the legacy, as he was focused on the treasure that appeared before him for clearing the Jade Altar's trial. Unbelievably, it was God's fruit, also known as the god of all cultivation medicine. It was an exceedingly rare and valuable treasure that could completely reconstruct a person's innate talent to make it as high as possible. It was a heaven-defying and godlike medicine that had only appeared in the world once before since the beginning of time. However, even though God's fruit could boost one's talent to its maximum potential, everyone has a different limit. For example, Tian Yang was born with no talents and could only reach the peak of Spirit Lord. However, after consuming God's fruit and unlocking his maximum innate talent, it allowed him to reach the 9th level of Spirit King. Meanwhile, Kulas was born with enough talents to reach the peak of Spirit Lord, but after consuming God's fruit, he would be able to reach the peak of Spirit Sovereign, thus having a higher limit than Tian Yang. God's fruit. He's acquired a God's fruit. The spectators snapped out of their daze when they saw the treasure in Tian Yang's hands, their eyes shining with greed. Forget about these ordinary cultivators, even the immortal clans would start a war to acquire God's fruit. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the crowd and charged at Tian Yang with clear killing intent. However, before he could even reach Tian Yang, an invisible force with unfathomable prowess appeared out of thin air to neutralize the threat, instantly turning the person who charged at Tian Yang into a cloud of blood mist. Anyone who dares to steal another's treasure will be removed from existence. The trial's voice resounded loud enough for everyone to hear. Tian Yang. Hurry up and consume it. Kula suddenly shouted at him. Wait. Don't eat it. I will buy the god's fruit from you. Gulim immediately said. He continued, that god's fruit will only be wasted on someone like you. If you know what's for you, sell it to me. Tian Yang turned to look at Gulim and sneered, before that, there is something else that you must do. What is it? If I recall correctly, you made a bet with Kulis on whether I'll survive this trial or not. Tian Yang narrowed his eyes and continued, we can talk about the god's fruit after you honor your bet. Hearing this, Gulim gritted his teeth and handed all of the treasures he and his group bet on to Kulis. There. Now sell me the god's fruit. Gulim said afterward. How much are you willing to buy it for? Tian Yang asked. 100 million spirit stones. Gulim shouted. Tian Yang sneered in disdain after hearing the offer, and he said, the last god's fruit was sold for 1 billion spirit stones. Why would I sell mine for any less? Gulim clenched his fists and roared, you can't even bring that god's fruit out of this place. So what? That doesn't affect the god's fruit's effects, which means it won't be any less valuable, whether I can take it out of here or not. Tian Yang shrugged. If you won't buy it at an appropriate price, I'd rather use it for myself. Naturally, he had no intentions of selling the god's fruit even if it killed him, so he was only messing with Gulim as a way of taking revenge for treating him like trash. However, Gulim didn't know this and thought he actually had a chance to acquire the god's fruit. 3. No. 500 million spirit stones. This is my final offer. Although I cannot pay you now, I will definitely pay you once we get out. Gulim gritted his teeth and gave Tian Yang his new offer. Tian Yang did not immediately answer and closed his eyes to ponder, or pretend to think about Gulim's offer. Seeing Tian Yang's hesitation, Gulim tried to convince him further, you can purchase countless powerful treasures with that much money, even 1 or 2 mythic-grade treasures with ease. However, if you refuse, just know that you'll become my immortal Gu clan's enemy. Tian Yang opened his eyes a moment later and wore a gentle smile on his face. I understand, he said in a calm voice. Gulim immediately smiled back, I take back what I said about you. However, before Gulim could even finish his sentence, Tian Yang opened his mouth and shoved the god's fruit into his mouth, consuming it with a single bite. Gulim couldn't believe his eyes, his face filled with shock and disbelief. When he realized what had just occurred, his entire being trembled in anger, and his face flushed with redness, looking like a demon, you son of a bitch. How dare you mock me? Tian Yang sneered at Gulim and spoke in a disdainful voice, You want me to hand over the god's fruit without payment, and you expect me to wait until we leave this place for my payment? You want me to trust you, who cannot even fulfill his own promises? Laughable. I already gave Kulis all the treasures we bet on. What more do you want me from? Gulim shouted, spewing saliva everywhere. Kulis interrupted, if I recall correctly, you promised to kowtow before him and call him grandfather for the rest of his life if he survived the trial. Yet, I have not seen you on your knees, much less call him grandfather. Kulis, you fucking bastard. If you think I won't beat you up because you're from a fellow immortal clan, you have made a huge mistake. Gulim pointed at Kulis, his entire arm shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Tian Yang felt a strange shift happening in his body. After eating the god's fruit, it was as if something had loosened up inside him, like unclogging a drain that had been blocked for decades. His body felt weightless, as though gravity no longer affected him, and all of his senses became more sensitive and keen, allowing him to notice even the smallest details. Furthermore, he could feel his strength skyrocketing even though there were no changes to his cultivation base. This is me, at my highest potential. My body feels foreign, as if it doesn't belong to me. Tianyang looked at his palms with a nervous smile on his face. You trash bastard. I dare you to step outside the safe zone and fight me. Gu Lim suddenly shouted as he stared at Tianyang with immense killing intent surging within his eyes. Tianyang narrowed his gaze at Gu Lim. Although he was never intimidated by Gu Lim even before consuming the god's fruit, now that he's essentially experienced a rebirth, he could tell that Gu Lim posed zero threat to him. Thus, Tianyang confidentially started walking towards Gu Lim. Seeing Tianyang's resolute expression, Kulas prepared to fight alongside him. The moment Tianyang stepped outside the safe zone, Gu Lim wasted no time jumping at him. Die, you insignificant bastard. So what if you consumed the god's fruit? You are still no different than trash in my eyes. Gu Lim swung his ancient grade sword at Tianyang. Tianyang only had an earth grade sword on him, so he didn't dare to block Gu Lim's sword head-on, fearing that his earth grade sword would break. Why don't you fight someone with proper equipment? Kulas suddenly appeared beside Gu Lim, kicking him away from Tianyang. When the four people following Gu Lim realized that a fight could no longer be avoided, they retrieved their divine-grade treasures and joined the battle. Two of them went after Tianyang while the other two went to assist Gu Lim. Meanwhile, the spectators there quickly distanced themselves from the fight. None of them wanted to stick their nose in a fight between the immortal clans, nor did they have the qualifications to join the battle after witnessing how fierce it was. You've made a huge mistake offending the immortal Gu clan today, you mortal dog. Even if you manage to get out of this alive, the immortal Gu clan will never forgive you. The two cultivators fighting Tianyang cursed at him as they fought. Humph. Does the immortal clans only know how to bully the weak? How pathetic. Tianyang sneered in disgust. The two cultivators anticipated an easy victory since they were ganging up on a single person, but they were greatly surprised when they realized that not only were they unable to land a single strike on Tianyang, but he was actually pushing them back. Serenity Sword Strike. Radiant Saber. The two cultivators began employing their martial techniques, but Tianyang dodged them with ease using just the basic movement technique taught by the Immortal Monastery. Is this all the immortal clans are capable of? If so, you're not so different than everyone else. Tianyang taunted them even further. I'll cut that filthy mouth of yours and feed it to the dogs. Although Tianyang could have killed them at any time, he decided to use them as training so that he could get used to his newfound strength. Once he was satisfied, Tianyang stopped messing around and exploded with strength. This caught his opponents off guard, and before they could even react, Tianyang extinguished one of their lives with a single sword technique. Immortal Rending Sword Strike. Tianyang's sword moved with such viciousness and power that his target's body was separated in half. When the other cultivator saw his friend being slaughtered in such a manner, he immediately lost all will to continue the fight and raised his hand while shouting, W8. I give up. However, Tianyang acted as though he didn't hear anything and mercilessly swung his sword again. You ba. After killing his opponents, Tianyang turned to look at Kula's situation. He was still fighting with Gu Lim, but the other two were nowhere to be seen, presumably dead. Kulas. Do you need my help? Tianyang asked him after his fight ended. What? What happened to Gu Yaju and Fu Lingxin? What did you do to them? Gu Lim roared at Tianyang when he couldn't see his friends around. Tianyang sneered, isn't it obvious that I killed them? You bastard. Gu Lim suddenly stopped paying attention to Kulas and charged at Tianyang. We are not finished yet. Kulas immediately went to intercept him. Get out of my way, Kulas. Do you truly intend on fighting to the death with me? My family will not let this slide even if it's you. Gu Lim roared at him. Don't talk as if I started this. You were the one who approached us, provoked us. Don't you dare make it sound like you are the victim here, Gu Lim. Kulas shouted back, his strikes getting fiercer and quicker. Gu Lim began panicking at this point. He knew that he couldn't defeat Kulas alone. The sole reason for challenging Kulas in the first place had been the support of his group, but now, with them absent and dead, he found himself utterly helpless. As Kulas pushed Gu Lim further and further towards death, Gu Lim's desperation peaked. Stop it. This isn't funny, Kulas. If you kill me, my family will not forgive you. Are you going to be able to handle the consequences? Kulas halted his movements shortly after hearing Gu Lim's words. Sure enough, while he wouldn't have any problem dealing with Gu Lim's buddies, he couldn't directly kill Gu Lim himself, who was the young master of the Immortal Gu clan, as that could potentially lead to war between the Immortal Might clan and the Immortal Gu clan. That's right, Kulas. You cannot kill me unless you want our families to go to war. It was as though Gu Lim could read Kulas' mind, showing a relieved smile on his face. However, just as Gu Lim felt safe, he sensed a presence suddenly appear behind him like a ghost. What? Gu Lim turned around, but before he could fully turn around to see who was behind him, he sensed a cold sensation breeze past his neck. Kulas' eyes widened with shock when he witnessed Tian Yang kill Gu Lim without hesitation. What have you done? He swallowed nervously. You couldn't kill him, right? In that case, I will do it for you. Tian Yang said with a relatively calm expression on his face. Do you have any idea who you just killed? That was the young master of the Immortal Gu clan, their patriarch's favorite son. Once they learn of what happened here, they will hunt you down like a dog for the rest of your life. Tian Yang shook his head and said, if I had let him live, he wouldn't let me scot-free, so it wouldn't have mattered if I killed him or not. They will hunt me down regardless, so I might as well take care of him now. Unable to refute Tian Yang's logic, Kulas gritted his teeth. He looked at the shocked spectators and sighed, you could have at least waited until there's nobody to witness it, but now. Tian Yang looked at the crowd and smiled, even if I killed him out of sight, these people have already seen us argue and fight with him, so it would only be a matter of time before they realize I killed him. Don't worry, Kulas. You weren't the one who killed him, so you can pin all the blame onto me. With so many witnesses here, I doubt his family will go through the trouble of blaming you. I couldn't care less about that. Why don't we continue our conversation somewhere else? Tian Yang suddenly said. Sure. However, before leaving the scene, Tian Yang made sure to take Gu Lim's spatial ring, just as he did with the other two he defeated. Once they were gone, the crowd that witnessed Gu Lim's death went into an uproar. This is huge news. Gu Lim is dead. Fuck. I can already imagine the Immortal Gu clan's reaction once they learn of this news. Who the hell was that person, anyway? I don't recognize him. Unsurprisingly, nobody there recognized Tian Yang, so even if they were questioned about him later, they would only be able to give a description of Tian Yang's appearance and that he was Kulas' friend. Sometime later, Tian Yang and Kulas stopped by a large boulder and continued their conversation. So, what are you going to do now? Kulas asked. Tian Yang lifted his head to stare at the clear sky and sighed, I honestly don't know. I have managed to reach my full potential and finally acquired the talent that I could only dream of, but what good is my talent when I am going to be hunted by the immortal clans? I must have somehow offended the heavens or something in my past life to have such terrible luck. Kulas pondered for a moment before speaking, how about joining my Immortal Might clan? We'll try to protect you from the Immortal Gu clan. Tian Yang smiled and said, I appreciate the offer, truly. However, we both know that won't work. The Immortal Might clan has no reason to protect me and would rather give me up to spare them the trouble, especially since you're partially involved, and I doubt it'll just be the Immortal Gu clan that I'll have to worry about. In fact, you should probably stay away from me starting now. It would be bad for you to associate with me any longer since it would give the immortal Gu family more reasons to go after you. Cut the bullshit. The only reason you are in this situation is because of me. Gu Lim wouldn't have provoked you if you weren't with me. Kulis exclaimed. He clenched his fists in anger until they bled, muttering in a shivering voice, "What's the point of saving your life if I just lead you down an even darker path later? I'm such a terrible friend." Enough, Kulis. I am glad that you saved my life. What happened to Gu Lim wasn't your fault. It's Gu Lim's own fault for picking the fight, as well as mine for ending his life. Tian Yang said with a calm smile on his face, almost as though he'd already accepted his fate. Anyways, if you don't intend on leaving me alone, should we start making our way to the second section? Kulis nodded, so we'll finally start exploring the tomb for real now, huh? Do you know where to start? He shook his head, nope. No clue. I guess we can just wander around like we did for the trials and hope for the best. Alright, but unlike the first section, there will be magical beasts and countless dangerous traps awaiting us. We have to move around with care. Tian Yang nodded, that's obvious. He looked around and asked, by the way, which direction is the second section in? Kulis shrugged and said, no clue, but we can ask around. The two of them continued to wander until they came across someone. Excuse me, do you know where the second section is located? Kulis asked. Do you see that mountain over there? Keep moving in that direction until you see a red-colored altar. That will teleport you to the second section of the tomb. Thank you very much. Now with a new destination, Tian Yang and Kulis followed the mountain's direction. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Tian Yang and Kulis traveled for nearly an entire month before they reached their destination. They stopped before a red altar, located at what seemed like the edge of the world. How do we activate this? Kulis inspected the red altar. Activate. Tian Yang muttered out loud. Activate teleport. I guess not. Tian Yang shook his head. What are you idiots doing? A clear voice suddenly resounded behind them. What? Tian Yang turned around with a slightly surprised look on his face, as he couldn't feel their presence until just now. Not far away, a group of young ladies were approaching his direction. There were 4 of them, each being a world-class beauty that could topple kingdoms with their appearance alone. Kulis frowned when he saw these ladies, almost as if he recognized them. If it isn't Kulis. What a surprise. You had me believe that you didn't come to this place when I didn't see you at the beginning. The lady leading the group spoke when she saw Kulis. The group of ladies ignored Tian Yang, walking right past him before stopping in front of Kulis. Where have you been? That is none of your business, Ren Xia, Kulis sneered with a hint of disgust within his tone. Of course it is. We are engaged to each other, after all. The lady named Ren Xia said with a slight smile on her face. What an unfunny joke, acting like you actually care about that. What's that supposed to mean? In case you forgot, you were the first one to express your disapproval of our engagement. Tian Yang watched their interaction with interest. He didn't know Kulis was engaged. Now that I think about it, he's from a prominent background. It would be weird if he wasn't engaged. If you're here to bother me, I won't entertain you, Kulis said with a slight frown. Ren Xia shifted her gaze from Kulis to the red altar beside him and spoke, Are you trying to activate the portal? Are you having trouble? Do you need me to help you? I'll help you if you ask me nicely. In your dreams, you annoying bitch. Kulis sneered in disgust. Ren Xia immediately frowned and said, As rude as ever, I see. If our parents had been here to hear that, you would have received a serious spanking. But since you refused my help, I would like to see how you'll activate it. Ren Xia turned to look at the ladies behind her and continued, Ladies, let us take a break here. We might even see some funny things in just a bit. Che. Kulis ignored them and walked to Tianyang. Just act like they don't even exist. Is it really okay to treat your fiancé in such a manner? Tianyang asked with a raised eyebrow. Don't let her appearance fool you. She's a sadistic and narcissistic bitch. And it was our family's decision to engage us. Kulis whispered to him. I can hear you, you know. Ren Xia said. By the way, who is that? A friend? No way, right? Even as Ren Xia voiced her disbelief, she couldn't fathom the idea of Kulis having a friend. Nevertheless, the truth remained that she had never witnessed him display such friendliness towards anyone else. So what if he's a friend? Kulis did not refute her, even confirming it. Seriously. A look of disbelief appeared on Ren Xia's face, as she didn't expect Kulis to admit it. Hey! I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now, but why is everyone so surprised when they find out you have a friend? Tianyang couldn't help but pose the question. A stiff smile appeared on Kulis' face as he responded, probably because I tend to push everyone away in the past. What do you mean, in the past? You've done it your entire life. You always have this hard-to-approach aura around you, and you would immediately shoo away anyone that tries to get close to you. Ren Xia sneered after hearing his words. Hard to approach? Tianyang found that hard to believe. His first impression of Kulis was anything but distant. In fact, Kulis seemed overly friendly during their initial meeting, almost suspiciously so. Kulis blushed and said, I only act like that towards those unworthy of my respect. It just turns out that everyone around me is unworthy, until I met you. Him. Worthy of your respect? Did you hit your head somewhere? Ren Xia had a dumbfounded look on her face as she asked him. Kulis narrowed his gaze at her and responded in a cold tone, Since you are my fiancé, allow me to give you a warning. The consequences of underestimating my friend are severe. Gu Lim learned that the hard way and paid with his life. What? Gu Lim is dead. Ren Xia's expression turned pale after learning of this information. Kulis. You crazy son of a bitch. Don't tell me you killed Gu Lim. Do you have any idea what you have done? Ren Xia exclaimed with a look of disbelief on her face. The others behind her also covered their mouths from shock. However, Tianyang responded in Kulis' stead, No, he didn't kill Gu Lim. I was the one who killed him. What? You. Ren Xia shifted her gaze to Tianyang. She glared at him with a deep frown and asked, Who are you? Tianyang calmly responded with a smile on his face, I'm a nobody. Regardless of your identity, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Gu Lim's family will stop at nothing to hunt you down. No, it won't just be his family. The other immortal clans will also get involved. So what? The smile on Tianyang's face suddenly flipped, and a cold expression appeared on his face, I already have a bone to pick with the immortal clans. If they weren't going to hunt me, I would have gone after them myself. Ren Xia's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words. A mysterious smile appeared on her face, causing her beauty to blossom even further, and she spoke in a low voice, Not only are you not fearful of the immortal clans but you even dare to go against them. What an interesting man. When Qual saw the look on Ren Xia's face, his entire being trembled, and he quickly stood between them. Whatever you are planning, give it up, he said to her. And what makes you think that I am planning something? You always make that annoying expression when you're planning something. Don't act like you are familiar with me. Tianyang shook his head and interrupted them, while you two argue, I'll try to figure out how to activate the altar. He ignored them and walked to the altar. Even if you don't help us, someone who knows how to operate it will eventually come, Kulis said to Ren Xia. Ren Xia chuckled, I can't believe you're struggling to activate the teleportation array. What? It's an array. Kulis' eyes widened. Ren Xia covered her mouth and acted like she accidentally spilled the beans, Oh my, I accidentally gave you the answer. Though, It's not like you can do anything about it since you aren't an array master. However, Tianyang raised an eyebrow when he heard it. Array. He inspected the red altar in finer detail, and sure enough, he could see array symbols engraved all over the altar. These are only level 1 array symbols. In that case. A few moments later, Tianyang solved the array symbols and activated the array, causing the red altar to emit a crimson glow. The following moment, a red portal appeared before the altar. What? Ren Xia looked at him with surprise. You were an array master this entire time? Even Kulis was shocked. Tianyang shook his head and said, no, but I was taught the basics by someone. I never expected such knowledge to come in handy, though. During his time with Huang Shaoli, she would occasionally teach him array symbols for fun. If Tianyang took the array master examinations at this moment, he would barely qualify as a level 1 array master. Anyways, now that I've activated it, let's go. Kulis nodded and walked past Ren Xia. Seeing this, Ren Xia didn't say anything else and followed them into the portal. After exiting the portal, Tianyang and the others found themselves in the middle of an expansive wilderness. Unlike the first section, which was mostly empty plains and mountains, there were trees and living beings roaming around the second section. So, where should we go? Huh? Tianyang and Kulis turned to look at the person who had just spoken. Why are you making it sound like we're going to be traveling together? Kulis asked her with a deep frown on his face. Why not? Ren Xia shrugged. Not only would it be more entertaining, but it'll be safer if we traveled together. Are you going to refuse traveling with 4 beauties? What does your appearance have anything to do with this? Regardless, I don't trust you guys. Kulis sneered. Are you afraid that we might attack you or something? We don't have any reason to do such a thing. Ren Xia said. And what reason do you have for wanting to follow us? Ren Xia's gaze glanced at Tianyang's figure for a split second before responding, we're all tired of looking for Han Zixian's legacy, but it's not like we can return home until we find it, so we might as well fool around for a bit. I don't care about your reasons. You're not going to follow me. Kulis said. Ren Xia shook her head and sighed, who said we are going to follow you? Ren Xia turned to look at Tianyang and continued, this place is crawling with people from the immortal clans. I'd like to see how you will deal with them. Of course, I'm not asking you to let us follow you for free. I can be your guide and even lead you to a few places with treasures. You bitch. I dare you to say that you don't have any ulterior motives now. Kulis narrowed his eyes at her. Are you jealous that I, your fiancé, have taken interest in another man? Ren Xia chuckled. I couldn't care less who you talk to or even sleep with since I don't have any feelings for you, but you better not mess with my one and only friend. Tianyang narrowed his eyes at Ren Xia. He had a feeling that even if he refused her company, she would still follow him. In that case, he might as well accept her offer and get something out of it. I don't mind if you follow us, but if I sense you doing anything that could harm us, I will not hesitate to cut you down, he said in a cold voice. Ren Xia nodded with an innocent smile, I swear that we won't do anything like that. Hey! Tianyang. Tell me you aren't seriously going to let them follow us. She's a crafty woman with ulterior motives. Kulis asked him through divine sense. Tianyang sighed, responding, we might as well, unless you can convince them to not follow us. That's impossible. She's the type of woman to do whatever she wants. The only way to stop her would be to kill her. Are you suggesting that we kill your fiancé? There aren't any witnesses here, after all. Of course not. As much as I dislike her, I cannot justify killing her over something like this. Right? Then we might as well let her follow us and guide us to the treasures. I guess. Kulis sighed inwardly, feeling defeated. Also, they don't know my identity yet. Call me Xiaoyang for now. Tianyang suggested. Okay. Meanwhile, the ladies were having a conversation of their own through divine sense. Sister Ren, why do you want to follow them? Are you trying to avenge young Master Gulim? Gulim? I couldn't care less about that idiot. I'm more interested in Kula's friend. Ren Xia said. That man? Why? He's essentially a wanted criminal at this point for killing Gulim. Yeah. It'd be unwise to associate ourselves with him. What if the immortal Gu clan comes after us too? That won't happen. Ren Xia said in a confident tone. She continued, I also want to see what kind of person is worthy of Kula's acknowledgement. But I don't think that is worth offending the immortal Gu clan. Ren Xia looked at them and sighed, I am not going to force you to follow me, nor will I blame you for leaving. This is my own selfish action, after all. The three ladies exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of silence, they lowered their head to Ren Xia and said, Sorry, Sister Ren, but we cannot afford to offend the immortal Gu clan. We hope for your understanding. Ren Xia shook her head, I already said that I won't blame you. Are you sure you want to follow them? You'll be alone. If you're afraid they'll do something to me, why don't you stay? If not, stop with the pointless worry and leave already. The ladies bowed to her again before leaving. Tian Yang was surprised when Ren Xia's group suddenly left her alone. I thought they were friends, he shook his head inwardly. When she noticed the gazes on her, Ren Xia looked at them and shrugged, unlike me, those girls don't come from a background that is powerful enough to stop the immortal Gu clan, so they cannot afford to offend them. Moreover, you won't be as worried about my presence if I am alone, right? Sure enough, Tian Yang no longer had to worry as much now that Ren Xia was alone, as he was confident in dealing with her if any problem arose. I'm more interested in these treasures you mentioned. Tell me about them. Tian Yang said a moment later. Just like the first section, there are trials scattered around this place. Anyone can challenge these trials, but only one person will be able to acquire the reward. Moreover, these treasures are not limited to the tomb, so we can bring them to the outside world with us. Ren Xia explained. What kind of treasures are we talking about? Kulis asked. Ren Xia didn't respond, acting as though she didn't even hear his question. This bitch is ignoring me on purpose. Kulis stared at her with a cold gaze. So, what kind of treasure can we earn from these trials? Tian Yang asked a moment later. From spiritual weapons to powerful techniques. Ren Xia responded with a calm smile on her face. Techniques. Tian Yang's eyes shone with excitement after hearing this information. He lacked three things before entering the tomb. Talent, treasures, and techniques. After spending nearly an entire year in the first section of the tomb, Tian Yang solved his talent issues, and acquiring Gu Lim's spatial ring somewhat solved his treasure issue. The only thing he lacked at the moment was powerful martial techniques. I only know some basic techniques from the sect, with the immortal rending sword strike being the strongest amongst all the techniques I know. Although I may have some talent now, I will still be at a huge disadvantage against those with similar strength but superior techniques. Do you know any trials that award techniques? Tian Yang then asked. Several, she nodded. I want to visit these places first. Okay. Ren Xia nodded. I'll take us to the nearest one first. Follow me. As they followed her, Kulis asked, what are the chances that someone has already cleared these trials? And how long has it been since you left this place? Ren Xia pretended to not hear him again. How dare you so blatantly ignore me, do you truly believe that I won't touch you because you're my fiancé? Kulis gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. However, Ren Xia continued to ignore him. Seeing this, Tian Yang sighed inwardly before speaking, I'd like to know as well. I left this place for about 2 months. Although it's not impossible, the chances of these trials being cleared are incredibly low. In fact, compared to the trials in the first section, the trials here are on another level of difficulty. Tian Yang swallowed nervously after learning of this information. Ren Xia continued a moment later, with that being said, not every trial will kill you. You'll know what I mean once we arrive at our destination. By the way, we'll get there faster on a flying treasure. Do you have one? Ren Xia looked at Tian Yang, who quickly shook his head. Then I'll share mine with you. Ren Xia retrieved her flying treasure that looked like a living white crane before patting the space in front of her with a charming smile on her face. Tian Yang immediately hesitated to share a ride with her. Kulis then said, ride with me instead. Huh? As Tian Yang turned to look at Kulis, he summoned a large white tiger. Tian Yang frowned upon seeing this and exclaimed, you had a flying treasure this entire time. Don't tell me it's the expensive kind that doesn't require replacement once it runs out of spiritual energy. It is. Kulis calmly confirmed. You rascal. Why didn't you bring this out earlier when we were in the first section? It could have saved us so much travel time. Tian Yang shouted in frustration. Kulis responded with a teasing smile, you never asked. Tian Yang held a look of disbelief on his face after hearing Kulis' response. Seeing this, Kulis couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ren Xia silently watched their interaction with widened eyes. She was skeptical that Kulis and Tian Yang were friends at first, but after seeing their interaction, she had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, she has never seen Kulis laughing so heartily before. Sometime later, Tian Yang jumped on Kulis' flying treasure and started following Ren Xia. The white swan fluttered its wings and flew in the sky like a real being while the white tiger ran in the sky, almost as though there was an invisible platform for it to traverse. If one saw them from a distance, they could easily be mistaken for authentic magical beasts. The flying treasures moved at extreme speeds, much faster than the flying treasure used by the Huang family during their escape. Furthermore, it didn't require as much spiritual energy from the user to maintain top speed. They were incomparably better than ordinary flying treasures. The only downside of these flying treasures would be their astronomically high price tag, something even extremely wealthy families would not dare consider buying more than one. Within half an hour, Tian Yang and his group covered a distance that would typically take them a month if they had traveled normally. When Tian Yang realized how much time they had wasted in the first section, he felt a strong urge to smack Kulis in the back of his head, but he eventually controlled his urges. After another half an hour, Ren Xia's flying treasure quickly slowed down to a halt. We're here, she said, her gaze pointing at the large sword in the distance. What is that? Tian Yang mumbled in a dazed voice as he used divine sense to take a closer look. Several miles in the distance, a sizable stone sword appeared, seemingly thrust into the ground. On closer inspection, one could discern engraved words on the blade, each character seemingly etched with the precision of a sword stroke. We call it Han Zixin stone sword, and we believe that it's trying to pass down a profound sword technique. Han Zixin was known to be a powerful sword master with hundreds of terrifying sword techniques at his disposal, so it's likely that this is one of them. Tian Yang swallowed nervously. He could feel an unfathomable aura emitted by the stone sword even from such a distance. When they got closer to the stone sword, Tian Yang noticed tens of thousands of cultivators were sitting in front of the stone sword, their gazes glued to its blade. However, unlike the first section, there was no protection from the tomb to safeguard these people while they tried to comprehend the technique within the stone sword. I don't wield the sword, so I won't bother trying to comprehend it. Kulis suddenly said. He turned to look at Tian Yang and asked, how long do you think it'll take you to comprehend it? Tian Yang looked at him with raised eyebrows. Why are you making it sound like I am guaranteed to comprehend it? Countless people must have tried to comprehend it for the past year, but it's still here. If anybody can comprehend it, it'll be the only person who managed to clear a jade difficulty trial. Kulis smiled. What? Ren Xia turned to look at Tian Yang with wide eyes. You cleared a trial from a jade altar? He calmly nodded. Ren Xia was left speechless upon learning this information. She knew a few people from the immortal clans also took the jade altar's trial, but none of them survived. Just who is this man? He can't be a mere nobody. Ren Xia thought to herself. A moment later, she spoke, now that I think about it, we never had a proper introduction. I'm Ren Xia, youngest of the Immortal Sword clan. Xiao Yang, a rogue cultivator. Tian Yang lied like it was in his nature. A rogue cultivator? Ren Xia instantly knew that Tian Yang was lying, but she had no proof. Is he worried that I will expose his identity to the Immortal Gu clan? Well, I don't blame him for being cautious. She decided to play along. As they got closer to the stone sword, Ren Xia warned, there won't be any safe zone in this place, so make sure you don't focus entirely on the stone sword and forget about your surroundings. With that being said, nobody would dare to cause a commotion that could disturb everyone here. Kulis then said, don't worry about your safety and focus on the stone sword. I'll watch your back. Tian Yang nodded and took a seat before the stone sword a moment later. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he reopened them, they were completely focused on the engravings on the stone sword. How long do people tend to stay here? Kulis asked Ren Xia a moment later. Are you seriously going to continue ignoring me? Why are you acting so childish? She glanced at him and sneered, says the one who ran away from home a year ago. I did not run away. I merely went on a journey to find out my own path. Whatever you say. After a moment of silence, Ren Xia continued, most people leave within a month if they don't see any progress while some have been here for over 6 months. And how does this trial work? Does the stone sword go away once someone comprehends the technique? Kulis asked. That's what happened to the others. There is more than one stone sword. Not just stone swords. There are sabers, axes, bows, all kinds of weapons. Huh. Why does he have so many different kinds of techniques? I also never heard of Han Zixin wielding anything other than swords. It's widely known that Han Zixin had multiple identities, but the exact number remains a mystery. Only a few are aware, and we lack confirmation, but there's a belief that one of Han Zixin's many aliases was Ambiguous Hoarder, Ren Xia disclosed through divine sense. Ambiguous Hoarder? Are you sure? Kulis was shocked to learn this information. Like I said, we don't have proof, but after seeing the unfathomable amount of treasures in this place, I would be willing to bet on it being true. Ren Xia sighed. Ambiguous Hoarder. If this information is true, this tomb is much more precious than originally anticipated. Kulis swallowed nervously after learning of this information. The Ambiguous Hoarder was a mysterious individual who was known for collecting all sorts of valuable treasures and techniques in the divine heaven about 5,000 years ago. He would often show up at auction houses and expensive stores, emptying their stock and storage. If he wasn't at auction houses, he would be approaching people directly to purchase their valuables with offers that were hard to refuse. Nobody knew why the Ambiguous Hoarder needed so much treasure nor where he acquired the wealth to purchase so much treasure. The Ambiguous Hoarder was active for 500 years before vanishing like a ghost, and people believed that he had the largest collection of treasure in the entire world. When the Ambiguous Hoarder vanished without a trace alongside his treasures, people believed that he had perished and began searching for his remains. But alas, even after spending countless resources and many decades searching, they remained empty-handed. If Han Zixin is truly the Ambiguous Hoarder, that technique might be here. Kulis turned to look at Tian Yang. The Ambiguous Hoarder had a specific technique that Kulis had always wanted to learn, but it was only a pipe dream since nobody knew where the Ambiguous Hoarder had disappeared to. However, if Han Zixin turned out to be the famous Ambiguous Hoarder, he might actually have a chance of acquiring said technique, and fulfilling his dreams. The only problem was that he'd promised Tian Yang that he'd travel with him, so he couldn't just leave by himself. 1 month. I will only wait for a month, so you better comprehend the technique by then, Tian Yang. Kulis gritted his teeth and suppressed his urges. Meanwhile, Tian Yang continued to stare at the engravings on the stone sword without blinking. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this period, Tianyang tirelessly recited the engravings in his mind hundreds of times each day, witnessing rapid growth in his comprehension of their meaning. Unbeknownst to Tianyang at that time, his true talent did not lie within cultivation but in an entirely different domain. On the 10th day of his study, Tianyang abruptly entered a trance-like state. Though he continued reciting the engravings in his mind, it was now happening subconsciously. The atmosphere around Tianyang began to change. It was subtle and barely noticeable at first, but it grew increasingly profound and noticeable. No way, is that? Renxia doubted her eyes at first and even rubbed them before taking another look at Tianyang. Enlightenment. Kula sucked in a cold breath of air after realizing what was happening to Tianyang. Even a genius like him had never experienced enlightenment before. Don't tell me that he'll actually comprehend the stone sword's technique. Renxia swallowed nervously before muttering in a dazed voice. Although it took some time, the people around Tianyang eventually noticed the weird atmosphere around him and shifted their focus away from the stone sword to focus on Tianyang. Am I seeing things? How long has it been since he started studying the stone sword? He was already here when I arrived a week ago. He wasn't here 2 weeks ago. A small commotion erupted around Tianyang that quickly spread like wildfire until it inevitably disturbed everyone there. Who is that young man? I don't recognize him. Me neither. Look at the profound atmosphere around him. He must have come from a powerful background. That's called enlightenment, you ignorant one. One's background has nothing to do with it. In fact, it's not something even the geniuses in the immortal clans could bring forth at will. Despite the envy that many harbored towards Tianyang's situation, nobody dared to disturb him. It was an unspoken rule to never interrupt someone in a state of enlightenment, a state believed to be bestowed by the heavens. Therefore, anyone breaking this rule was considered to be defying the will of heaven and inviting its wrath. Furthermore, given the rarity of enlightenment, being able to witness such a phenomenon could be considered a stroke of good luck. No sane person would intentionally disrupt an event that most individuals go their entire lives without witnessing. Since Tianyang entered enlightenment, time appeared to have slowed down. Eventually, after 3 days of profound silence, a shift occurred, and a semi-transparent sword materialized above Tianyang, slowly orbiting around him. After another 3 days had elapsed, a second sword manifested above him, followed by a third 2 days later. Each of these swords exuded an otherworldly aura, almost as if they existed between the boundary of their world and another. On the 9th day since Tianyang entered his enlightenment, the fourth and final sword materialized above him. 4 otherworldly swords orbited around him, endowing him with a divine presence, as though he had transcended into a sword divinity. The swords vanished as Tianyang opened his eyes. Simultaneously, substantial cracks surfaced on the stone sword before them, eventually causing it to crumble into a mountain of stones. Shortly after Tianyang emerged from his enlightenment, the people there snapped out of their daze and approached him, bombarding him with the same questions. Hey! What sword technique did you acquire from the stone sword? Please! Tell us its name. What rank is this technique? I'm willing to purchase the technique from you. Give me a price. Pap! A clapping sound loud enough to stun everyone there suddenly resounded, startling everyone there. When they turned to look at the person who caused the commotion, they saw an old man with a group of young people behind him. That's the sect leader of the 7 divine sword peaks. Nearly everyone there immediately recognized the old man's identity, who was the leader of one of the most prestigious sects in the divine heaven. 7 divine sword peaks. Even a nobody like Tianyang has heard of their name. The 7 divine sword peaks stood as a formidable powerhouse in the divine heavens, ranking within the top 3 among all sections. Boasting several golden immortals within their ranks, they were renowned for their prowess in producing accomplished swordmasters. The elderly man guiding the group held the esteemed position of sect leader in this powerful sect, a renowned swordmaster named Tang Jian. When Tianyang saw Tang Jian approaching him, he stood up and asked, "What do you want?" This rude bastard. Watch your mouth. Who do you think you are talking to? The people behind Tang Jian glared at him. Tang Jian raised his arm and gestured for his disciples to calm down. He then spoke in a calm yet overbearing tone, I am Tang Jian, sect leader of the 7 divine sword peaks, and I would like to know the name of the technique you acquired from that stone tomb. Tianyang did not immediately respond, and a moment later, he spoke, I don't know. Tang Jian narrowed his eyes, causing the atmosphere to change. Do you really expect me to believe that when you comprehended the technique? He asked. The stone tablet only taught me the technique, not its name. Tang Jian had a hard time believing Tianyang's claim because most if not all people who passed down their techniques wouldn't leave out something as important as its name, as that would be throwing out its very identity. In that case, can you show me the technique itself? Tang Jian asked a moment later, as he would be able to identify the technique through its movements. However, Tianyang quickly responded without an ounce of hesitation in his voice, unfortunately, I do not have enough spiritual energy to perform the technique. I only entered peak Spirit King, and this technique requires me to be at least Spirit Sovereign. This little brat. Tang Jian could feel his blood warming up. He has seen his fair share of bold individuals throughout his life, but he has never encountered someone as daring as Tianyang. Are you mocking our master? The audacity. I'm going to cut you into 100 pieces. The people behind Tang Jian suddenly withdrew their weapons. Before Tang Jian could even react, Kulas appeared between them and Tianyang and said, even if you are from the 7 divine sword peaks, I won't sit still if you're going to harm my friend. Huh? Who the hell are you? You can die with him if you want. The disciples did not recognize Kulas. All of you, halt. Tang Jian suddenly shouted, releasing an overbearing pressure that froze everyone in their tracks. He released the pressure a moment later and spoke, he is the young master of the Immortal Might clan. If any of you wish to proceed after learning this fact, I won't step in to defend you if anything goes wrong. What? He's from the Immortal clans? The disciples immediately began sweating after learning of this information. Renxia suddenly entered the scene and said with a profound smile on her face, is the righteous 7 divine sword peaks going to bully a single individual over a technique that he'd acquired fair and square? Fairy Ren. Is he also a friend of yours? The disciples immediately recognized her identity this time. Tang Jian's eyebrows twitched at Renxia's question, which brought up their honor and status as a righteous sect. If they continued to pressure Tianyang in front of so many people, their honor would be damaged, and their righteousness would be questioned. Lady Ren, your words are quite harsh. Since when did we bully him? I am merely interested in the technique he learned and inquired about it. Since he is unable to answer my questions, I will leave it at this. We will depart now. Tang Jian turned around and began walking away. At the same time, Tang Jian's voice resounded inside Tianyang's head, you have made a grave mistake today. Pray that we don't encounter each other again. Hearing this, Tianyang sneered inwardly, whether it be the young master of the Immortal Gu clan or the sect leader of a powerful sect, they love to abuse their authority and mess with the powerless. How are they any different than bandits that terrorize the innocent? Unfortunately, due to this encounter, he now found himself burdened with the concern of the 7 divine sword peaks pursuing him, adding to the already looming threat from the immortal clans. Fuck, I swear the heavens are still messing with me. Tianyang looked at the sky with a gaze full of resentment. Let's quickly get out of here. Kulas said to Tianyang through divine sense. They quickly left the scene on their flying treasure shortly after. I can't believe you actually dared to mess with the 7 divine sword peaks, their sect leader, no less. Why didn't you just tell them about the technique? It's not like it would kill you to answer. Kulas sighed out loud. If he'd approached me differently, I wouldn't have minded telling them. However, he was haughty and overbearing even before he started speaking. Regardless of his title, he was no different from a wild bandit in my eyes, and I won't entertain a bandit even if it kills me. Tianyang sneered. Renxia laughed out loud, ha ha ha. I cannot believe you. I doubted you had the guts to offend the immortal clans, but after seeing how you dared to pick a fight with one of the most powerful sects in the world, their sect leader, no less, I have no other choice but to believe it. Kulis ignored Ren Xia's words and asked Tian Yang with a curious look on his face, so, what kind of technique did you learn? You can tell me, right? Tian Yang nodded and calmly responded, limitless sword domain. Limitless sword domain. Kulis exclaimed in a shocked voice. Even Ren Xia had a look of disbelief on her face, her eyes wide like saucers. You've heard of this technique? Judging by Kulis' reaction to its name, Tian Yang already knew the answer to his own question even without needing a response from Kulis. Of course. Anyone who knows even the slightest about Han Zhixian would know of the limitless sword domain technique. It's one of his signature moves, a technique he'd use to destroy the infamous burning demonic sect overnight. Kulis exclaimed. If you've really learned that technique, you've struck gold, Xiao Yang. Do you think you can show it to me? However, Tian Yang showed a bittersweet smile on his face and sighed, when I told the Seven Divine Sword Peak sect leader that I lacked the capability to use the technique in my current state, I wasn't lying. The best I can do is create 4 swords and control them like flying swords. It's pathetic when compared to what the stone sword showed me. What did the stone sword show you? Kulis asked in a nervous voice. A man that covered the sky with hundreds of swords manifested with spiritual energy and commanded each of them simultaneously, as if there is a swordmaster controlling each sword individually. Tian Yang sighed with a look of admiration on his face as he recalled the images he saw during enlightenment. The man, presumably Han Zhixian, conjured hundreds of swords made of pure spiritual energy, infusing them with sword aura. When he unleashed them upon his target, it created the illusion of the heavens themselves meting out punishment. It was a grandiose display of unfathomable prowess and talent, something Tian Yang wanted to achieve one day. Hey, I have something to tell you. Kulis suddenly said with a serious look on his face. What is it? Have you heard of the ambiguous hoarder? Tian Yang nodded. He was a mysterious collector several thousand years ago that vanished into thin air, correct? He wasn't just a collector. He had the most expansive and valuable treasury in the world. There's a good chance that ambiguous hoarder's true identity is Han Zhixian. What? Tian Yang's eyes widened with surprise. No wonder why all sorts of valuable treasures and resources exist in this tomb. Kulis nodded and continued, now here's what I actually wanted to tell you. The ambiguous hoarder was known to have a certain technique meant for body refiners such as myself. This technique could grant one a nearly indestructible body and amplify their innate strength immensely. If the ambiguous hoarder, Han Zhixian, left behind something as valuable as the limitless sword domain, I have no doubt he also left behind that technique. You want to learn it, right? Tian Yang asked. Kulis nodded with a serious expression and said, originally, I only came here to train myself, but this information changed everything. If you don't mind, I would like to spend some time looking for it. Tian Yang responded with a calm smile on his face, of course. Let's focus on your technique for now then. Are you sure? What about your journey? Kulis asked. What are you talking about? We're traveling together, so this isn't my journey alone. I have already benefited immensely thus far, and you've been following me this entire time, so it would only be fair for me to follow you now. Thank you. Kulis showed a bright smile. Tian Yang shifted his gaze to Ren Xia and spoke, you heard our conversation. Do you know anything about it? Ren Xia contemplated for a moment before responding, if it's related to body refiners, it must be a body refining technique. I'm aware of 3 stone tablets that suggest such a technique. Can you show us the way? Tian Yang asked. I'll show you one of them for free, but I'll need some sort of payment for the rest. But you said that you'd show us if we allowed you to follow us. Tian Yang frowned. I was only talking to you. Since this is something that directly benefits Kulis, I won't be doing this for free. Kulas sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner and said, "Fine, I'll pay you if the first one isn't what I want." Ren Xia showed a beautiful smile and said, "Very well. Follow me. I'll take you to the nearest one first." A few hours later, they arrived before a massive stone tablet that did not take the shape of any weapons, and just like the stone sword, there were thousands of people studying it. Kulas clenched his fists with excitement and said, "Give me 1 month. If I cannot comprehend its name by then, we will move on to the next one." Tianyang nodded and said, "I will watch your back." "Thanks. Then I will be right back." Kulas immediately sat before the stone tablet and stared at it with a serious expression on his face. Tianyang sat right behind Kulas and started cultivating. Due to how fast he advanced his cultivation to the peak of Spirit King, it had yet to fully stabilize. Of course, he didn't fully immerse himself in cultivation, as he still had to protect Kulas even if the chances of someone bothering him were close to zero. Shortly after Tianyang settled into his seat, he sensed someone sitting right beside him, and a sweet, flowery scent enveloped his senses. "How did you two meet?" Ren Xia's voice suddenly resounded inside his head. As much as he wanted to ignore her, he couldn't ignore that she was the reason he learned limitless sword domain. "By chance. He found me when I was dying in the desolate continent and saved my life." "Xiao Yang, isn't it? You're a fascinating individual. The more time I spend by your side, the more I sense that you're truly unique." Ren Xia wore a charming smile as she gazed at him. Tianyang looked at her and asked, "Why are you so cold to Kulas? He's your fiancé, no?" "Sure, a fiancé that was chosen by my family, and neither of us actually want to be with each other. Honestly, our engagement is bound to fail. Kulas ran away from his family because he did not want to be tied down by our engagement, but if he hadn't done so, I would have done it. As for why I mess with him, it's just another means of entertainment. Even though he's always cold towards others and seems unapproachable, many are aware that he's actually a very kind man inside, but that's exactly why we won't ever work out. I am more interested in men who are reckless, someone who is uncontrollable, like that of a wild beast." "Is that so?" Tianyang responded nonchalantly. Ren Xia narrowed her eyes at him, seemingly in deep thought. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye since Kulas started studying the stone tablet. Ren Xia also stopped bothering Tianyang and tried to comprehend the stone tablet. Even though she wasn't a body refiner, it would still benefit her greatly if she learned the technique. Tianyang spent a week solidifying his cultivation and started studying the stone tablet as well, and it only took a week for him to learn the name of the technique engraved in the stone tablet. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. As much as he wanted to continue learning the technique, he didn't want to steal it from Kulas, so he stopped studying the stone tablet after learning its name and returned to solidifying his cultivation. In the third week, Kulas finally learned the technique's name, but he only expressed disappointment afterward. "This isn't the technique I am looking for. Let's head to the next one," he said to them through divine sense. "In case you forgot, I won't give you the information for free." Ren Xia reminded him. Kulas glared at her and sighed, "What do you want from me?" A profound smile appeared on her face as she spoke, "I want information on your friend. Tell me his real name and I will give you the location of the second stone tablet." "You fucking bitch. You want me to sell out my friend? In your dreams." Kulas was immediately enraged by Ren Xia's demands. "Why are you so angry? It's just a name." Ren Xia calmly shook her head. "Regardless, you already know his name, so why even bother asking? Stop taking me for a fool, Kulas. I know Xiao Yang is not his real name. If you are worried that I will sell him out to the Immortal Gu clan, you need not worry, as I don't particularly like them either. And you expect me to believe you?" Since Kulas and Ren Xia were talking to each other through divine sense, Tianyang did not know what they were talking about, but he could tell that Kulas was in a tough situation judging by the expression on his face. "What kind of payment does she want?" he decided to ask Kulas. "She wants me to tell her your real name." Tianyang pondered for a moment before speaking. Go ahead, tell her. Are you sure? What if she sells you out to the Immortal Gu clan? Or the 7 Divine Sword Peaks? It's fine. They will learn of my identity sooner or later. I understand. After receiving his permission, Kulis revealed Tianyang's real name to Renxia, who wore a bright smile on her face afterward. Tianyang, huh? Cute name. Renxia spoke to Tianyang in a teasing tone. The next location. Tianyang glared at her. Of course. Renxia proceeded to guide them to the next location, which took 3 days of traveling on their flying treasure. The second location also had a stone tablet, but this one was slightly smaller than the last. Kulis immediately took a seat and started studying the stone tablet. Tianyang and Renxia did the same, but Tianyang stopped after learning its name 4 days later and focused on his cultivation. 2 weeks later, Kulis learned its name and was met with disappointment again. What do you want as payment this time? Kulis looked at Renxia. In response to his question, Renxia retrieved a scroll from her spatial ring and handed it to him with a calm smile on her face. I just need you to sign this. Kulis took the scroll and read it. Tianyang could read some of the contents from his position and couldn't help but take a peek. Agreement to dissolve engagement. She wants to break their engagement. Tianyang swallowed nervously after realizing the situation. He glanced at Kulis' face with curiosity, and to Tianyang's surprise, Kulis was grinning from ear to ear. And without any hesitation, Kulis signed the paper with his blood. He wasn't joking about not wanting to marry her. Tianyang thought to himself. Kulis returned the paper to her a moment later and stated, just so you know, even though I signed this paper, the ultimate decision rests with our family. This is good enough. Renxia said. After putting away the scroll, Renxia retrieved her flying treasure and led them to the final location. Just a reminder that this will be the last location that I know of. Renxia remarked. Okay. A few days later, they reached the third location, where a colossal statue featuring an animal resembling an elephant stood majestically. Whoa! Tianyang couldn't help but express his awe for the statue. This might be it. Kulis' entire being trembled in excitement when he saw the statue. He hastened towards the statue and began studying it intently. In contrast to the prior trials, the number of people examining this statue was several times greater, surpassing even the crowd at the stone sword. 1 week, 2 weeks, a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. However, Kulis remained unable to learn the name of the technique. Please give me a little more time. I think this is the technique I have been looking for. Kulis looked at Tianyang. Take as much time as you need, he replied. Thank you. 2 more months passed. It had been 3 months since they arrived at the stone statue, but Kulis was unable to comprehend the name, let alone the technique. Fuck. Kulis cursed inwardly with a defeated look on his face. He knew it wasn't going to be easy, but he couldn't have expected to be so powerless before it. Is this my limit? Am I not fated to learn this technique? Damn it all, he cursed inwardly as he looked at the sky with a disheartened expression. Eventually, he gave up and said, I'm done here. Is this not the technique you were looking for? Tianyang asked him as he seemed so sure of it at the beginning. I don't know since I can't even learn its name. He sighed. After a moment of silence, Tianyang spoke, the technique is called Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Is this the technique? What? Kulis was so shocked when Tianyang revealed the technique's name that he expressed it out loud, disturbing the scene. Hey! Which son of a bitch shouted just now? Are you looking for a fight? Fuck. I swear I was on the verge of understanding the technique's name. Kulis' loud voice quickly caused a commotion with many people expressing their desire to fight him because of it. However, when they realized that their opponent was the young master of the Immortal Might clan, their attitude took a 180 turn. They closed their mouths and returned to studying the stone statue, acting as though nothing had happened. My apologies, everyone. It will not happen again. Kulas did not forget to apologize to these people. Once the place calmed down again and everyone returned to studying the stone statue, Kulas looked at Tianyang and asked him through divine sense, "Did you say the technique's name was Great Mammoth Body Refinement? Please tell me you're not messing with me. How would I know the technique's name if I'm toying with you? It's definitely Great Mammoth Body Refinement." Tianyang confirmed. But how? How? I don't know how to explain it, but I studied the stone statue until I learned the technique's name. Of course, I stopped immediately afterwards since I didn't want to take it away from you. Kulas swallowed nervously before asking him, "And how long did it take you to learn the name?" "I learned it on the 17th day, he calmly responded. "It only took you a little over 2 weeks to comprehend the name." Kulas was speechless, as he was unable to do such a thing even after spending 3 entire months trying. "Anyways, judging by your reaction, this is the technique you have been looking for, correct?" Tianyang asked. He nodded, "Yes, this is the technique. Unfortunately, I am not fated to learn it." Tianyang looked at the stone statue with a pondering face. After a moment of silence, he said, "What if I try to learn the technique and pass it down to you afterward? Of course, I cannot guarantee that I have what it takes to. Will you really do that for me?" Kulas was so excited by Tianyang's words that he accidentally spoke out loud again, followed by hundreds of angry gazes. "Sorry. I will leave this place now." Kulas left the area before anyone could utter a word, feeling quite embarrassed by his uncontrollable outbursts. Once he was far away, Kulas continued speaking with Tianyang through divine sense, "If you can really help me acquire the technique, I will give you my life." Tianyang smiled and calmly responded, "There's no need for such a thing, and you have already helped me enough. I'm not sure how long it will take for me to learn this technique, but I will start right now. Take as much time as you need." Sometime later, Renxia asked Kulas, "Have you given up already?" "Yes," he admitted. "Then what about Tianyang?" He suddenly started to study the stone statue for real. Kulas explained the situation to her, "I do not have what it takes to learn this technique, but he might have a chance. If he successfully learns the technique, he will teach it to me, so we'll be staying here a little longer. You can leave whenever you want, though." Renxia's eyes widened after learning of the situation, and she turned to look at Tianyang with a pondering expression on her face. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2 months since Tianyang started studying the stone statue seriously. On the 69th day, the stone statue, which had remained unchanged for an unknown duration, suddenly began exhibiting cracks throughout its massive body. Then, before everyone's shocked gaze, the stone statue crumbled into a mountain of rubble. Kulas stood up with a look of disbelief on his face as he mumbled in a dazed voice, "He really did it." Once people started snapping out of their daze, they immediately began looking for the person who comprehended the technique. "Who is it? Who learned the technique? Can you share the name of the technique? I would like to purchase the technique. I have an offer that you will not be able to refuse." However, since Tianyang did not enter enlightenment or display anything that would prove he learned the technique, nobody there except Kulas and Renxia knew that fact. "Tianyang. Please tell me you were the one who learned the technique." Kulas spoke in a desperate tone. Tianyang didn't respond to him with words but with a silent and calm smile. Seeing this, Kulas immediately felt elevated, as though he was in heaven. After sneaking out of the crowd, Tianyang and his group quickly disappeared without being noticed. Sometime later, Tianyang and his group settled in a secluded area where they were the only living beings in a 1,000-mile radius. "I have the technique, but I don't know how to teach it to you. Do you have any technique that will allow me to transfer my knowledge to you?" Tianyang asked Kulas. "Actually, I do. It's called technique transmission, and I have the manual right here." Kulas retrieved a scroll and handed it to him without hesitation. "Okay, let me learn this technique first then." Tianyang proceeded to spend the next several hours learning the technique. Once he was prepared, he used technique transmission on Kulis, transferring the technique of great mammoth body refinement to Kulis. Upon confirming that he had indeed received the correct technique, Kulis kowtowed before Tianyang and exclaimed with sincerity, "Starting from this moment, we will be sworn brothers. Will you accept me as your sworn brother?" Tianyang chuckled and said, "Why bother asking when you have already decided that we'll be sworn brothers, just like when you decided that we'll be friends? Stand up, brother Kulis." "Thank you, brother Tian." Unbelievable. Ren Xia was speechless. If forming a friendship with Kulis seemed improbable, being acknowledged as sworn brothers with him was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, Tianyang, someone who was not from any influential background, was able to achieve such a feat. After learning the technique, Kulis immediately sat down to cultivate. "Give me a few days," he said before closing his eyes and meditating. While they waited for him, Ren Xia suddenly spoke to Tianyang through divine sense, "Hey, there's something I'd like to talk to you about." "What is it?" Tianyang looked at her. "There's this technique that I really want to learn, but I only managed to learn its name. Do you think you can try learning it for me? Of course, I will compensate you properly. I don't mind." To Ren Xia's surprise, Tianyang agreed to help her without any trouble. In Tianyang's mind, he wasn't losing out on anything since he would get paid to learn a new technique. "Thank you. It's only 2 days from here. You can thank me after I learn the technique since it's not guaranteed that I will learn it." Tianyang notified Kulis about their plans before leaving the scene with Ren Xia. 2 days later, they arrived at another stone sword. The name of this technique is Ethereal Blossom Sword Dance. Ren Xia said to him, as it might help him understand the technique a little faster. Tianyang nodded and started studying the stone sword shortly after. 2 weeks later, the stone sword collapsed, signifying that someone had successfully learned its technique. Ren Xia's body trembled with delight when she saw this. As they made their way back to Kulis, Tianyang transferred the technique to Ren Xia. "What do you want for payment?" "If there's anything you want, I will try to acquire it," said Ren Xia. Tianyang pondered for a moment before responding, "Does any kind of payment work? What if I want you to do me a favor?" "That is fine, too. Then can I save this payout for a later date when I need to use it?" "I cannot think of anything right now." Ren Xia reached for her spatial ring and retrieved a badge from it, handing it to Tianyang the next moment. "This is my medallion. You can keep it until you can think of something." "Thanks. I should be the one thanking you." Ren Xia showed him a beautiful smile, one that felt natural and genuine. When they returned to Kulis, he was still in mediation. As they got closer, they could sense Kulis' aura more clearly, and it was incomparably stronger than before. Kulis opened his eyes when they landed, greeting them with a smile, "Welcome back. How do you like the technique?" Tianyang asked him. "I couldn't have asked for anything better. This technique suits my physique perfectly, as if it was created for me." He turned to look at Ren Xia and asked, "So, what kind of technique did you smooch off my brother?" Ren Xia frowned at his choice of words and sneered, "Unlike a certain someone, I am going to pay for my technique with something that's actually of value." "That's natural. You're just an annoying bitch leeching off him while I am his sworn brother." Two of them started arguing with each other at that point. Sometime later, Tianyang asked, "What should we do now?" "I don't need anything else from this place, so it's up to you," said Kulis. "I will have to regroup with my family soon, so I have to leave." Ren Xia sighed. "I would like to learn more sword techniques, but I am also interested in the other trials. Unfortunately, we don't have a map of this place." Hearing his words, Ren Xia retrieved a piece of jade slip from her spatial ring and handed it to him. "This is an interactive map of this place, so it's constantly being updated with new information. Everyone from the immortal clans has one, expect this useless idiot over here who came to this place alone." Ren Xia said as she glanced at Kulis. "Oh. In that case, you don't need to give me yours, since I have Gulim's spatial ring. He looked inside, and sure enough, there was the jade slip. This is very helpful. Thank you. Tianyang was delighted after seeing the information within the jade slip. Their biggest headache was instantly solved by it. Wait a minute. You have Gulim's spatial ring. You know his family is tracking his location, right? Ren Xia said, wondering how the immortal Gu clan hadn't tracked him yet. You don't have to worry about that since I got rid of the tracker long ago, Kula said in a prideful tone. As a young master from the immortal clans, he knew the way their families operated and that Gu Lim would have a tracker on him. Is that so? Over the next several months, Tianyang followed the map in the jade slip and learned as many sword techniques as he could. Ren Xia continued to follow them until she had to leave a few weeks into their journey. While Tianyang learned sword techniques, Kula spent his time mastering the Great Mammoth Body Refinement technique. Once Tianyang was satisfied with the techniques he'd learned, he started training them on magical beasts. Even though everyone in the tomb was limited to peak Spirit King, there were magical beasts at the Spirit Emperor level. However, Tianyang had Gu Lim's treasures and learned several powerful techniques, allowing him to fight even early-level Spirit Emperor magical beasts with ease. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this time, Tianyang completely solidified his cultivation and increased his proficiency with his new techniques. If he were to encounter the gold and money bandits in his current state, he would be able to wipe them out with little to no effort. Kulas managed to increase his body size through the Great Mammoth Body Refinement technique, allowing him to grow several sizes larger, but his most impressive improvement was his raw strength. Furthermore, news of Han Zixian's legacy being found had spread like wildfire, but it was sealed behind an indestructible door and nobody has been able to figure out how to open it. Hey, Brother Tian, want to check out Han Zixian's legacy? Kulas suddenly suggested one day during their training. Tianyang raised an eyebrow and said, that place is most likely crawling with people from the immortal clans. We don't have to look at it closely. We'll only be going there to look at the sealed entrance, you know. As far as I know, nobody has been able to open it. We are only a few hours away from it, so we might as well go take a look. If you say so. Tianyang nodded. Kulas retrieved his flying treasure, and they set out toward Han Zixian's legacy, following the directions provided by the jade slip. They stopped moving a few hours later when they encountered a massive mountain standing majestically in the middle of an empty plain. This mountain was so incredibly conspicuous that it could be spotted from miles away, yet it wasn't found by anyone until a year ago. However, those who have been to this specific area before swore that the mountain did not exist when they passed through this area over a year ago. Many speculated that the mountain had appeared after a specific condition had been met, but that condition remains unknown to this day. A large group of people were gathered at the base of this mountain, all of them surrounding a massive sealed door. This door seemed to be made from some sort of metal, and its color was pitch black, as dark as the void. Suddenly, a dozen of these people flew into the air and started bombarding the mountain with powerful martial techniques, causing the entire place to shake. The identities of the people in this group consisted of renowned experts from powerful families and sects, all of them having an immortal cultivation base outside the tomb. Yet, no matter how much they attacked the mountain, they were unable to leave behind a scratch on the mountain, let alone destroy it. These experts stopped attacking after consuming all of their spiritual energy and rested for a few hours. Once they restored enough spiritual energy, they started bombarding the mountain again, using powerful treasures this time. How long have they been doing this? Tianyang couldn't help but wonder out loud. Kulas shrugged, who knows, but knowing their stubborn nature, they've probably been at it for a long time now. Hey, look over there. That annoying woman is there, as well. Kulas pointed at the conspicuous beautiful young lady in the crowd. Even in a sea of people, Ren Xia stood out like the mountain in front of her. She looks bored. Tianyang smiled. Suddenly, Tianyang heard a familiar voice inside his head. You, who was qualified to find my legacy, approached the mountain. Han Zixian's voice resounded, beckoning him to seek the legacy. Tianyang swallowed nervously. Even if he wanted to approach the mountain, he couldn't do so without being noticed by the immortal clans. The immortal Gu clan must be aware of Gu Lim's death by now. If I go there in my current appearance, they will, without a doubt, recognize me. Unfortunately, he used up all of his appearance-reforming pills long ago. He turned to look at Kulis, who was his last hope, and asked, "Do you happen to have any appearance-reforming pills on you?" "Nope, I have never even touched one in my life." Kulis immediately shook his head. "Why? Do you want to hide your face and take a closer look at the mountain?" "Well, Han Zixian just spoke to me in my head, and he wants me to approach the mountain." "What? If that's true, you might be the key to opening the sealed doors." "That won't matter if I cannot even get close to it." Tianyang sighed. Kulis looked at the crowd again and said, "The immortal Gu clan is by the entrance, so it'll be impossible for you to get close without being noticed by them." Tianyang then said, "Even if I somehow manage to hide my face, having you by my side will still give my identity away." "Forget it. We can come back later when the immortal clans give up. That will probably take years. What if someone else takes the legacy before then?" Kulis said with a bittersweet smile. "I'll take my chances. Let's return to training." Tianyang said. "If you say so." However, just as Kulis turned around and sped away, an invisible force stopped the flying treasure from moving. "Huh? What's going on?" Kulis was puzzled when the flying treasure came to an abrupt halt, and it was not as if it had run out of spiritual energy. Did something happen? The flying treasure, it's... Before Kulis could even finish his sentence, the invisible force pulled it, sending it flying toward the mountain. What in heaven's name? The flying treasure crashed into the mountain a moment later, and Tianyang and Kulis were knocked off it, falling to the ground and landing directly in front of the sealed doors. Who dares? The immortal clans were startled by their sudden and rough entrance. The experts there immediately released their pressure as a precaution. "Wait. It's me." Kulis raised his hands and said. "You. Aren't you Kulis from the immortal Might clan? What are you doing here?" The people there quickly recognized him. However, their focus on Kulis was short-lived, as these experts quickly noticed that the sealed doors, which had remained closed for the past year regardless of their efforts, had inexplicably opened. The experts were so shocked by this phenomenon that they didn't even bother giving Tianyang a single glance and rushed to the doors. "The door to Han Zixian's legacy has been opened," the experts announced with excitement as they entered the door. However, the moment the first person to enter the door took a step inside, his entire body exploded into a bloody mess, terrifying the others behind him. Sect Master Cheng. Oh, my heavens! What happened? Suddenly, Han Zixian's voice resonated loudly, his anger reverberating through the surroundings. "Those who lack the qualifications yet dare to seek my legacy will be met with a swift death." After Han Zixian's warning, the experts who were prepared to enter the mountain immediately jumped back, distancing themselves from the open doors that were smeared with blood. Sect Master Cheng, who was a silver immortal, was instantly killed without any warnings. Seeing such a shocking scene, nobody else dared to enter the mountain. Fuck, if I had been first to enter. The experts that were following behind Sect Master Cheng began sweating profusely as they imagined themselves dying an explosive death. This must have been a trap. The door wouldn't open no matter what we did, yet it suddenly opened out of the blue. I don't believe in such coincidences. But we cannot ignore the qualification that Han Zixian spoke of. How does one even receive qualification? The experts racked their brains trying to find an answer. However, none of them could think of any logical explanation for their current situation. Suddenly, one of them turned to look at Kulis with narrowed eyes. "Now that I think about it, the door unsealed itself when Kulis smacked into the mountain with his flying treasure. Do you think he activated a switch by accident? We've been smacking the damn mountain non-stop for the past few months, leaving no spot untouched. Are you telling me that we somehow missed a spot? That's highly improbable. Why did you even smash into the mountain in the first place, Kulas? One of them asked. Honestly, I have no idea. I was passing through this area when an invisible force stopped my flying treasure, and before I knew it, I was flying into the mountain. Kulas shrugged. Hearing this, the experts started mumbling to each other again. Sometime later, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "P. Patriarch Gu." That person beside Kulas. It's him. He's the one who killed young Master Gu Lim. What? Are you sure? One of the experts snapped his head to glare at Tian Yang with immense killing intent spewing out of his eyes. Oh, shit. Tian Yang swallowed nervously when he realized that he'd been identified as Gu Lim's killer. This bastard. If I had known he was Gu Lim's killer, I would have killed him at that time. Another expert suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at Tian Yang. This person was the sect master of the 7 divine sword peaks, who wanted to acquire the technique limitless sword domain from Tian Yang. Kulas. Why are you with the man who killed Gu Lim? A middle-aged man who resembled him stepped forward with a deep frown on his face. Young Master Kulas was also there when that man killed young Master Gu Lim. In fact, they were fighting each other before it happened. Another person suddenly revealed. What? Kulas, is this true? Are you involved with Gu Lim's death? His father was enraged when he heard this. Kulas found himself bombarded with questions, compounded by the various pressures bearing down on him. Even if he desired to respond, he couldn't muster the ability to open his mouth in such a situation. However, Tian Yang was different, and he managed to keep a calm expression on his face even in his situation. Indeed, I am responsible for killing Gu Lim. Tian Yang announced in a somewhat prideful tone. While it's true that Kulas was fighting with Gu Lim before I killed him, he had no intention of actually harming Gu Lim. It was solely my decision to kill Gu Lim, who mocked me. Brother Tian. What are you doing? Kulas looked at him with wide eyes as he spoke through divine sense. What do you mean? I already said that I would claim all responsibilities. Don't even try to protect me or I will never call you brother again. Tian Yang showed a calm smile on his face. How dare you speak of killing my son with a smile on your face? I will fucking kill you. Patriarch Gu roared in anger as he abruptly charged at Tian Yang. Under normal circumstances, Tian Yang wouldn't stand a chance against the patriarch of an immortal clan, but with Patriarch Gu's cultivation limited to Peak Spirit King, Tian Yang managed to not only dodge the strike but even counterattack. Limitless Sword Domain. 10 majestic swords materialized around Tian Yang and immediately went after Patriarch Gu. After training the technique tirelessly for an entire year, he managed to increase the number of swords he could create from 4 to 10. Patriarch Gu didn't dare to underestimate the technique after sensing its formidable aura, but he still failed to block all 10 swords. After blocking 9 swords, one of them managed to slip through his defenses, severing half of his left arm. Fuck. You little shit. Patriarch Gu's aura exploded and his eyes turned red. However, even after the successful attack, Tian Yang was unable to rest for a second because the sect master of the 7 divine sword peaks had launched a sneak attack from behind him. Tian Yang did not try to block it and evaded it instead. After narrowly dodging the sneak attack, Tian Yang rushed toward the entrance to Han Zixian's legacy. Thank you for everything, Brother Kulas. If it weren't for you, I would have died on that day. If I manage to get out of this alive, I will definitely repay you. Tian Yang mumbled as he flew past Kulas. That bastard is heading for the entrance. He's trying to suicide. Stop him. I won't be satisfied until I personally skin him alive. Patriarch Gu shouted. However, none of the experts dared to approach the entrance, as Han Zixian's warning still resounded in their heads. Even Patriarch Gu, who was desperate, couldn't move his body out of fear. Without hesitation, Tian Yang entered the entrance, disappearing inside the mountain. What? Why didn't he die? That bastard. He must have acquired the qualifications. Is that why the door suddenly opened? He was the cause this whole time. A moment later, Tian Yang's voice resounded from inside the mountain, "Come chase after me if you dare, you fucking losers. Fuck the immortal clans. Fuck the 7 divine sword peaks. I will acquire Han Zishian's legacy and kill all of you bastards. Just you bastards wait." Tian Yang's words left the experts enraged, but before they could curse back, the door to the mountain sealed shut again, cutting his connection with the rest of the world. "I swear upon my surname that I will not let you leave this place alive." Patriarch Gu roared as he punched the sealed doors so hard that he broke his knuckles. Sometime later, once the atmosphere calmed down a little, the experts turned to look at Kulis with deep frowns on their faces, looking as though they were staring at a scapegoat. "Kulis, you will answer all of our questions if you value your life. You will tell us everything you know about that bastard and how he acquired the qualifications to enter the mountain. I will torture you for answers if I have to. Don't think your status can save you now." Hearing such words, Kulis looked at his father for help, but alas, he only received a disappointed head shake in response. Even if he was the immortal Might clan's young master, there was nothing his father could do to help him without receiving backlash from the other clans. "I'm sorry, son, but we cannot afford to offend everyone here. You may hate me for not protecting you, but this is a mess you created, so you will have to bear the consequences." Kulis' father decided to abandon him so that the rest of the family wouldn't be targeted by the others. As the head of the family, he had a duty to prolong the family, even if he had to sacrifice his own son to do so. Thus, Patriarch Gu and several other experts dragged Kulis to a secluded location, where they would interrogate him using all sorts of unspeakable methods for a long, long time. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation outside, Tian Yang walked deeper into the mountain, embraced by the surrounding darkness. Soon, a dim light appeared in the distance, and as he got near the light, a childish voice resounded. "Master, it's been 6 hours. The next trial will begin shortly." Tian'er said, snapping Yuan out of his memories and back to the present. He stood up with a profound look on his face and said, "You can start the trial now. You have started your second trial in the stairway to heaven." As the second trial commenced, Yuan found himself teleported to a vast, empty land. There was nothing in sight except for a tree line that surrounded him several miles away, with nothing between him and the trees. Defeat as many opponents as you can in 6 hours. Your reward will correspond with the number of opponents you have defeated. Tier 1 o'clock out of 100. Tier 2 o'clock out of 1000. Tier 3 o'clock out of 10,000. Tier 4 o'clock out of 100,000. Tier 5 o'clock out of 1 million. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw how many opponents he needed to defeat for the Tier 5 reward. 1 million. In just 6 hours, he expressed his disbelief out loud. The very next moment, he could see thousands of figures coming out of the tree line, and they charged at him like a horde of monsters. When Yuan saw the appearance of these people, he immediately frowned, and his aura gushed with killing intent. These individuals bore the unmistakable appearance of bandits. They were none other than the Gold and Money Bandits, a group that he despised to the very core of his soul. Each of these bandits emitted the cultivation of a divine warrior, from the first level all the way to the peak of divine warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and flew into the air, stopping only when he was right beneath the clouds. The bandits chased him into the air. Even though Yuan was surrounded by thousands of divine warrior bandits in every direction, he remained composed with a nonchalant expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeves and used a sword technique that he'd recently remembered. Limitless sword domain. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 swords materialized in the air, covering the entire sky. Even Han Zishian was only able to create several hundred swords at his peak as a golden immortal. Yet, Yuan had managed to create twice as many while only being a spirit king. Furthermore, each of his swords was imbued with enhanced sword aura, so they were also incomparably much stronger. Limitless Sword, First Domain, Endless Sword Stream. The 2,000 swords began to dance in the sky, attacking the bandits relentlessly. Tier 3, 1,230 out of 10,000. In just a few seconds, Yuan effortlessly slaughtered over 1,000 bandits, and as he defeated a bandit, another one would appear from the tree line, so he had an endless supply of bandits to experience his wrath. Tier 4, 19,213 out of 100,000. Tier 4, 39,716 out of 100,000. Tier 4, 69,532 out of 100,000. Tier 5, 101,987 out of 1 million. Yuan had reached the last tier of rewards in only 20 minutes, achieving it much quicker than he'd expected. I will complete the trial in a little over 3 hours at this rate. The limitless sword domain is much stronger than I anticipated. Although it consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, I have no problem keeping it up for 3 hours. Limitless sword domain. Rank, Mythic. Mastery, Level 1. Description: consumes 25,000 chi per second for every sword created using this technique. Overwhelm your enemies with sheer numbers and unfathomable strength. Increase the damage of each sword by 1% for every sword active. If it weren't for Yuan's monstrous cultivation speed, he wouldn't have been able to maintain the technique for more than just a few minutes. Of course, this doesn't mean Yuan was stronger than someone at the Golden Immortal realm. One's understanding of the sword also contributed to the number of swords they could create using limitless sword domain, and Yuan's sword mastery simply outclassed Han Zhixian. And while Yuan's spiritual energy capacity may be nowhere near Han Zhixian's capacity as a Golden Immortal, his cultivation speed made up for the disparity as long as he didn't create too many swords at once. As long as he doesn't control over 2,000 swords at once, he would have no problem maintaining the technique for an eternity. A little over 3 hours later, the green scenery turned into that of a horror scene where countless corpses piled as high as mountains with the bottom submerged in a sea of blood. Tier 5, 999,999 out of 1 million. After killing the 999,999th bandit, the atmosphere became quiet as no more bandits spawned. However, a threatening presence appeared a moment later, and a single figure emerged from the sea of blood. This person looked exactly like the Gold and Money Bandits' leader, and he had the cultivation of a third-level divine master. Yuan glanced at the bandit leader with a disdainful look on his face. He raised his hand toward the heavens and muttered in a cold voice, "Limitless sword, second domain, descending sword god." The 2,000 swords suddenly merged into a giant sword. When Yuan struck his hand down in the bandit leader's direction, the giant sword descended from the sky with unfathomable pressure and prowess. Seeing this, the bandit leader released all of his cultivation and swung at the incoming sword, creating a powerful blade made of saber aura. However, since the giant sword was strengthened with enhanced sword aura, the bandit leader's saber aura was powerless against it and shattered like thin ice. The giant sword crushed the bandit leader's figure the very next second, leaving nothing behind. Your comprehension of limitless sword domain has improved tremendously. Limitless sword domain mastery level, 1, 2, 2. You have defeated 1 million bandits and cleared the trial. An orb of light appeared in front of Yuan a moment later. This orb of light slowly approached Yuan, but it didn't enter his body like usual. The orb of light stopped right in front of Yuan and began weakening its glow until it revealed the treasure hidden within. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw this treasure that was a single ring. He quickly grabbed the ring and pressed it against his chest, embracing it. Huang Shaoli's spatial ring. Grade, Spirit. Description: an ordinary spatial ring owned by Huang Shaoli. Even though the reward may seem insignificant and pointless to most people, it was a priceless and irreplaceable treasure in Yuan's eyes, and he wouldn't ask for a better reward even if he could. After clearing the second trial, Yuan was teleported back to Tian'er, who greeted him with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Master, you have cleared the stairway to heaven and acquired the qualifications to enter the fourth heaven. Congratulations, you have successfully passed all trials in the stairway to heaven. You have gained access to the fourth heaven, Mystic Heaven. Meanwhile, an announcement was made for the players. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to ascend to fourth heaven through the stairway to heaven. Because of player Yuan's efforts, Mystic Heaven has re-established its connection with Profound Heaven, allowing access for all players. All players may now enter the stairway to heaven and ascend to fourth heaven without any restrictions. It's player Yuan again. He's the first one to climb the stairway to heaven again. How long has it been since we gained access to the third heaven? The majority of us are still struggling in the second heaven. He's climbing way too fast. The disparity between player Yuan and the rest of the player base has drastically widened once again. Those from the 10 great families could only grit their teeth in anger upon seeing the announcement. Meanwhile, somewhere within the ninth heaven, also known as Supreme Heaven, the Celestial Emperor stared at the screen before him. Player Yuan again, huh? What a pity that such a talent was born in that world. Who knows what he would have achieved by now if he had been born in the 9 heavens. But if you keep progressing this fast, you will ruin everything I had planned, and I won't be able to stop myself from interfering. After pondering for a moment in silence, the Celestial Emperor muttered in an authoritative tone, "Initiate system update. Confirm system update. Confirm. System update initiated." A few minutes later, a notification appeared before every player online. There will be a system update in 24 hours. The update will take approximately 3 days. Cultivation Online will not be accessible during this time. This notification immediately caused an uproar within the player base. What? System update? This is the first time something like this has happened since the game was released. What kind of update? Why doesn't it specify? This update is happening right after player Yuan reaches the fourth heaven. This cannot be a coincidence. I cannot play Cultivation Online for 3 whole days. What the hell am I supposed to do in the meantime? This game has consumed my life. Inside the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked at the notification with a slight frown on his face. Since he knew the true nature of Cultivation Online, he wasn't as optimistic as the others. Then I'll see you later, Yuan said to Tian'er before leaving the stairway to heaven with the others. After leaving the stairway to heaven, Yuan and his group found themselves in the middle of nowhere once again. Yuan looked at Shimei and said, "Something urgent came up, so we will have to leave for a few days." Huh? What happened? Shimei asked. Yuan took this chance to try something out and said, "There will be a system update, so we, players, cannot log in for 3 days and 24 hours. Shimei had a somewhat dazed look on her face after hearing his words. Then, after a moment of silence, she calmly responded, "Don't worry, I will wait for you to finish your business. You're not going to ask about the system update and why we have to be gone?" Yuan pressed further. "I'm sure you'll explain it to me once you are ready." Shimei said, acting very natural. "I really need to figure out a way to remove this curse." Yuan sighed inwardly. "We'll leave after we arrive at a city," he said a moment later. Before they started their journey, Yuan approached Chu Liuxiang. "What's up?" she asked. Yuan retrieved Huang Shaoli's spatial ring and offered it to her. "I want you to have this." "Eh? This is..." Chu Liuxiang was taken aback when she was suddenly offered a ring, as it looked like Yuan was proposing to her. "This is something akin to the sword I gave Li Jinsi, as it belongs to you." "Sorry, it's nothing fancy. I don't know what this is about, but thank you. I will treasure it." Chu Liuxiang accepted the ring with a bright smile on her face. Meishio looked at them with a pondering expression on her face, wondering if she'd receive something as well. Sometime later, they found a city and entered it. "Then we'll see you in about 3 days, Yuan said to Shimei after renting a hotel room for her. "I'll take this time to cultivate since it's been a while." She nodded. Yuan and the others logged off shortly after. Upon returning to their own world, Yuan gathered the others to talk about the upcoming system update. What do you think they are going to update? Wang Ming asked. Since it's called a system update, I think they'll readjust the system or something along that line. Shi Lang speculated. Whatever it is, I'm pretty confident that it has something to do with Yuan. Wang Xiuying said as she looked at him. There's no way it's a coincidence that this is happening right after you reached the fourth heaven. Yuan nodded. I also think this update has something to do with me, but until we see the changes, we won't know for sure why. I am going to speak with the Lord to see if he has any opinions, he added. Sometime later, Leah showed up at his mansion to guide Yuan. You've returned much quicker than I anticipated. Did something happen? The Lord asked him upon his arrival. He nodded. There's a system update for Cultivation Online. We don't know the details, and we won't be able to enter Cultivation Online for 3 days. The Lord fell silent with a pondering face. A few minutes later, he spoke. Since it's related to the system itself, it was most likely caused by the Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, even I cannot tell you what he has planned. The Celestial Emperor, huh? Yuan had a feeling that the Celestial Emperor was the culprit since he was the one who created Cultivation Online. It seems like I am fated to cross paths with the Celestial Emperor even in this life. He sighed inwardly. Anyways, ignoring the update, I have reached the fourth heaven, so I will be heading to the Shadow Realm soon to find a soul to bring back. The Lord nodded and said, regarding the situation, I have learned some new information on why it is getting harder for me to maintain the formation. Oh. What's causing it? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I should have anticipated this sooner, but unsurprisingly, Cultivation Online is the cause. When someone enters Cultivation Online, a part of their soul travels outside the formation to reach the 9 heavens. But that's not all, since their soul has to return once they log off. With so many people entering Cultivation Online every day, it's slowly damaging the formation, hence why it consumes more spiritual energy than usual. The Lord explained their situation. Unfortunately, this information doesn't change our situation since there's nothing we can do to stop these people from playing Cultivation Online. Yuan nodded, agreeing with the Lord. Nobody would believe them even if they revealed the truth to the rest of the world. After all, who would believe that a video game would result in the end of the world? Meanwhile, somewhere within the upper area of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Xiong Lu stood with his hands behind his back as he nervously stared at the cold-looking middle-aged man seated in front of him. The middle-aged man was Xiong Qingxian, the head of the Xiong family and also Xiong Lu's father. Xiong Qingxian placed the report in his hands down and looked at Xiong Lu with a cold and disappointed gaze. So you mean to tell me, not only did you fail to befriend player Yuan, who is arguably the most powerful individual in Cultivation Online, but you even offended him and waged war against him. Bam! Xiong Qingxian slammed the table so hard that it split into 2 halves. Are you out of your fucking mind? He roared, causing the air to tremble. Xiong Lu was shocked by his father's reaction. Why are you so upset, father? He may be powerful, but he's just a single person without any backing. He's a nobody in the real world. A nobody? Are you seriously saying that? Xiong Qingxian narrowed his eyes. Seeing his father's response made Xiong Lu ponder if Yuan had a secret background that he didn't know of. He's just the adopted son of a fallen family. Even that family isn't much during its prime days. Xiong Qingxian shook his head and sighed. I didn't know I had given birth to such a dumb son. You disappoint me, Xiong Lu. What? Stupid? Me? Xiong Lu's expression froze with shock, as this was his first time being insulted in such a manner by his father. Look around you, the current situation of our world. This world is no longer the same as it was a year ago. Cultivation Online is no longer just a video game. The treasures and techniques we acquire in Cultivation Online will also affect this world. Those who continue to see Cultivation Online as a mere video game will be left behind by the rest of the rapidly evolving world. As the cultivation scene in our world continues to advance, the power balance in our world will also evolve. In the future, influence and power will held to a different standard, and those who are at the top of the cultivator world will, undoubtedly, monetize it all, just like Cultivation Online. In fact, we are already starting to see such a change. The legacy families are slowly losing power and influence to these guilds and clans that focus on cultivation. Why do you think everyone is desperately trying to increase their cultivation and acquire cultivation techniques nowadays? Because it's entertaining? Because it's something new? No. It's because their future depends on it. This is. Xiong Lu was left speechless by his father's view of the situation of the world. He realized that the world was changing, but he was short-sighted and failed to see the bigger picture. Ding! Xiong Qingxuan's cell phone suddenly pinged, catching his attention. Player Yuan has just reached the fourth heaven, Xiong Qingxian announced what he had just seen on his phone. What? Xiong Lu expressed his shock upon learning of this information. Xiong Qingxian looked at him and continued, while the rest of the world is still struggling in the first and second heavens, player Yuan, all by himself, reached the fourth heaven. His access to treasures and techniques is incomparably better than the rest of us. Furthermore, this gap between him and the rest of the world will only continue to widen. You say that player Yuan has no backing, yet he's clearly on friendly terms with the Bai family, and he's closely being watched by the Cultivators Association, which is rapidly growing in power and influence. It's only a matter of time before player Yuan becomes the most powerful individual in this world as well. Now tell me, Xiong Lu, do you regret your actions? Xiong Qingxian asked. After a moment of silence, Xiong Lu nodded his head. Then you will fix this problem you caused. If you cannot befriend him, then you can only crush him before he grows too powerful and becomes a problem for our family in the future. Xiong Qingxian said in a cold voice. What? Xiong Lu's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. He didn't think his father would suggest crushing Yuan after praising him so much. However, it did make sense. If a wild dog cannot be tamed before it becomes too powerful to control, they can only get rid of that dog before its bite becomes too dangerous. It just so happens that player Yuan is currently living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so you can visit him right away. Although I did give you two options, I suggest you try the first option before opting for the second one. Xiong Qingxian said a moment later. Yes. Xiong Lu replied with a resolute face. After receiving his father's orders, Xiong Lu left to ponder about his decision. Fuck, what should I do now? Due to his immense pride, Xiong Lu found it incredibly difficult to forgive Yuan, who spat in his face, as well as ruining his image and damaging his reputation before his colleagues. Xiong Lu was someone who did not know defeat and stood above the majority of people in the world ever since birth. He always dominated every ranking of every game that he's ever touched, and he was always in the spotlight. However, things have changed since the introduction of Cultivation Online, the most popular game in history by far. Due to Cultivation Online's popularity and exciting gameplay, Xiong Lu had never felt a stronger desire to dominate everyone else. Unfortunately, due to the appearance of player Yuan, someone nobody knew about, his presence within Cultivation Online might as well be non-existent. No matter what he did or how much money he spent on the game, he could not seem to catch up to player Yuan, who was achieving seemingly impossible feats left and right as though it was normal gameplay. This caused Xiong Lu to fall into depression for some time until he met Zhaohui, an exile, who pulled him out of the darkness and gave him a chance to catch up to Yuan. Things got better from that point. He acquired powerful treasures and techniques that even he couldn't purchase with money, and his cultivation soared with the guidance of Zhaohui, who claimed to be an immortal cultivator. Everything looked great for Xiong Lu, until Yuan showed up with an even stronger exile, slaughtering Zhaohui, his only hope of surpassing Yuan. It was at this point that Xiong Lu vowed to completely and utterly destroy Yuan, no matter the cost. Thus, He cooked up a plan to destroy Yuan with the help of his colleagues. After gathering hundreds of exiles, Xiong Lu was confident that he would finally be able to deal with Yuan, but as though fate was purposefully messing with him, not only did he fail to destroy Yuan, but he suffered an embarrassing defeat at the hands of Yuan, even dying for the first time. After recalling everything that Yuan had done to him, the anger dormant within him awakened, spewing forth like a volcanic eruption. You want me to lower my head and act like nothing happened? Never. I'd rather die than lower myself to that bastard who took everything from me. Xiong Lu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resolution. He immediately retrieved his phone and started dialing a certain number. A voice answered after a few rings, "What do you want?" "I want your strongest fighters, all of them. We have one who recently entered Spirit Master and 8 peak Spirit Warriors." "What kind of job is this?" "The kind that makes someone disappear." Xiong Lu responded in a cold voice. After a brief moment of silence, the voice returned, "Very well. Who's the target?" "We'll calculate the price based on the difficulty. Player Yuan, also known as Yutian." The person behind the phone was left terrified after hearing Yuan's name. "You want us to assassinate Yutian? Fuck. Do you not remember what happened to the young master of the Jing family after he hired a hit on Yutian? He was annihilated, along with the group that accepted the job. This is suicide. You might as well ask us to kill ourselves. Only a few people know of the truth behind Jing Weimin's disappearance to this day." Xiong Lu sneered, "Humph. Jing Weimin failed because he hired a bunch of useless trash. Are you telling me that the deviant bloods are comparing themselves to such nobodies?" After a moment of silence, the person said, "We don't have any intel on Yutian ever since he entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, we do have some intel on those living with him. The people staying with him are from families that used to live in seclusion, only revealing themselves recently. There are also rumors that these families already knew the existence of cultivation and had been cultivating years before Cultivation Online's creation." "So what?" Xiong Lu sneered. "Just this knowledge alone will increase the difficulty to the max. We don't know our opponent's prowess, and with what happened to Jing Weimin, I do not think the others will accept this mission." "A blank check." Xiong Lu suddenly interrupted. "Excuse me." The voice sounded dumbfounded. "I will give a blank check to anyone that dares to go after Yutian. Tell them that, and call me once you have an answer." Xiong Lu hung up without waiting for a response. To give a blank check was essentially to give the workers as much money as they wanted, which could easily go south, especially with money-hungry assassins, but Xiong Lu was prepared to spend millions, even billions of dollars if he could get rid of Yuan. While he waited for the call back from the Deviant Bloods, an extremely dangerous and ruthless group of elite assassins, Xiong Lu decided to take a look at Yuan's residence. However, not even 2 minutes after he left his house and started making his way down the mountain, Xiong Lu noticed a group of individuals quickly approaching from behind. He turned around to see a group of young men and women walking down the mountain in ragged clothes, looking worse than even beggars. They also appeared to be injured with bruises all over their body. However, as a cultivator, Xiong Lu could instantly tell that this group of young men and women were actually powerful cultivators just from their formidable aura alone. This aura. Spirit Grandmasters. Impossible. How can they already be Spirit Grandmasters when they look to be around my age? Xiong Lu was in disbelief, as he was only a spirit warrior himself after cultivating with a divine rank cultivation technique. But their aura is unmistakably that of a spirit grandmaster. Where did such monsters come from? How did they reach that level so quickly? Moreover, where are they coming from? We are already at the top of the mountain, and my Xiong family is located closest to the peak with nobody living any closer. Xiong Lu pondered to himself, wearing a deep frown on his face. Xiong Lu stared at the approaching group of young men and women with a look of disbelief. While he researched the people around Yuan, he only knew their names and had never seen their faces before, so he didn't know they belonged to the Demon Sealing faction. Excuse me. Xiong Lu subconsciously called out to them once they were close enough. Huh? What do you want? Wang Ming asked with a slight frown on his face, as he was in a bad mood after their tortuous training. Where are you guys coming from? I thought the Xiong family lives closest to the mountain's peak. Xiong Lu asked. We came from the peak, but why do you care? The peak? Does that mean you've met the lord of this mountain before? Xiong Lu was shocked to learn this information, as even his father had never seen the lord before. Ah, I'm too tired for this. I'll return first. Chu Liuxiang said before suddenly flying into the air and disappearing from the scene. Xiong Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was his first time witnessing someone fly outside of Cultivation Online. In fact, he didn't even know it was possible. I wasn't mistaken. They are really spirit grandmasters. Xiong Lu cried inwardly after confirming it. If there's nothing else, we will leave. Wang Ming said a moment later. Wait. Just one more question. Are you guys really spirit grandmasters? How did you reach that level so quickly? Although he already knew the answer, he needed to hear it from their mouths to completely believe it. So what if we are spirit grandmasters? And since that is two questions, I will only answer the first one. I will pay you. Xiong Lu suddenly blurted out. Huh? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. If you help me reach Spirit Grandmaster as well, I will pay you $1 billion. If you think I am joking, my name is Xiong Lu, heir of the Xiong family. I will even sign a contract. Xiong Lu said, appearing quite desperate. The Xiong family? Wang Ming and the others muttered in a low voice, as if they were recalling something. A smile appeared on Xiong Lu when he saw this. If they recognized his family, it would make negotiations much easier for him. However, what came out of Wang Ming and the others' mouths a moment later left Xiong Lu in shambles. No wonder why I found you unpleasant even though we've never met before. It turned out you were Xiong Lu, the arrogant bastard who threatened to destroy Yuan. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes at Xiong Lu. To threaten one of, if not the most powerful cultivators in this world with that pathetic cultivation base, you must have a death wish. Shi Lang chuckled. Hey, I dare you to attack us, the demon sealing faction. It'll finally give me an excuse to test out my training results practically. Hong Xiuquan said. You're with the demon sealing faction. Xiong Lu felt his heart sink after learning this information. Naturally, he has heard of the demon sealing faction, a small yet elite faction led by none other than Yuan. Countless people have applied to the faction, but only a single individual has managed to join their ranks since their creation. However, according to his information network, everyone within the demon sealing faction was only at the spirit warrior level about a year ago. How did they manage to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time? It was a speed that would be terrifying even inside Cultivation Online, let alone the real world. Li Jinsi suddenly stepped forward and glared at Xiong Lu with subtle killing intent, mumbling, should I just get rid of him right now to prevent future trouble? What? Xiong Lu's entire body trembled in fear after sensing the increasingly strong murderous intent coming from Li Jinsi's gaze. However, he quickly recalled the rules of the mountain and exclaimed, you wouldn't dare. Do you even know where we are? The Dragon Spiral Mountain forbids harming other tenants, and we are right in front of my family's residence. Do you not fear the Lord's wrath? It was rumored that the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain was actually a cultivator, a powerful one at that. There had been conflicts within the Dragon Spiral Mountain before, but the troublemakers all vanished without a trace shortly after. The Lord? I'm sure he would overlook the disappearance of some bastard that threatened Yuan. Wang Bingbing smiled. I would even wager the Lord dealing with you himself if he knew about it. He owes Yuan a great amount, after all. Wu Zhao chuckled. Xiong Lu subconsciously stepped back after learning that Yuan had a close connection with the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Please wait a moment. I acknowledge that I had threatened Yuan, but it was done out of sheer anger, and I don't have the intention to follow through with it. In the presence of nearly a dozen spirit grandmasters, Xiong Lu's fleeting courage, which had manifested moments ago, dissipated like wisps of smoke. Despite his earlier declaration that he would prefer death over submission, it became apparent that beneath his facade of bravado, he was but a timid soul, relying on the shield of his family's influence to feign a lofty demeanor. I swear. I will never harm Yuan. However, Wang Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him even if you wanted to. That guy is a monster who can treat all of us like toddlers in a fight. I advise you to give up on revenge if you value your life. Offending someone like Yuan is the worst thing one can do. Su Murong nodded. Wang Ming approached Xiong Lu and placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it with enough strength to send shivers throughout his body, and whispered, even though you claim you won't do anything, I don't trust people like you, so I will be keeping an eye on you. If you think the Xiong family is untouchable, you are nothing but a frog in a well. Xiong Lu could do nothing but silently nod, his back soaked in cold sweat. Actually, I was on my way to apologize to Yuan for my behavior. Xiong Lu subconsciously blurted out loud after being threatened by Wang Ming. Oh. In that case, let's get going. Wang Ming smiled as he started walking down the mountain again. Xiong Lu could only accept his fate and follow the demon sealing faction back to their residence. However, a few minutes later, Xiong Lu's cell phone started ringing loudly. Fuck. It must be the Deviant Bloods. Why did they have to call me back so quickly? Are they trying to get me killed? Xiong Lu cursed inwardly. The phone continued ringing, but Xiong Lu didn't dare to answer it and pretended to not even hear it. After all, he was surrounded by spirit grandmasters with incredible senses who would surely be able to hear his conversation with the Deviant Bloods from meters away. If the demon sealing faction were to learn that he tried hiring assassins to go after Yuan, he would surely vanish from the face of this earth before reaching Yuan's residence. Under such circumstances, Xiong Lu had no choice but to ignore the phone even if it might raise some eyebrows. Hey, aren't you going to answer it? Wang Ming asked him with raised eyebrows. It's probably just spam. It's annoying. Hurry up and pick up the phone already. Wang Bingbing shouted at him. Due to the pressure on him, Xiong Lu completely forgot that he could simply put his phone in silence. Sorry. Xiong Lu retrieved his phone and answered it. Young Master Xiong. We have come to a decision, Anne. However, Xiong Lu immediately interrupted and spoke in an angry voice, fuck. Stop bothering me with your spam. Huh. But we are. Shut up. If you dare call me again, I will use all of the Xiong family's resources to hunt you down. Xiong Lu quickly closed his phone afterward, not letting the other party utter another word. He proceeded to show an awkward smile to the others and said, my apologies. Because of my position within the family, there are always people contacting me with bothersome things. Of course, that was a lie. Even if people wanted to contact him for advertisements, they wouldn't have the means to find his personal phone number. Eventually, the demon sealing faction returned home. You can wait out here. We'll let Yuan know of your arrival. Wang Ming said to him. I understand. Xiong Lu nodded with an obedient smile, but deep inside, he was fuming with anger, as he'd never experienced such shame before. Even losing his army of exiles to Yuan wasn't as humiliating as this. Inside the manor, Yuan was notified of Xiong Lu's unexpected appearance. Oh. Xiong Lu is here to apologize. I expected many things, but this was definitely out of my expectations. Yuan showed a look of surprise after hearing this information. Wang Ming chuckled, he's probably acting like that because we sort of threatened him a little. Yuan smiled and said, anyways, I'll meet with him. Bring him to the living room. Let's make him wait a little longer, at least until we all clean up our appearance. Wang Xiuying suddenly suggested. That's a little mean, but I am not against it. Wang Bingbing chuckled. Humph. That's what he gets for threatening us. Chu Liuxiang sneered. Upon hearing their suggestions, Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Once it was decided, everyone returned to their own rooms to clean themselves. Half an hour had passed since Xiong Lu was told to wait outside the manor, yet nobody returned to speak with him, almost as though they had forgotten about him entirely. Fuck. These fucking bastards. How dare they treat me like this? However, despite the mistreatment and humiliation, Xiong Lu's feet remained rooted to the ground. If he left now, he would most likely forever lose the opportunity to apologize to Yuan. Eventually, after 45 minutes since his arrival, Mei Feng came outside to meet Xiong Lu, who was visibly trembling from anger. The demon sealing faction is ready to meet you, Mei Feng said, not even bothering to apologize for making him wait. Xiong Lu clenched his teeth and silently nodded, his forehead bulging with veins that he couldn't control nor hide. Mei Feng led Xiong Lu to their living room, where Yuan and the rest of the demon sealing faction were assembled. Seated at a long table, an intense atmosphere permeated the room, resembling a tribunal of judges ready to pass down judgment. Xiong Lu swallowed nervously when he saw this. When he stepped into the room, he could feel the appearance of an invisible blade pressing at his neck, threatening to kill him if he misbehaved in the slightest. Yuan, who was seated the furthest away, spoke in a calm voice, "Xiong Lu, right? You seem quite different from when we met in Cultivation Online." Even though Yuan was seated, it felt as if he occupied an unattainable position, gazing down upon Xiong Lu from high above. In comparison to Cultivation Online, the intensity and pressure of Yuan's gaze were unfathomably more potent in the real world. Xiong Lu instinctively froze upon sensing this gaze, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. The terrifying pressure emanating from Yuan at this moment rivaled that of his father, if not surpassing it, resembling that of a beast with unfathomable power and deep bloodlust. Despite encountering the demon sealing faction and gaining insights into their real cultivation, Xiong Lu remained fixated on devising ways to destroy Yuan and those close to him. However, upon meeting Yuan in person and comprehending the true extent of the monster before him, Xiong Lu swiftly discarded such vengeful thoughts and relinquished the pursuit of revenge. Thud. Xiong Lu fell to his knees and kissed the floor with his forehead before shouting in a loud voice, "I am terribly sorry for everything I have done. I deeply regret my actions and vow to never step in your path ever again. Please, forgive me." After Xiong Lu's voice stopped echoing, an eerie silence filled the room. Yuan raised an eyebrow with a somewhat surprised look on his face after witnessing Xiong Lu's exaggerated apology. However, he had no intentions of forgiving Xiong Lu so easily and spoke in a cold voice, "Why should I accept your apology? You think you can provoke me and make it go away with an apology whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Do I look like a pushover to you? No. Of course not." Xiong Lu quickly said, but he couldn't think of anything else to say in this situation. After all, it was true that he had provoked Yuan out of sheer jealousy, and Yuan had no reason to trust his sincerity. "What do I have to do?" Xiong Lu asked after a moment of silence. "Nothing," Yuan calmly said. "Excuse me?" Xiong Lu wore a dazed expression on his face, seemingly unable to understand the meaning behind Yuan's words. Yuan quickly responded in a calm tone, "I will not accept your apology, but I will also not come after you for revenge. If you stay out of my way and don't provoke me any further, we can both continue to live our lives without any unnecessary headaches. However, the moment you try to do anything to me or those around me to get to me, I will immediately crush you and your entire family. Do I make myself clear?" Xiong Lu did not immediately respond, as he had to take a moment to comprehend Yuan's words. He nodded a moment later, saying, "You have my word." Yuan sneered, "Your words are worthless to me, nor will I believe them. But as I said, I don't want any unnecessary bloodshed, so you don't have to worry about that. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave." Xiong Lu didn't dare to stay there any longer, fearing that Yuan might suddenly change his mind. He left the place the following moment, escorted out by Mei Feng. I think you let him off the hook a little too easily, Yuan. He deserved to be punished a little more for what he'd done to you. Wang Ming suddenly said. A few others proceeded to chime in, agreeing with Wang Ming's view. Yuan smiled and asked, what kind of punishment should I have given him? We're not in Cultivation Online, so it's not like I can chop his hands off for messing with me. He's just an overly prideful and reckless young brat who went a little overboard with his provocations. I don't have the energy to deal with someone as meaningless as him. Young brat. You sound like an old man. Shi Lang laughed out loud. Sure enough, Yuan's mentality had matured even further after absorbing more of Tian Yang's memories, perhaps a little too much. However, this was an inevitable change, and it would only get worse as he continued to recollect more memories. Yuan stood up and said to them, get some early rest today. I will train with you guys tomorrow. I am curious how the Lord trains you all. While everyone left their seat, Li Jinxi remained seated for a little longer, her gaze on Yuan, looking as though she was in deep thought. Ever since Yuan handed the Golden Empress to her in Cultivation Online, Li Jinxi has been having weird dreams in her sleep, mostly about living as someone with a similar face and name in a world similar to Cultivation Online. Li Jinxi didn't initially give it much thought, considering it was common for dreams to be influenced by one's thoughts before sleep or throughout the day. She often contemplated cultivation, so such dreams were not unusual for her. Yet, as she encountered more and more of these dreams, a realization gradually dawned on her, that perhaps they were more than mere dreams. These visions were oddly specific, intricate, and realistic, almost as if she were reliving another life she had once known. Moreover, intertwined within these dreams was someone strikingly familiar. This person bore Yuan's face, yet his demeanor was cold and aloof. Despite that, the person in her dreams followed this person from the moment they first met, akin to a newborn chick following its mother. Li Jinxi wanted to share her experiences with Yuan, but she hesitated, wary of sounding crazy. Thus, she had been suppressing the urge for a considerable time. However, after witnessing Yuan's reaction to Xiong Lu today, he seemed to bear a resemblance to the man in her dreams. In the end, Li Jinxi refrained from approaching Yuan and returned to her room, immediately heading to bed to dream, a world that had captivated her as of late. Tian Xian, where are you heading to now? That's none of your business. You always seem to have a destination in mind, and it would always benefit your cultivation greatly in the end, almost as though you knew it would happen. How is that possible? Can you see the future or something? Jean, she pondered, expressing her observations after following him for decades. Tian Xian glanced at her and sneered, do I look like a god to you? It's just coincidence. Coincidence? Do you think I am stupid? Every place you go just happens to have exactly what you need at that moment. If you cannot see the future, then you can control fate. You cannot convince me otherwise. Whatever you say. Tian Xian merely shrugged at her words, treating her as though she was just a random crazy lady. Li Jinxi woke up after sleeping for exactly 8 hours, but it felt like she had lived for years within her dreams. My cultivation went up again. Li Jinxi mumbled to herself after inspecting her body. The biggest reason why Li Jinxi believed her dreams were more than just ordinary dreams was because her cultivation would increase a little after every dream. Unfortunately, she could not explain the reason behind this phenomenon. There must be a reason why I am having these dreams. Hopefully, the answers will reveal themselves through the dreams. Li Jinxi thought to herself as she prepared for another day of training. After the demon sealing faction had breakfast made by Mei Feng, they made their way up the Dragon Spiral Mountain for another day of training with the Lord and Leah. However, there was an additional member today, someone who had never been to their training before. What kind of training do you guys typically do? Yuan asked them as they walked together. At first, we spent most of our time boosting our cultivation. Once we reached Spirit Grandmaster, we focused on stabilizing our cultivation. Nowadays, we spend almost all our time sparring with the manager. Shi Lang said. You're sparring with Leah? Not the Lord. Yuan learned something new. Of course not. We wouldn't last a second against the Lord. The manager is really strong, too. We can't defeat her even if we all went at her together. Wang Bingbing sighed. Yuan smiled, I look forward to sparring with her. Upon arriving at the peak of the mountain, Leah could be seen waiting for them right outside the formation's entrance. Her eyebrows twitched when she noticed Yuan amongst the group. She had anticipated his appearance sooner or later, but it still felt weird to see him with the others. Once they were at the true peak of the mountain, Leah immediately started their training and said, Who wants to go first? Wang Ming raised his hand. Come. Leah gestured for him to approach her. The summit of the mountain lay empty and vast, boasting a flat surface that made it an ideal arena or training ground. There were also no buildings to destroy, allowing them to unleash their full strength without worry. Once the fight began, Wang Ming immediately charged at Leah with a weapon. Meanwhile, Leah confronted him with nothing but her bare fists. Leah did not attack Wang Ming for the first few minutes, only focused on dodging and blocking his strikes. Once 5 minutes have passed without Wang Ming landing a single hit on her, Leah started pointing out Wang Ming's flaws while throwing fists at him. Unlike Wang Ming, all of Leah's strikes would land on their target without fail. Leah had the cultivation of a peak spirit lord, an impressive achievement considering her environment and lack of spiritual energy. However, her cultivation was irrelevant in this case, as she'd fought Wang Ming without using any spiritual energy. Being a dragon in her true form, Leah boasted naturally high prowess, so it would be overkill if she used her cultivation on top of her innate strength. It didn't take long for Wang Ming to collapse on the floor, suffering a complete and utter defeat at the hands of Leah. Next. Leah didn't even bother taking a minute to catch her breath before calling for her next challenger. One after another, members of the demon sealing faction fought with Leah, who took no breaks in between each fight. Yet, she looked completely calm and relaxed, almost as if the fights weren't even enough to be considered a warm-up in her eyes. Leah purposefully gave everyone 5 minutes to fight her, yet nobody there but Li Jinsi could land a hit on her. However, even Li Jinsi could only graze Leah's skin, and it required her to use the nameless technique. Once everyone had fought Leah, she turned to look at Yuan and asked, Did you only come here to watch or do you intend on participating as well? I'd like to participate if you don't mind. Leah snickered inwardly after hearing this, as she had always wanted to give Yuan a beating but was held back by the Lord. Yuan approached her and asked, What are the rules? You can use whatever you want. Treat this as though we are in a real fight, she quickly said. Do you need to take a minute to recover your strength? Humph, I can fight each of them a dozen times without breaking a sweat. Leah sneered. Yuan smiled and said, Still, I will give you a moment to rest. I want to fight you at your best, after all. You think you have what it takes to look down on me? I have been waiting so long for the moment to punch your face. Leah did not accept Yuan's offer and immediately charged at him. Yuan was a little surprised by Leah's speed, which had drastically increased since her last fight. Though, he wasn't too shocked. After all, he knew she had been holding back against the others. Still, he was impressed by how much she'd held back. Is this her full strength? No, it's probably only around 60%. Yuan thought to himself as he dodged her sudden attack. Leah immediately went for another strike after her first missed, then another, and another. Yuan perfectly avoided all of Leah's strikes without fighting back. The demon sealing faction watched their fight in awe, and it looked like Leah was the one being trained at this moment. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Are you making fun of me? Leah eventually stopped to ask with a deep frown. Of course not. I am just waiting for you to use your full strength, he said. My full strength? You want me to kill you? Leah continued to frown. Yuan patted his chest and chuckled, You don't have to worry about that since you cannot kill me. Leah gritted her teeth at his words and immediately unleashed her cultivation base, filling the area with a heavy pressure that left the others shocked. She was hiding this much strength this entire time. Shi Murong cried out loud. Even though Leah knew that Yuan had purposefully provoked her so she could use her full strength, she couldn't let him mock her any longer. However, she didn't immediately charge at Yuan, almost as though she was waiting for something. After waiting for a moment without the Lord attempting to stop her, Leah showed a faint smile on her face and said, "I will make you regret messing with me." She swung her fist at Yuan with about 80% of her full strength, expecting him to dodge it again. However, contrary to her expectations, Yuan extended his arm with his hand wide open, as if he intended on catching her fist. This crazy. Leah was unable to stop her fist in time and struck Yuan's palm, expecting to send him flying. However, he not only stood firm but also caught her fist, defying her expectations once again. Not bad. Now it's my turn. Yuan suddenly muttered. When Yuan raised his other arm and pulled it back, Leah instinctively jumped back, distancing herself from him. She stared at him with wide eyes afterward, her back soaked in cold sweat. How does a human like him have such monstrous strength? She cried inwardly. She instantly knew from that single exchange that Yuan was hiding an unfathomable amount of strength within his body. Yet, she couldn't comprehend how a human like him could possess innate strength that rivaled even dragons. As for Yuan, he used Leah's frightening strength to test the current condition of his body. He could sense that the golden immortal physique had transferred to his real body, albeit incompletely. Ignoring the tingly sensation, he looked at his still trembling arm that had caught Leah's fist and mumbled in a low voice, "About 5%, huh? What did you do to your body?" Leah asked Yuan with a frown after their exchange. Yuan smiled and said, "You make it sound like I'd done something bad to my body. I just achieved a new physique, that's all." A new physique? Leah frowned at his words, which made it sound like it was an easy thing to do. Now knowing that Yuan could catch her fists, Leah no longer held back and charged at him again, this time using all of her strength. Moreover, red scales started forming on her arms and neck, indicating that she had transformed. Yuan, not daring to underestimate her partial transformation, also used his full strength. Their aura collided, causing a gust of wind to stir within the usually calm mountain peak. When they started throwing punches and kicks around, the families living within the upper areas of the mountain felt the ground shaking, as if they were experiencing a minor earthquake. Every strike Leah tossed at Yuan would eradicate any of the demon-sealing faction members with ease, yet Yuan blocked them with confidence. Suddenly, in the midst of their battle, Leah's eyes glowed gold, emitting a formidable pressure directed at Yuan. Dragon's gaze. Yuan did not expect Leah to be able to use such a technique and was taken by surprise. However, after being struck by her dragon's gaze, Yuan felt something was off about it. The power and pressure were lacking, almost as though it was incomplete. After using her trump card, Leah drove her palm at Yuan's stomach. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "This is how you use dragon's gaze." What? Before Leah could even react, Yuan's eyes glowed gold, sending Leah's consciousness straight into the abyss. While Leah's body remained frozen in place, within her mind, she felt the intense gaze of a colossal eye, emanating an unimaginable amount of pressure. Leah, despite her pride, felt as insignificant as an ant under the gaze of that eye. What is this? Leah's entire being trembled in fear as she couldn't take her gaze away from the eye, almost as though she was forced to face it. Yuan deactivated Dragon's gaze after 3 short seconds, but it felt like she was in the void for minutes for Leah. When she returned to reality, Leah found herself sitting on the floor, her body soaked in sweat. What the hell was that just now?" she shouted at him. "I was going to ask you the same. What technique was that just now? It felt like Dragon's gaze, but it's too weak." Dragon's gaze? As if such a technique exists in this world. The one I used was created based on the foundation of Dragon's gaze. I don't have a name for it. Leah revealed. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning that she had managed to create a technique similar to Dragon's gaze without knowing the original. How is that possible? If you don't know Dragon's Gaze, how do you know its foundation? He asked. Why should I tell you? Leah sneered. Suddenly, the Lord's voice resounded, dragons with a royal bloodline are born with an innate understanding of Dragon's Gaze. The purer the blood, the better. Oh. So you belong to a royal bloodline? Yuan looked at Leah. Seeing her unresponsiveness, Yuan smiled and said, would you like me to teach you Dragon's Gaze? The authentic one. Leah's eyes widened at his words. She opened her mouth but quickly closed it again. It was clear that her pride was holding her back. Take some time to think about it. My offer will always be open, probably. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, he asked, now that I think about it, why don't you play Cultivation Online, where Dragon's Gaze exists? The Lord responded in her place, the soul transference array has its restrictions. For example, if humans have a circle-shaped soul, beasts would have a square-shaped soul, and our square-shaped soul aren't affected by the soul transference array, hence why we are unable to visit the divine heavens through Cultivation Online. I see. Anyways, want to continue our training? I won't use Dragon's Gaze again. Yuan asked Leah. You obviously don't need any training, so I will stop wasting my time with you. Wang Ming. You should have recovered enough by now. Come. Leah turned her gaze to Wang Ming, who trembled from fear. Ah, shit. She'll probably use me as a punching bag because she cannot defeat Yuan. He sighed inwardly. Accepting his fate, he approached Leah for another round of training. Each member of the Demon Sealing faction typically spars 6 to 7 times a day with Leah, so it wasn't anything new. At the end of the day, the Demon Sealing faction made their way down the mountain with their bodies aching in pain. However, Yuan decided to stay with Leah upon the Lord's request. Leah, now that you found someone who can match you, it's a good chance for you to get some proper training for once. The Lord said. Huh? I don't need any training. Especially not from him. Leah exclaimed. You can say that once you defeat him. The Lord continued to speak, Yuan, do you mind training with her a little longer? I don't mind. It will also benefit me since the others aren't enough to make me sweat anymore. Yuan nodded. He looked at Leah and continued, if you can defeat me even once, I will give you the Dragon's Gaze technique as a reward. Leah's eyebrows twitched at his alluring words. You better not go back on your words, she said a moment later. Yuan smiled, I promise. They continued sparring with each other for the rest of the day. By the time Yuan returned home, it was already well past midnight. Damn it. How is he so strong? It doesn't make any sense. Leah cursed out loud after Yuan had left. He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural. The Lord smiled. The immortal monarch's descendant. Leah mumbled. She remembered Yuan claiming to be the reincarnation of the immortal monarch himself, but she was still having trouble believing it. But to think he learned Dragon's Gaze, even I did not expect that. The Lord said, before mumbling to himself, if he can solve our current predicament, perhaps I should reward him with my blood essence, which would greatly assist his cultivation path. 3 days have passed since Cultivation Online closed its servers for a system update. Although 3 days may seem short at a glance, one should consider how many people are addicted to the game. If an alcoholic drinks every day for the past year, it would be an incredible ordeal if they were suddenly forced to stop for 3 whole days. Moreover, Cultivation Online wasn't just a mere game for many players. It was their job, their livelihood. By selling the money or treasures they had acquired to paying players, many players are able to live a comfortable life. Of course, this would only be possible in a game as popular as Cultivation Online, where countless passionate and wealthy players exist. In fact, most, if not all legacy families have their own gold farming operations, where hundreds or thousands of players solely focus on earning money, whether it be through hunting magical beasts or seeking treasures. The financial influence wielded by Cultivation Online has outstripped numerous leading global enterprises, firmly embedding it in the world's economic fabric. It's no overstatement to claim that the global economy would teeter on the brink of collapse if Cultivation Online were to suddenly disappear out of thin air. Many entities, including governmental bodies, closely monitor Cultivation Online due to its profound global impact. Yet, given its elusive nature and mysterious operations, nobody knows where to begin, much less control them. Cultivation Online was owned and operated by a shell company operated by a fake identity. When people investigated this shell company, they couldn't find any information on it. No digital footprint, nothing. It was almost as if they were created and operated by a ghost. During these 3 days, Yuan spent most of his time training with Leah from morning to night. Because Leah wanted to preserve as much strength as possible for her training with Yuan, she halted training with the others and made them self-train at home instead. Of course, none of them had any complaints about their break. Cultivation Online should be returning sometime today, so I will end our training here, Yuan said to Leah sometime past noon. Oh, okay. Leah nonchalantly nodded. Leah could tell that she'd improved drastically from their training. Now that she had someone who could face her at her strongest, she no longer needed to worry about holding back, allowing her talents to shine. Unfortunately, you couldn't defeat me even once. Next time, perhaps. Yuan smiled at her. Leah clenched her fists at his words, but she had no comeback. Once Yuan left and returned home, Leah approached the Lord and said, "I do not want to lose to him again. Can you train me?" "Oh. You're asking for my help?" The Lord was surprised, as he'd offered to train her before but was rejected for some reason. "Yes, but not now. We can do it after he deals with our current situation." Leah nodded. The Lord smiled and agreed to her request. Very well. Upon returning home, Yuan immediately tried to enter Cultivation Online. His consciousness drifted shortly after wearing the helmet, appearing in a pitch-black room with a countdown in the sky. 9 minutes and 10 seconds. There were less than 10 minutes before Cultivation Online opened its servers. Yuan lounged on the invisible surface, eyeing the countdown and silently pondering about the upcoming system update. A while later, Yuan felt the sudden emergence of another presence nearby, which shouldn't have been possible. He promptly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the direction of the newfound presence. What he initially thought to be a figment of his imagination proved to be true, as he discerned the faint outline of a person in the distant horizon. "Who are you?" he shouted towards the enigmatic figure, who seemed to possess more than the usual 2 arms, with additional appendages extending from their back like wings. "I don't know how much you remember, but I am here to warn you that the others will soon emerge from their slumber. Once that happens, they will realize that I am the traitor and seal me away." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Yuan asked. "I don't have much time left here since the system will activate again soon. Hurry up and recover your memories and kill them before your world is consumed. Don't disappoint me now." The figure disappeared the next moment before Yuan could utter another word. At the same time, the countdown reached its last 10 seconds. What the hell was that about? Who is the others? And why would the world be consumed if I don't kill them? Yuan pondered with a deep frown on his face as he tried to make sense of what just happened. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Cultivation Online's notification. System update has concluded. All players may enter Cultivation Online again. Yuan's figure vanished from the void and appeared where he last logged off from. "Welcome back, Brother Yuan. Welcome back." Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying's voice greeted him shortly after his return. "I'm back. Are you okay, Brother Yuan? You seem a little pale." Xiao Hua noticed his expression and asked. "Yeah, I am fine." He nodded. Meishio and the others logged in shortly after, appearing beside Yuan. "So, what's changed?" Chu Liuxiang asked out loud as she opened her character status. "I don't see anything different," she muttered afterward. Are they waiting for more people to get online before they make an announcement? Meishio wondered out loud. Yuan also checked his character status. Name, Yuan. Cultivation, 9th level Spirit King. Legacy, Great One's Legacy. Bloodline, Immortal Monarch's Bloodline. Physique, Heaven Refining Physique, Golden Immortal Physique. Physical Strength, Unknown. Mental Strength, Unknown. Soul Strength, Unknown. Physical Defense, Unknown. Mental Defense, Unknown. There were no apparent changes at first glance, and his stats remained unreadable. However, when he looked a little closer, he noticed a new passive skill that wasn't there before the update, and it even had an obnoxious name to it. Celestial Emperor's Curse. Grade, Celestial. Description: the effectiveness of all cultivation resources will be reduced by 99%. Huh. Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face after seeing the effects of Celestial Emperor's Curse. However, before he could even comprehend the situation, he received a notification. As you have been marked by the Celestial Emperor, you have been cursed with great misfortune. Great misfortune. Curse grade, Divine. Description: a curse that lowers your luck by 5,000. Huh. Yuan could no longer contain his surprise and cried out loud. What? What happened? Everyone in the room looked at him with wide eyes. I don't know, but I've been cursed, by the Celestial Emperor himself, he said in a dazed voice. What? Xiaohua's shocked voice resounded, and she appeared before him the very next moment. Why would the Celestial Emperor curse you, Brother Yuan, when you've never met him before? She asked in a panicked voice. I don't know, but it happened. Because of this curse, all cultivation resources will be 99% less effective for me. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it definitely doesn't sound good, he sighed. However, Xiaohua's body trembled after hearing the effects of the curse, almost as if she recognized it. Brother Yuan, that curse is meant for exiles. She said a moment later. Huh? Exiles? Does that mean I've become an exile? He asked with wide eyes. She shook her head. No, I don't sense the aura of an exile from Brother Yuan. However, that curse is undoubtedly meant for exiles, which restricts their ability to grow any stronger for obvious reasons. Meishio suddenly said, do you think it's because you're progressing too fast, and the Celestial Emperor is trying to slow you down? Chu Liuxiang nodded in agreement. That's plausible. No, that's definitely the case. But why would the Celestial Emperor be worried about Yuan progressing too fast? Li Jinsi wondered out loud. Yuan sighed. While it's quite inconvenient to have such a significant reduction in my cultivation speed, it doesn't have any effect on me right now since I am already at a bottleneck, but it will definitely slow me down in the future if I don't get rid of it by then. On the brighter side, there are plenty of ways to strengthen myself without increasing my cultivation. Knock knock. Hey, are you guys back? She merely knocked on their room after sensing their presence had returned. Yuan opened the door for her. Yes, we just got back. She merely entered the room and sensed the weird atmosphere. Did something happen? She asked. Yuan explained the situation to her. Wow. To be marked by the Celestial Emperor without meeting him. This is quite an impossible feat, but as expected of you, Yuan. Nothing is impossible for you. She merely expressed her awe at his ability to achieve the impossible. So, what are you going to do now? She then asked. There's nothing we can do about the curse right now, so we'll just move forward as planned. I am going to visit the myriad of techniques now. Since we've entered the fourth heaven, there should be more techniques available to us. Want to come along? Yuan asked them. Why not? Chu Liuxiang said. I'll also tag along. Meishio nodded, followed by Li Jinsi. I will also come with you. She merely said. They made their way to the myriad of techniques after checking out of the hotel. Surprisingly, she merely did not need to have her fate examined even though it was her first visit. Apparently, such evaluation was only needed before the fourth heaven. You guys can take your time since I don't know how long I'll take, Yuan said to them before contacting Senior Bai and entering his world. You. Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock the moment he laid eyes on Yuan. He could discern that Yuan's body had undergone a profound transformation since their last encounter, but he remained ignorant of the precise cause of this change. What did you do to your body? How can such drastic change occur in such a short amount of time? Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I just acquired a new physique, that's all." Senior Bai's eyes widened a little more after hearing his words. So you have two different physiques at this moment? Yuan nodded, confirming his doubts. Just as some individuals can only wield a single soul weapon, most people possess only one physique. In fact, due to compatibility issues, having two physiques within one body is considerably more extraordinary than wielding two soul weapons simultaneously. Senior Bai had the urge to inquire about Yuan's new physique, but a sense of foreboding made him reconsider, opting to remain silent. After congratulating Yuan on his new achievement, Senior Bai said, "Anyways, you're here for Lady Su, correct? Give me a moment to contact her." "Thank you." Yuan nodded. Senior Bai left to contact Su Jiechi, returning alone about half an hour later. "Is she busy?" Yuan asked. "A little, but she will be here within a few hours. In the meantime, why don't we entertain ourselves?" Senior Bai suddenly suggested. "What kind of entertainment?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Senior Bai smiled and said, "Do you recall that small exchange we had some time ago? When you revealed the God of War's astral arts to me? I want to personally experience your growth since then, so I want you to attack me with everything you've got again." Yuan's eyes widened at his suggestion and responded in a reserved manner, "Are you sure?" A confident grin appeared on Senior Bai's face as he spoke, "If you think you can hurt me after growing a little, you are underestimating the power of an immortal cultivator." He continued, "Or are you waiting for me to reward you if you can hurt me? Very well. I'll give you a treasure if you can so much as graze my skin. Since you insist, I won't be humble." Yuan nodded. They flew into the air a moment later, but they didn't immediately start. Senior Bai took a moment to remove all of the nearby floating islands so that they wouldn't get destroyed. Once prepared, they both faced each other with some distance between them. "Good luck." Senior Bai smiled. "You too." Yuan smiled back. With a deep breath, Yuan gathered his spiritual energy, causing his aura to surge, reaching heights that seemed to touch the heavens. "Since I don't have to worry about killing him, I guess I should throw everything I have at him." Yuan thought to himself as he activated God of War's astral arts, materializing a colossal avatar behind him. This avatar had grown at least 100 times larger than before, and its colossal weapon alone dominated the entire sky above Senior Bai. Overwhelmed by the formidable sight, Senior Bai could only swallow nervously in the face of such immense power. The God of War's astral arts utilizes one's soul strength more than spiritual energy. Just how strong is his soul strength? Even a divine lord wouldn't compare to him, who is only a mere spirit king. Senior Bai clenched his fists and immediately started fortifying his defenses. After their previous exchange, Senior Bai did not dare to underestimate Yuan, who was countless times stronger now. He created a powerful defensive formation around himself that could easily block even a divine lord's attack. This much should be enough, no. I should prepare some insurance just in case. Thus, he created not one but two more defensive formations around him, enough to defend against a divine king's attack. Once he was finished, Senior Bai awaited Yuan's attack with a confident smile on his face. However, Yuan showed no signs of launching his attack anytime soon, and his aura continued to surge, growing in intensity. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at Yuan's seemingly endless strength and wondered, does he not have a limit? Is he truly a mere spirit king? There's simply no way. Are you prepared to receive my attack, Senior Bai? Yuan suddenly asked him. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes and asked, I thought I told you to use your full strength. Why are you holding back? What do you mean? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. During our last exchange, you had this golden aura around you, that terrifying and mysterious power. Yet, I don't sense it from you right now. Senior Bai explained. He must be talking about heaven's supremacy. Yuan immediately realized why Senior Bai thought he was holding back. Yuan sighed, I told you back then that I have no control over that power, Senior Bai. Unfortunately, I am still unable to summon that power as I wish. Despite saying that, Yuan still had one use of heaven's supremacy left, but he intended on saving it in case of an emergency. As much as he wanted to win against Senior Bai, he couldn't justify using his trump card in such a wasteful manner. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai spoke, very well, but you better not hold back any more than that. Yuan nodded, I wouldn't dare look down on you, Senior Bai. Then I will begin my attack now, Yuan warned again before he started moving. He raised his arm, pointing it toward the sky, muttering in a low voice, limitless sword, first domain, endless sword stream. Over 20,000 swords materialized above them, each imbued with enhanced sword aura. Since he didn't have to worry about prolonging the fight, he used his spiritual energy without reserve. Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock upon witnessing such a frightening sight. Even with his vast experience, he has never experienced anything close to this before. Not just sword aura, but enhanced sword aura. Senior Bai began losing confidence in his own defense, but he couldn't add more right after Yuan began his attack, as that was no different than admitting defeat in his eyes. However, Yuan did not release the attack just yet. Limitless sword, second domain, descending sword god. Merging all 20,000 swords into one colossal blade, Yuan, controlling the massive avatar, firmly grasped the unified weapon with both hands. Oh, fuck. Senior Bai held a dazed look on his face as Yuan prepared to swing the massive blade with the God of War's avatar. Yuan swung the colossal sword, and in an instant, the massive blade descended upon Senior Bai, cleaving through the fabric of space as it moved. Seeing this, Senior Bai's instincts started screaming at him. He quickly tossed away his pride and started preparing more defensive formations. However, right as he was about to complete the formation, he sensed an ominous glare and was immediately struck by an invisible attack that tore his already weakened mental defenses to shreds. In the fleeting moments before the abyss of darkness enveloped his consciousness, Senior Bai managed to cast a final, profound gaze upon Yuan, whose golden eyes radiated an unfathomable brilliance, resembling that of a dragon's gaze. Ah, to think I still underestimated him, this is my defeat. The massive sword tore apart Senior Bai's formation like thin sheets of paper and continued straight for his body. Right as the sword closed in on Senior Bai's body, his entire being suddenly surged with an unfathomable aura foreign to Yuan, followed by a powerful shockwave that not only shattered the massive sword into countless fragments but also sent Yuan flying far away. Their world shook violently, as if it might crumble at any moment. The immense power even leaked to the outside world, messing with the myriad of techniques and making everything tremble. Even with the golden immortal's physique, Yuan felt a crushing pressure envelope his body, threatening to destroy it. By the time Senior Bai snapped out of his daze and retrieved his aura, the damage had already been done. His world had cracks all over, and Yuan was miles away with a bloody nose, staring at him with a look of disbelief. Senior Bai immediately approached Yuan to check his condition. Are you okay? Yes. I'm just a little shaken by your prowess, Senior Bai. Yuan smiled. My instincts took over my body when I was trapped in your mental attack. I am deeply ashamed of myself. Senior Bai clasped his hands and lowered his head as he apologized in a sincere voice. Let me inspect your body for a moment. I need to make sure you're actually fine. Senior Bai said as he placed his palm on Yuan's chest. Despite Yuan's assertion of well-being, Senior Bai found it hard to accept that a mere spirit king could withstand his immortal chi without incurring significant harm. However, Senior Bai wasn't looking down on Yuan because of his low cultivation. What he had inadvertently unleashed moments ago was immortal chi, a power reserved for those who had transcended the realm of mortals by becoming a bronze immortal. It was a power beyond mortal endurance, not meant to be withstood by ordinary beings, regardless of their talents. The immortal chi Senior Bai had unleashed carried enough potency to inflict serious injuries or even death upon a spirit sovereign. However, Yuan, a mere peak spirit king, emerged with nothing more than a bloody nose after facing the brunt of Senior Bai's immortal chi. This outcome left Senior Bai utterly confounded, as it defied comprehension. Not daring to believe what was before his very eyes, Senior Bai inspected Yuan's body again. Sure enough, his internal organs remained unharmed, only slightly stressed because of the immense pressure. Unbelievable, even though it was only for a brief moment, he endured my immortal chi and came out nearly unscathed. What kind of divine body does he possess? Senior Bai swallowed nervously as he lowered his hand. I am glad that you are unharmed. Once again, I extend my deepest apology for my lack of control just now. Senior Bai said a moment later. Yuan shook his head and said, forget about that, Senior Bai. Can you tell me more about that aura you released instead? I have never experienced anything like that before. Senior Bai nodded and explained, what you experienced just now is called immortal chi. It's spiritual energy that is also similar to your sword aura, something that can only be comprehended and absorbed by cultivators after they achieve bronze immortal. Immortal chi is what differentiates cultivators and immortal cultivators, as it's impossible for a mortal cultivator to defeat someone with immortal chi no matter how talented they are, sort of like enhanced sword aura and sword aura. Yuan pondered Senior Bai's words. During Tian Yang's time, the concept of immortal chi did not exist even though there were several immortal cultivators. By the way, I also sensed something ominous inside your body, a powerful curse. Did something happen to you recently? Senior Bai suddenly asked. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, sort of. I've been cursed by the Celestial Emperor. You what? Senior Bai exclaimed in a shocked voice. Why you met with the Celestial Emperor? He quickly shook his head, no, I haven't. I don't know why, but he decided to curse me. Perhaps I've been climbing the 9 heavens too quickly and he wants to slow me down. What sort of curse? Senior Bai inquired for more information. According to Xiaohua, it's a curse meant for exiles, and it reduces the effectiveness of all cultivation resources for me by a significant amount. Senior Bai frowned upon learning of this information and said in a cold voice, I will let Lady Su know of this later. She can speak with the Celestial Emperor and get it removed. Yuan's eyes widened at his words. Did Su Jieqi have such influence that she could change the Celestial Emperor's mind? After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, please wait, Senior Bai. I appreciate what you are trying to do, but I do not wish for you or Miss Su to upset the Celestial Emperor over such a minor issue. Minor? You call this a minor issue? Senior Bai looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Right now, yes. After all, I cannot increase my cultivation past Spirit King because of my physique, so the curse does not affect me at this moment. What about the future? Surely, you don't plan on remaining as a Spirit King forever, right? Of course not. If I cannot find a solution by then, I'll request for Miss Su's help. Alright, we won't do anything for the time being, but Lady Su has a right to know that the Celestial Emperor had laid his hands on a member of the Celestial Overlord. To harm a member of our faction is akin to harming the entire faction and challenging Lady Su herself. Even the Celestial Emperor has no right to do such a thing without any reason. Senior Bai said. Is that so? I didn't know that. By the way, I recently received a promotion to the rank of general. Yuan casually brought up his promotion. Senior Bai had a bewildered look on his face as he silently stared at Yuan with eyes as wide as saucers. After a long minute of silence, he spoke in a low voice, Did you just say you've been promoted to the rank of general within the Celestial Overlords? Yuan calmly nodded his head in confirmation. That's impossible. The amount of karma you would need to reach general isn't such an insignificant amount that it could be achieved in so little time. Senior Bai couldn't believe it, he refused to believe it. Even Su Jiechi, who had the fastest promotions in their history, invested well over a century in accumulating sufficient karma to attain the esteemed rank of general. The fact that Yuan, who hadn't been a member of the faction for long, had already amassed enough karma to attain the rank of general was simply incredulous. Seeing Senior Bai's doubtful expression, Yuan revealed his faction rank. No way. Senior Bai had no choice but to believe Yuan after seeing the symbol, general, on his palm. What did you do to acquire so much karma in such a short time? Even wiping out an evil sect would not help you reach the rank of general this quickly. Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, it wasn't much. I happened to come across 100 exiles and slew them all. 100 exiles? Did you sneak into the primordial realm or something? Senior Bai regretted asking, as the chances of encountering so many exiles were even more ridiculous than his speedrun to the rank of general. Yuan chuckled, it was just a coincidence, really. Senior Bai closed his mouth as soon as he opened it and said a moment later, Lady Su has arrived. He opened the entrance to his realm, and in the next instant, Su Jiechi's exquisite face emerged from the portal, her divine aura instantly permeating and enveloping the entire world. What happened here? The first thing Su Jiechi noticed when she walked through the portal was the condition of Senior Bai's world. There were still cracks all over the place, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. Senior Bai rubbed his nose in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, I wanted to test our young friend here and got a little carried away. He purposefully avoided giving her the details, as he didn't want to admit losing to Yuan, even using immortal qi by accident. Fortunately for him, Su Jiechi was not interested in their business and did not question further. She looked at Yuan with a narrowed gaze, as if she was examining him. A subtle smile appeared on her face a moment later, and she spoke in a calm voice, You've grown strong, Yuan. Thank you, Miss Su. She descended on the platform and retrieved a purple jade slip from her spatial ring, offering it to Yuan. What is this? He asked. This was left behind by the founder of the Celestial Overlords, she said. He gave it to me before he disappeared, but I do not know how to use it. Why don't you try it? Perhaps it can only be activated by those with the heaven-refining physique. If it doesn't work, I want it back, you hear me? Yuan nodded and accepted the purple jade slip from her. The moment his fingers made contact with it, the purple jade slip emitted a radiant glow, casting a luminous sheen of purple light that enveloped the surroundings. Yuan became dazed as memories started flowing inside his head. Inside the memories, he saw himself traveling the world with a cute little girl by his side. This little girl was a troublemaker and always picked fights with people. Most importantly, he also recalled the process of evolving his heaven-refining physique. Yuan snapped out of his daze a few moments later. Yuan. What just happened? Seeing that he'd returned to reality, Su Jiechi asked him. Hearing her voice, Yuan turned to look at Su Jiechi, who greatly resembled the little girl in his memories, and he subconsciously muttered, You mischievous little brat. What? Su Jiechi's expression froze with a clear look of shock on her face. Yuan, you. Senior Bai looked at Yuan with a terrified look on his face. I. Yuan just realized what he'd uttered and quickly covered his mouth. What did you just call me? Su Jiechi asked after a moment of silence, her body trembling. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. I was still influenced by the memories inside the jade slip when I said that. You look like someone from the memories, Yuan swallowed nervously, mentally preparing himself for her wrath. By memories, you mean the jade slip contained the founder's memories? Su Jiechi inquired with a serious expression on her face. He nodded, I believe so. Tell me everything you saw and I will forgive you for the rude remarks, she then said. Of course. Su Jiechi suddenly turned to look at Senior Bai and said, Leave us alone. I understand. Senior Bai didn't even question it and immediately left them alone. Yuan spent the next several minutes recalling the memories. As she listened with her eyes closed, Su Jieqi's mind drifted back into the past and recalled her own memories with the founder. "You mischievous little brat, what have you done this time?" A handsome man sighed as he glanced at the beautiful young girl before him. Su Jieqi, who was only around 16 years old, spoke in a nonchalant voice, "Some loser confessed his love for me, so I beat him up." The handsome man rubbed his eyes and said, "How many times do I have to tell you to not beat your fellow disciples over the smallest things? And what's wrong with one expressing their feelings to you?" "It's annoying," she calmly said. "Don't you used to utter the words, 'I love you,' a dozen times a day?" The handsome man glared at her. Su Jieqi's face flushed red as she hastily responded, "That was years ago when I was still an innocent baby." "Ouch!" Su Jieqi suddenly cried out in pain when the handsome man flickered her forehead. "You're still a baby, though." Su Jieqi held her forehead while trying to appear angry, but the handsome man only found her even more adorable. "Go apologize to that disciple," he then said. "But. No buts. Or would you rather spend a month in seclusion?" "I hate you, father!" Su Jieqi shouted as she stormed outside the room. Sometime later, Yuan said, "That's all." Su Jieqi opened her eyes and realized they were unnaturally moist and foggy. She quickly wiped her eyes and said, "There's no mistaking it. The memories within the jade slip belong to the founder of the celestial overlords, my adoptive father. I thought it would help you with your physique, but it turned out to be completely irrelevant." "Sorry." Yuan shook his head and said, "Actually, I did learn something about my physique from these memories, so it was definitely very useful." "Thank you, Miss Su." "Is that so? That's good to hear." Su Jieqi then narrowed her eyes at him and continued in a cold voice, "By the way, you are forbidden from sharing those memories with anyone, do you hear me?" Yuan smiled, "Please don't worry, Miss Su. I will bring these memories with me to my grave. And who would I even share them with? I will trust you." "Do you have any questions for me before I take my leave?" she then asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "What sort of privileges do I get as a general in the faction?" "You've already reached the rank of general." Su Jieqi's eyes widened at his words. "Yes." He showed the general symbol to her as proof. Su Jieqi was left speechless. "Well, as a general, you are entitled to one treasure from our treasury. Would you like to receive your reward now?" she asked. Yuan immediately nodded and said, "I would. I am bringing him to the Celestial Overlord's headquarters so that he can receive his reward for reaching the rank of general." Su Jieqi said to Senior Bai after calling him back. Senior Bai nodded and remarked, "Perfect. In fact, I intended to seek your permission to bestow upon him a treasure from the treasury. If you approve, he'll get to acquire 2 treasures instead of 1. I don't mind since it's coming from you, but I'm interested in your reason," she said. "I lost a bet with him." Senior Bai said with a defeated smile on his face. "Oh. I'd like to hear more details on this later. Anyways, if you want to give him an extra treasure, I'll allow it, not that you need my permission." Senior Bai was already at the rank where he had the authority to give treasures to others without needing permission, but he still asked Su Jieqi out of his respect for her. "Now then, let's move to the headquarters." Senior Bai nodded and created a portal before them, its aura distinct from the usual ones. Su Jieqi stepped into the portal first, with Yuan following suit, and Senior Bai entering last. Upon arriving on the other side, Yuan was greeted with the sight of a massive city before him. "This is the headquarters. I was expecting a building, not an entire city." Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Senior Bai smiled at his reaction and said, "Actually, this place is more like a sect than a city." Su Jieqi then said, "It's not just like a sect. It was a sect. The founder of the Celestial Overlords used to be the sect leader of a small sect, which he transformed into the Celestial Overlords." "Is this place like Senior Bai's world?" Yuan asked. Yes, it exists outside the 9 heavens if that's what you are asking. Follow me. I'll show you to the treasury. Su Jieqi said. As they walked, Yuan inquired more information about the place. How many people live here? About 20,000 people. Is that a lot for a faction? No, it's actually on the smaller scale. The average faction has around 100,000 members while the larger ones have millions. We're a lot smaller than I thought, Yuan said. Our numbers may seem tiny in comparison to others, but we've risen to become one of the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens with our modest population, all thanks to having only exceptionally talented members, Su Jieqi said, her voice resonating with pride. Just one of our top members can stand toe-to-toe with an entire faction, Su Jieqi added, emphasizing the extraordinary prowess of their elite members. Is there a ranking for factions? Of course, and there are 2 separate rankings. The first is the karma ranking, where factions are ranked based on their accumulated karma. We're ranked 7th there. The other ranking would be the power ranking, based on our overall prowess. In this particular ranking, we are ranked 2nd. Wow, 2nd. That's amazing. Yuan said. We used to be 1st, but that was when the founder was still around. Su Jieqi sighed. As they traversed deeper into the Celestial Overlord's headquarters, Yuan noticed the atmosphere intensifying, with an increasing presence of experts boasting unfathomable cultivation bases. At his current level, he could only clearly sense up to Divine Grandmaster without much effort. Anything above that would require more time and effort. Most of our members are immortal cultivators. Senior Bai suddenly said. You have the record when it comes to having the lowest cultivation in our faction. He continued, while that's an amazing feat, it's also quite dangerous. After all, most people would not believe you are a member if they saw your cultivation base. Even if you showed them your symbol, it might not be good enough, especially now that you have reached the rank of general. He's right. You should avoid revealing the fact that you're a member until you have a higher cultivation base. Su Jieqi added. They arrived at the treasury an hour later. The treasury took the form of a pagoda with 4 floors. Standing at the sealed entrance were 2 guards, both with a cultivation that Yuan could not identify. We greet Celestial Overlord Su and Overlord Bai. The guards greeted them with bowed heads and arched bodies. Su Jieqi acknowledged them with a slight nod and said, We'll be opening the treasury for a moment. She turned to look at Yuan and handed him 2 talismans and said, The treasures inside are protected with a powerful formation that can only be deactivated with these talismans. Use these talismans on the treasures you want. Each talisman will deactivate 1 formation. Also, you are only permitted to look around the 1st floor. Even if you go to a higher floor, these talismans won't do anything there. The guards' eyes widened with shock when they saw the scene of Su Jieqi handing 2 talismans to Yuan. Who the hell is that mortal kid? Why does he get to take 2 treasures from the vault? They stared at Yuan with bewildered looks on their faces. However, they didn't dare to question Su Jieqi on her business. I understand. Yuan accepted the talismans. There are plenty of treasures on the 1st floor, but you don't need to rush picking a treasure. Take your time, she added. Okay, he nodded. A moment later, Su Jieqi opened the treasury, and she silently watched Yuan's figure vanish into the pagoda. After Yuan entered the treasury, Senior Bai communicated with Su Jieqi through divine sense, saying, There's something I need to make you aware of. It's related to Yuan and the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor? What's Yuan got to do with him? Su Jieqi turned to look at him with a deep frown on her face. Senior Bai went on to reveal Yuan's predicament, disclosing the Celestial Emperor's actions of cursing Yuan to her. Upon learning this information, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Su Jieqi's entire being, causing their surroundings to tremble and her face to contort with anger. Celestial Overlord? What's the matter? Please calm down, Celestial Overlord. The guards were startled and frightened by Su Jieqi's abrupt and overwhelming pressure, which sent shockwaves through the entire headquarters, causing it to tremble. Moreover, several individuals in the vicinity showed up within seconds to see what the commotion was about. Lady Su. Senior Bai cleared his throat and called out to her. Su Jiechi withdrew her aura, yet her face retained a manifestation of anger. What happened, Lady Su? Who dares to anger our goddess? Fairy Su, that anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. The newcomers immediately started inquiring about the situation and tried to ease Su Jiechi's anger at the same time. However, Su Jiechi was in no mood to deal with them and shouted, "Leave!" Her cold voice sent chills down their spine, and not wanting to anger her even further with their presence, these experts immediately disappeared into thin air like ghosts. Once they were alone again, ignoring the guards, Su Jiechi muttered, "Even if he's the Celestial Emperor, I will not let him do as he pleases with my people. How dare he target a member of our faction? I will go speak with him after this." The Celestial Emperor. The guards were bewildered after learning of the cause of Su Jiechi's anger. Although this wasn't the first time the Celestial Emperor had upset Su Jiechi, it was never to such a degree. "Please wait a minute, Lady Su. There's more to this," Senior Bai quickly said. He continued, "I already told Yuan that you would do something about his curse, but he refused our help, saying that the curse doesn't affect him at this moment and that he would try to deal with it himself. If he cannot deal with it by the time it really affects him, he will seek our help." Su Jiechi frowned and asked, "Is he worried about getting us involved with the Celestial Emperor?" "What needless worry? The Celestial Emperor may be powerful, but he's not omniscient and untouchable. That's just the kind of person he is." Senior Bai smiled. Su Jiechi suddenly fell silent with a pondering look on her face. After a long moment of silence, she spoke, "Very well, I won't interfere for now. However, we're going to pull the forces we sent to assist the Celestial Emperor back." "Do you mean those who went to hunt down the escaped prisoners from the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto? If we do that, not just the Celestial Emperor, but the others will also question us. Let them question us. If the Celestial Emperor wants an answer, he can come find me," Su Jiechi said. It was evident to Senior Bai that Su Jiechi harbored no genuine intention of letting the Celestial Emperor off the hook for meddling with Yuan. Even if she didn't directly confront the Celestial Emperor for answers, she would undoubtedly create complications for him. Perhaps because Yuan was the target, it elicited such a profound reaction from Su Jiechi. Senior Bai was certain that she wouldn't have responded with such intensity if it had involved anyone else in the faction. Meanwhile, inside the treasury, Yuan inspected all of the treasures one by one. There were all sorts of treasures available, from spiritual treasures to spiritual medicines. Most of the treasures were between divine grade and ancient grade. If he had to be honest, the treasures appeared somewhat underwhelming in his eyes, and the majority of the items there either didn't suit him or wouldn't provide enough assistance. "While I can make do without any of the treasures in here, the others could use better equipment even if they cannot wield them now." After spending almost 3 hours inside the treasury, Yuan used the talismans to retrieve the treasures he'd picked. The talisman emitted a faint glow when it was used, turning into dust after the formation had successfully deactivated. Yuan grabbed the first treasure, a stunning black bow crafted from a crystal-like material, its body translucent and glistening as if stars resided within it. Abyss Piercer. Grade, Ancient. Quality, Peak. Physical strength required, 5 million. Penetration, 690,000. Description: pierce through the void with this beautiful yet powerful bow crafted with abyss crystal as its core material. This bow uses arrows made from spiritual energy or aura. This will be great for Meishio, who has been practicing with the bow, Yuan mumbled as he stored the bow in his spatial ring. He proceeded to walk to the next treasure. After removing the formation with his last talisman, he grabbed the silver bracelet and placed it in his spatial ring. Once he was done, he immediately left the treasury, where Su Jiechi and Senior Bai were waiting outside. "What did you get?" Senior Bai asked him out of curiosity. Yuan showed the treasures he acquired to them with a smile on his face. "Huh? A bow and a bracelet? Aren't you a swordmaster?" Why do you need a bow? Senior Bai looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's not for me, he calmly said. You picked a treasure for someone else. You're more generous than I thought. Su Jiechi said. I doubt it's just for any ordinary friend, your girlfriend, perhaps. Senior Bai said with a teasing smile on his face. To their surprise, Yuan actually nodded, something like that. Huh. Su Jiechi's eyes widened slightly after hearing that Yuan had a girlfriend, as this was news to her. As for Senior Bai, he was already aware of Yuan's group of ladies, so he wasn't that surprised. What about the other treasure? Are you also giving that away? Senior Bai continued inquiring. Yuan nodded, yes. You're truly something, Yuan. While the treasures on the first floor are only divine grade and ancient grade, they are all top-tier treasures even within their respective grades. Not many people would be willing to give away one, much less two treasures even if it's their loved ones, Senior Bai remarked. It's nothing worth mentioning. After all, it's only natural to look after those you love. And no matter how valuable these treasures may be, they will never be as valuable as those around me, Yuan smiled. If you're done here, I will take you back. Su Jiechi said. Yuan looked at her with slightly raised eyebrows. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but he sensed a hint of irritation within Su Jiechi's voice, but he couldn't recall doing anything to annoy her. Yes, I am done here, he said a moment later. Su Jiechi looked at Senior Bai, who nodded, creating a portal before them the next second. This will take you back to the myriad of techniques, he said. Do you have any questions before you leave? Yuan pondered for a bit before asking, how do I come here without your help? Surely, there must be a way to enter the Celestial Overlord's headquarters without Senior Bai's assistance. Otherwise, that would make Senior Bai a gatekeeper. We have places spread throughout the 9 heavens with portals that lead to this place, though they only exist within the 6th heaven and above, said Senior Bai. But if you ever want to visit this place for whatever reason, you can just contact me through the myriad of techniques, he added. Yuan nodded, I see. Thank you. Until next time. Yuan walked through the portal the next moment, disappearing from the Celestial Overlord's headquarters and returning to the myriad of techniques. Have you guys found any suitable techniques? Yuan asked the others when he returned to their side. This place has an abundance of techniques. I can't believe such a treasure trove exists. Shi Meili exclaimed, rendered speechless by the vast array of techniques available for purchase. Yuan looked at her, who was carrying over a dozen techniques in her arms, smiled, and said, that's an impressive amount of techniques you have there. She chuckled, don't worry, I'm not expecting you to pay for them. If they're below a certain rank, I can acquire them for free, he said. Really? They are all divine rank techniques, though. Probably. Yuan looked at Meishio and the others. Excluding Xiao Hua, they all had 2 to 3 techniques in their grasp. Upon entering the 4th heaven, the volume of techniques accessible in the myriad of techniques had significantly expanded, unveiling numerous new and formidable skills for them to explore. Are you all ready? He asked. They nodded. Seeing this, Yuan guided them to the front desk, where a middle-aged man was overseeing the operations. This was his first time buying techniques from the myriad of techniques after he achieved the rank of general. He showed his symbol to the middle-aged man and asked, do I get any discounts? Even though Su Jiechi warned him to not show off his symbol until he increased his cultivation, he figured that it would be safe to do so within the myriad of techniques. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows upon seeing the symbol, casting a disapproving glare at Yuan while scrutinizing him from head to toe. You're a general within the Celestial Overlords. How come I don't recognize you? The middle-aged man spoke in a cold voice. He was a warrior in the faction, and he'd memorized all of the generals and above. Yet, he didn't recognize Yuan. Moreover, Yuan seemed clueless about his own privileges as a general. I'm a new member, and I was only recently promoted to the rank of general, said Yuan. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at Yuan, whose cultivation was simply too low to be part of the celestial overlords, much less a general there. The middle-aged man sighed a moment later. While uncommon, there are people like you from time to time, bold individuals who think they can fool the myriad of techniques. However, you are especially bold, to utter such ridiculous lies with a straight face. How can someone who just joined a faction become a general already? Yuan raised an eyebrow at his ominous words. The punishment for impersonating one of us is death, but I will give you a chance to admit your crime and apologize. The middle-aged man spoke in a calm voice, yet his gaze was cold and oozing with killing intent. Seeing this, Yuan sighed. What's the point of this symbol if nobody believes me? And don't you have a talisman that proves I am a member of the faction? That only proves you are a member, not a general. The middle-aged man calmly said. Yuan took away the symbol the next moment and retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring. Here. This is. The middle-aged man swallowed nervously at the sight of Senior Bai's medallion. Don't tell me you're going to say it's a fake. Yuan calmly said. The middle-aged man accepted the medallion into his hands, taking a moment to thoroughly inspect it. It's real. He muttered in a dazed voice. If you still have doubts, you can ask Senior Bai. That won't be necessary. I apologize for doubting you, General. May I have your name? Yuan. Then, General Yuan, allow me to give you a brief explanation of your privileges as a general. As a general, you are allowed to acquire any heaven rank and divine rank techniques from the myriad of techniques for free. Ancient rank techniques will have a 75% discount. Divine rank techniques are free for me. That's very generous. Yuan didn't expect the faction to be so generous. That may seem to be the case at first glance, but if you think about it, most generals have a cultivation of immortal ascension and beyond. At that level, divine rank techniques aren't as useful. The middle-aged man explained. Makes sense. Yuan nodded. It only seemed like a crazy privilege to him because he was still a spirit king in the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are still rare and valuable. In the upper heavens, however, they are not as valuable and sought after. Yuan turned to look at Shimeli and the others and said, You heard him. As long as it's not ancient rank, you can have them for free. No way. Shimeli muttered in a dazed voice with a bewildered expression on her face. She had prepared to spend a fortune on her techniques, so it was baffling to hear that she wouldn't need to spend a coin on them. But, I won't complain. Shimeli merrily walked over to the front desk and laid all of her techniques before the middle-aged man, creating a small mountain. After Shimeli placed her techniques on the front desk, the others quickly followed. Meishio had 2 techniques, Chu Liuxiang had 3, Li Jinsi had 3, and Lan Yingying had 2. In total, 26 divine rank techniques formed a small mountain in front of the middle-aged man, who wore a weird expression on his face. While it was fully within Yuan's privilege as a general to purchase so many divine rank techniques, it still felt weird to the middle-aged man, especially since he wasn't buying it for himself. Moreover, they were still within the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are precious. If Yuan wanted to abuse his privileges by selling these divine rank techniques as though they were candy, he would easily make a fortune. However, it would cause an uproar within the fourth heaven and catastrophic damages to the economy. If that were to happen, the higher-ups would not sit still, as such actions would hurt their faction's reputation and karma. After acquiring the techniques, they left the myriad of techniques and went to the nearest hotel, where they talked about their plans. I will be heading to the Vanishing Valley now. Unfortunately, I cannot bring any of you with me since I cannot guarantee your safety there, except Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying who can reside safely within my dantian. Yuan said to them. Normally, I would complain and follow you even if you refuse, but I have a lot of new techniques to learn, so I don't mind staying behind. Shimeli said as she was already holding onto one of these techniques with an eager look on her face. I was already planning on staying behind to cultivate since we're still nowhere near capable enough. Chu Liuxiang said. Me too, Meishio said. Are there any locations where we can train without any concerns about our surroundings? Li Jinsi asked. I'm not sure, but... Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and called out, Dong Yi, are you here? There was no response. I guess it'll take him a little longer to come to the fourth heaven. Unlike Yuan and the others, Dong Yi did not have the luxury of traveling between the 9 heavens using the stairway to heaven because of his identity. I think the Cultivator's Haven may have something like that. Mei Xiu suddenly said. The usual spot, huh? Let's check it out. Chu Liuxiang nodded. They left the hotel shortly after and made their way to the Cultivator's Haven. Of course, we have training rooms specifically for those who wish to practice their techniques without worry. The receptionist said after being inquired by them. She led them to the basement, where a hallway of rooms was located. These rooms are reinforced with Tier 5 formations that can withstand attacks from even a spirit sovereign without any problems. The receptionist gave them a brief tour of one of these rooms. The interior was quite spacious with about 30 meters in width, 40 meters in length, and about 20 meters in height. There was even a bathroom available. Since he wasn't sure how long it would take him to return, Yuan handed the others enough money to use these rooms for half a year without any breaks. Naturally, he didn't actually think he would need that long. It was more of a precaution. Before leaving, Yuan retrieved the Abyss Piercer from his spatial ring and offered it Mei Xiu. I want you to have this. This is. I don't even have the power to wield this bow. Mei Xiu stared at the beautiful black bow in her grasp with a dumbfounded look on her face. I am well aware, but you'll eventually be able to wield it. Yuan smiled, and he continued, it even looks similar to my starry abyss. I think they were made with the same materials. Yuan showed his starry abyss, and sure enough, the blade looked like it was made with abyss crystal, the very same material used for the Abyss Piercer. Thank you. I will treasure it. Mei Xiu said with a warm smile on her face. Before he left her training room, Mei Xiu gave him a passionate kiss on the lips that lasted for several seconds. Yuan visited Lan Yingying last. Although she could have followed him, she decided to stay behind to train as well. While she was stronger than Li Jinsi and the others from Earth, she still fell behind Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang. Here, I want you to have this. Yuan handed the other treasure he acquired from the Celestial Overlord's treasury to her. A bracelet. Lan Yingying accepted the silver bracelet with a curious expression on her face. The moment she touched the bracelet, she sensed a connection with it, almost as though they were fated to be together. Sacred bracelet. Grade, ancient. Quality, peak. Description, a beautiful bracelet forged in sacred fire. Increases the wearer's efficiency and power by 500% when using fire-related techniques. Its effects will double when using sacred fire. When Yuan saw this bracelet, he instantly thought of Lan Yingying, who could wield sacred fire. This bracelet will improve your sacred fire's efficiency and power, Yuan explained its effects to her. It boosts the power of my sacred fire. No wonder why the sacred fire in my body acted up with excitement when I touched it. Lan Yingying swallowed nervously as she stared at the glistening silver bracelet in her grasp. I don't know how to thank you. She said with a troubled look on her face. You don't need to repay me for it, really. Even if you say that, this treasure is too. Yuan suddenly placed his palm on her head and started aggressively rubbing it, causing her hair to fly everywhere. His random action left Lan Yingying speechless. Yuan chuckled at her appearance and said, don't even think about it. Lan Yingying slowly nodded her head, her face flushed with redness. After leaving Lan Yingying's room, Yuan left the Cultivator's Haven with Xiao Hua by his side. Are you ready? He asked her. She nodded with a confident look on her face. Then let's head to the Vanishing Valley. After leaving the Cultivator's Haven with Xiao Hua, Yuan went to find the teleportation device in their city. When he found it, Yuan approached the individual managing it and said, I'd like to travel to Black Fog City. Black Fog City? That's very far away from here, so it'll cost 200,000 spirit stones. The manager said. 200,000, right? Here. Yuan paid the money without hesitation. The manager took a moment to count the spirit stones before nodding his head. All right, I have confirmed your payment. Give me a few minutes to adjust the device. As he waited for the device, Yuan recalled the directions Dong Yi had given him to the Vanishing Valley. A few minutes later, Yuan stepped through the teleportation device, traveling to the other side of the world in the blink of an eye. The instant he emerged from the portal, he was met with an eerie scene. His view was obstructed by a black fog that seemingly engulfed the entire city. The atmosphere was chilling, and it felt like he had already arrived at the Shadow Realm. Of course, Yuan had learned of this place before his arrival, so he wasn't shocked by the scene. The fog is thicker than I'd anticipated. Luckily, it doesn't have any harmful effects on the body. Still, how does one live in such an environment? He wondered to himself as he started walking north. While the black fog obstructed his vision, he had no issues seeing with his divine sense. When he used his divine sense to examine his surroundings, he sensed hundreds of thousands of presence within the city. Surprisingly, there were more residents than he anticipated. Due to the environment, the cost of living within the city was extremely low, making it an ideal place to live for those without money, and since the black fog was only aesthetically unpleasant and somewhat inconvenient, many people chose to live here despite the ghastly atmosphere. As for the black fog, it originated from the Vanishing Valley. Given the close proximity of Black Fog City to the Vanishing Valley, it was an unavoidable inconvenience. After leaving the city, Yuan flew high into the sky, where the fog couldn't reach, and he continued moving north. As he approached the Vanishing Valley, the black fog thickened and ascended higher into the air. Gradually, it began emitting a faint and unpleasant dusty smell. Yuan reacted by covering his body in a thin layer of spiritual energy, separating himself from the smell. A few days later, Yuan stopped moving when he noticed thousands of signs in the distance. Vanishing Valley ahead. Stay away. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Only death awaits those who ignore the warnings. Danger. 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 Thousands of such signs were positioned before the Vanishing Valley, spanning for miles and forming a bizarre barrier that couldn't be disregarded. If Yuan had come across this place by accident and seen these signs, he would have turned around without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he came here with a very specific goal in mind, and that goal was only achievable if he entered the Vanishing Valley. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself, Yuan flew past the signs and entered the Vanishing Valley several miles ahead. The instant Yuan passed the tree line that was within the Vanishing Valley's territory, he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere, almost like he'd slipped through an invisible wall. He turned around to find that the tree lines he had just traversed had vanished entirely, replaced by an expansive emptiness stretching for countless miles. So this is the illusion that Dong Yi mentioned, huh? He mumbled in a low voice. Yuan didn't linger and continued moving forward. Unfortunately for him, there were no maps of the Vanishing Valley, so he could only wander aimlessly until he found something recognizable, such as the giant sword that Dong Yi had warned him about. However, he couldn't afford to travel too swiftly or recklessly, given the presence of innumerable magical beasts roaming the Vanishing Valley, with many capable of rivaling even immortal cultivators. Xiao Hua left his dantian shortly after they entered the Vanishing Valley, accompanying him by his side to ensure that he wouldn't feel alone in this dangerous land. Several hours into their journey, they encountered their first magical beast. "Careful, there's a magical beast hidden within the fog about a mile away," Yuan said out loud. This magical beast resembled a giant toad. It had purple skin with large black needles on its back, almost like that of a porcupine. Spirit enlightenment. Yuan could tell its cultivation at a glance. "That's a great violet toad, brother Yuan. The needles on its back are coated in a deadly poison that could kill a divine warrior expert in seconds, and it has the ability to shoot them out of its body like a projectile," Xiao Hua said, showcasing her knowledge. Yuan nodded. He summoned the Empyrean Overlord and threw it at the Great Violet Toad, killing it in a single hit. Ding! Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Great Violet Toad. Huh! That Toad was an elite boss. Yuan was not expecting to see an announcement for such a simple kill. Brother Yuan, you should salvage its needles. They are quite valuable even in the upper heavens. Xiao Hua said to him afterward. Yuan nodded and collected the needles. Great Violet Toad's Needle. Material. Description: very durable and contains deadly poison. Now that I have it in my hands, it kind of resembles the Black Anguish needle I acquired some time ago. Perhaps it was created with this? Yuan expressed his thoughts after seeing their familiarities. Most spiritual treasures are created with parts salvaged from magical beasts, so it's very likely. Xiao Hua said. After storing the needles, they resumed their journey. Half an hour later. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Corrupted Brown Drake. Another elite boss? Don't tell me all of the magical beasts in the Vanishing Valley are such entities. Yuan muttered in a dazed voice as he glared at the announcement with a weird look on his face. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Oblivion Mantis. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Mutated Spirit. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Endangered Flaming Boar. Not even half a day has passed since Yuan entered the Vanishing Valley. During this short amount of time, he'd killed 5 unique magical beasts, all of them releasing an announcement shortly after being slain. The players were bewildered by how many announcements were appearing that day, and all of them were related to player Yuan hunting elite bosses. Seeing how many unique elite bosses were being hunted so quickly, they wondered if Yuan had found a hidden dungeon filled with such bosses. However, even if they knew his location and wanted to follow him, none of these players were insane enough to enter the 4th heaven. While several thousand players have entered the 4th heaven, most of these people were scouters hired by others to gather information about the realm. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Green-tailed Fox. Again. How many more announcements are we going to have to see before it stops? The players were already getting fed up with the spam. Unbeknownst to them, this was just the very beginning. Several more days came and went quickly while Yuan continued to wander the Vanishing Valley with Xiao Hua by his side. During this time, he's encountered plenty of magical beasts at the level of Spirit Sovereign to Divine Grandmasters. He slew all of them except one, a red-eyed black lizard that had a cultivation base even he could not fathom. This lizard stood 20 meters tall and was the length of 3 school buses. Xiao Hua recognized it as a tyrant lizard king, a very aggressive and vicious magical beast that could spit out bone-melting venom and destroy mountains with the swing of its tail. Yuan thought that he would stop finding so many unique magical beasts by now, but new magical beasts kept on appearing with barely any repeats, almost as though the Vanishing Valley was a zoo of exotic and powerful magical beasts. During these few days, Yuan's name would constantly appear in the sky, sometimes a dozen times in a single day. The players had grown so sick of seeing these announcements that they started outright ignoring them, acting as though they didn't exist. Unfortunately, because of this, some players who weren't Yuan and managed to receive an announcement would be completely ignored by the majority of players. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Vanishing Spirit. Heavens, it's been 2 weeks now, and he's still finding new elite bosses to kill. Just where is he farming? Wang Xiuying stared at the sky with a slight smile on her face while she practiced her alchemy outdoors. Meanwhile, the internet blew up with speculations about the treasures Yuan had gotten after killing so many elite bosses. He must have a mountain of treasures by now. Fuck. I am so envious. The last time I fought an elite boss was 3 months ago, and I couldn't even defeat it. In the end, I had to run away. Alas, the distance between player Yuan and the rest of us has increased yet again. After wandering the seemingly endless Vanishing Valley for 3 weeks, Yuan finally encountered a landmark that could direct him toward the shadow realm. In the distance, a mountain loomed with a distinct shape resembling a head, and there were several of them all lined up to form a mountain range. If one looked closely, one would be able to see a laughing expression on the body of these mountains, looking as though they were mocking the world. The mocking mountain range. If we follow the direction of their faces, we should arrive at our next landmark, the Red Garden of Death. Yuan muttered out loud. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Do you need a small break before we continue?" Even though she shook her head, Yuan decided to take a small break at the mocking mountain range. As they approached the mountains, Yuan was struck by sudden chills, almost as though his instincts were warning him. Suddenly, on the other side of the mountain range, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground, quickly rising toward the heavens. "Brother Yuan, we need to leave immediately." Xiaohua suddenly shouted with a rare nervous look on her face. This shadowy figure took on the form of a human, but its entire essence seemed to be composed of the same black fog that enshrouded the entirety of the Vanishing Valley. Upon closer inspection, one could discern black fog oozing from its body. Whatever this entity was, it evidently served as the source of the black fog. "Just what is that thing?" Yuan asked as they turned around and flew away. "I don't know. I have never seen anything like that before, but my instincts were telling me to stay away from it," Xiaohua said, her voice still a little shaky. "It looked like it crawled out of the ground. Let's wait for it to leave before we go back there," Yuan said. Xiaohua nodded. They waited a few days to see if the shadowy entity would leave, but it barely moved from its position. As he stared at the shadowy entity from a safe distance, Yuan got the feeling that he'd seen such an entity before. That's right. The colossal on the desolate continent had a similar appearance. Does that mean this shadowy entity was created by someone with the purpose of guarding something? Yuan wondered to himself. No, there's no way someone could have created this monster. Even if they did, why would they leave it here? Eventually, the shadow entity left the mocking mountain range, allowing Yuan and Xiaohua to approach the place once again. Even though they could have left at any time, Yuan wanted to see if the shadowy entity had left anything behind. Upon arriving at the mocking mountain range, Yuan approached the area the unknown entity roamed to see if it had left any clues about its identity behind. Even though he wasn't particularly interested in the entity itself, he had a weird feeling when he saw it, almost as if he was connected to it in some ways. However, he found no clues left behind, not even a footstep, which was weird, considering its large size. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head, "My liege, I, your loyal servant, Dong Yi, have arrived at the fourth heaven. Can you hear me from your place?" Yuan spoke out loud. "Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Do you know my location as well?" "Yes, I can sense your presence within the Vanishing Valley. However, I am unable to pinpoint your precise location. While I am away, I'd like you to watch over my friends at the Cultivator's Haven." "Naturally. Also, I have a question. There is this large entity within the Vanishing Valley that is covered in black fog, the same black fog that permeates the place. Do you know anything about it?" Yuan asked. "Black fog, do you mean the Black Death? That is the second most dangerous entity within the Vanishing Valley, right behind the spirit. Although it doesn't appear to be aggressive, it wanders around the Vanishing Valley, killing everything it touches. Rumors say the Black Death is currently searching for something. Do you know what this something is? Those who have encountered the Black Death have said to heard its voice, and it would always utter the same words, being fragment and outer god. Fragment. Outer god. Yuan repeated these twos in a low voice to see if it would trigger any memories, but alas, nothing came up. "Why do you ask, my liege? Do you recognize the Black Death?" Dong Yi suddenly asked. "No, but I sensed a subtle connection with it," he admitted. "A connection, huh? Even if it's vague, you shouldn't ignore it, my liege, as it could have something to do with your previous incarnations." Yuan nodded. "I am aware, but there are no clues, and I do not want to risk my life finding out. I'll see what happens after I visit the Shadow Realm." Their conversation ended there, and Yuan continued his journey in the Vanishing Valley. "Xiao Hua, do the words, fragment and outer god mean anything to you?" Yuan asked her as they made their way to the Red Garden of Death. Xiao Hua closed her eyes to ponder seriously. "Outer god. I think I have heard my father uttering such words before, but these memories are vague." Xiao Hua said a moment later. "I see. I guess we have another reason to visit the primordial realm now," Yuan smiled. Several days later, they arrived at the Red Garden of Death, which, as its name suggests, was a field of red flowers, more specifically, spider lilies. Additionally, countless skeletons were scattered around and within the field, giving it a chilling atmosphere. Red Garden of Death. It is said that magical beasts dwelling within the Vanishing Valley, sensing the approach of their demise, are drawn instinctively to this place to breathe their final breath. Nobody knows the reason for this phenomenon either. Upon closer examination, one would discern human skeletons interspersed amidst the sea of bones within the garden. Yuan and Xiaohua lingered for a few minutes to admire the beautiful yet eerie scenery. Just as they prepared to leave, they noticed a presence slowly approaching them from a distance. Yuan immediately retrieved his weapon to confront the incoming presence. However, he lowered his weapon when he saw the entity. It was a magical beast, its form marred by grievous wounds and its internal organs exposed, hanging from its body amidst the numerous injuries it endured. The magical beast walked into the Red Garden of Death with rigid movement until it could no longer lift a leg, collapsing in the middle of the garden. Once it took its last breath, the magical beast closed its eyes. Then, the spider lilies within the Red Garden of Death abruptly began exuding a crimson-hued gas that enshrouded the field. Seeing this, Yuan and Xiaohua quickly ascended higher into the air, not daring to touch this unknown gas. Their actions were promptly validated as the corpse of the magical beast began to dissolve, gradually diminishing until only its bones remained. After the Red Garden of Death absorbed the magical beast's corpse, a single spider lily sprouted at the edge of the field. There were tens of millions of spider lilies in the Red Garden of Death. If each of them represented a corpse the garden absorbed, that meant tens of millions of entities took their last breath in this place. "Let's head to our next destination, the Vanishing Pond," Yuan said a moment later. Xiaohua nodded. "Fragment of outer god." A hoarse and chilling voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan and Xiaohua to turn around. To their surprise, the Black Death had appeared behind them like a ghost without any warning. It was still several miles behind them, but it was close enough to send shivers down their spines. Seeing this, Yuan wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's small waist and ran with Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens, escaping towards the direction of the Vanishing Pond as though their lives depended on it. That was dangerous. I couldn't sense its presence even though it was so close to us. Yuan cried inwardly. If the Black Death hadn't spoken, it could have sneaked up on them with ease. The realization of potentially perishing without even discerning it brought home the gravity of his predicament within the Vanishing Valley. He had underestimated the dangers of this place due to the relatively smooth progress thus far. However, his close encounter with the Black Death had opened his eyes to the true perils lurking within. In the blink of an eye, Yuan traveled hundreds of miles, not daring to stop until they were tens of thousands of miles away from the Red Garden of Death. That was dangerous, a little too dangerous. Yuan sighed out loud after looking around without seeing the Black Death in sight. "Sorry for grabbing you so suddenly, Xiaohua." He quickly realized that he was still carrying her like luggage and released her. "It's okay," she shook her head. If not for the dark atmosphere, Yuan would have noticed her cheeks were rosy. "I was captivated by the Red Garden of Death and stopped using divine sense for a moment, but I will not make that mistake again." Xiao Hia then said, "It's not Brother Yuan's fault. I also failed to notice it until it was almost too late." He nodded. "Now then. I made sure to escape toward the direction of the Vanishing Pond, but I don't know if I went past it." The vanishing pond has this phenomenon where it disappears for several hours every few minutes. The vanishing pond was exactly 5,000 breaths from the Red Garden of Death if one moved at a certain speed. Unfortunately, Yuan was too occupied to count his breaths or control his speed, so he had no clue if he had gone too far or still needed to travel some more. The only way we'll find the entrance to the Shadow Realm now is. Yuan shifted his gaze from Xiaohua to the small silhouette of a sword in the far distance. That must be the giant's sword. Yuan muttered in a low voice. Xiaohua, things will get even more dangerous as we get closer to the giant's sword, not to mention the spirit. Stay in my dantian for the time being. He knew Xiaohua was capable, but he didn't want to risk anything. Xiaohua nodded, I will watch Brother Yuan's back so you don't have to worry about that thing sneaking up on us again. After saying that, she entered his dantian. Yuan started moving toward the giant's sword shortly after, but he didn't dare to travel too fast. A few minutes later, he sensed not just one but several fathomless presence appear around him. I am surrounded. Yuan immediately concealed all of his presence and entered the black fog near the ground, further erasing his existence. A few moments later, several magical beasts appeared and, without hesitation, immediately started attacking one another. Yuan slowly distanced himself as he watched with amazement. Why are they fighting each other, he wondered. Magical beasts typically avoid each other, but in the Vanishing Valley, where food and water are scarce resources, they could only feast upon other magical beasts' flesh and blood, especially since they were all of different bloodlines. Moreover, consuming other magical beasts would further boost their own strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 magical beasts that appeared were slain, their corpses disappearing into the black fog. Even if he wanted to loot the corpses, Yuan could barely endure the powerful ripples created by the magical beasts' clashes, as it contained something he experienced recently, immortal qi. Fortunately, the immortal qi emitted by these magical beasts was nowhere near as strong as Senior Bai's immortal qi. Suddenly, amid his escape, one of the attacks from the magical beasts coincidentally flew his way. Shit! What kind of luck is this? Yuan suddenly recalled the major misfortune curse that came alongside the Celestial Emperor's curse that greatly reduced his luck. It was not an attack that Yuan could avoid, so he could only block it even if it would reveal his presence. He gathered as much spiritual energy as he could in a short amount of time and released it at the incoming attack. Boom! The clash created a powerful ripple that swept the black fog around them, revealing Yuan's figure to the magical beasts, who stopped fighting to look at the newcomer. In the eyes of a magical beast, the taste of a human's flesh and blood was far superior to that of a beast, so they would always prioritize hunting humans first. Once Yuan's presence was exposed, the 2 immortal magical beasts ignored each other and charged at Yuan with an unfathomable sense of yearning. Seeing this, Yuan turned tail and used Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens to soar towards the giant's sword in the distance. However, unlike the Black Death, these magical beasts were able to chase after him, even slowly inching toward him. While they played cat and mouse, the magical beasts would constantly bombard Yuan with attacks from behind, closing their distance with every attack. If Yuan hadn't gained some distance from the magical beasts in the beginning, he would have already been caught by them. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape from these magical beasts for much longer, Yuan started attacking them as he flew. Limitless Sword, First Domain, Endless Sword Stream. 5,000 swords appeared in the sky and started raining down on the magical beasts. Each of these swords was imbued with enhanced sword qi, but they were ineffective against these magical beasts, bouncing off their body like throwing rocks at a mountain. My enhanced sword aura is unable to pierce their immortal qi. Yuan swallowed nervously after realizing this. If physical attacks were ineffective, he could only try spiritual attacks. After taking a moment to prepare, Yuan suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and activated Immortal Monarch's dominion on the magical beasts. Halt! He roared at them. Sure enough, the magical beasts immediately stopped moving and stared at him in a dazed manner. Kill each other, he commanded. As though they were bewitched by a power beyond their understanding, the magical beasts shifted their gaze from Yuan to each other and, before long, resumed their fight. It really worked. Yuan swallowed nervously. Brother Yuan. That thing is back. Xiaohua suddenly alerted him. Fragment, of, Outer God. The Black Death had appeared like a ghost in front of the magical beasts, yet the beasts were unaware and continued fighting each other. When the Black Death took a step toward Yuan, its body passed through the magical beasts, causing them to collapse instantly, as if they had fallen asleep. However, their eyes were wide open and without any signs of life. Seeing this, Yuan immediately started running toward the giant's sword again. As Yuan soared through the vanishing valley at neck-breaking speed, he heard a chilling voice resound from behind. Fragment, of, Outer God. Brother Yuan. That thing is chasing after you. Xiaohua alerted him in a nervous voice. Why now? It didn't follow us before. Yuan cried out loud. He turned to look back, and sure enough, the Black Death was chasing after him with large strides. It was a terrifying scene straight from horror movies, sending chills throughout Yuan's body. He gritted his teeth and tossed several sword lights infused with enhanced sword aura at the Black Death. As the sword lights made contact with the Black Death, they penetrated its body, vanishing within it. Yuan was baffled by what he'd just witnessed. The enhanced sword aura had completely vanished within the Black Death's body, almost as though they were erased from existence. Dong Yi. Does the Black Death have any weaknesses? Yuan shouted out loud, hoping Dong Yi could hear him. A few moments later, Dong Yi responded, but it was not what Yuan had hoped to hear. Regrettably, the Black Death possesses no discernible weakness. Anything it comes into contact with perishes, whether it be spiritual energy or treasures. In essence, that entity is effectively invincible. Well, I am being chased by said invincible being right now. Do you have any advice to get me out of this situation? He asked. What? Why would the Black Death chase after you, my liege? It's known for ignoring everything even when provoked. Are you sure it's not a coincidence the Black Death is moving in your direction? Coincidence, my ass. It's literally running after me, he cried. Dong Yi frowned when he heard this, and he pondered whether he should intervene in this situation or let fate handle it like usual. No. Fate led him to the Vanishing Valley for a reason. I cannot intervene, or my liege will grind these old bones once he fully recovers his memories. Dong Yi quickly came to a decision. He then said, You are not fated to die in the Vanishing Valley, my liege. Just do whatever you usually do. Thanks for the help. Yuan exclaimed in a sarcastic tone. He continued soaring toward the giant's sword over the next several days, ignoring all of the magical beasts he encountered, even the ones that attacked him. After all, even if he didn't lift an arm, the Black Death chasing after him would kill them with a simple touch. During these several days, Yuan analyzed the Black Death as he escaped from it. He noticed that none of the magical beasts there were able to see or sense the Black Death, almost as though it was invisible to them. It didn't matter if these beasts had immortal chi or not, and because none of them could sense the Black Death, some would walk into its path and unknowingly perish. One could consider the Black Death as a type of fate for magical beasts, as it could not be seen or anticipated by them until it was already too late. Moreover, this kind of fate only leads the beasts to their death. The best that the magical beasts within the Vanishing Valley could do was to pray that they weren't destined to cross paths with the Black Death, much like how humans could only hope they weren't fated to perish at any given moment. As Yuan came to this realization, he sensed something change within him, almost as if something had awakened. However, he was too busy running away from the Black Death to think about it. Suddenly, Yuan noticed the Black Death slowing down. Huh? Why is it stopping? Yuan didn't think for a second that the Black Death might have gotten tired of chasing after him and quickly deduced that it was probably unwilling to approach the giant's sword for some reason. Seeing this, he continued approaching the giant's sword. The Black Death eventually stopped chasing after him and disappeared. However, without realizing it, Yuan had gotten much closer to the giant's sword than he'd anticipated. Although Senior Bai had warned him to not get too close to the giant's sword, he wanted to see the mentioned spirit even if it was just a glimpse. Yuan stopped his movements to stare at the majestic sword in the distance, his gaze filled with awe. The giant's sword was unlike anything Yuan had encountered before. Its blade boasted intricate engravings, adding to its allure. Yet, what captivated Yuan's attention the most was undeniably the enigmatic aura emanating from the sword. The aura bore a resemblance to both sword aura and enhanced sword aura, yet it possessed an entirely distinct quality that was unfathomably stronger and sharper. As though he was mesmerized by it, Yuan stared at the sword with a dazed look on his face. Ding! You have glimpsed unknown. Your understanding of unknown has increased very slightly. Even the system cannot identify it. Yuan muttered to himself as he saw the notice. Suddenly, before he could even take a moment to contemplate the mysterious aura, Yuan's entire body shuddered, as if it were warning him of imminent danger. He instinctively used his movement technique. The very instant Yuan moved, a potent sword aura descended upon the spot where he had stood just a split second ago, blowing away the black fog and creating a massive 10-mile-long sword mark in the ground. This sword mark was also so deep that one would not be able to see the bottom with their bare eyes. Yuan stared at the sword mark with wide eyes, his back soaked in cold sweat. Fuck. Even my regeneration ability wouldn't be able to save me if I was struck by such a devastating attack, he cried inwardly. Brother Yuan. Look at the top of the sword. Xiao Hua suddenly said. Yuan lifted his gaze to the very top of the giant's sword, where a silhouette that hadn't been there moments before silently observed him. The spirit. Yuan immediately recognized the identity of this silhouette even though he couldn't see its appearance. Just as Senior Bai had mentioned, the spirit assumed the form of a human. Despite the distance between them, Yuan could discern that it bore the likeness of a slender female figure, its long hair being caressed by the gentle and ominous wind. Yuan tried to take a closer look at this spirit, but there was an invisible force that blocked his divine sense from approaching it after a certain distance. It was clear that the spirit did not welcome his gaze. However, after the initial attack, the spirit did not attack Yuan again, almost as though it was only trying to warn him, or so he thought. The next moment, he watched as the spirit raised its arm before swinging it in his direction. Sha! Boom! A potent sword light lashed out at Yuan's location like a whip, carving another deep sword mark into the ground, stretching for miles. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. That is not an opponent you can fight. Xiao Hua exclaimed in a terrified voice. Even with all the time he had spent with her, Yuan had never witnessed Xiao Hua display such evident fear before. This underscored the incomprehensible power and sheer terror that the spirit of the giant's sword wielded. After confirming its fearsome existence, Yuan, not wanting to aggravate the spirit anymore, turned around and started running toward the Shadow Realm's entrance. Judging by the giant's sword view from my position, I should be very close to it. Yuan thought to himself as he activated Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Normally, he would test the water by throwing a few attacks at his aggressors, just like he did with the Black Death, but he truly did not want to find out what would happen if he were to attack this incomprehensible spirit. Although I couldn't sense it at first, its attacks are imbued with enhanced sword aura, and they are even many times more powerful than mine. Yuan glanced at the second sword mark that still lingered with the spirit's enhanced sword aura. If his enhanced sword aura were to clash with the spirit's enhanced sword aura, he would undoubtedly lose. Miserably, at that. Yuan could sense the spirit's sharp gaze following him even without looking at it. He was moving at an extreme speed that would bewilder even Divine Realm experts, yet the spirit could easily follow his movements. A few seconds later, Yuan was hit by another chilling sensation that sent shivers throughout his entire body. He immediately halted his movements, not daring to move an inch. Bang! For sword marks appeared around him the very next second. If he had continued moving, even changing directions, he would have perished to the spirit's attack, which anticipated even his escape routes. The only thing the spirit hadn't anticipated was his sudden halt, which saved his life. This is fucking crazy. Yuan cried inwardly as he started soaring toward the Shadow Realm's entrance once again. The spirit, as though it was impressed by Yuan's performance, stopped attacking him for the time being, but its gaze remained fixated on him, watching his every movement. A few minutes later, Yuan barely noticed a black portal in the distance. That must be the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Even though he was relieved to finally see the entrance, he still had to worry about getting there safely, as he hadn't forgotten about the spirit that was still watching him. Sure enough, just as he was mere moments away from reaching the portal, he sensed the spirit's aura abruptly erupt, reaching the heavens. Yuan's entire body trembled violently, as though it was warning him of his immediate demise. With a strong sense of foreboding that he would not survive the incoming attack, Yuan didn't hesitate to unleash all of his hidden strength. Heaven Supremacy. A majestic golden aura enveloped Yuan as an unfathomable power surged forth from the depths of his body. When the golden immortal physique detected the power of Heaven's supremacy, it responded by manifesting a semi-transparent armor that enveloped his entire body. Progress, 10%. This golden armor did not obstruct Yuan's movements, nor did it have any weight to it. However, it further boosted Yuan's prowess to even greater heights, rivaling that of the spirit. Come! Empyrean Overlord. Yuan summoned his sword and activated God of War's astral arts. The spirit's figure visibly shook after seeing the Empyrean Overlord. It instinctively pulled back its attack, but it acted a little too late. A massive amount of spiritual energy and enhanced sword aura descended upon Yuan, surpassing the attack he used on Senior by several times. 9 Supreme Swords. Yuan used the 9 supreme swords, executing a series of rapid sword strikes in quick succession, each several magnitudes stronger than the last. When Yuan's all-out assault collided with the spirit's attack, it generated a colossal ripple that rent space asunder and instilled fear in every existence within the vanishing valley that sensed it, regardless of their cultivation level. It took 6 out of 9 of the 9 supreme sword strikes to obliterate the spirit's attack, leaving the remaining 3 to hurtle toward the spirit itself. However, Yuan was not willing to wait for the results and immediately charged into the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Wait! The spirit raised a hand and extended it in Yuan's direction, but he had already disappeared into the Shadow Realm by that point. The spirit remained in that position like a stone statue. Just as the final 3 sword strikes from Yuan's 9 supreme swords closed in on the spirit, it nonchalantly swung its arm, effortlessly dismantling the most formidable attack Yuan could muster at that moment, treating it with nonchalance. That sword just now, it can't be. The spirit muttered in a dazed voice as it recalled the image of Yuan's Empyrean Overlord inside its head. It desired to pursue Yuan to confirm its suspicions, but its movements were constrained, unable to stray too far from the giant sword. Furthermore, the entrance to the Shadow Realm lay beyond its travel range, rendering any efforts futile. Upon escaping into the Shadow Realm, Yuan took a good minute to breathe after nearly losing his life to the spirit's devastating attack. I have never been so close to experiencing death, not even when I actually died inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan cried out loud as he fell flat on the cold ground. That spirit was immensely powerful, perhaps even stronger than Senior Bai. Xiao Hua came out of his dantian to comfort him, yet you managed to escape unscathed, Brother Yuan. Yuan looked at his sweaty palms and sighed, yes, but at the cost of my last usage of Heaven's supremacy. Unless I gain its approval, I won't be able to call forth its power again, and we might have to face that spirit again once we leave the Shadow Realm. Without Heaven's supremacy, Yuan knew he had no hopes of escaping the spirit a second time. In fact, he believed that even if he had unlimited usage of Heaven's supremacy, it still wouldn't be close to enough to defeat the spirit at his current strength. Once he'd rested enough and composed himself again, Yuan examined his surroundings. Just as when he first entered the Shadow Realm back at the Dragon Essence Temple, he found himself amidst a desolate and dilapidated cityscape that looked like it had been void of life for eras. However, there were no trials for him to do. Is this place located in the same dimension as the Dragon Essence Temple's Shadow Realm? Yuan voiced his concerns aloud, feeling a twinge of worry at the possibility of them being separated, as it meant he wouldn't be able to search for the God Ascension Realm experts he met before in this Shadow Realm. However, he quickly recollected one of the God Ascension Realm experts mentioning that the Shadow Realm had multiple entrances. Hence, there was a reasonable likelihood that they existed somewhere within this particular Shadow Realm. The only challenge lay in locating them amidst this vast and unfamiliar terrain. Where should I begin? He sighed. Unlike the Vanishing Valley, where he was given instructions on reaching the Shadow Realm, he had no clue where to even begin once he arrived at the destination. In the end, he could only think of one solution. I guess we'll have to wander around until we find something again, he muttered. His divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire abandoned city and even several miles outside, where the real Shadow Realm was located. Once Xiaohua returned to his dantian, he went into the sky and flew outside the city, entering the Shadow Realm. Immediately after leaving the city, shadowy entities of various shapes and sizes began appearing around Yuan, their red eyes staring at him with immense bloodlust. Human. 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 Their hoarse voices constantly resounded, reminding Yuan of his first encounter with these banished souls. However, unlike when he was only a spirit grandmaster, he was not completely clueless in the Shadow Realm and even had sufficient prowess to wander the place without worrying too much about the banished souls. The banished souls were also slightly stronger than he remembered, but they weren't nearly strong or fast enough to threaten him as long as he paid attention. They were most likely powerful cultivators in the past, but they've been reduced to such a pitiful state after wandering as a trapped soul for countless years. Only someone with a cruel and indifferent heart could do such a thing to them. Xiaohua voiced her sentiments, expressing sympathy for these banished souls, noting the resemblance of their plight to that of exiles within the primordial realm. Similar to these banished souls, exiles themselves are trapped within the primordial realm by the celestial emperor. However, exiles, at the very least, retain their physical bodies and possess a glimmer of hope for eventual freedom through the Supreme Heaven's legacy. Meanwhile, banished souls are forsaken and left to languish in this dark and desolate realm. Though they may harbor a flicker of hope that someone like Yuan might appear to rescue them from the Shadow Realm, such occasions are less likely to occur than an exile completing the Supreme Heaven's legacy, as not even immortal cultivators dare to venture into this forbidding domain. As Yuan ventured deeper into the Shadow Realm, the banished souls grew progressively more powerful, their bloodlust for him intensifying with each passing moment. Senior Bai warned me to not attack them since it will aggravate them even further, but they will eventually overwhelm me at this rate. Yuan sighed inwardly as he contemplated using Dragon's Gaze on these banished souls. In the end, he decided to scare them a little without actually hurting them. He activated Dragon's Gaze without directing it at any of the banished souls, serving it as a warning to them. Scram if you don't want your soul to perish. Yuan let out a resounding roar, his voice amplified by soul strength. When the banished souls perceived the formidable prowess of Yuan's soul strength, they abruptly ceased their pursuit and even fled as if their lives hung in the balance. Though they may not have the intelligence to comprehend it, their instincts, honed through their experiences in life, could sense impending doom and instinctively recoil from it. That worked better than I'd anticipated. Yuan thought to himself as he continued wandering the Shadow Realm without a single banished soul in sight. However, it was not as though the banished souls vanished entirely. Yuan could still perceive them with his divine sense. They remained present, albeit at a distance, silently observing his every movement, as if they were waiting for him to lower his guard, their moment to strike. Knowing this, Yuan didn't dare to ease his guard and continued to exude some of his soul strength once in a while as a reminder to these banished souls that he still could erase their existences at will. Moreover, Yuan's act of releasing his soul strength was not within the purview of just anyone. It was achievable only due to his ample soul strength and the accumulated knowledge from his past lives. Typically, only immortal cultivators who have cultivated their souls for centuries would dare to use their soul strength in such an extravagant manner, as it could potentially inflict harm upon their soul if executed incorrectly or impulsively. Yet, Yuan executed it with ease, as if it was second nature, akin to the act of breathing. Now that no banished souls dared to approach him, Yuan found traveling the shadow realm much more relaxed. However, it didn't mean it was a leisure journey, as he had to focus on controlling the amount of soul strength he exuded. If he exuded too much, it might hurt the banished souls, causing them to rampage, but if it's too weak, it would not keep them away. Moreover, he had to be careful with such an act entirely, as it could easily backfire and damage his soul. Fortunately for him, his soul cultivation technique Heaven's indomitable soul constantly recovered his soul strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to use such a method. Several days later, Yuan still wandered the shadow realm without any clue as to his location. However, he noticed the banished souls growing stronger and stronger, requiring him to use more soul strength to keep them away. At the rate their strength is growing, I won't be able to keep up in another week or so. Yuan thought to himself. 3 days later, Yuan noticed another city in the distance. He immediately approached it. Upon entering the city, none of the banished souls dared to follow him past the city walls, almost as though they were forbidden from doing so. Yet, Yuan was unable to sense anything odd around the city, nothing that could explain why the banished souls refused to enter the city. He thought there was a formation around the city that kept the banished souls away, but he couldn't sense anything like that. Even if it was a powerful level 9 formation, he should still be able to sense it to a certain extent. Since he didn't have to worry about the banished souls appearing in the city, Yuan took this time to recover his soul strength and take a break. Once he fully recovered, Yuan did not immediately continue his journey and flew into the air to examine the city. This city isn't the same as the previous city, but it bears some resemblance, almost as though it's from the same city, just separated. Yuan muttered. He decided to look around the city to see if there were any more clues. As he strolled throughout the city, he felt a sense of nostalgia, almost as if he'd been to this place before it turned to such a sorry state. But where have I seen this place? He looked at the stores and such, hoping it'd trigger something within him. Golden dumplings. House of Starlight. Lao's perfect noodle. Unfortunately, the place was too small, and seeing the store names only further strengthened the feeling that he had been to this place before. If this is only a part of the whole city, there should be other similar places in the shadow realm. Perhaps I will find my answer once I visit enough of them. With this thought in mind, Yuan immediately left the city to find the next one. Even though he didn't know where he was going, Yuan moved with a sense of purpose without feeling hopeless or lost, as though he instinctively knew the layout of the shadow realm. He encountered another city 5 days later. I am certain now. This is just a portion of a city, and I have been to this city before. Yuan confirmed his suspicions after visiting the third city. However, he couldn't recall where and when he visited the place before, no matter how hard he racked his brains. He left the city to find the next one. However, the strength of the banished souls had reached the level where even Yuan could not keep them away with his soul strength without injuring them, so he had to return to avoiding them. This time, it took nearly 2 weeks to reach the next city. Unlike the first 3 cities, there was something distinctly different about this one. At its heart stood a towering and majestic pagoda, its height seemingly reaching the heavens themselves. So striking was its presence that Yuan spotted it from miles away. When Yuan saw this pagoda, a name immediately appeared inside his head, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. When he reached the city walls, he noticed a worn-down sign lying on the ground right before the entrance to the city. His expression froze when he read the words on the sign. Ah! As I thought, this place is City of Xian. Indeed, this place was the home of Tian Xian, also known as the evil god who slew the first celestial emperor, an evil abomination that killed millions of cultivators, enough to create an ocean of blood and mountains with corpses. Yuan descended beside the sign and stared at it with a profound expression on his face. Sometime later, he lifted it with spiritual energy and placed it above the city entrance, where it once sat with dignity. Afterward, he directed his gaze towards the pagoda at the heart of the city. Despite countless years of abandonment, it remained tall and majestic, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. He approached it with a heavy heart, feeling incredibly sorrowful for some reason. Even if he didn't have all of Tian Xian's memories, it was a feeling he received from his soul. As Yuan approached the pagoda and stood at its entrance, he stared at the grand sign that hung above the doors. Invincible Heaven. Ah! As Yuan stood before the invincible heaven, memories that had been blocked started flowing into his mind once again. City Lord, what do you think of the name Invincible Heaven? I think it's quite the suitable name for someone like you, someone who has yet to experience defeat, a young man asked him. Why are you asking me that when you've already made a sign and hung it up at the entrance? Tian Xian shook his head with a gentle smile. The young man rubbed his nose in a bashful manner and said, we couldn't think of anything more fitting, so we went ahead of ourselves a little. He quickly continued, but we can tear it down and make another one if you really don't like it. No, this is fine. Good job. Thank you, City Lord. The young man bowed, showing a relieved expression on his face. As Yuan recalled his time as the city lord of the city of Xian, he opened the doors to the invincible heaven and entered it. The first floor served as the lobby, where his citizens would frequently line up to discuss their grievances with the city, among other matters. During his time as the city lord, Tian Xian would seek advice from the citizens to improve the city's lifestyle. My name is. I live at. I am here today because I have an issue with my neighbor. I have a business at. I am here to see if I can delay my taxes this month due to. The citizens visited Tian Xian for all sorts of reasons, even minor issues that weren't related to the city at all. Normally, such requests would only be deemed a waste of time and immediately turned away, but Tian Xian listened to everyone, regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Because of this, he was trusted by all of the citizens, as well as being highly respected by them. And it was to the point where some would claim that the citizens trusted their city lord more than their own family. The second and third floors served as waiting areas for these citizens. From the fourth floor and upward, Tian Xian utilized the space as training rooms and living quarters for his soldiers. The invincible heaven was crafted using precious materials capable of withstanding blows from even immortal cultivators, and each floor could easily accommodate several people. Despite its towering height, Tian Xian considered it an unnecessary extravagance, a waste of resources. However, the builders were resolute in creating a structure befitting his status, resulting in the magnificent pagoda that could accommodate thousands despite being intended for a single occupant. Good morning, City Lord. City Lord, do you have a minute to spare? I would like to test out a new technique that I've recently created on you. Everyone in the city of Xian held deep love and respect for Tian Xian. He had transformed a humble backwater village, devoid of any significant resources, into a formidable and wealthy city boasting its own military might, surpassing even many major cities in the region. Tian Xian himself was a formidable warrior, renowned far and wide as an undefeated prodigy capable of beating opponents an entire realm above his own cultivation. Also known as the God of War, his mere presence instilled a sense of security among the citizens, granting them peaceful slumber devoid of worry, akin to that of newborn infants. At the pinnacle of the invincible heaven rested Tian Xian's work chamber, affording him a vantage point from which he could survey the entirety of the city below while seated on this majestic seat, his presence resembling that of a god. Upon reaching the summit of the pagoda, Yuan removed the thick layer of dust on an object that had settled over millions of years, revealing the gleaming surface of the golden throne beneath, before taking his seat upon it. As he sat on the throne, even more memories flowed into his mind. City Lord, the Celestial Emperor's messenger is here to request your aid once again. A soldier approached him with a troubled expression, relaying the news. No matter how many times he sends his messengers, my answer will always be the same. I have no interest in aiding him in a war that was created by his own ego and obsession. I will not send my soldiers to their death for someone like him. I will let the messenger know. The soldier said before leaving. Naturally, the soldier refrained from conveying Tian Xian's response word for word to the messenger, recognizing that it could be interpreted as a declaration of war by the Celestial Emperor. During Tian Xian's era, the the Celestial Emperor wielded unchecked power, intoxicated by his own authority. He would hog all of the resources for himself and eliminate any perceived threat, regardless of the consequences for the world at large. However respectfully the city of Xian may decline to support the Celestial Emperor in his war, it would eventually be perceived as defiance, even opposition. In the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, refusal to ally could only be interpreted as enmity. As expected, after 3 refusals, the Celestial Emperor ceased sending messengers and instead dispatched soldiers of war to the city of Xian to pressure Tianxian. Unfortunately for the Celestial Emperor, Tianxian wasn't some pushover and immediately got rid of these soldiers who dared to threaten his city. Yet, despite Tianxian's resistance, the Celestial Emperor persisted, sending increasingly larger forces with each encounter, determined to assert his dominance over the city of Xian. This back and forth continued for a few years until the Celestial Emperor had enough and adjusted his plan slightly. However, this sudden change in tactics resulted in an incident that marked the end of a concluding war and the start of an even bigger war that lasted for thousands of years, as well as the birth of a fearsome entity known as the Evil God. After taking another moment to look around, he stood up and said, "There's a nearby place that I would like to visit. Let's make a slight detour." After departing from the invincible heaven, Yuan proceeded on foot towards a particular building situated several minutes away. Yuan wiped away the dust covering the metal tag next to the gate, revealing the surname, Tian, flawlessly engraved on it. Indeed, he'd returned to his old home, where he lived a humble life with his beloved wife. Upon entering the building, he immediately walked to a specific room on the second floor. When he saw the interior, he recalled what the stairway to heaven showed him during his previous trial. Mei Xiu. Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists upon entering the blood-stained room, where the walls and ceiling were tainted with brown, dried-up blood from countless years ago, suggesting that someone had met a grisly fate within those confines. Sensing a significant surge of bloodlust from him, Xiaohua nervously inquired, "Are you all right, brother Yuan?" Hearing her voice, Yuan took a deep breath and nodded weakly, "Yes." After spending a moment staring at the gruesome scene before him, Yuan released a deep sigh before turning around and walking out of the room. He walked back downstairs until he reached the basement. A thick cloud of dust smacked into Yuan's face when he opened the basement door, but he reacted quickly enough to block it. Upon walking down the staircase that creaked with every step, Yuan arrived at a small room that he'd visited before during a trial within the stairway to heaven. The room seemed empty at first glance besides the obvious dust covering every inch of the place, but Yuan approached one of the walls in a manner that suggested something was there. He closed his eyes and stood there in silence. A few moments later, he muttered a few inaudible words. A profound ripple swept the room in response, revealing a red portal standing right in front of Yuan. After seeing this portal, Yuan walked into it without any hesitation. Another world existed on the other side of the portal. It was a pitch-black world without any light, so dark that Yuan wouldn't be able to see his own hand even if he waved it in his face. Divine sense was also useless in this abyss, or rather, unavailable, as Yuan's cultivation base was sealed the moment he entered, almost as though the darkness had consumed it all. He didn't even bother trying to summon his alchemy flames to light up the place because he knew that it would be a futile effort. Despite having zero visibility and his cultivation base sealed, Yuan calmly walked forward with precise and calm strides, occasionally turning at a specific angle. Xiaohua was quite curious about their location, but she didn't want to disturb Yuan, who was immersed in his memories, following a path that led him to his destination. After 15 minutes of constant movement, Yuan's view turned from absolute darkness to a fully lit room that was the exact size as his basement room. However, the room was immaculate and without a speck of dust. Moreover, there were 3 items displayed at the end of the room. Yuan approached the 3 items with a sense of nostalgia washing over him. There was an old silver spear, a damaged black chest armor, and a pair of worn-out black boots. These 3 items were worn by Tianxian back when he was still known as the God of War, experiencing more battles than even the most veteran soldiers nowadays. Despite their worn-out appearances, they still exuded a profound aura that surpasses even divine-grade treasures. Silver victory. Grade, mythic. Quality, peak. Physical strength requirement, 27 million. Description, an ancient relic once wielded by the god of war, who fought and won over 1 million battles. Despite its tattered appearance, it remains in great condition. Increases damage by 10,000%. Increases weapon penetration by 20,000%. Increases damage by an additional 10,000% when fighting another soldier. Stygian vest. Grade, mythic. Quality, peak. Physical strength requirement, 20 million. Physical defense requirement, 35 million. Description, the god of war never entered battle without this piece of armor, saving his life countless times. Increases physical defense by 1,000%. When worn, it will reflect all damages from those below Divine Lord. God of War's protection will automatically activate when it senses imminent danger that threatens the wearer's life, negating any damage a single time from those below Divine Emperor, 72-hour cooldown. Stygian boots. Grade, mythic. Quality, peak. Physical strength requirement, 12 million. Physical defense requirement, 19 million. Description, God of War's favorite shoes, its sole dyed crimson from always being submerged in his enemy's blood. Increases movement speed by 100% when worn. Immune to most movement restrictions when worn. Increases movement speed by an additional 50% when in a battlefield environment. Yuan stored two of these three treasures in his spatial ring, wearing the Stygian boots immediately. Although he already has a spear, Silver Victory's prowess vastly surpassed the dragon's soul in its current form in terms of raw power. The only advantage Dragon's soul had over Silver Victory would be its unique effect that ignores spiritual energy. Unless he encountered an enemy he could not harm normally, such as by shootout, Silver Victory would serve him better. As for the armor, he finally had something to replace the invisible dragon's cloak, which had served him long enough. Moreover, his naked body alone, strengthened by the golden immortal physique, could endure attacks from divine warriors, making the invisible dragon's cloak even more obsolete. However, the Stygian boosts are arguably the best of the three treasures for Yuan, as treasures that increase one's movement speed are exceedingly rare and sought after. Furthermore, it also protected him from many movement restrictions, such as formations that could slow down one's movement. In a fight between two equally skilled and powerful fighters, the one with the superior speed usually comes out as the victor, hence why anything that could boost one's movement speed is worth a fortune. That elaborate room before this one was only meant to hide these three treasures. Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Yuan nodded, this room was meant to be a safe shelter for my wife, but it ended up becoming a storage. Huh? Brother Yuan's wife? Xiaohua muttered in a dazed voice. My previous life. I had a wife and a child. Unfortunately, I was unable to protect them. They were assassinated while I was busy with the enemy. Yuan sighed, not hiding one of his darkest moments in history. Yuan closed his eyes, recalling the events that led up to that tragic incident. Tian Xian lived a rough childhood from the moment of his birth. He was abandoned shortly after birth and left in the wilderness as food for the wild beasts. If a passing mountain bandit hadn't found him and decided to raise him, that would have been the end of everything. Yet, against all odds, Tian Xian managed to survive. One might expect Tian Xian's life to get better after being adopted by a mountain bandit, but he was treated as a servant until he was able to prove to the others that he had what it took to become a fellow bandit. If you want to be acknowledged as a fellow bandit, you'll need to plunder at least 10 gold coins by yourself. If you cannot do even that, you might as well be a slave for the rest of your life. After years of self-training without any instructors, Tian Xian finally earned the others' respect by looting 100 gold coins from a merchant after killing 3 mortal guards all by himself. He was only 10 years old at that time. Ha ha ha. From now on, you'll be our 17th brother. 100 gold coins. That's a record. By a whopping 24 gold coins. Upon becoming a full-fledged bandit for 2 short years, misfortune befell Tian Xian once again when their gang of bandits were caught and executed by a group of soldiers. At that time, half of the bandits including Tian Xian were mere mortals without any cultivation. The other half were hovering in the mid-level of spirit apprentice. Kill these low-life bandits. Kill them all. No mercy. Unsurprisingly, when a group of spirit warriors appeared to hunt them, none of the bandits survived. All of them were slain mercilessly, except for one. When the soldiers saw how young yet skillful he wielded his weapon and learned his history with the bandits, they offered him a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family, a powerful and influential royal family in the 4th heaven. Kid, you don't have to die here. Come with us and start a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family. You'll be fed properly, given a real bed, paid a salary, and even have a worthwhile purpose in life. If you refuse, you'll die here with the very bandits that took advantage of you. Tian Xian had no reason to refuse such a generous offer, so he accepted it, following these soldiers back to the Xiu family, where he was given proper education and training. His life as a soldier wasn't easy and extremely strict, completely different from that of a mountain bandit, but Tian Xian adapted to his new lifestyle very quickly. His attitude and morals quickly changed, shocking even those who brought him back. Are you really the same mountain bandit from a week ago? Fuck. How can a person change so fast? You're not actually a spy, are you? Eventually, the soldiers realized that Tian Xian was blessed with a great gift, the ability to master any weapon with ease. Huh. Why is he training with the sword today when he was training with the spear just yesterday? I saw him training with the saber, too. I guess he's having trouble picking a weapon. If you're a man, you've gotta pick the spear. Are you insane? Swords dominate the martial world for a reason. It didn't take long for the Xiu family to take notice of Tian Xian's immense talent with weapons. No matter what kind of weapon they tossed his way, Tian Xian would perfect it within a day, 2 at most despite having never touched them before. I have never witnessed such talents before. And he's not even an adult. We need to nurture him properly. He'll be of great asset to our Xiu family in the future. In just a single year, Tian Xian went from an ordinary soldier still in training to being a royal guard for the Xiu family. After becoming a royal guard, Tian Xian was taught how to cultivate and was even allowed to use the Xiu family's cultivation technique, something heavily protested at first but eventually stopped after the Xiu family's treasured jewel, Xiu Mei, insisted on letting him learn the technique. Princess Xiu, we need to speak about your obsession with that young soldier. It is too much for someone of your stature. Please think of how it'll affect your image. There are already rumors spreading about the two of you. Screw my image. He's the only one around my age here and someone I can call a real friend. If you don't like it, you can simply ignore it. As for the rumors, are they calling us a couple yet? What if they think we've kissed already? Do you think he's heard of them, too? Ah. I'm so embarrassed. It was no secret that the princess of the Xiu family would often visit the soldiers' barracks to play with Tian Xian, who was only a year older than her. Furthermore, she fancied Tian Xian's appearance and admired his diligent nature. Nobody would be shocked if they were told that Xiu Mei had some sort of romantic feelings for him. In fact, it was so obvious that even a blind man would be able to see it. However, because of the difference in their status, Tian Xian would often be a target of bullying, mostly by young masters from powerful and wealthy families who envied his relationship with Xiu Mei. It was inevitable even though he was a royal guard because, in the end, he was just a mere soldier. Ah! Tian Xian. You're all bruised again. Why don't you fight back? You can easily handle those losers with your skills and strength. Xiu Mei would often reprimand him for not defending himself. Tian Xian responded with a subtle smile, I can only point my weapon at the Xiu family's enemies. Unless they become your enemy, I am unable to harm them. Otherwise, your family will also be affected, as I am, at the end of the day, your soldier. Moreover, beating the helpless and weak is only something a bully and bandit would do. I am past that kind of life. Tian Xian. Xiao Mei looked at him with a tender gaze. He continued, also, if your Royal Highness cannot convince them to stop, what can I, a mere foot soldier, do? Xiao Mei's body trembled upon hearing his words that had a double meaning. She immediately turned around and stomped away in anger. The following day, an incident that sent the entire fourth heaven into an uproar occurred. Princess Xiao Mei, who was known far and wide for her docile and gentle nature, had gone on a rampage and brutally assaulted several famous troublemakers at a popular restaurant, sending them to the hospital with a broken nose and half of their teeth missing. The day after Tian Xian got bullied and spoke with her, Xiao Mei sneaked out of the royal palace and made her way to a famous restaurant in the same city, where the bullies that messed with Tian Xian are rumored to frequent. Your Royal Highness. What in heaven's name are you doing here by yourself? Where are your guards? The receptionist was scared out of her mind when Xiao Mei walked into the restaurant alone. Xiao Mei casually dismissively waved her hand and spoke, forget about that. I need to know something. Is the Li family's young master and his group of troublemakers here right now? Young Master Li and his friends? Yes, they have been dining on the top floor for the past half hour. If your Royal Highness is looking for them, I will call them down here for you. No, that won't be necessary. I'll go greet them myself since they aren't expecting me. Without saying anything else, Xiao Mei walked upstairs with the receptionist staring at her back with a nervous gaze. I should notify the Xiao family. The receptionist had an ominous feeling when he saw Xiao Mei and didn't want to be responsible if anything were to happen to her. While the receptionist alerted the Xiao family of Xiao Mei's presence at the restaurant, the person herself casually climbed to the top floor of the restaurant. At the end of the hall, 2 guards were standing before a closed room that couldn't contain the loud laughter inside. Ha ha ha. Did you see how that wimp stood there and ate our fists? I have never seen such a coward before. How did a loser like that become a royal guard for the Xiao family? Whoever made that decision must have been blind. Fuck. Just thinking about him makes me want to beat him up some more. We can always give him another visit. Hell, we can even see him after this. Why don't we cut off his fingers so that he'll lose qualifications to even work as a soldier? I bet he won't even fight back. Once Princess Xiao realizes how much of a cowardly bastard that soldier is, she'll definitely stop paying attention to him. As Xiao Mei overheard their conversation, her expression immediately darkened, and her steps toward the room hastened. Stop right there in Aiden, your Royal Highness. What are you doing here? The guard standing watch tried to stop her from approaching the room but instantly gave up when they took a closer look at her beautiful yet terrifying face. Bang! Without saying a word to the guards, Xiao Mei kicked down the doors like a barbarian, startling everyone in the room. Which bastard dares? Fuck! How dare you startle this young master? I'll have your entire family executed. The young masters in the room stopped their speech halfway when they saw Xiao Mei standing before the broken door with clenched fists, their faces filled with disbelief and shock, looking like they had just seen a ghost. Princess Xiao. What are you doing here? However, these young masters couldn't care less why Xiao Mei was there. They only wanted to know if she had overheard their loud conversation just now. Of course, they had an idea judging by the way she kicked down the doors and her chilling aura. Xiao Mei was the first to break the silence, speaking in a cold tone, damaging my future husband's face is already punishable by death, but to think you would even consider doing something as heinous as robbing him of his future. I'll have you bastards executed immediately. Without any warning, Xiao Mei exuded immense killing intent as she jumped to the nearest young master, punching him directly in the face, and sending him flying. Despite her small and seemingly delicate figure, Xiao Mei possessed the cultivation of a peak spirit grandmaster. The one who received her punch felt his face dent inward before his vision darkened. Princess Xiao. Please calm down. We were only joking. The young masters showed zero signs of wanting to fight back. In fact, They were all older than Xiao Mei by several years, but their cultivation was only between peak spirit master and mid-level spirit grandmaster. None of them were strong enough to defeat her even if they fought without caring about her status. Ah! My fingers are bending backward. One of the young masters screamed in pain after trying to block Xiao Mei's fist. Another was struck directly in the mouth, shattering most of his teeth. Ah! My leg! Xiao Mei, who was also known as the Gentle Princess, was no different than a barbarian at this moment, her small and smooth hands stained and dripping with fresh blood. In just a few minutes, Xiao Mei had brutally crushed 5 young masters without breaking a sweat. If the guards hadn't stopped her at the very end, she wouldn't have hesitated to act upon her words and executed them on that day. What transpired at the restaurant was spread throughout the continent like wildfire, shocking every individual who heard it. The Xiao family expected Xiao Mei's image and reputation to plummet like a boulder. However, to their surprise, her actions had actually significantly improved her reputation, especially among the citizens within their own city. The troublemakers she had dealt with had caused so much trouble for the people that everybody dreamed of giving them a taste of their own medicine but couldn't, due to obvious reasons. Long live Princess Xiao for dealing with those troublemakers. Ha ha ha. This news is worth a grand celebration. If only they were killed. That would have been even better. However, while the citizens celebrated, the families of these troublemakers immediately sought reparation from the Xiao family, and their friendly relationship that was slowly built over thousands of years vanished in a single day. These families were not small backgrounds and could threaten even the Xiao family if they worked together, so it brought no small headache to the Xiao family. The Xiao family immediately tried to repair their relationship, but these families never intended to do so and had always coveted the Xiao family's power. Now that they had the opportunity and the excuse, they established another faction together in hopes of replacing the Xiao family. Xiao Mei, because of your reckless actions, we've lost several powerful allies. Even worse, they have formed an alliance that will now directly challenge us. At this rate, there will be war, and our victory isn't guaranteed. Emperor Xiao sighed in front of his beloved daughter. He would have never imagined that his most precious and gentle daughter would cause such trouble, and it was all for a single soldier. Can we even call them allies when they have clearly planned on opposing us for some time now? If I hadn't acted and exposed their true faces, we wouldn't have known about it until we had a sword stabbed in our back. Xiao Mei rebuked. The room fell silent after Xiao Mei's words. Your Majesty, I have to agree with the princess on this matter. Her actions and reasoning aside, it showed us the true colors of those traitorous bastards. The Li family and the others would have eventually stabbed us in the back if given the chance regardless if Princess Xiao had beaten their children or not. We should immediately start preparing to deal with them. One of the most trusted and experienced royal advisors there said. Not just that. Those families are rumored to have some shady business running in the shadows. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to secure any solid evidence that could incriminate them yet, said one of their generals. I am actually glad that the princess had done what she did. Those children are infamous troublemakers. We've received a mountain of complaints from the citizens because of them. Moreover, it exposed their true colors to us, allowing us to take action faster. The majority of people in the room expressed their support for Xiao Mei. Seeing this, Emperor Xiao could no longer find it in him to punish her and sighed, "You got lucky this time, Xiao Mei. I won't punish you as the emperor, but as your father, I have to ensure you won't do something so reckless again. That young soldier who made you do this. I forbid you from seeing him again." What? But father. Xiao Mei immediately tried to protest. But she was quickly rejected. If you agree to never see him again, I will allow him to continue working as a soldier for us. However, if you refuse, I will have him removed immediately. The choice is yours. Xiao Mei clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite her ability to defeat those young masters, she remained powerless against her father's authority. Emperor Xiu could have Tian Xian executed for encouraging Xiu Mei's actions, leaving her with no recourse but to lament her situation. I understand. I will not see him again, but you have to keep your promise and not touch him. If you break this promise, I will hate you forever. Xiu Mei said before turning around and stomping out of the room in anger. Since that day, Xiu Mei kept her promise and did not approach Tian Xian once. However, she would occasionally sneak a peek at him from afar to ensure that he was still there and Emperor Xiu did not break his promise. Tian Xian knew that Xiu Mei's disappearance was most likely related to what she did for him and refrained from even mentioning her name, as he was worried about stirring the hornet's nest. Of course, he would notice someone staring at him from afar from time to time, but he pretended to be oblivious to it for obvious reasons. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for protecting me. I, Tian Xian, swear to protect you until my last breath. After making that vow to himself, Tian Xian intensified his training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day until he collapsed from sheer fatigue. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 4 years since Tian Xian became a soldier for the Xiu family. He recently turned 16, officially becoming an adult. He also reached the realm of Spirit King with unprecedented speed, shocking the entire army. Moreover, he mastered every weapon known to man, becoming a powerful force that could fight those several levels above his own cultivation. The reputation of the prodigious talent Tian Xian had reached every corner of the Xiu family, earning admiration even from the emperor himself. I knew he was talented even before he started his cultivation, but to think I almost threw away such a monster. I'm so glad that I didn't quietly get rid of him that day. Emperor Xiu sighed out loud before the presence of several individuals. Tian Xian. He started training for the Royal Guard a year after he joined us and graduated a year later, becoming the youngest Royal Guard in our army's history at the age of 14, said the general of the army, who also held Tian Xian in high regard. He continued, he's just turned 16 and he can already fight me toe-to-toe despite having a lower cultivation base. I have never seen a monster like him before. We should properly secure him within the Xiu family before it's too late. Our situation with the 7 Heavenly Order has only been worsening for the past 3 years. We'll need his strength when war eventually breaks out in the near future, suggested the royal advisor. Indeed, agreed the emperor, his expression grave. Tian Xian's talent is our greatest hope against the impending storm. We must ensure his loyalty and commitment to our cause. However, how should we go about this? The easiest and most common method would be to give him one of our daughters. I have 3 daughters, but they are all married, said the general in a regretful tone. I have 2 daughters. One was recently married and the other is only 10 years old. The royal advisor sighed. I only have sons, said another royal advisor. I have a daughter who is 17 years old and not married, but she already fancies some disciple from the Grand Sword Academy, said the royal treasurer. You should introduce your daughter to Tian Xian, royal treasurer. I'm sure she'll like him better than that disciple. Emperor Xiu suggested. However, the royal treasurer shook his head and sighed, it's not that simple. She may not be married, but she's already given her body to that disciple, and they plan on getting married once that disciple becomes a core disciple. You should have said that first. Emperor Xiu sighed. Anyways, does anyone here have a daughter who isn't married and who is still pure? Tian Xian is an unprecedented genius who probably won't appear again in our lifetime. The royal advisor there suddenly raised his hand and spoke, Your Majesty, what about Princess Xiu? If I recall correctly, she was pretty close with Tian Xian before that incident with the families from the 7 Heavenly Order. Xiu Mei. Impossible. I will let him have anyone but her, he immediately refuted. But Your Majesty, we don't have anyone else. Furthermore, it will pretty much guarantee that Tian Xian will stay loyal to the Xiu family if his wife is Xiu Mei, who is of direct lineage. Very quickly, the others started voicing their approval of Xiao Mei and Tian Xian's marriage despite being responsible for their separation several years ago. Your Majesty, since this conversation is related to Princess Xiao's future, we should have the person in question here with us. I'd like to hear her opinion on this matter, as well. The royal treasurer said. No. I don't care what you guys say. You will not convince me to sell my beloved daughter. Emperor Xiao exclaimed, remaining adamant. But nobody is telling your Majesty to sell Princess Xiao. If the princess fancies Tian Xian, everything is fine. Or does your Majesty plan on keeping Princess Xiao single for the rest of her life? One of the generals asked. Emperor Xiao clenched his teeth in frustration, but he was unable to answer the general's question. Naturally, he couldn't let Xiao Mei remain alone forever, but he also couldn't imagine anyone being worthy of her. After spending several hours convincing the emperor, they summoned Xiao Mei's presence into the room and explained the situation to her. So, in order to ensure that Tian Xian's loyalty remains with the Xiao family, we have decided to find him a partner. I will marry him. Xiao Mei gave her response before they could even finish explaining the situation. Let us finish. No. I will be the one to marry him. That's why you called me here, right? My answer is yes. Xiao Mei spoke without hesitation, her eyes flickering with excitement. Xiao Mei's enthusiasm left the emperor utterly speechless, even devastated. However, he was unable to find the strength to talk her out of it. Why him? Emperor Xiao eventually found the courage to ask her this simple question. Why? I don't know when I started looking at him with interest, but I have been watching him grow ever since he was brought back by the other soldiers. He's a very earnest and hard-working individual, but his real charms only appear when you really get to know him. Xiao Mei closed her eyes and recalled the first time she coincidentally laid eyes on Tian Xian, who was training alone even before the morning sun rose. Tian Xian's young presence piqued her interest, so she asked around and learned of his background as an abandoned child who was adopted by mountain bandits. Since then, she occasionally checked in on Tian Xian's progress, and before she knew it, they were chatting and laughing together like best friends. Honestly, I think it was love at first sight. I already decided to make him my husband years ago, so I won't allow another woman to have him. Xiao Mei glared at her father with a serious expression. Seeing this, Emperor Xiao worried that Mei Xiao might do something drastic like last time if he meddled with her love affairs. If you're this stubborn about it, I will have no choice but to allow it. In the end, Emperor Xiao waved the white flag and approved of their relationship. Thank you, father. Xiao Mei immediately stormed out of the room and went to look for Tian Xian. Since Tian Xian could always be seen training in the same area, Xiao Mei had no trouble and found him instantly. Tian Xian, she called out to him. Tian Xian was startled by her sudden voice and dropped the weapon he was training with and turned around to see Mei Xiao standing right behind him with a bashful smile on her face. Why, Your Royal Highness? Why are you here? He asked her, looking truly puzzled by her presence. After all, they haven't seen each other in almost 3 years. Mei Xiao raised her hands with 2 fingers pressed together into a cross and said, "Bu, be you. I told you to stop addressing me so coldly. Call me Xiao Mei." Tian Xian was utterly speechless. In the 3 years that he hadn't seen her, Xiao Mei had grown into a devastating beauty that could collapse even cities with her smile alone. Yet, her character remained almost the same as 3 years ago. You're, Xiao Mei, you need to leave before someone sees you here with me. I don't want to get you in trouble again. Tian Xian picked up his weapon and returned to training, acting like he never even noticed her. However, Xiao Mei pounced on his body and embraced him from behind. Xiao Mei. What are you doing? He cried out loud, feeling 2 soft objects pressing against his sweaty back. You don't need to worry about that anymore. I have received my father's permission to see you again. Let's go somewhere to catch up. We haven't spoken to each other in almost 3 years, after all. Before Tian Xian could even respond, Xiao Mei had already dragged him away from his training spot. Tian Xian could only wear a bittersweet smile on his face as he allowed her to drag him off without any resistance. Xiao Mei took Tian Xian to an old spot where they used to meet frequently. They spent several hours catching up on their lives, with Xiao Mei doing most of the talking, as Tian Xian's days were primarily consumed by training. However, Xiao Mei did not bring up their marriage the entire time from the beginning to end. In her mind, even without Emperor Xiao's approval, they would have ended up together, as if it was her fate to be with him. Over the next 2 years, Xiao Mei spent nearly every day by Tian Xian's side. Whether she was quietly observing him train from a distance or sharing laughter with him, every moment they spent together held equal significance in her heart. In 2 years, their relationship underwent a significant transformation, culminating in an engagement. However, it was Xiao Mei who took the bold step of proposing to Tian Xian. Tian Xian refused at first due to the difference in their status and Xiao Mei's exalted background, but Xiao Mei reassured him that they would have the emperor's blessing. Sure enough, Emperor Xiao personally approached Tian Xian that very day to congratulate him on their engagement. "I will leave my daughter in your hands, Tian Xian. If you dare make her cry or fail to protect her, I will come after you even after death. I swear that I will protect her with my life, Your Majesty." "Who are you calling Your Majesty?" "I am your father-in-law now. Call me father." "Yes, father." While Tian Xian and Xiao Mei became engaged, their relationship wasn't officially announced or acknowledged yet. The reasoning was simple. They decided to wait until Tian Xian had gained sufficient fame and reputation before making their engagement public. If the Xiao family were to announce the engagement of their prized jewel to a common soldier during a time of war with the Seven Heavenly Order, they risked ridicule and mockery. While Tian Xian had gained fame as a prodigy within the Xiao family, this knowledge was kept internal, and few outside their circle were aware of his talents. "Tian Xian, our situation with the Seven Heavenly Order has finally reached the point of war. I will send you into battle so you can acquire experience and make a name for yourself. Do you object?" Emperor Xiao asked him. "I object. Why do you have to send him when there are countless other soldiers? It's too dangerous." Xiao Mei refused to send her beloved to war, fearing the possibility of him getting hurt or, even worse, losing his life. However, Tian Xian placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Please, Xiao Mei, don't be like this. This is what I've been trained for. If I can't fulfill the purpose I've dedicated many years to, then what meaning does my existence hold?" "Well said," the general exclaimed with an excited smile on his face. Tian Xian turned to look at Emperor Xiao and continued with a resolute face, "I accept, Your Majesty. No, please, let me go to war with the Seven Heavenly Order. I have a debt to repay them, after all." Emperor Xiao nodded with a calm smile, "Very well. Then you will be part of our first battle with them. Immediately prepare for departure." "As you command, Your Majesty." Once they returned to their room, Xiao Mei asked, "Is there really no way I can convince you to stay here with me?" Tian Xian, noticing that she was crying, walked over and wiped her tears. "Xiao Mei, the Seven Heavenly Order threatens the Xiao family and your safety. As your soldier and future husband, it's only natural for me to fight them to defend our family." If the emperor had heard such words, he would definitely be jumping in joy over how successful their plan was. "I couldn't raise my hand at those bullies back then because they were allies, but now that they are our enemy, I won't hesitate to get rid of them like you wanted me to." Tian Xian. Xiao Mei suddenly propelled herself forward and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. "I want to give you something before you leave for the war." She started removing her clothes, her face flushed with redness. Once she was fully naked, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the bed. Tian Xian's eyes widened at her actions. However, he didn't reject it and followed her to the bed, where they passionately embraced each other and connected for the first time. They made love to each other for several days straight until it was time for Tian Xian to leave. On the battlefield several thousand miles away from the Xiao family, Tian Xian stood in a formation as they faced the 7 Heavenly Orders army, which was 3 times larger in size. Heavens! Those 7 Heavenly Order bastards have violated the agreed-upon number of soldiers to be sent into battle on our very first engagement. This bodes ill for us. The soldiers were both shocked and incensed by the 7 Heavenly Orders' blatant disregard for honor. In order to prevent a full-scale war between two massive powers, they often resort to small-scale skirmishes with a predetermined number of soldiers and cultivators until one side either surrenders or depletes its forces. For their first battle, they agreed to send only 1,000 soldiers with a single spirit sovereign, 3 spirit kings, 20 spirit lords, 200 spirit grandmasters, and the rest spirit masters. However, the 7 Heavenly Order blatantly disregarded their agreement and sent 3 times the amount with 3 spirit sovereigns, 9 spirit kings, 60 spirit lords, 600 spirit grandmasters, and over 2,000 spirit masters. These sons of bitches. We need to get reinforcements. They won't make it. We'll all be dead before reinforcements arrive. What should we do? Run away. While the Xiu family's soldiers contemplated running away, the only spirit sovereign within their ranks suddenly stepped forward and pointed his silver spear at the enemy. So what if they outnumber us 3-1? They are just a bunch of cowards who cannot even fight fairly. How strong can they be? Follow me. I will pave the way to victory for us. Without waiting for a response, Tian Xian fearlessly charged at the enemy. He made it halfway to the enemy without looking back to see if anyone had followed him. In his mind, even if he had to fight the entire army alone, it would not stop him. Ha ha ha. Charging at us alone, what a foolish bastard. Who is this idiot? How did he manage to reach Spirit Sovereign? The 3 Spirit Sovereigns laughed and mocked Tian Xian openly. I can handle a dumbass like him by myself. One of the Spirit Sovereigns said as he confronted Tian Xian. However, the Spirit Sovereign was slain by Tian Xian after exchanging 3 mere blows with him. It didn't feel like a fight between Spirit Sovereigns and was more like a true master bullying a toddler. This unexpected result shocked both sides to their core. Who is that soldier? How come I don't recognize him? Isn't that Tian Xian? He's a royal guard for the Xiu family. But he looks so young. He has to be less than 20 years old. I have heard rumors of him, but I have never seen him fight before. The Xiu family's soldiers were overwhelmed with shock after witnessing Tian Xian in action for the first time. Meanwhile, the 7 Heavenly Order's soldiers were trembling from fear. Seeing this, the remaining 2 Spirit Sovereigns went to confront Tian Xian together in hopes of raising their fellow soldiers' morale. However, they also fell to Tian Xian in less than 10 strikes. Holy fuck! He defeated all 3 Spirit Sovereigns by himself. He's even unharmed. We have a chance. We can defeat these cheating bastards. The morale of the Xiu family's soldiers soared when they witnessed Tian Xian's overwhelming strength, and they swiftly followed him into battle against the enemy soldiers. Once Tian Xian defeated the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns, their morale plummeted to rock bottom, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the Xiu family's soldiers, who swiftly overwhelmed them with ease. In less than 2 hours, the Xiu family's army emerged triumphant with only a few casualties. Meanwhile, the forces of the 7 Heavenly Order were utterly vanquished despite outnumbering their opponents. Word of Tian Xian's unparalleled prowess on the battlefield quickly spread throughout the 4th heaven like wildfire, garnering him widespread acclaim and respect among both allies and adversaries alike. You should have been there to witness Tian Xian's prowess. None of the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns were able to land a hit on him. The way he just marched toward the enemy alone without any hesitation and looking back. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. In the blink of an eye, Tian Xian became a celebrity within the Xiu family's army. Amazing work, Tian Xian. You have exceeded our expectations. Emperor Xiu praised him when he returned from the battlefield. Tian Xian. Xiu Mei flung herself into his embrace the moment she saw him. Ahem. Control yourself, Xiao Mei. You are not alone, and your relationship with him is still a secret. Emperor Xiao awkwardly cleared his throat. Who cares? Everybody in this room is aware of our relationship, anyway. Xiao Mei said, refusing to let Tian Xian go. But pretty much everyone outside of this circle is already aware of their secret relationship. The royal advisor and the others thought to themselves as they looked at Xiao Mei and Tian Xian. Xiao Mei's demeanor around Tian Xian spoke volumes, leaving little doubt about the intimacy of their relationship to anyone observing, even a blind man. The only thing lacking was official confirmation. Sometime later, Tian Xian asked, so when is the next battle? Xiao Mei looked at him with wide eyes and said, you want to participate in another battle? Isn't one enough? The entire city is already aware of your prowess, so why would you want to participate in another battle? Tian Xian then said, I won't stop until the 7 heavenly order is gone. I like your dedication. The generals laughed out loud. Emperor Xiao nodded, I will notify you when the next battle is decided. Due to the 7 heavenly orders disregarding their agreement, things would only get more complicated. After all, the Xiao family could no longer trust them. In the end, they scheduled the second battle to take place the following month with 2,000 soldiers on each side. However, wary of the 7 heavenly orders' potential treachery, the Xiao family stationed their reinforcements a few miles away from the battlefield. Should the 7 heavenly orders breach the agreement once more, the Xiao family was prepared to swiftly deploy their reinforcements without hesitation. The 7 heavenly orders showed up with exactly 2,000 soldiers this time, but they also had reinforcements stationed not far away from the battlefield. Look at that young man in front of the formation. That must be Tian Xian, the unstoppable tyrant. The soldiers of the 7 heavenly order swiftly recognized Tian Xian's presence within their formation, dubbing him Unstoppable Tyrant, due to his formidable performance in the previous battle. Just like the previous battle, only a single spirit sovereign was allowed to partake in the battle. However, once the battle began, the 7 heavenly orders revealed that they had hidden 9 additional spirit sovereigns within their formation. Kill the unstoppable tyrant. Despite the potential damage to their reputation, the 7 heavenly order couldn't afford to let Tian Xian dominate the battlefield once more. Therefore, they resolved to swiftly eliminate him during the second battle. Humph. I knew I could count on you cowardly bastards to use such dirty tactics. Tian Xian sneered in disdain when he realized that he was surrounded by 10 spirit sovereigns. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, Tian Xian slew all of them while suffering only minor injuries. After killing the spirit sovereigns, Tian Xian's prowess on the battlefield was unmatched, and the battle concluded before the Xiao family could even summon their reinforcements. Once again, Tian Xian carved through the enemy forces like an unstoppable force of nature. With each swing of his spear, more than 20 enemy soldiers would fall, their morale shattered by Tian Xian's relentless onslaught. These dirty fucking bastards. If it weren't for Tian Xian's overwhelming talent, I would have lost my son-in-law today. Emperor Xiao and the others expressed their anger after learning of the situation. Damn it! Your Majesty, let's forget about these skirmishes and launch a full-scale attack on these bastards. Yeah. If these bastards want to play dirty, let's show them how dirty we can get. However, the Xiao family quickly realized that their concerns would be alleviated without them having to take any action. We never intended on meddling with your war, but we cannot ignore such disgraceful behavior being displayed before our eyes in our own continent. If the 7 heavenly order continues their nonsense, we will join the Xiao family to get rid of you pests. When the neutral sects and other factions of the 4th heaven that have been watching from the sidelines learned of the 7 heavenly orders' dishonorable actions, they united together and threatened to assist the Xiao family, leaving the 7 heavenly orders with no choice but to reconsider their actions. After being warned by their neutral neighbors, the 7 heavenly orders refrained from employing underhanded tactics and committed to engaging in future battles with honesty and integrity. However, if the 7 heavenly order couldn't defeat Tian Xian with underhanded tactics, they had no hope of defeating him in a fair fight. A dozen battles later, the seven heavenly orders suffered 12 crushing defeats at the hands of Tianxian. Despite hiring renowned spirit sovereign and spirit enlightenment mercenaries from across the divine heaven, the seven heavenly orders found no success in defeating Tianxian. Meanwhile, with each victory, Tianxian's reputation soared, his name echoing throughout the fourth heaven like some kind of deity. The war between the seven heavenly orders and the Xiu family lasted over a decade, spanning more than 100 battles. Tianxian participated in every single battle, grew stronger after each battle, and emerged victorious in all of them. Moreover, cultivators from around the world would spectate these battles and offer Tianxian an exalted position within their faction, but he respectfully declined all of them. In the end, Tianxian stormed the seven heavenly orders' headquarters and personally executed the young masters who bullied him in the past. After the war concluded, Tianxian was crowned the nickname God of War by those around him. His engagement with Xiu Mei was also officially announced by the Xiu family, and they performed the marriage ceremony in the same year, becoming husband and wife, which surprised nobody. Once again, congratulations on your marriage. Emperor Xiu said to Tianxian after the wedding in a private meeting. Thank you for allowing me to marry Xiu Mei, father. You will not regret this. Tianxian said with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Why are you being so humble out of nowhere? It's weird. Emperor Xiu laughed out loud. After chatting for a while, Emperor Xiu spoke with a serious expression on his face. Let's talk about why I called you here, Tianxian. Now that you are officially part of our family, do you have any desire to rule your own territory? My own territory? Tianxian raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Indeed. You are no longer just a soldier with a duty. Now that you are one of us, you have two options. 1. Remain here and compete with the others for my position as its emperor. Or 2. Leave and build your own empire. Of course, I will support you regardless of your decision. After hearing his choices, Tianxian, without hesitation, responded, I will leave this place to build my own empire. Emperor Xiu smiled and said, I knew you would say that. As much as I hate to admit it, this place is too small for you, Tianxian. You're already stronger than me by an entire realm. Go build your own empire, one that is worthy of the one called God of War. Your talents will surely bring you to a place where even I have to tilt my head and look up. What about Xiu Mei? Tianxian then asked. Why are you asking me? You're responsible for her now, so make your own decisions. Emperor Xiu quickly said. So you won't be upset if I decide to take her with me? Of course, I will be upset. However, she is already an adult. If she wants to follow you to the edge of the world, I have no authority over her decision. Tianxian went to speak with Xiu Mei after his conversation with Emperor Xiu ended. To his surprise, Xiu Mei didn't object to his decision at all. In fact, she even encouraged it. Why do you look so surprised? I know you're not the type to linger in this small place when you could be doing much bigger things, not that this small city could handle someone like you. As a matter of fact, I have been wanting to leave this place for some time now and planned on speaking to you about relocating soon. Xiu Mei said. After receiving Xiu Mei's answer, the two of them returned to Emperor Xiu to further plan their departure. Do you have a location in mind? If it's within my power, I can help you with acquiring the land. Emperor Xiu said. Tianxian pondered for a moment before responding, do you know where the soldiers found me? I want to build a city around there. That's a little too close to this city, which could cause problems. However, there's a small village not too far away from that place. Since I own that territory, I can arrange it so that you will become its new lord. Emperor Xiu said. Tianxian nodded, let's do that. Thus, Emperor Xiu transferred said territory to Tianxian, who immediately relocated to the village with Xiu Mei. When news of Tianxian's departure spread, many of the soldiers who had fought alongside him expressed a desire to follow him. However, if Emperor Xiu allowed them to join Tianxian, too many soldiers would leave, risking the collapse of their army. Yet, Emperor Xiu decided to lend 10,000 soldiers to Tianxian for the time being. The seasons changed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed since Tianxian started managing his own territory. In just a decade, Tianxian successfully transformed a small village into a bustling city with a population of 20,000. Additionally, he established a small yet formidable army of 100 soldiers that could rival 5,000 soldiers, personally overseeing their training and development. Dong Yi, I am promoting you to general. Congratulations on becoming the first to reach such a rank in our army. Tianxian said to the stern yet loyal middle-aged man before him. Dong Yi immediately got on his knees and bowed. This unworthy one is eternally grateful to the city lord for this opportunity. I will not disappoint you. A decade, 2 decades, 50 years. After a century, the city of Xian had grown to rival even the largest cities in the fourth heaven with a population of over 10 million. They expanded their territory, stretching its boundaries far beyond their initial limits, while their military prowess became unmatched, casting a formidable shadow over the entire region. Numerous factions have attempted to halt its expansion or conquer the city of Xian, yet they were all thwarted before even nearing the city's front gates, allowing the citizens to live a peaceful life with a deep sense of security. Tianxian's influence and stature had long surpassed that of the Xiu family, yet he steadfastly refused to ascend to the status of emperor, opting instead to remain a humble city lord. As for Xiu Mei, she spent half of her time assisting Tianxian in managing the city amongst other things, and the other half improving her cultivation so that she could stay in this world with her beloved husband longer. While Xiu Mei couldn't even dream of catching up to Tianxian's cultivation, it was enough for her to live a very long life. 100 years. 300 years. 900 years later. The city of Xian stopped expanding after 250 years of establishment, but it continued to increase its citizens' quality of life and military might. Tianxian stopped working as much and started spending most of his time with Xiu Mei, who gave up working entirely after she became pregnant with his child. It's a girl, Tianxian. What should we name her? I am not good with names, so I will let you decide. Then I will think of something. However, halfway into Xiu Mei's pregnancy, a messenger bearing the Celestial Emperor's medallion entered the city of Xian with a simple yet terrifying message for its city lord, Tianxian. Unbeknownst to Tianxian at that time, this marked the beginning of the end of his seemingly perfect life. Messenger from the Celestial Palace, what purpose do you have here in my city? Tianxian spoke as he gazed upon the messenger from his seat. The messenger looked at Tianxian's arrogant presence with a slight frown on his face, but he refrained from saying anything, as his mission was to recruit Tianxian. I am here on behalf of His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. The messenger said as he retrieved a scroll and unsealed it. Tianxian, one recognized as the god of war, immortal of the battlefield, your war stories have reached even I, the first Celestial Emperor, Emperor of the Divine Heavens. As an admirer of your indomitable presence on the battlefield, I hereby offer you a position in my celestial army as its Supreme General. As the Supreme General, you will have unimaginable authority within the army, second only to I, the Celestial Commander. Should you accept this position, I shall grant you unlimited wealth, unfathomable power, widespread fame, as well as any single wish within my authority as the ruler of the divine heaven. Tianxian listened to the Celestial Emperor's message with a nonchalant expression on his face. If it were anybody else in his shoes, they would have been jumping up and down in excitement over such a generous offer. The position of Celestial Emperor came into existence about 100,000 years ago when the patriarch of the most powerful family in the divine heaven decided to rule over the divine heaven. Despite facing considerable opposition from various factions and individuals who questioned the idea of bestowing such immense power and authority upon a single individual, the patriarch had an equal amount of support from those who stood to gain from it. Thus, the Celestial Emperor came into existence with half of the divine heaven against it and the other half supporting it. With the passage of time, the influence of the Celestial Emperor extended its reach, gradually engulfing the entire divine heaven. The power of the Celestial Emperor grew to such an extent that defiance against it became an act of inevitable self-destruction, as his enemies faced swift and merciless judgment, leaving little room for opposition or resistance. The unchecked power and authority wielded by the Celestial Emperor became a tool for exploitation, not only by the Emperor himself but also by those who surrounded him, leading to corruption and manipulation on an unprecedented scale. Under the dominion of the Celestial Emperor, cultivation resources, precious treasures, and even the natural phenomena of the world fell under its exclusive control. Those who did not submit to its authority were barred from accessing these vital assets, forcing all to pledge allegiance or face deprivation. In response to the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Emperor, countless individuals came together and challenged its oppressive regime, sparking the conflict known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. The Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods lasted for tens of thousands of years and was nearing its end with the Celestial Emperor having the upper hand. However, the Celestial Emperor was impatient and wanted to end the war as soon as possible, so he sought out Tian Xian, a renowned warlord who had risen to prominence less than 1,000 years ago, intrigued by tales of his achievements. However, after receiving the Celestial Emperor's offer, Tian Xian scoffed inwardly at the messenger and spoke in a calm manner, "I don't need such an exalted position, so I will have to decline his offer." Tian Xian actually wanted to curse out the messenger and the Celestial Emperor, but he refrained from doing so. Enraged by Tian Xian's refusal, the messenger's composure shattered, his voice booming with rage, "You arrogant little bastard! How dare you refuse the Celestial Emperor's generous offer? You are just a nobody from some backwater background. How dare you?" Dong Yi, who was standing beside Tian Xian, immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the messenger. However, Tian Xian quickly gestured for Dong Yi to stop and said, "Indeed, I am a nobody. A frog in a well. Therefore, it wouldn't make any sense for me to accept the Celestial Emperor's offer. You may return to the Celestial Emperor and tell him that." "Good. You will regret this." The messenger did not linger and immediately left. "I knew the Celestial Emperor would make a move on us eventually." Tian Xian sighed afterward. The Celestial Emperor is truly overbearing and arrogant. Even his lackeys are disgusting. I completely understand why there is a war against him right now. Dong Yi sneered in disdain. "Prepare the army just in case they want to start something. We will most likely see that messenger again," Tian Xian said a moment later. "As you command." Dong Yi bowed before leaving. True to expectations, several weeks later, the messenger returned with another offer. However, it was a far cry from the previous one. Instead of the prestigious position of Supreme General, the Celestial Emperor now offered Tian Xian the humble role of a foot soldier, a drastic downgrade from his initial proposal. Tian Xian laughed at the offer and made a soldier turn away the messenger without even seeing him. The messenger returned a month later, but this time there was no offer to negotiate. The Celestial Emperor's message was clear and ominous: either Tian Xian worked for him or faced utter destruction. In response to the threat, Tian Xian killed the messenger and sent his decapitated head back to the Celestial Palace. A week later, hundreds of Celestial Emperor's soldiers showed up at the front gate with the intention of going to war with them. Naturally, Tian Xian had prepared for the Celestial Emperor's confrontation and led his army to face their enemies, quickly slaughtering them. Tian Xian's refusal to bow to the Celestial Emperor quickly became the talk of the divine heaven, reigniting the flames of the dying heavenly war. After experiencing Tian Xian's prowess firsthand, the Celestial Emperor quickly realized that he'd been trying to tame an uncontrollable monster, deeply regretting it. "Your Majesty! That arrogant bastard slew the soldiers we sent again. At this rate, we'll lose all of our spare soldiers to him." The current Supreme General of the Celestial Army reported to the Celestial Emperor. Frustration clenched the Celestial Emperor's teeth together. If not for the diversion of his main army in the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods, he could have easily crushed Tian Xian. But alas, his only option was to dispatch his reserve forces, as his enemies could potentially change the tide of their war if he weakened his main army even slightly. It's been 6 years since Tian Xian openly defied the Celestial Emperor. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Celestial Emperor had perished to Tianxian, who was only becoming more formidable with every fight. If I don't take care of this little bastard soon, he'll definitely become a real thorn in my side. The Celestial Emperor wanted to recruit Tianxian to end the war quicker, but he ended up making Tianxian an enemy, who now had the potential to prolong the war. The realization that Tianxian could be the catalyst for his downfall drove the Celestial Emperor to the brink of madness. How dare a mere city lord defy me, the Celestial Emperor? Supreme General, I don't care what it takes or how much you dirty your hands. I want that bastard to despair. I want him to regret defying me. While you distract him with some soldiers, sneak into the city and remove his loved ones from existence. The Celestial Emperor roared, his eyes bloodshot. As your Majesty commands. The Supreme General did not have an ounce of hesitation within his voice despite being given such an order. The following month, 10,000 soldiers arrived at the city of Xian, looking more ominous than ever. When Tianxian saw this, he immediately left the city to confront them as usual. Of course, he left behind some soldiers to guard the city and his beloved wife just in case. Unfortunately, the Supreme General was an existence that even Tianxian's strongest soldiers had no hopes of defeating in a group. Thus, the Supreme General sneaked into the city of Xian without alerting anyone, located Tianxian's living quarters, and silently killed all of the soldiers guarding it, before entering the building. Inside, a woman sat on the bed, silently caressing her round stomach that looked like it was about to burst at any moment. Who's there? Xiao Mei was immediately alerted when the formation around the building was suddenly destroyed. The door to her room was kicked down the next second, and a figure soaked in blood casually walked inside, his weapon still dripping with blood. Who are you? Xiao Mei could instantly tell at a glance that she was no match for this individual and that she had no hopes of escaping. I am your executioner, said the Supreme General in a cold voice. Why are you doing this? She asked. Because your husband offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, and now he will pay the price for defying His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. Despite her seemingly helpless situation, Xiao Mei did not let fear control her and even smiled. I'm surprised it took you so long to come after me. The Supreme General coldly sneered as he slowly approached her. The Celestial Emperor's decision to dispatch the Supreme General to the city of Xian during a critical juncture of the heavenly war of immortals and gods risked their current advantage in the conflict. Yet, the Celestial Emperor deemed Tianxian to be threatening enough to take such a risk. This is also why the Celestial Emperor only ordered the Supreme General to assassinate Xiao Mei, since he wouldn't be able to kill Tianxian without revealing his presence there to their enemies. Ah! I'm truly sorry, my darling, for being such a useless wife and mother. Xiao Mei knew that fighting back or trying to escape would only be futile effort, so she used what little time she had left to think of Tianxian and recall all of the time they'd spent together. Meanwhile, when Tianxian sensed that the formation around his house had been destroyed in the midst of his fight with the Celestial Army, he, without any hesitation, abandoned the battlefield for the first time in his life as a soldier and rushed back to the city. Please let me make it back in time. He prayed inwardly until he returned home. When he arrived, he ignored the corpses that surrounded his house and immediately went inside the building. Xiao Mei. Are you okay? Tianxian shouted as he rushed to her room. However, his movements froze when he reached the entrance to her room. Standing outside the broken entrance, he could see the horrific scene inside the room. There was blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls, ceiling, and furniture. And in the center of this room was a lifeless body that had its limbs severed. However, the true horror lay in the grotesque sight of the body's stomach, savagely cut open and ripped apart to reveal the small, helpless figure nestled within. Seeing this gruesome scene, Tianxian fell to his knees with a loud thud, his face filled with shock and despair. Xiao Mei. Tianxian released an inhuman cry that shook the entire city. Tears filled his eyes and flowed down his face like two streams during a rainstorm, quickly turning into blood a few moments later. Suddenly, Tianxian stopped moving and collapsed into the puddle of blood beneath him. However, he hadn't lost consciousness. In fact, he was wide awake, and something mythical was happening inside his head. Memories of a life that he didn't recognize were flowing into his mind. Sometime later, Tian Xian slowly pushed himself off the floor, muttering in a low voice, Tian Yang. Huang Shaoli. Shura. As clarity returned to his mind, Tian Xian's fury surged like a tempest, his fists clenched so tightly that the bones within shattered under the force of his rage. Overwhelming killing intent and bloodlust emanated from him, so intense that it materialized into a thick crimson fog, shrouding the entire city in its ominous embrace, and his once brown eyes now glowed with a menacing red hue, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. Celestial Emperor. I will not rest until I slaughter everyone around you and bathe in your blood. Thus, the one who would soon terrorize the divine heaven as the evil god was born. After experiencing the most traumatic event in his life, Tian Xian recalled his previous life and regained all of Tian Yang's memories. Once again, I was unable to protect my beloved. Tian Xian muttered in a dazed voice as he left the building. When Tian Xian walked outside, the crimson fog that shrouded the entire city like a blanket began thickening to the point where visibility was reduced to near zero, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone without divine sense to see beyond a few inches ahead. Furthermore, the bloodlust coming from Tian Xian was so immense that it suffocated everyone in the city, knocking many citizens unconscious, especially the mortals. This sudden and ominous phenomenon terrified all of the citizens, as it looked like doomsday had arrived. Tian Xian ignored the chaos within the city and turned to look in the direction where the Celestial Emperor's soldiers were still engaged in a fierce fight with his own army. He flew into the air and soared toward the battlefield the next instant, leaving behind a trail of bloodlust that scattered in every direction, quickly covering the sky and causing the world to darken. Meanwhile, on the ongoing battlefield, the Celestial Army was slowly pushing back Tian Xian's army after his sudden disappearance. Where's the city lord? I don't know, but he suddenly took off with a nervous look on his face, and I have never seen such anxiety from him before. Look at the sky. What's that? One of the soldiers there pointed at the red sky when he noticed it. It didn't take long before nearly every soldier on the battlefield noticed the red sky, looking like someone had painted it with blood. That's killing intent. I have never seen such bloodlust before. I didn't know killing intent could materialize in such a manner. How much killing intent does it require to cause such a phenomenon? I would be more worried about the person exhibiting such bloodlust. The very next moment, a silhouette appeared in the distance. However, everyone was too distracted by the red sky to notice him. In the blink of an eye, this shadowy figure arrived at the battlefield and hurtled toward the battlefield without any pauses in alarming speed. Before anyone could react, the figure dove headlong into the ranks of the Celestial Army, shattering their formation in an instant. What the hell was that? Someone just invaded our formation. They must have a death wish. As Tian Xian breached the rear lines of the Celestial Army, he found himself encircled by thousands of foes on all sides, with no allies in sight. However, this worked in Tian Xian's favor, as this allowed him to go on a rampage without needing to worry about harming his allies by accident. After all, in Tian Xian's enraged current state, discerning friends from foes was a luxury he couldn't afford. The moment Tian Xian landed on the ground, he immediately started swinging his silver spear like a madman, killing everyone around him. Due to his immense killing intent that blocked the soldiers' views, they were forced to use divine sense to locate him. Moreover, the shocking amount of bloodlust caused even these seasoned warriors to freeze, hindering their movement and allowing Tian Xian to kill them without any retaliation. The Celestial Army sent as a decoy became the first ones to experience Tian Xian's wrath. As Tian Xian killed everyone around him without discrimination, the soldiers' limbs and flesh flew all over the place, causing the sky to rain blood and human flesh. Where the fuck did this monster come from? It's Tian Xian. The god of war is back. What? But why is he in our rear formation? His army is on the opposite side. I don't know what's going on, but we need to focus on him first. Once we kill Tianxian, the others will fall like flies without their commander. When the celestial army realized Tianxian had returned and even found himself amidst their ranks, they halted their advance toward the city of Xian and swarmed him like a colony of ants confronting a foreign intruder. Tianxian's army was left dumbfounded and puzzled when their enemy suddenly turned around and started running away. Wait! Where the hell do you think you are going? Hold on. I can sense a disturbance in the direction they are running to. This is the city lord's spiritual energy. He's finally returned. But why is he so far away from us? Who cares about the reason? We need to back him up. Thus, Tianxian's soldiers started chasing after the celestial army when they also realized that their commander was fighting the enemy by himself. However, when they could finally witness the scene of Tianxian slaughtering the celestial army like a mindless barbarian, the soldiers were left aghast, even terrified by his appearance. That's our city lord. He looks like a different person. What happened to him in the short amount of time that he left? Even I have never seen him like this before. Dong Yi said in a dazed voice as he watched Tianxian slaughter the enemy with a look of profound admiration on his face. Dong Yi has always admired Tianxian, but there was something different about the current Tianxian. Unlike the dignified and gentle nature he was familiar with, Tianxian currently gave off a barbaric, ruthless, and almost inhuman feeling, similar to that of a wild beast. No, even wild beasts would not be so vicious. He's more like an evil being, one that was born out of pure malice and evil God. Dong Yi muttered, feeling unfathomable reverence toward Tianxian's new appearance. Tianxian's soldiers were perplexed once they saw Tianxian's current appearance. They were unsure whether they should rush to his aid or hold back, considering his overwhelming aura of killing intent and the chaotic situation on the battlefield. Some hesitated, torn between their loyalty to Tianxian and their fear of the dark energy emanating from him. I have a feeling that we'll also be killed if we interrupt him right now. Does he even need our help? It looks like he can deal with their entire army by himself. Just what in heaven's name happened to the city lord during his absence? His eyes even turned red. Was he bewitched by some kind of evil technique? That would explain his behavior, sort of. The more Tianxian's army watched him massacre the celestial army, the less they wanted to interfere. In the end, his soldiers could only stand in the distance like a group of stone statues and watch as piles of corpses quickly formed into mountains. An hour later, Tianxian lowered his spear after killing every single soldier from the celestial army. Some of the soldiers tried to escape toward the end of the battle when they realized that he was unkillable, but Tianxian chased after each and every single one with a profound movement technique that he never displayed before until today. As Tianxian stood in a sea of blood and beside mountains of corpses, he held a dazed look on his face. He stared at the red sky with his blood soaking every inch of his body, looking like he'd just jumped into a bath filled with blood. Despite the carnage he wrought upon the Celestial Emperor's soldiers, Tianxian found no satisfaction in his actions. His bloodlust remained unquenched, soaring skyward like a relentless tempest, leaving him feeling no better than before. His soldiers remained distant from him, fearing that he might attack them if they got too close. However, a fearless individual eventually approached him and kneeled before him in the sea of blood. "My lord, what are your commands?" Dong Yi asked. After a moment of silence, without looking away from the sky, Tianxian muttered in a low voice, "I am stepping down from the position of city lord, as I have to leave for a long, long time. I don't know when I will be back if I ever will. Dong Yi, I will leave the military and the city in your hands." "But my lord." "Don't follow me." Before Dong Yi could even finish his sentence, Tianxian flew toward the red sky and disappeared into it. Dong Yi was left speechless. He wanted to chase after Tianxian, but he didn't dare to defy Tianxian's order. In the end, Dong Yi could only relay Tianxian's words to the other soldiers. "The city lord left his position and won't return. What will happen to the city of Xian now? What about our military? Where did the commander go? Why did he suddenly abandon everything?" Although these soldiers were filled with questions, they eventually understood the situation when they returned to the city and saw the scene at Tian Xian's house, who left in a hurry and never got the chance to clean up the mess at his house. Dong Yi and the others were overwhelmed with sorrow and anger when they saw the gruesome scene inside Tian Xian's house. Most of them were familiar with Xiao Mei and treated her as though she was a goddess, so one could imagine the shock they received when they saw what had happened to her and her unborn child. Unable to leave Xiao Mei in such a state, Dong Yi and the others gave her a proper burial and even held a mass funeral for her. Many hoped Tian Xian would show up during the funeral, but alas, he was nowhere to be seen. After the funeral, Dong Yi and the rest of the army gathered to discuss their future. The commander is most likely fighting the Celestial Emperor and his army all by himself right now. He left everything behind because he didn't want us to be targeted as well. Damn it! How could we let such a thing happen to the city lord and fairy Xiao after everything they've done for us? We are so fucking useless. Isn't there anything we can do for the city lord? I refuse to sit still after what happened. After hearing the soldier's complaint, Dong Yi stepped forward and spoke in a grim voice, "I have a suggestion." He continued, "I am going to assist the Lord in his revenge. As powerful as our Lord may be, he cannot deal with the Celestial Emperor by himself. If you want to come with me, raise your hand. Otherwise, you may leave, as this will likely result in our deaths." The very next moment, every soldier who had fought alongside Tian Xian raised their hands, their faces filled with determination. Someone then spoke, "But how can we assist him? We're all too weak. And the commander had specifically told us not to follow him." Dong Yi closed his eyes and pondered for several minutes before responding, "Indeed, we are too weak to do anything to the Celestial Emperor right now. However, things will not remain this way forever. Moreover, there are several ways to assist the Lord without letting him know." "That sounds good. I'm all for it. Then starting today, we will move in the shadows and assist the Lord from a place he cannot see. We shall become the Shadow Army. Yeah. Down with the Celestial Emperor and his lackeys. For the City Lord. For Fairy Xiao. For their child." This moment marked the birth of the Shadow Army, evil gods' most fearsome and mysterious army that would play a massive role in helping Tian Xian defeat the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, following Dong Yi and others' revelation of the dire circumstances to the rest of the city, the citizens rallied behind the cause, offering their unwavering support to the Shadow Army. The city of Xian, once the home of Tian Xian, now served as the bedrock for the establishment of the Shadow Army. Together, they forged a network to gather information and resources to support the fight against the Celestial Emperor, eventually becoming Divine Heaven's most formidable and largest information-gathering network. Since Tian Xian left the city of Xian and started hunting down the Celestial Army throughout the Divine Heaven, the Celestial Emperor stopped paying about them, allowing the city to grow without much hindrance. While many have tried to claim the city of Xian for themselves after news of Tian Xian's departure spread, the Shadow Army made sure to keep the place untouched for Tian Xian's return. Despite the absence of Tian Xian, the Shadow Army remained as a formidable force, composed of veterans and prodigies who had been meticulously trained by him. United by a newfound purpose and vision, they continued to grow stronger with each passing day, fueled by their unwavering determination and commitment to their cause. "Watch out! It's Tian Xian, the evil god." One of the Celestial Army's soldiers cried out loud in a terrified voice when he noticed Tian Xian's figure approaching their formation from a distance, carrying with him enough killing intent to scare even ghosts. Fuck! Why'd he have to show up now of all times? We were beginning to push back those Heaven's Defiance bastards. Another soldier cursed out loud. "There's no way we can deal with the evil god and Heaven's Defiance at the same time. We're screwed." The forces opposing the Celestial Emperor in the heavenly war of immortals and gods adopted the name, Heaven's Defiance, as a symbolic gesture, implying their defiance against the Celestial Emperor who claimed to represent heaven itself. As for the title Evil God, nobody seemed to know the origin of such a name, but it quickly spread throughout the divine heavens, becoming widely recognized and associated with Tianxian, who was once known as the god of war. When Tianxian arrived at the battlefield, wielding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he immediately began slaughtering the celestial army like a madman. Oh, shit! The evil god has appeared on our battlefield. We need to retreat before our own people get caught up in his bloodbath. Thank the Lord. If he hadn't shown up, we would have been in grave danger. Those from Heaven's Defiance, without hesitation, withdrew from the battle when they noticed Tianxian's presence on the battlefield. After all, Heaven's Defiance had already attempted to fight alongside Tianxian during their initial encounter. However, his relentless assault showed no regard for friend or foe, resulting in casualties among their own ranks. Despite suffering losses at Tianxian's hands, Heaven's Defiance refrained from seeking retribution and even tried to assist him on several other occasions. They recognized that targeting Tianxian would be counterproductive. After all, he was cutting down the Celestial Army at a rapid rate by himself and was their best hope of defeating the Celestial Emperor. While Tianxian chased after the scattering Celestial Army, Heaven's Defiance worked on stopping the Celestial Army from escaping. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going, Celestial Emperor's dogs? You think you can run away now? Look at you pathetic bastards. What happened to your arrogance from a minute ago? You have been shaking in your boots since the evil god showed up. Those from Heaven's Defiance laughed and mocked the Celestial Army's soldiers for their cowardice as they prevented the Celestial Army's escape, allowing Tianxian to slaughter them at a much faster pace. Eventually, Tianxian erased the Celestial Army from existence. After taking care of the Celestial Army, he immediately left the scene to find the next battlefield with the Celestial Army's presence, completely ignoring those from Heaven's Defiance. As for Heaven's Defiance, they could only silently admire Tianxian as they watched him leave. In their eyes, Tianxian appeared out of thin air one day and started slaughtering everyone working for the Celestial Emperor or who had worked for him at one point. It didn't matter if they were the active Celestial Army or some small family that once worked with the Celestial Emperor 100 years ago. He hunted everyone affiliated with the Celestial Emperor without exception. Fuck. That fucking son of a bitch, Tianxian, has been wreaking havoc throughout the divine heavens and slaughtering my people non-stop for the last 100 years. How is he still alive? Explain yourself, Supreme General. The Celestial Emperor roared with an enraged face, his gaze staring daggers at the Supreme General, who was soaked in cold sweat. The Supreme General, trembling in his boots, spoke in a nervous voice, "Your Majesty, I truly don't know what is happening." Tianxian was nowhere near this powerful when he was still a city lord in the city of Xian. His rapid growth and newfound power are far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. No matter what we throw at him, he somehow always manages to escape. Moreover, he never stays in one place. Even if we know he'll hunt down our allies, it's near impossible to predict his actions. Even though it's been 100 years since Tianxian left the city of Xian to hunt down the Celestial Emperor and his allies, he has long attained a level of cultivation that typically requires geniuses hundreds, if not thousands, of years to achieve even marginal progress, so the way he's growing like he was still a spirit lord did not make any sense. Tianxian's progress was simply unprecedented and unfathomable in the Supreme General's eyes. Bang! The Celestial Emperor suddenly smashed his jade table into tiny pieces and shouted, "I didn't ask for excuses, Supreme General. I asked why that fucking bastard is still alive. If you cannot do your job properly, I will have you replaced immediately." The Supreme General was horrified by the Celestial Emperor's words and the looming threat of being replaced, and he quickly kowtowed on the cold floor. This useless subordinate was wrong. Please give me another chance to dispose of Tianxian. This will be your first and last warning. Get out of my sight. The Celestial Emperor stomped his feet, causing the entire building to tremble. The Supreme General wasted no time and swiftly left the room, his mind consumed by the urgent task of hunting down Tianxian. In just a mere century, Tianxian had inflicted more damage upon their forces than Heaven's Defiance had managed to do in the past millennium, and he was working mostly alone. I refuse to let my tens of thousands of years of hard work vanish because of a single individual. The Supreme General no longer held back and started sending his elite soldiers to hunt down Tianxian. Unlike the ordinary soldiers of the Celestial Army who were at most golden immortals, these elite soldiers were all real immortals between the true immortal realm and God Ascension realm. With 100 elite soldiers at his command, the Supreme General wasted no time, setting off immediately on his mission to hunt down Tianxian. Among these elite soldiers, 80 were at the true immortal realm, 15 at the first-level God Ascension realm, and the remaining 5 at the second-level God Ascension realm. At that time, the strongest cultivator was only at the 5th-level God Ascension realm, so one can imagine the immense prowess of this elite army compared to the ordinary soldiers, who were at most golden immortal level. As for Tianxian, he was only a true immortal at this time, so it was overkill to send so many powerful experts after him, but the Supreme General couldn't care less and wanted to get rid of Tianxian without giving him any chance of survival. However, even though the Supreme General had such a powerful army at his command, they still had to find Tianxian first. Due to the immense size of their world, the divine heaven, it would take hundreds if not thousands of years to travel around the world even with the help of flying treasure, hence why Tianxian hadn't been caught after 100 years of carnage, as he would immediately leave after killing his enemies. Moreover, Tianxian was only a single individual, which made it even harder to track him down. The Supreme General could only show up to witness the aftermath of Tianxian's carnage, then attempt to predict his next destination and hope to close their gap, but with battles between the Celestial Emperor's supporters and Heaven's defiance occurring in hundreds of locations around the world, it was easier said than done. Whenever Tianxian's sixth sense alerted him of imminent danger, he would immediately halt his killing spree and hide for several years to enter secluded cultivation, further increasing his strength and making it even more difficult for the Supreme General to catch him. This tricky cat-and-mouse game between Tianxian and the Supreme General would last for another 300 years until Tianxian broke through the true immortal realm and entered first-level God Ascension. Once Tianxian entered the God Ascension realm, he became much bolder and started attacking the Celestial Emperor's forces even more frequently. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Gu family? Do you have any idea who you're messing with? We have the Celestial Emperor's backing. Have mercy. Please. Spare my children. Monster. You are not human, you monster. Tianxian ignored their screaming and slaughtered all of them without any mercy, regardless of their age or gender. Once Tianxian left the Gu family's household without leaving a single person alive, he lingered in the place for a moment to uproot the entire building, something he hadn't bothered doing before. Fuck. What the fuck are they doing? The Celestial Emperor blew a massive hole in his room after receiving news of the Gu family's destruction. For the past 300 years, he had endured the relentless onslaught of news reporting the annihilation of his allies by Tianxian, each report tearing away at the fabric of his power and influence. As for the Supreme General, he didn't dare to return to the Celestial Palace without Tianxian's head in his grasp, so he has been absent for 300 years, and his absence left a conspicuous void within the ranks of the Celestial Army. Meanwhile, when Heaven's defiance learned of his absence, they immediately became more aggressive and daring, further complicating the already challenging situation for the Celestial Army. After another 200 years of no results, the Celestial Emperor called back the Supreme General. You are fucking fired, you useless piece of shit. I gave you 500 years to hunt down a single man, and what have you accomplished in 500 years? Absolutely nothing. The Celestial Emperor slapped the Supreme General so hard he fell on the ground. However, the Celestial Emperor didn't stop there and started kicking and stomping on the Supreme General while he was still down. Even though the Supreme General was an immortal, he didn't dare to retaliate against the Celestial Emperor and accepted the beating without uttering a single sound. This useless subordinate has failed your majesty, the Celestial Emperor. I don't deserve my position. The Supreme General immediately got on his knees after the Celestial Emperor stopped beating him. Scram! The Celestial Emperor shouted at him. Excuse me. The Supreme General immediately left. After leaving the celestial palace and going somewhere far away, the Supreme General unleashed all of his built-up anger on a random city, killing thousands of innocent mortals. Tian Xian. This is all your fault. I, Mou, swear to hunt you down until my last breath. After destroying an innocent city, Mou resumed his hunt for Tian Xian alone, hoping to regain the Celestial Emperor's trust in his position as the Supreme General with Tian Xian's head. 1,000 years later, Mou finally encountered Tian Xian. However, it wasn't because Mou had successfully hunted down Tian Xian. In fact, it was the other way around with Tian Xian hunting down Mou. I have finally found you, evil god. Mou's entire being trembled from excitement after seeing Tian Xian. Because of you, I was removed from my position as Supreme General. Because of you, the Celestial Emperor tossed me aside. You will regret ever challenging the Celestial Emperor today. Tian Xian remained silent. Suddenly, as though a tempest of rage had been unleashed, a titanic wave of bloodlust surged forth from Tian Xian's body, enveloping the heavens and the earth in its oppressive aura, spanning a vast expanse of 100 miles in every direction. And as if in response to his immense emotions, the very fabric of the heavens seemed to tremble, unleashing torrents of red and black lightning that crackled and danced ominously in the skies above. In a voice that seemed to chill the very air around him, Tian Xian muttered with a tone that could freeze the blood in one's veins and even raise the dead, his eyes ablaze with a profound and unsettling glow, like smoldering embers in the darkness. I have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years.